In early November of 2024, I asked myself, what is a Monster Hunter? And it wasn't until March 8th that I was able to ask you all what a Monster Hunter was and give my thoughts on those first 4 generations of games by tackling Monster Hunter DOS, Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate, and Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate that I did in a part 1. So if you haven't seen that, I would really check it out because it's kind of the first part of this analysis, and I'm going to have a lot of callbacks to those games because this is an overarching video on what makes up the Monster Hunter games and what makes up the actual Monster Hunter character. But that's not what this video is about, because we are not done. We still need to discuss Monster Hunter World and Iceborne, Monster Hunter Rise and Sunbreak, and Monster Hunter Wilds. And hopefully at the end of it, complete this journey with a real answer to what has made up these games over the years and who is the character that we've been playing again and again and again. And already from what we gathered from part 1, it doesn't look like we're going to get a direct answer, but kind of a wide, varied answer of what the games have been made up in the past and kind of what's been taken forward and what's been left behind. Because none of these games so far have really been the same. We see elements in each one that share similarities, but Capcom has always continued to experiment with functions of the game entirely, as well as with their storytelling and general reason for even making the game. And honestly, there's no one game that backs up this kind of thinking more than the first title we're going to be tackling, Monster Hunter World. This game is famous, all right? It is their best-selling game ever, at least at the time of this recording. Monster Hunter Wilds is probably on pace to dethrone it, but it will take years as this game released all the way back in January of 2018, and I think is the first time that Capcom released a Monster Hunter game that featured a worldwide release, because in the past, Japan pretty much got all of the games, and in some cases received the only version of the game, such as Monster Hunter 4, which had a only Japan release until they released Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate in the rest of the world, although even Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate still released first in Japan. So already, without even playing or talking about the game, you can see that Monster Hunter World was a different release from Capcom. And it doesn't even stop at like when it was released. The game was on the PS4 and Xbox One and later PC. You see, Xbox One and PlayStation both got the game January 26th of 2018 worldwide, and then PC got it on August 9th of 2018, so about like a 6-month difference. And you know, the console releases weren't that big of a deal, as Monster Hunter 1 and DOS were released on the PlayStation 2. 2 generation of console differences is something though. You know, it's still a big deal, but not as big as a deal as Monster Hunter releasing on PC, because prior to Monster Hunter World, there had only been 2 games to ever reach the PC in Monster Hunter history, and this was Monster Hunter Frontier and Monster Hunter Online, and these were not worldwide games. Monster Hunter Online was capped to pretty much just China IPs, I think, and Monster Hunter Frontier was capped to Japan and later Korean IPs. And with the release of Monster Hunter World in 2018, both of those PC versions were shut down later in 2019, which I bring up because I think it was exclusively because of World's success and its worldwide releases. Although we never even talked about those games because they're just too different from the normal Monster Hunter formula, it is worth thanking them, because I would put a lot of the reason we got Monster Hunter World being so open is because those games were so popular. Because before, Monster Hunter was on like the 3DS for a while, and then it was on the Switch, it was even on the Wii. It was never really on the real gamer consoles or just like PC. And so I think because of those games, Capcom finally realized that maybe their game could actually go mainstream. And I do kind of wonder, especially if they were able to get any sort of data on the VPN users who were playing outside of the country. They wouldn't really know where, but I do think they could probably figure out if you were actually like native in China playing Monster Hunter Online compared to using a VPN to play Monster Hunter Online. Again, this is just some think tank shit, but we don't really have any sort of reasoning for why World really did all this, only that it was massively successful. But a game isn't massively successful without actually actually having something to offer. Because obviously, if Monster Hunter World was a shitty game, it wouldn't matter what kind of consoles or what kind of regions it was available in, which is why we're going to finally transition to what makes up Monster Hunter World on the game side. And that, of course, means my returning viewers that it's time for the best part of the video, the character creation. But wait, that's actually not the start of the game, unlike we'd seen in previous iterations. I know differences already. Just get to the game. No, this is the most important part of the video. Calm down. Basically, when you would normally start a new save file, you would go into creating your actual character. But in Monster Hunter World, it does an intro cutscene kind of establishing what the game is about from the get-go, and that is a journey to the new world. Think of it like medieval times, like, I don't know, Christopher Columbus going to what is now the South Americas or Central Americas, you know, wherever along he went, and it being a really arduous journey that often would definitely lead in death for the men, whether they starved, got scurvy, or some sort of illness and died, or generally just never returned back home and died in those locations. Although with Christopher Columbus, he did go back, you know, to Spain, but it still took a lot of balls to go ahead and do that. And that's kind of what this sets up. You know, there's a captain saying you're going to travel to the new world, and when you step foot there, there's going to be no really return home. And with that, you're kind of just teleported into the bottom of the boat in this cutscene. You get to see a lot of the other hunters and some of the equipment that's a bit foreshadowed. And then finally, you're next to two members of the First Fleet. One's this kind of a ginger looking guy, you know, a real Irish feller. It's weird that he's like coherent and shit. I would personally think he'd be absolutely slammed right now, just throwing up all over the boat. But hey, good for him. And a woman who is also in the Fifth Fleet. And they've essentially just asked your name. So it's kind of done in a way that's more fluid than like, oh, make your character, then start the game. You know, it gives you a little introduction of the game, and then it kind of shows you who you're going to be around and what's the gist, because a lot of people in this game were new. So it's a pretty good intro, as well as just fluidly asking like, hey, what's your name? Now make your character, since it is all in first person. And in this character creation, you're going to first select if you're going to be male or female, which is pretty standard. It's only ever these two options, and sometimes you can select it in the actual bulk of the character customization, and sometimes you have to select it first. But if you look at the bottom, there is a little more you can actually do. It says hit in, since I'm on PC, to change the background. You can see there's 4 options: a bland gray brown kind of setting that's basically just a solid color, a more varied color that would be like the background of like a house or some shit, I don't know, a green and vibrantly colored background, and finally a dark kind of night one that offers a bit of shadows along the faces and whatnot. And you know, you can also view it through zooming in and zooming out, as well as rotating horizontally and even vertically. So quite a bit of viewing options, and really the only new thing being the actual background changer. Not that that does much. And clicking in, you can see that there is a lot more to actually work on, with a few presets being available, 11 in total, as well as a 12th that just randomizes your character. You know, you can click it how many times you want and hit confirm when you're ready. The randomizer is of course going to look different depending on if you're male or female, just because they kind of vary it like that. But generally the presets aren't something you're really going to do. Maybe you pick a preset that's going to be aimed at what you're going to work towards, but you know, I feel like most people probably make their own characters. Down from presets leads into our next bit, which is the face types. And the face types includes 28 different faces, and these are just sort of the structure of your face, you know, the jawline, the cheekbones, even the size of your chin to a degree, but it is not a lot, where in the past, in the beginning Monster Hunter games, this usually tied to like your entire face, and in some instances the actual facial hair, which was pretty weird. But here it is literally just changing the structure, so immediately we're seeing a lot more change that's going to be coming, because if this is all that it does, we're going to need a lot more changes to fully make a character, and it's not like you can't see that on this left side. Below face is skin, and it is just a basic, you know, kind of white, brown, black color scaling. Still no like goofy colors like green or purple or anything. Kind of cringe, to be honest. You know, why can't I make my green dude? But it is what it is. You even got 4 color presets to kind of get the well, you know, the more basic colors. You got white, you got like tan, got like Hispanic, and you got like a little bit more African. There's also a wrinkle volume adder that goes from 0 to 100 that just kind of adds wrinkles. So that's kind of like the age as well as the wrinkles in general. So the more wrinkles and volume you have, the older you're going to look, which is a pretty big detail. I mean, it doesn't really matter in terms of your hunter, but it is something to just kind of, look at and appreciate, I guess, that they put that much time into it. Would you rather fight extra monsters or have extra character customization? Because for me, easily more important for me to make my character, all right? This is where I spent 20 hours of my 50 hours of playtime, okay? And I would do it all again. Down from skin does lead us into hairstyle, and there are a lot of hairstyles, and every hairstyle can be found whether you're on male or female. They just all share, which is like, I mean, why not? I don't really understand why they did ever split them up. And at first glance, there's only like 30 or so hairstyles. However, there is actually over 50 hairstyles because as you'll see when you click on one, it'll usually show two different versions. So for instance, on hairstyle 6-1, you can see that there's 6-1 and 6-2, with 6-1 being a little bit more of a kind of wild style that has the rougher lines on it, and then 6-2 being a more cleaned up version of that other hairstyle. And this goes through with some of them even having 3 alternate versions, like 17-1 with 17-2 and 17-3, with, there being obvious differences in 17-1 and 2, like how it's kind of faded and then curled in 2 compared to 1, and then 17-3 just being like dreads. But even some of them like 50 and 51, which I think are bonus hairstyles, just have one version of them. There's no way to change it. And these are even like styled after some of the characters, like this is the Admiral, this is that orange goofy guy I'm pretty sure we just saw, and this is the balding divorced husband that just lost the kids, the house, and probably already has the gun in his mouth while sitting watching fucking like Family Feud or some shit. Just end it, bro. Truly my favorite Monster Hunter character. Capcom's writing, unmatched. In the hairstyles, you can also change the hair color, and it's just a general color selection. You got presets, and then you can change hue, saturation, and brightness, which is pretty standard and something we had in all the other games. It's not like you just got a hairstyle with a set color, and it actually has like every color, so they have hair dye canonically in Monster Hunter. Under hairstyles, we hop over to the eyebrows, which I mean is definitely a new category in the past. They didn't give a fuck if you wanted to do your eyebrows. You think they care? Hell nah. They would let you like change the hair and the face and some of your facial features at most. Eyebrows is a new level, and like most of these really aren't that different besides like you want thin, you want thick, or you want like 12, which is basically no eyebrow. You do actually have to have eyebrows though, and you cannot change them individually. So rip to all the alopecia homies. You're not actually canon in Monster Hunter. Fuck you. And of course you can change your eyebrow color to, match your hairstyle or literally be whatever you want. And under the actual eyebrows, there is a brow type, which instead of changing your eyebrow, changes the brow above your eye to kind of bring it all together. Very kind of minute change and really addition in general, but hey, fuck it, bro. At least they're like giving you more options than some of those early games had, because that was like pick a face, then that's your whole guy, and what do you want to name it? After the eyebrows, it goes to the eyes, where like shit gets even crazier because there are 34 different eyes you can select. That's a lot. And then you can also change the position, meaning you can make your eyes higher, you can make your eyes lower, you can make your eyes, closer to your nose and farther away from your nose. Now, these aren't like huge changes. You can see it really doesn't go like that far up or down or that far left or right, but still like a lot of change when in the past it's like, you want to change your eyes? Nah. You can't even change how they look, let alone how high and narrow/wide. And they even let you change your eyelashes. So now we can be long eyelash kings. In addition to the eye shape and eye position, you can also change your eye color, and you can do that individually or just set it as both. If you're one of those freaks with multicolored eyes because you stabbed your eye with like a screwdriver or something, hey, feel free to show that off, you freak. Now after eyes, we can go down to the nose, and like, I just want to say we've done a lot and we're not even halfway through this character creation, so they definitely stepped that shit up. And in the noses, you can see we have 28 different options, and you can position your nose higher or lower, you know, whatever floats your boat. It's not a huge change, but once again, it's worth pointing out because it is, you know, just Capcom giving us more changes than we had in the past, because that shit was really basic. And down under nose is the mouth settings, which has 28 different mouths, or realistically just lips. It's not like there's like a smile one that shows your teeth or anything. Although on occasion your character does open his mouth, so if you actually wanted to see that, you could. But it's just kind of like bigger top lip, bigger bottom lip, how wide you want your lips, blah, 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 blah. Are you black? You know, the usual shit. And then that takes us to the facial hair, which is its own kind of thing, which in the past sometimes was its own thing and sometimes was tied to the mouth or the face in general. But there is quite a bit to look at. There's 28 different options, but honestly, they're not very good options. Like, you get the full beards, you can get the mustache, but then it's like, what the hell is this one? And why is it like, oh, you can have like a shitty pedophile mustache, you can have some nasty looking chomps. I really feel like they could have set this up in a way where it's like, oh, you can have a mustache, like just edit the length and width of the hair instead of being like, here's 28 presets. They really give you no other way to change it other than pick a preset and accept that it's going to look bad. Because even like the hair doesn't look very good. It's like usually pretty long and generally just not very thick along. But I guess, you know, not the thickness, but the way it's cut, pretty realistic to what it is. I mean, we're riding fucking boats around like it's 1492. We obviously ain't getting a good cut in. Although with the hairstyles, there is one where bro's like faded up. So, you know, not a very good point, but it's not my game. I didn't make it. Don't blame me. And that takes us to the next step, being makeup, which as you can see is actually the next 3 steps, because you can add 3 different makeups, which isn't just like this sort of eyeshadow stuff you can do or lipstick. It actually goes into being like, oh, scars, as well as like face paint. Although realistically, all of it is face paint, because even the scars you can like change the color of. So that's technically not a scar, because a scar is like a flesh wound. But hey, you know, you do you. My personal favorite is the one where just is face paint on your face, which is realistically the only way you can make yourself look different. Although it is not skin, because you can clearly see like the painted texture and the way the light hits it. But you can actually move it up and down, so you can like color the bottom of your face and neck if you want, or you can move it over to your ear. Should you? Hell nah. But you know, fuck it. If you make it big enough, I'm pretty sure you can like almost get it there where it's even, but it doesn't really work. You can't be covering up your whole face with paint. L game. Like, look, even if you get both the ears by making it a little bit wider, you're still missing like the back of your neck, some of the bottom. And since that's just the next 3 steps, we're just going to go ahead to the expressions, which is like kind of a weird one because it's basically like an expression pack. You can see in the first one, like a teeth smile, a wowed, like whoa face, and then a I just came face for when, you know, the monster's dead and you know, I don't have to say. And then the next one, you know, different kind of thing. There's basically 3 faces in each of these that is like happy, angry, wowed. And it's pretty goofy. I don't know why they don't just be like, here, pick your happy face, pick your sad face, pick your wowed face. It's really not important. I just picked mine off the fucking like expression 4 because I think the first one's kind of funny. The way like absolute grin. I just fuck with that. And then there is clothing. And this is actually one of the first downgrades of the game. All right. Because in Monster Hunter 4, and I'm pretty sure 3 Ultimate, we had more than 4 clothing options. And that was like the first time ever. Now, this is like a little different though, because the female does have different clothing options, but still she doesn't have the ones that like were in those previous games, because there was like a dress version of this clothes. But you know, it's clothing. You're gonna wear armor anyway, so what's the point? It's really just, you know, put this on your character so they're not naked. All right. And at least, you know, we have clothing 1 and 2 because we don't have to use 3 and 4, because 3 and 4 are the OG gay French stripper clothing. All right, real ones know that this shit, like, what is bro even wearing? He's wearing the 1970s basketball shorts, some high ass socks, and probably the most useless shirt in all of existence. All right, you have the tank top, but that's like a no sleeves thing. This has like short sleeves, but nothing below your pecs. And then also like nothing really in the between your pecs. It's literally just fucking useless. All right. You might as well just wear no shirt, but you know, that's like too horny or something. I don't fucking know. So instead we can be like not retarded looking and wear 1 or 2, because I think this is kind of fine. It's still like a fucking crop top male version, and for some reason on the left side you're just missing a shoulder piece. No idea, but at least like the shorts are longer and you're wearing like some sandals, kind of chill. And you can also change the primary color of it. You're still gonna have like this gray piece or this white piece, but you can change the other side to, you know, fit your need. Once again, it's color, so like, is this cool? Sure. It's customization. Does it fucking matter? Hell nah. And lastly, there's voice, and I just now realized for some reason, you know, when you click on anything else, it's your clothing, but when you click on voice, it shows your armor. Don't really know what that's about, but you know, there's voices. You can also choose like when you'll be using these voices. So you can do your attack voice, your damaged voice, and your voice gesture. It's the voice. I've never really put too much thought into these, but there is 20 different options that you can test 8 different ways. So probably the most voice customization ever, but you know, who really cares? I mean, I guess you don't want to pick an annoying one, but that's really it. And as I kind of said earlier, you can see the armor because you actually get to select a default armor, which is basically like secondary clothing. However, there is a big thing, and that is when you have Iceborne installed, you can actually equip the Guardian Alpha armor. And this armor is basically built to allow you speed through the base game so that you can get to Iceborne. So you maybe created a new character because something happened to your old one or something. I don't know. They transferred characters to the new version, so I don't get the problem. But you can just like blast through it. Maybe you're just helping a friend to get to the early game. You don't want to like destroy it, you know, whatever. But this will give you a lot of extra defense and a lot of skills. They'll just, you know, really stop you from having to grind that hunter rank shit, because as we'll see, the game is really built around Iceborne. So, you know, we'll talk more about that when we get there. I didn't want to use it, so I just went with no armor. Not that it really matters, because you actually have leather and chainmail armor in your home chest. So starting with it doesn't change anything. You don't actually have to buy armor like you did in the previous games, as there's no like starting little cash supply that we had where it would like give you some basic armor with like 1 defense on each piece. And that completes like the actual character customization for your character. In general, it is a lot more of a modern take. You know, I kind of shit on the previous versions, but I always did say that it was because these games are generally old. You know, Monster Hunter released in 2004. There was so few 3D character customization that, you know, 1, it's hard to say if it was good or not, and 2, it was good for the time. There was like so little competition. You know, there was like maybe some good 2D character customization, but for 3D, nah. Monster Hunter was like right there in line. And with this one, I would say they're pretty in line. I mean, 2018 is, you know, pretty modern still. Character customization really hasn't changed much over the years. So this one like isn't bad even by today's standards, but I would have liked a little more customization. You know, we kind of talked about with some of the stuff like the mouth and the facial hair. There really isn't much you can do besides moving your mouth up and down or just changing the color of your facial hair. Nothing really there. You know, something like Dark Souls has like a lot of customization for pretty much everything you can add. You can stretch it, you can scale it. You do a lot more, and this just doesn't really have that. Not that it really matters, because it doesn't take away from the real game. And if you actually thought I like really care about the character customization, no, I don't. But you gotta look at everything to figure out the whole picture. So when you hit finish, it will ask you to enter your name, which is new because usually entering your name was the first part of character customization. And over here, we like to test the limits of the character customization naming, because in the past, Capcom like kind of gave a shit about what you named your character, and then later didn't give a shit whatsoever. I mean, I got away with some silly little things, but in this version, they've kind of locked in on the prohibited words. All right, it's few and far between. You can almost do like nothing. They don't even let you get like close to the word. Like I can do a classic like this that like, you know, kind of censors it on my end, which then lets it get through. So in a way, it's not as bad as like the Roblox censoring. I mean, that's like the craziest censor out algorithm ever. But yeah, some of that stuff that we used in the previous versions doesn't work, but you know, Capcom doesn't really care about everybody, all right? Look at this. Hispanics, they hate you. I hate to tell you guys, sorry. Capcom probably hates Goku. I don't know how to tell you guys.
No, fuck. No, Optimus, please.
But you Italians, you guys are protected. I don't know what this is about. You know, Capcom has like an agenda because you can hit the Hispanics, but the Italians, they apparently don't be fucking. You know, maybe they had some real mob shit going on. Either way, you just have to get somewhat creative with this censoring because it's not like really vast. It's just like the basic commonly used ones gone, all right? That shit is no longer allowed. Capcom has gone full Japanese. They don't support free speech. All right, hit them with a third nuke because I mean they already, you know, have some pretty degenerate stuff going on. We need to reset and restart. But enough of that. You know, outside of your character creation, there's also your Palico creation, which we did see a little bit in the past. Of course, Worlds is a lot more open as you have 17 Palico presets with 18 being a randomizer, and it boils down to the outline, which is going to change like the face shape. You have the fur, which you can do like short hair, long hair, how thick the hair is, and of course the color. And then there's the pattern, which changes the general fur look, which again, pretty basic, you know, do whatever you want, as well as the eyes, which is basically the exact same format as the character, just less options. The ears, which there was actually no ear changer for your character, but of course on Palicos, the ears matter a lot more. Then there's the tail. Of course, there wasn't one for the character, but there is 7. And in the past, there was only ever like 3 tails. So this is like kind of hype, but I mean, it's the tail. So, you know, why you staring at the cat tail, you fucking weirdo. And then there's the clothing, and the Palico just has one set of clothing, which is technically a downgrade, but you are able to change the color of it. You know, I don't know why they didn't include multiple versions, but fuck it. And then there's also the voice. You just want to choose like the least annoying one. Make sure the pitch is low, and you're pretty much good to go. And then it ends with there being an armor selection. You can, you know, which you can either go with no armor or leather armor. And I like the leather armor because it's pretty stylized. So I just kept that shit on. You know, I like that he's kind of like pimped out, ready to rock for me. And then you enter your Palico's name. It's basically the same sort of censoring. So, you know, do what you want with that. I always be rocking P. Diddy. No, we're not talking about that horrible person, guys. This is Palico Diddy. He's the homie. I don't know what you guys are on about. And that wraps up the character. It shows off both your character and your Palico. And if you hit no, you'll go back to character creation at the very beginning for some reason. And if you hit yes, of course, you will start into the game, although you technically already started. So it's like, okay, now you're back. And it picks up that cutscene basically where you left off, immediately showing your character. And in this new cutscene, it's basically when the game actually starts, as the character customization is complete, and it's on to the intro scene, which is an interesting one to say the least. I mean, first off, your character has no dialogue. So when these characters speak to you, you just like awkwardly either look around, nod, or shake your head. And then when you walk away, you just give them a little wave. And then bro kind of like gives you a little wave bye. It's really goofy because this is like the first time that Monster Hunter had like fully voice acted characters. But, you know, you don't get one. And it's kind of understandable because they would have to adjust it to the voice options you selected. But I mean, I would have been fine if they didn't do that and just gave me some sort of voice. It's so weird being talked to and just have your character be like, I'm autistic, please don't speak to me. Like, what are we doing? But if we're being real, this is probably for the best because we just have some goofy ass Dragon Age or Assassin's Creed Shadows dialogue because there's no way Capcom writes good dialogue because they can't even write a fucking story. It would be like, that monster was really powerful. And your character would like shift around a little and then be like, yeah, it was actually really strong. I didn't think I'd be able to beat it. Like, shut the hell up. And we know this is true, all right? Monster Hunter fanboys, don't even come at me because these motherfuckers wrote the handler. And we're gonna have a real deep dive in the handler on the other side of the video when we get to the actual Monster Hunter part. But we gotta move along this intro. So basically what happens is you go and you talk to your handler. And what the handler is every hunter has a handler who's basically there to sort out quests and kind of have your direction, as well as be a general advisor as they're more researched while you're more combat researched. It's honestly a pretty good system. You know, it's like a knight in their squire fire, essentially. So I like that kind of new added detail, especially when you're going to a new world. And after some pretty useless dialogue, something stirs in the ship as we're actually still out sea on our journey to the new world. And as we reach the front of the ship, a giant molten rock rises out of the sea and topples our boat. I guess it doesn't actually topple it, it just kind of puts the front up straight, so we end up falling off, as well as our palico. That bitch fucking dies. Hope you didn't get too attached in the character creation. It's dead. But luckily for us, we're alive, and we actually landed on the molten rock, which as it turns out is not actually just a molten rock or volcano. It is actually a giant monster. So we got to climb up around it and essentially just get the hell off, because what are we supposed to do? The boat's gone. It ended up sliding off and somehow didn't break into like 1,000 pieces. I mean, maybe it's not made out of wood. Maybe it's made out of monster bone disguised as wood. Hey, don't ask me. If you're really I'm gonna be real, that shit should have splintered into 1,000 pieces. But this intro really isn't any sort of tutorial or anything. It's basically like when you fight the Dahan Moran from Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate, you're just trying to get yourself out of there. And the way we do is we climb all the way up, somehow not burning our hands and feet off, and dodge a bunch of rocks so that we can reach the head of the monster, which we then slide down and end up grappling onto some flying small beast in the sky that carries both me and the handler to the new world. And I'll be real, the new world is beautiful, all right? I don't have nostalgia goggles on for those old games. Monster Hunter 1 and 2, that's like a crayon painting from me in 3rd grade. And let me tell you, I do not have good drawing skills, all right? I'm more autistic than artistic. And Monster Hunter World itself looks more like a Van Gogh painting. All right, it's just not comparable. Van Gogh versus 3rd grader me, he definitely solos, and he's dead. The cutscene ends up ending with us landing near this campsite, which we then have a map. Lucky us, otherwise we'd literally be stumbling around a forest. So that's good, and it teaches you how to use the map and everything, pin stuff. But the real shit is when you walk out of this little grove, oh, it really does show like the world itself, and it just looks dope. Like the other one was a cutscene. You can kind of spice that up, make it look better than it is. But like when you're walking out there, the game still looks gorgeous. Like for 2018, they smacked the shit out of the park, and I'm able to run it as perfect as I want. Surely like performance won't have anything to do with the later part in this video. Another time. So what this whole point of this is we have to get to the Research Commission's HQ because we don't want to, be lost out in the forest and die. And there really isn't any more tutorial here either. Like, you already know how to run and how to sprint. I mean, it's basically the same in every other game. I guess if this is your first video game, yeah, on keyboard you use WASD and you hit shift to sprint. You're welcome. This video is a tutorial, guys. The really only mechanic they show off is that you can hide in a bush if you have no weapon. So if you're ever hunting a large monster and you forgot to equip your weapon, guys, just hide in a bush. You're welcome. Monster Hunter? No. Monster Hider. But after hiding from some monsters, it does reach another mechanic that is actually useful for later, and that is that you can find these green gashes that are highlighted by these skyflies that basically show where a monster has been, whether it be footprints or in this case gashes. And this is when you realize what this whole thing was for. It's still intro cutscene, baby, because a monster that kind of looks Jamaican, stay with me now, and is also into vor because that bitch just like gets all thick and shit for me. And I don't mind if it's getting all thick and shit, but like you're trying to eat the handler, dude. I don't really want that because I at this point didn't realize how annoying she was. Later though, I'll feed you, don't worry. And so we end up running from this mysterious beast. Obviously I know what it is now, but it's gonna chase us all the way to the gate, and that's when watch out! It gets fucking absolutely slammed by this even bigger monster, because you know what they say, there's always a bigger fish. And so we get this cool little cutscene where it's just thrashing, bro. I mean, Pitbull on a 2-year-old, dunzo. And in that time, we just barely are able to jump into the gate, Superman dive as it closes, protecting us from its huge tail swipe, as we have finally reached the HQ of Astera. I'm just kidding, guys. It's Astera. All right, I do know how to pronounce things now that they have real dialogue. Fuck all you judgers who didn't play pre-world games, all right? I just had to guess, and I'm not apparently the best sounder outer. But enough malding. We are now actually in Astera, and so we get familiar familiarized with, the actual places. Because the rest of the 5th Fleet made it safely here somehow, all right? Nobody else fell off the boat. Nobody else, died. That's crazy. Then, as we slowly work our way to the village, we come in contact with the commander of Astera, who is actually implying that the guild spoke highly of us as individuals, and so he wasn't really worried that we were out alone in the forest, which makes me wonder if he's either implying that we were trained well or if that we were actually hunters in the old world. Obviously nothing super crazy because we have to start out, but I do wonder if this is the first time that for once we're not a complete novice in the actual world. It's Monster Hunter, so those things really aren't fleshed out, but maybe we'll talk about it later on the story side. But it's just something to think about that never before have we really been trusted in, really ever, because never did we ever have a reputation to trust. That little chit chat with the commander is the final form of intro cutscene, and we are now being guided throughout the village of Astera, starting with the stockpile first, which is your provision center. It's where you're going to buy your goods and shit. And then next up, we're going to go to the smithy, which is actually on the 2nd floor of the village. Really snazzy shit. We have a lot of verticality in this bitch. And of course, we're going to take the longest way possible there. We're going to walk all the way to the back of the village. We're going to go up this long ass winding stairs. Come on, dude. I can see the lift right there. But there is purpose behind this, as during your little walk up the stairs, the field team leader gives you a little lore about how the commander's his grandfather, some shit, and then he's born on Astera. So he's never actually seen the old world, which is kind of cool, I guess. It'd be like being born on the moon. But that's not really the point. We get to the smithy. He says it's where you craft weapons and armor. No shit. And then the handler has stupid ass dialogue. Already you're kind of already bullish on her. And then after that, we're going to make our way to the canteen, which is where we find our Palico. Just kidding, guys. He didn't actually die. I know you're probably surprised, how could you lie to me? But did you guys forget that cats have 9 lives? So this one now has 8 left. After we get accustomed with the canteen, the gong rings saying it's time for the council meeting, which we have with the commander, and they give a little more background on why we're actually here and what's going on in the new world. And they also say that the monster that we ran into was an elder dragon called Zoro Magdros. And the reason that he was in the ocean to begin with is because he's making the Elder Crossing. And the Elder Crossing is something of a mystery because we don't actually know why elder dragons make the Elder Crossing. We just know that they do, and that it is a drift from the old world to the new world. And it happens every decade or so now and has happened more frequently recently. So something's, kind of going on there. And so the research commission part of the Astera New World crew is trying to figure that out. Of course, we're still nobodies, so we got to work our way up to that, point of being able to help them. So our first mission is to slay some Jagras, which is come on, bro. That ain't gonna help us do anything. You mean I gotta go secure the village from monsters that I hid in a bush from? Dog, those motherfuckers are dumber than fucking chickens, all right? Dumb as shit. I could probably beat them down with a stick. I don't need no weapon. Why'd we even hide? But luckily, I don't have to beat it down with a stick because it's at this point where we would normally get money to go buy weapons or armor, typically just armor. But no, because all of that stuff is actually in our living quarters. So if we drift over to our living quarters, we can either pick that leather or chainmail armor that I said was there the whole time, which is why it really doesn't matter what you pick, but I just kind of wanted to show you, and also pick any sort of weapon you want, which for me was the longsword, but I'm also going to use the charge blade a little bit here and there. Just kind of depends on what I'm feeling, but I just like the longsword in this game. And then it's off to slay that little herd of Jagras. Just won 7. Was 7 really threatening the village? Come on, bro. You could have got the kids to throw rocks at him and they'd probably run away. However, after me kind of shitting on how easy this quest is and whatnot, I did realize that this quest is actually pretty interesting and important because the tutorial of Monster Hunter World is not optional. There's no real optional stuff you can do besides something later that we'll get into, but it kind of is optional at the same time because the way they do the tutorial is okay, go slay 7 Jagras, and then that whole time you're basically being told while you run around and slay them about stuff in the game, about how to gather, how to find tracks, how scout flies work, and even how to craft a mega potion. He literally says you can gather honey and mix it with the potion to make mega potion. Instead of making you do it as a quest, they're kind of just dropping that shit on you. So it is kind of optional because you really don't have to pay attention. You definitely don't have to actually do it. But if you were new or something, you might look for honey to kind of figure it out so that you know how to do it later. And I think that's cool. It makes it a lot more practical and fluid than like, hey, do this quest, go get us a single mega potion. Like, come on, bro, you're wasting everyone's time. And outside of those base tutorial parts, there's also using the environment in the little cave where the Jagras go to hide after you slayed like 2 of them. There are these little fireflies. So if you press F on them, they'll like blow everything with a flash of light and they won't be able to see. So you'll stun all the monsters. And so you're already kind of learning that the environment plays a little bit into your hunts and that you'll be able to just hit F on these things to trigger them later. Although there are some stuff they don't teach you, like being able to shoot parts of the environment to trigger it, but maybe I just didn't pay attention at that part. And after completing your culling of the Jagras, you get another quest where you slay 3 male Kestodon and 5 female Kestodon, which are just small monsters, you know, different looking from the Jagras, basically the same thing. And in this quest, they also kind of just give you little tips and hints along the way, even telling me about my weapon in specific, which they say the longsword, you know, get its spirit gauge up to grow its power, like as simple as that. They don't tell you how, but you do have that resource through the hunter's notes. So really it's all explained there for new players and returning because some of the mechanics are actually different. And after you slay your first herd of Kestodon, the field team leader will lead you to the next one, but give you little hints on how to actually find them, you know, where they like to stay and how to use the academic life to improve your hunts. And I really didn't think I could be kind of surprised even more how they did the tutorial, but I really was, because after you slay the Kestodon required, you're supposed to go back to the field team leader where you think you would be completing the quest, but actually he's found some great Jagras footprints. And speak of the devil, a great Jagras comes and eats an entire Kestodon and gets nice and big and fat for me. I would love to get inside. I mean, rub that tummy. But we don't have time for that because we got to go take that bitch down. And that's when we learn to track our first monster, because the great Jagras simply just runs away after eating an entire monster. And so we have to follow its footprints, follow its gash marks, and you slowly pick up on how to actually track the monster with the scout flies pointing you in the direction, the footprints slowly leading you there, and your knowledge of the monster growing, which directs you better and ends up showing it on the map. And then you're sent to actually hunt and kill the great Jagras. So it's really cool that, you know, this quest has evolved. Never was there a quest before in the previous Monster Hunters that like evolved as you did it. So it's cool to see that in this new game, they're not afraid to like just do different shit. And it's not like super brave to do this, but it is a cool test. But it is a cool change because before it's like when you would start a quest, you'd know exactly what you're getting into. But here we didn't. And in the future, we won't. It's an already impressive flair to the game that I kind of like, especially in this tutorial phase, to really show you what you're going to be getting into so early. And in this monster hunt, the monster's also going to run away. So you once again have to put your tracking abilities to the test and do it all by yourself so that you can actually find it. And that's essentially the first large monster hunt of Monster Hunter World of this new generation. And I think it's definitely record time. I mean, I fought this thing within an hour of gameplay, which, you know, the other ones were always like, you know, a couple quests, maybe in Dose you could fight it that quickly because they didn't have a real tutorial. But even then, I'm not sure. But I am sure that definitely not in those first ones, because you'd have to do like, you know, 3 or 4 quests to even get the tutorial done. And you might have to do some other bullshit that's set up. And then like by the 3-star quest, you could fight it. Here, we're just in that shit. And I think that is a much better way of actually doing things, getting into the action better, having it not really slow down, because the old way that they would kind of train you was at the start of the quest, you would just get some dialogue from the chief. If you did certain things like go pick up an egg, you'd get more dialogue from the chief and he would just tell you what to do. But I like how even when you're running around, the field team leader who's in the field with you is telling you what's going on. That's kind of dope. It's definitely showing its modern footprints. That was obviously severely lacking in the older games. That's why they're, you know, older games. And if fighting that big honking monster wasn't enough, then there's even a little cutscene at the end that shows a new monster that looks something out of like a colorful kids cartoon poking at some like molten rock. And that's when I would consider the tutorial to be wrapped up, because at this point you get a little more freedom to actually go and do things. Multiplayer's unlocked. You can get optional quests to do those instead to kind of, you know, do some of the other things around the village, like upgrade your provisions, upgrade the canteen, stuff like that we'll get into later. But for now, I just want to finish talking about the tutorial because I think this is probably the best tutorial to date. You know, Monster Hunter 1's tutorial was pretty bad. It was really boring, constant stop and start, and honestly a slog, but I do approve of it because you had to learn a bunch of mechanics. In Monster Hunter Dose, you kind of already knew the mechanics if you played MH1, so it was like skip it if you want, do it if you want. I really liked that. In Monster Hunter 3, it was pretty boring once again. There was no way to like skip it or anything, and there was a lot of it. So that was probably my least favorite one, especially because it's the third game. I get it. It was on the Wii, so they were expecting like a lot of new people to play, but I don't know, man. What was wrong with the optional stuff? And then we have MH4, which I kind of like, but I also don't like because, I mean, it's the fourth game and we're still having to do a mandatory tutorial. But the way they tied it into the story with the first part kind of teaching you how to play the game by being on the boat and fighting the Dahin Moran, that was really cool. And especially with that cutscene at the end, it was really exciting. And I will say that cutscene was still better than the Monster Hunter World one, so it gets like a little more points for the tutorial because it was worth it. And then you also have to do like the quests, you know, deliver a potion, deliver some steaks, blah, 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 classic stuff. But you were doing it because you were a novice and trying to prove your worth to the Caravaneer. So it did have story tie-ins, unlike Monster Hunter 3 where it's like, oh, you want to be a hunter? Do these things to show that you could be a hunter. Whoa, this was like, well, I'm not just going to let you be our Caravaneer, but for Monster Hunter 3, like you went there to be a hunter and they knew you were a hunter and they didn't have another hunter. So like, I mean, just send me to hunt a monster and I'll show you. But in this one, there's that intro cutscene that's pretty, you know, cool and everything with the Zoro Magdaros, as it's like a massive elder dragon and shit, similar to Dahin Moran, but a little less cool because you just kind of like climb on it. You know, I liked shooting cannons, the ballista, and then hitting the gong. That was hype. And then I just felt like the boat scene on the sand was like much more packed with adrenaline compared to the Zoro Magdaros that we kind of just slide down and then fly our way away, even though it's like we're flying on like a pretty small winged beast and we have, you know, a harpoon that is holding two people up. Pretty goofy. We would probably die. And then we just happen to land in the campsite. A little too much good faith in that one. Plus, we don't even see the Zoro Magdaros do anything. It just happens to bump us. We're basically a flea on its nutsack, so it doesn't really care for us. If it was like fighting and then we had to maybe aggravate it to make it like go a different way from us, that would have been cool, but nope, we're just kind of little fleas. But I do guess we get that at the gate, so that was kind of cool, but it's just really fast and in general just kind of less of what Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate had, but cool nonetheless. I don't hate the tutorial. It's probably the best one because it has those cool moments with the intro, and then it also is a good way to actually like get you into the game because it doesn't shove all the mechanics into your face and just expects you to remember it. Kind of feeds you it if you need it, and then of course you have like all the hunter's notes to kind of get you through the game if necessary anyway. But yeah, to really sum it up, just like that, I like the tutorial. I think it was probably the best one. You combine that intro with the general way they feed you the tutorial. It wasn't too in your face and they still kept it interesting throughout. Now with the tutorial out of the way, we move on to the quests of Monster Hunter World that make up the game. And the way they actually worked is the tutorial, all the quests we have already talked about, the Jagras, Kestodon, and Great Jagras were 1-star quests. And the star system is the way things are going to move forward most of the time. There is a different way they do things. And also some quests are actually multiple quests even though you selected one. So the Kestodon quest, for instance, is called a Kestodon Kerfuffle, and it is a key quest, slay 8 Kestodon. But the Great Jagras quest was an urgent quest, and it is called the Great Jagras Hunt. And the reason it is set up this way is if you actually beat the Kestodons and then you leave the quest, you can choose the Great Jagras Hunt from the quest menu, you know? It'll be there. And so usually that's how that works. You don't have to do the second quest immediately when it's baked in, as you'll be able to find it later and it actually counts as a different quest. And I think that's really cool as well that they actually allow you to like save your progress. If maybe you were just like, all right, one more quest, but then it's like, I don't have time for another 20-minute quest. Like, dude, I got to get to work. That's dope. Very good quality of life change, I would say. Now, the way the game picks up next with the quests is obviously taking you to the 2-star quest because the system works the same as the old games did. With the Great Jagras Hunt being an urgent quest, promotes you to being able to take on 2-star quests, which the first one is the Kula Yaku as a key quest, and this is so that we can build a camp. So even though we saw that monster earlier, it's not actually going to be the next one you fight. You have to take this dumb bitch down first, and generally it's not a very impressive monster. Kind of is like a Velociprey type thing, but you know, that isn't in this game. This is kind of the new version, obviously a bird wyvern. So it's nothing really of note, just a key quest that was, you know, is going to progress the quest system. But after completing it, it does lead into a new type of quest, although one that does seem a little familiar, and that is expeditions. Now, expeditions did exist in Monster Hunter 4 by name. These are similar in concept, but very different in actual practice because this game came out way after Monster Hunter 4, so they actually made these into something that's kind of interesting. And the best way for me to explain how these work is to actually look in game as a little menu pops up that says tutorial and explains expeditions. It says you can depart on an expedition by selecting a destination from the world map without accepting a quest. So you just run out the gates and it'll show you the world map and you can pick where the expedition's supposed to take place. In this case, it is the ancient forest, and it'll even be noted with that little red quest symbol so you know where to go. And unlike quests, expeditions are very open-ended and are great if you want to freely explore the world. So similar to those quests we had where they were like, you have 50 minutes to do anything and then you just grab a ticket from the blue box and deliver it. It's kind of like that if you need like to gather resources and you don't want to have to slay a monster at the end. You can just do whatever you need to do. There is no time limit, however. You will not fail no matter how many times you faint, and there are no completion conditions or rewards, but you will keep any materials you gather and points you earn, and monsters will depart the field after a set time elapses. So it is like way more free and also just different from expeditions because expeditions were not as free and they usually had you do something. You know, when you first fight that Velocidrome in MH4U, you didn't have to actually slay it. You could have just ran, but like, why not? The guild wants you to, so you just go ahead and do it. But all you had to do is reach the card at the end and then you were done. That's not even how it works here with like getting out. When you want to return from an expedition, you can either speak to the handler at the camp and she'll give you an option. You can just go to the menu and hit return from expedition, or you can pull up the world map and select headquarters. And expeditions aren't only just, selected by going into the world map. When you actually complete a quest, you can choose to return to camp after that quest is complete, and you will automatically just switch into an expedition so you can keep running around the local that you were in from the quest. And this will even allow you to talk to the handler and start a quest even faster because you won't have to do the loading screens. You won't have to like get stuck in any dialogue. You can just go back to back. So if you were grinding and you know that like these quests you wanted to do were in the same location, you can just slam them back to back to back to back, and you can even like get new supplies at the campsite. So it's a pretty interesting change to make the game more fluid and also make expeditions more interesting because they were pretty bland in MH4U because for one, you usually knew what you were there for, even though they were supposed to be like kind of you're off the grid type shit. And they also just really didn't serve a purpose as it followed mainly the basic game function just in a different location. The first expedition we actually take on in Monster Hunter World is one to find a new campsite. And of course, as we discussed, you can accept it by walking out the gates and going to the correct local that is going to have the expedition. For in this case, it is the ancient forest. The location of the new campsite is marked on the map in the ancient forest with that little objective, little red symbol. And so you just have to run there to get it done. However, as we talked about, sometimes expeditions have added stuff that wasn't really told to you through any story means. And so in this case, when we find our little campsite, we run into that pesty little Kula Yaku that I talked about earlier that we would have to hunt. So we didn't even actually get a quest to hunt that thing. We just happened to find it on the expedition, but it counts as a quest because if you don't want to fight it during the expedition, you can back out and then select it as a quest on the quest board, or you can just fight it right now, which is why I say that the expeditions have a lot more fluidity than they did in Monster Hunter 4U, and I actually think they work rather well, at least when they're done like this. And when you finish your hunt, you can just back out of the expedition and both quests will be completed, which will then unlock the urgent quest of hunting the Puke Puke, which is going to be the 2-star urgent quest that will unlock the 3 stars, continuing this cycle that we've seen before. However, the cycle isn't exactly the same thing, and that's notable when we reach the 3-star quest, because we unlock the 3-star after doing the urgent quest with the Puke Puke, which then introduces the 3-star quest, which start off with the best kind of quest, which is to complete an assignment. It doesn't actually say what we're actually doing, because usually it would say like hunt a Puke Puke, hunt a Kula Yaku, but instead it just says complete assignment, and it does have a little bit of a description in the actual client list, which is from the commander, and it says something surely left by Zora Magdaros was discovered out in the Wildspire Waste. 5th Fleet hunters keep our scholars safe as you escort them out to investigate this new evidence. So it's an investigation quest that doesn't really have a directive. And when we actually enter this quest, we are in this new Wildspire Waste, and you'll see the handler and a scholar pushing along a cart on, an unmarked path. We're essentially just going to follow them and defend the researchers as the quest assignment says. And this isn't something we really ever did in Monster Hunter 4U. There was that expedition where the Gore Magala was attacking the Ace Hunters and had actually injured one, which then meant we had to like fight the Gore Magala and make it run away or just, distract it so that they could get out of there. And I guess it is similar, but this one does end up being different and just works a lot better in world since it has those seamless environments. Plus, this quest actually puts some respect on the Rathian and by, proxy, the Rathalos, because at this point in the game, dude, the Rathian is slapping the shit out of you. He just hit me with his leg while running. Half my health is gone. So you're not even supposed to really defend them from the Rathian. You're kind of just supposed to distract the Rathian while the cart goes through the area. And I kind of thought I was supposed to be fighting it, so I did get fainted. I mean, she folded my ass. And well, the consequences of fainting really aren't there. Sure, you lose a feint because it is, part of the quest, but you don't really have to defend the researchers very well. They'll be fine. That they don't really have a health bar or anything, so I'm not even sure if you can fail the quest. And that's something we'll get to later because that is a bit of a criticism. But for now, it doesn't matter. So we essentially just move out of range of the Rathian, and that's the end of the fight, which wasn't really how the Gore Magala quest worked. There wasn't really a way you could run away. But I like how, we're not even supposed to fight it. And it just adds a little bit more detail to just being like, oh, you're a new hunter. Just take on like a really strong beast, whatever. After the scholars actually reach the Zoromagdaros rock to, get some research on, we get into a cutscene and it ends up that a Baroth has found our location and is coming to attack us. And we do this really cool fucking sliding under it, then trick shot into its eyeball to knock it over. That's fire. Capcom animation, kind of goated. And then we end up with a quest to hunt a Baroth, which to be honest, I mean, nothing against the monster. I was a little disappointed that already it seemed like we were fighting, previous gen monsters. I really thought since like it was Monster Hunter World, a huge release and shit, it would be a lot of, new monsters just filling up the story part of things. While of course bringing back old ones since like, there's a lot of new people and who doesn't like fighting some of the old monsters. I just kind of thought it felt a little early. Different discussion point for later though. The actual quest is pretty interesting and is something that hasn't really been done. You fight two different monsters where one of them you're not even supposed to fight. You're kind of just supposed to hide from. That was something never really used. But all of this kind of makes quests feel more real. Even though you're using a quest board and it's just like, oh, go do this quest instead of the way that Dose did it where you did quests to fulfill actual requests from villagers to improve the village. In this way, you're going to research this Zoromagdaros threat and why it's actually doing what it's doing because you're trying to find it. And so you run into a Rathian. You're not supposed to slay the Rathian because that doesn't really fit the narrative of why you're out there. You're trying to defend the researchers. So in this case, you're able to just run away. And then when the Baroth comes, well, the Baroth is where the location of the Zoromagdaros little rock is. So it does actually make some sense to kill it because it's in the direct area. And I like that. They don't just have you doing quests to do quests like they kind of did in Monster Hunter 3 mostly, but they're also not just having everything limited to what the villagers want to improve the village. In this case, the village is already pretty improved. What the focus on in these quests is the research of Zoromagdaros, which isn't something that they ever really achieved in the past. Everything always had to have a quest with a directive that you knew you were getting into, but I like how they're making the environment really feel unstable with just these monsters that you don't even know live in the environment just show up and come after you. I'm going to give Monster Hunter World a lot of credit for this, even though I do think this is just a more modern take on gaming because everything's allowed to be seamless now with all the new technology, but they still did have to put these ideas together and actually get them to work. So I appreciate that they kind of nailed how these work because you still feel like you're serving a purpose and you're also serving a gameplay purpose by, having fights mixed in often enough in these quests to keep you entertained while also having some sort of direction on what the whole purpose of what you're doing is. The next key quest of the game is a quest called Sinister Shadows in the Swamp, and it is like the last quest where we don't actually know what we're doing and it is just a complete the assignment quest. But the general idea of the quest is there is a scholar that is lost out in the Wildspire Waste and we have to go find him. So when we hop in, we follow his tracks and actually find some tracks of a different monster that we have no info on. And when we find the actual scholar, he is at the corpse of a Baroth, which has been pretty brutally maimed. I mean, it's not graphic or anything, but you can tell that shit got its ass beat. And when we get to him, he says that the monster was not killed by a Jura Todos, as I guess we would have thought since it was surrounded by water, but at the same time, probably something different since this one has some sort of spikes in it that we know nothing about at this time. And so it's a confusing quest that combines elements of the tracking system to kind of build up a story to how he got there because you find items from him like a book while also finding different items of a different monster. monster, and then taking that and throwing in a fight, because as we're investigating the Baroth and getting the scholar to safety, the Juratodos that he said earlier pops out of the water and comes to scrap. And so this quest is pretty confusing, but does give us context that something is out of the ordinary, and something completely shocked the scholar to the point where he was frozen in fear at the body of the Baroth. So he witnessed something that was out of the ordinary, and he's a scholar, so like he's supposed to know everything, right? But anyway, that's neither here nor there, because we now have to slay the Juratodos, as that's now the new assignment. So it's this mystery quest that takes you in and then ends off with a fight that we didn't actually know was coming, because it was just a complete the assignment. Shit is just happening, and I like that. I like how quests are unpredictable. You don't have an assignment that's, just stapled on the front, like hunt a Tigrex, hunt a Nargacuga, just regular shit. It's actually giving you the story through the means of the hunt. The next two quests we take on are actually straightforward quests, with the first one being to hunt a Toby Kadachi, which is being done as a villager request because the chief botanist wants to be able to get us new specialized tools, and we need to do that first because it's disrupting it. And then the second is to hunt an Anjath, because to build up to the next quest, we need to secure Astera, and the Anjath is causing some problems in the local. So it's nice to see that there are still direct quests mixed in with the, more open-ended quests that could lead you anywhere, because it's a good way of doing this story. We have stuff that the village specifically needs, like to secure it by taking out the Anjath, and a specific villager request for taking out the Toby Kadachi. It's a lot more engaging than just spamming, direct quests over and over again. It's just like, fight this monster, okay, fight this monster, okay, fight this monster, now fight this ultimate monster. Instead, it's like building up a narrative through the quests, and then it's like, fight these two monsters to secure something and get something else going. And then after the Anjath quest, which is an urgent quest, we get into the 4-star quests, which then lead into a very important quest, which is to capture Zoro Magdaros, the massive elder dragon that we were following this whole time. So these quests actually do build up to this quest in a fluid and tangible way. It's not just like hunt this, which then just magically makes this monster show up, which we hunt, to magically make this one, so we hunt, and then we get to that. The quests are designed as actual building blocks to reach a specific quest. And this is also kind of how the quest board is set up. Of course, new generation, the quest board does look a bit different, and now's a good time to talk about it, because in the past, quests were just kind of designated by star, and we still have that star system. It's just better separated out, because first, depending on where you are at the game, you'll be able to select low/high rank quests, and then you'll see a select category spot, which will have assigned optional investigations and events. So assigned quests obviously are just what you do for the story. Stuff like the complete assignment for the Baroth and Juratodos are there, as well as the hunt the Anjath and Toby Kadachi. And then in optional quests, you have some of the optional village requests, like the chef is telling you to go collect some eggs so that it can give you a new ingredient, as well as something like the botanist wanting you to go collect some rare material so that they can upgrade your farm. Then there's also the investigations and events, with investigations being that kind of expedition type play where we go and you have to find the tracks to investigate what's going on, and event quests being stuff that Capcom either added at the beginning that are these special arena quests usually, or something they've added down the line of the game. So really, it's not just all lumped in, and you don't even have to go to like the guild hall to get event quests or arena quests. And that's a pretty good way of doing it. And then with the Iceborne side of things, instead of just having to select through low and high rank, you can actually select a different sort of quest, which is the master rank, which we'll get to later. But the quest board is actually divided up into a decent way that allows you to either progress story, do optional, or fuck around in an event quest to get certain things like decorations, layered armor, or just random tickets for whatever. I think the way they set it up is pretty good, and it's more reminiscent of how DOS was very divided out. You could divide by either the location of the monsters, the type of the monsters, or what the guild was suggesting you to hunt, which usually followed around with what the villagers were requesting. And that just kind of worked. Although that one didn't have any star guide for like progression, it was more for the level of the monster, but it did make it more engaging to actually pick different quests compared to like 3 and 4, which just has you go by star ranking, and being able to switch between high and low rank didn't really matter. At the end of the day, the quest board's not going to make or break the game, but I think at this point they have found a very nice base that I really don't see getting sort of any changes outside of if they ever want to revert back to the old game. Yeah, they'll never do that, right? New world for life. Anyway, back to our main focus, which is just going along the quests, which will lead us into this next 4-star quest, one for the history books. That is a complete the assignment quest, and is described as follows: as the commander says, at dawn we'll attempt what no one in history has dared, capture an elder dragon. Keyword on attempt, and why it is a complete the assignment and not a capture the Zoro Magdaros. I would prefer if they did try to bait you like, oh, call it a capture quest. But I mean, I hadn't played the game and I knew for sure that we weren't going to be capturing this motherfucker so early in the game. Like, come on, it's going to take a little longer. But spoilers aside, the actual way the quest works is when you hop in, you have a little siege setup, which includes you and a couple NPCs that basically just work on loading cannons that you're going to hit Zoro Magdaros with and hold him back, I guess, from the gate while also weakening him, because when you hit him with the cannonballs, you're doing a lot of damage, which is important, but it also kind of shifts him back. And so you're just launching cannons into him the whole time. It's not like the hypest shit ever, but I guess it's supposed to feel pretty hype. Outside of cannons, there's also the ballista that you can shoot him with, but that typically does less damage. And as he progresses into your little siege setup, he does destroy things like ballistas and cannons. So it's best to weaken him as you can, if that's actually how the game worked, because the game is actually not built around this part even mattering, because whether you weaken him or not, you're still just going to progress to the next part of the siege that's focused on trying to capture him. Or as much as they try, this whole siege is kind of bullshit. And this is just one of the parts where like what you do really has no outcome on the completion of the quest. So already not a great start for what's supposed to be a really cool quest. The second part of the quest works after Zoro Magdaros breaks out of the rocks. You're going to go to the hitching post, which is then gonna like put you onto his actual back, where you're supposed to go and destroy the magma cores. And at first it looks like there's 3 magma cores, one at the back, one at the middle, and one kind of at the top of his back. There's actually a 4th that's on his head. And the function of the magma cores is just kind of unique to this quest because you'll never really have to deal with them again, but you basically just hit them and they end up exploding as you pump them with enough damage. And during that, they'll also like shoot lava or magma, I guess, out of these little cracks in it, which are going to damage you and of course set you on fire. So pretty annoying to get rid of them because you're essentially just sitting there wailing into them while occasionally having to jump out of the way to not take all that added damage, which was then going to lead to you having to heal. But what if I told you you don't even have to destroy the magma cores? Because there's really just a timer on how long these things are going to sit there. And if you don't destroy them, it's not really to your detriment, but you are going to be missing out on a little added loot because basically the quest is going to move on no matter what, and you're still going to end up succeeding. This Zoro Magnus quest is basically just a quest on rails, has absolutely zero merit to the story, to completing anything outside of like what is going to happen on this kind of linear path. But by not breaking the magma cores, you are going to get less loot at the end when you get that like kind of loot chest, you know, with the rewards and shit. So I don't know, it kind of matters. Like you might as well do something instead of just like sitting there waiting for them to just disappear, but you don't have to, and not doing it isn't going to be a fail when it probably should. But I mean, no one really likes doing these quests anyway, so thank God, I guess. The third part of the quest after the magma cores is actually hunting a new monster. It's literally called a mysterious black monster when you first is spotted by the handler, and honestly it is a pretty cool badass black monster. I mean, huge fucking spiky wings, spiky looking tail, the whole texture of it is just spiky, so those were kind of retard descriptions, but it's pretty fucking badass, especially with its massive horns that are black tipped. It's definitely not something to fuck around with, and so our task here is just to repel it because we don't want it to mess up our capture of Zoro Magdaros by like attacking it and keeping it awake, you know, whatever the plan really was. So you'll just do enough damage to get it to go away, although it does go away on its own if you just do nothing. So, you know, you do you. Personally though, I just kind of follow along with the quest because like what else are you gonna do? Just like walk away from your desk, I guess. I don't know. What it comes down to is you do repel it whether you tried or not, and it ends up flying away, leaving us to capture the Zoro Magdaros, which unfortunately is tired of our fucking bullshit and is ready to dip. I mean, this thing's basically just lava Godzilla, so it really doesn't have to fuck with us and just completely walks through our flimsy ass wood walls and just heads on out of here at snail's pace. But like if a snail was, you know, the size of Godzilla, so it's like actually covering ground, I guess, just really slow. However, that is the end of the quest, and it's kind of why I mentioned that they don't actually say the quest is a capture quest, because we don't actually end up completing the assignment, although it's still a pass and we get to move on to more 4-star quests, which after an expedition of the Koro Highlands leads us to a Palumu, which is required to be hunted as it is needed for the airship engineer to do research so that we can fly down to wherever Zoro Magnus has run off to. So even if it is a direct quest, we still do have reason behind it. And that's a good theme that they're keeping up with the Monster Hunter quests that are kind of carrying the story, is every quest does have a purpose that's backed by the dialogue between characters before it. It's not just in the description, it's happening in the story. Now, because we did slay the Paolumu, we get to a new area, the Rod and Veil, which is going to give us new key quests. The first one being to slay the Radoban, which in itself is a pretty cool monster. But the reason we actually slay it is just so that we can continue surveying the Rod and Veil, as it's a new area that no one in the New World has really gotten to research before, because, you know, the research committee had never really been able to get down there, which is why we had to get the airship engineer on that shit. All right, we're just making real strides out here. That's all you got to know. After slaying the Radoban, we get another quest to hunt a Legiana, because it's disrupting the skies over the highlands, which, you know, is where we are because we just used the airship engineer to upgrade our little blimp. So we then have to take that out, which makes a lot of sense and unlocks the 5-star quests. And you would think we would continue either at the Coral High Grounds or the Rod and Veil, but this next quest, the first one of the 5-star variety, actually takes us back to the ancient forest, because that is where we know first Wyverians have been spotted, and they are, you know, kind of more connected to nature, so we think they'll be able to help us find where Zoro Magnus is hidden. But if they just told us for free, this wouldn't be a quest, and they actually want us to take out 2 monsters that are atop of the food chain, the Rathalos and Diablos. So during an expedition to find them, we basically get 2 direct quests from that one. So at this point, we're not even really progressing by doing quests. We're doing expeditions, investigations in between these quests to get new ones, when in the past, the only way they really ever gave you new quests was if you would do like villager requests, like in Monster Hunter Tri. You know, sometimes you had to deliver something to a villager in order to unlock the next stage of quests, like that one super-sized dung that we had to go get in Moga Woods to then trade with the Aragozzi captain to then unlock a new set of quests. So the Moga Woods, I guess, is kind of like what we have going on with Monster Hunter's expeditions. It's sort of a combination of the expeditions from MH4U and Moga Woods into just one amalgamation of Monster Hunter World, and I'm kind of here for it. I liked how these worked. Now later, and you know, when I say later, I kind of mean pretty soon, I'm gonna get angry though, because they kind of took these more fun and entertaining investigations and just made them somewhat tedious. And like, it's fucking Monster Hunter. Like, I'm already having to grind for armor set after armor set. Sometimes I have to get like a gym, so it's like super tedious just hunting a Rathalos 5 times. So like, the least you could do is make the progression of the actual game a little less tedious. All right, I'll take a 30-minute hunt, but I'm not going to take a 30-minute walking simulator. All right, you'll see. Or I guess you already know, because if you're watching this video, you probably played World. Damn it, I'm always jumping ahead, because the next quest is only hunting an Odo Garen, which, while being fun, really doesn't do much for the story, as we're still just kind of working on the Zoro Magnus shit, whatever. It's a key quest though, gotta get it done to move on to the next quest, which is actually when we take on Zoro Magnus yet again, with a lot more story kind of built into this one, because this one's super important, but I'll kind of save that for the story part of this video. But basically it is the same quest as before. We first have to weaken Zoro Magnus by kind of the same measures as before. He once again has the magma cores that we have to go destroy, or you really don't have to destroy. Then you have to repel the mysterious block monster, which has now been coined to be the Nergigante. Then after we kind of weaken it, I guess, enough by destroying the magma cores and repelling Nergigante, we hold out one more time with a siege. So it's basically the old quest but flipped. Instead of starting out on the siege and then jumping on them, we jump on them and then siege. And it's essentially the same thing through both of those, except at the end of the siege, we actually have a barrier defense that we have to, you know, keep up, or the siege is going to break and the implications are we're all going to die. So you basically just whack him with cannons and ballistas the whole time, pushing him back so he doesn't actually stand in front of the wall and hit it, which of course does damage to the defense, just so that we can essentially stall and hit him with a Dragonator. And I don't really know how this one works in terms of like when he runs away or whatever, but when we hit him with the Dragonator, that pretty much ends it. So I wonder if you just hit him with the Dragonator, it's over, or if it does do enough damage to simply repel him. But when I use it, it doesn't even actually count, because then they use it in the cutscene. It's like, did I even do anything? What the fuck is this quest? I don't know. From a gameplay perspective, these Zoro Magnus quests have honestly sucked. I hated doing them and I hate thinking about them, but the story that they add is kind of important. But like, come on. on. The actual quest of doing that shit is ass, and it's so like handholdy with everything pretty much automatically finishing even if you don't do it. That's just like, what the fucking point? The follow-up quest for the Zoro Magdaros is a Puke Puke, which is an urgent quest that you just have to slay it. And the catch for this one is that this is actually a high rank quest and is the urgent quest that's going to take you to the 6-star quest, which will be the high rank. So 1 through 5 is low rank and 6 through 9-star is high rank. And there's no real gimmick other than that it is high rank. So you're fighting a high rank monster with low rank equipment. So really it just takes longer, but you've already fought a Puke Puke, so not a hard fight. You basically just blow through it and move on. And for the start, that's kind of just how high rank is, because the next fight is against an Anjath. And once again, it's basically just the same type of thing. There's no real gimmick and it's not a subspecies. So you're just fighting 2 old monsters just in their high rank forms. But these 2 do lead into a rather interesting quest, which is the probably only gripe I have with the game, because this first one is to hunt a pink Rathian. And you know, it's a subspecies, so that's really cool, right? I mean, we fuck with subspecies here. You know, I'm a fan, but yeah, you don't just get to fight this pink Rathian, all right? Like, what did you think? You could just fight a monster. You could just choose the quest in the quest board and then fight it? No. First, you have to locate it. So you have to go around these maps, finding its tracks, and then like getting them all on a map to fill out this bar. And I don't have any footage of me finding the pink Rathian bar, but this isn't the only time you're gonna have to do this. To quickly jump ahead so we can stay on this topic, you slay the pink Rathian after doing all that, and then are going to start investigating the Elder Crossing area to find the Nergigante. And this one I do have footage for. So we go to the Elder's Recess and find these little blues, and find these highlighted blue with scaleflies areas that have like splinters or footprints and even gash marks. And these are just all over Elder's Recess. There's no specific place, and there's no way to really get an edge on finding them. They're basically just around, and you just got to run around and find that shit. When you get a little close, you do kind of shine blue a little bit, but you have to get pretty close. And I think at first these weren't like that bad. I didn't really realize, but once you only need like 3, it's kind of hard to do on the first try, because it'll just be like one footprint just somewhere random on the entire map. So after I reloaded in like 2 more times, I spawned like right in front of 3 of them, and that's how I finished it. But I looked for probably an hour to get all the tracks. It's kind of just like random bad RNG, because when I did the pink Rathian, like it didn't take that many tries or even that long. Personally, I kind of like the idea of this way of kind of locating monsters, so you actually have an explanation on tracking to find your monsters. But when the tracking takes like longer than the actual fight and becomes so tedious because they have this giant map with just random tracks around, I don't really enjoy it. It's a cool way of making the world feel alive in quests instead of just being something that's in a cutscene, but in practice, when you actually have to do it, it's just too much. I'd straight up rather just take the cattle prod and just jam it into my fucking balls. Now, like I said, we were doing all of this to slay the Nergigante, and so that's exactly what we do. And so that technically becomes the first Elder Dragon slain, because we didn't exactly kill Zoro Magdaros, he just kind of like ends himself. So it does take a while all the way to the 7-star quests, and it's generally the first like Elder Dragon we actually face too, because like the whole time we fight Zoro Magdaros, it's not a real fight. And so this does happen pretty late in the game, but directly after we go on to fight 3 more Elder Dragons that all have their investigation quests, just like the Pink Rathian and just like Nergigante. And that is the Valhazak, the Kushala Daora, and the Tiestro, which, you know, a little let down at this as well, because like of the 4 Elder Dragons we fight back to back, only 2 of them are new, the Valhazak and the Nergigante. Tiestro and Kushala Daora are dating back all the way to Monster Hunter DOS, which is cool to see those OGs back, especially since like that game was very limiting on them, and like seeing them in this new game is pretty fucking awesome because they're revamped. It is kind of lame that like we're in this new world and we're still just fighting the same Elder Dragons, but there is one more, because the whole reason we were fighting that is to figure out what is going on with the Elder Crossing. That story stuff, we're saving it, but that leads us to the final Elder Dragon fight, and the end of the high rank main story quest with Xenojiva. And I appreciate this fight as a quest because it's unlike, some of the final quests in the past where you're just fighting a big monster similar to the Zoro Magdaros fight, but something like MH4U where you fight the Kushala Daora, but you're using that stupid siege setup. That's not in this. The Xenojiva fight is just UV the monster. You fight it like any other, so you are actually using those skills that you brought, unlike with like the Zoro Magnus slop, which was just like, oh, just go hit this thing and then it fires back like every 30 seconds, but you don't even have to do it, blah 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 blah. Use these cannons, hit it with Dragonator. That's not what I enjoy Monster Hunter, so I'm glad they do wrap it up with this, because this would be the end of the base main game that released in 2018. There are a few more quests that have like unlockable stuff. It's mostly tempered monsters, like hunt 2 tempered basil geese, slay a tempered Kirin, stuff like that, but nothing that's really progressing the story or anything. This is the end. You get the credits, so that's where I count it. And yeah, base world I think has good quests. I think the way that they push the story in the quests and progression is really cool, and not all of it just relying on the quest board. Sometimes you just go out into the world to track stuff down or find out more about the environment, and I'll talk about that more later with the actual story, but I think it is a great way to tie it all up instead of quests and story kind of being two different things. However, there is the downside of it kind of adding some rather mundane gameplay, all right? I don't think you can really argue that running around random locations looking for tracks isn't as fun, especially when they don't like let you find it in quests and you had to do it on expeditions. Not great, but something's coming where we will get a little bit of a mix up, but that is in Iceborne. So that's kind of what we're going to flip over now in terms of quests, because that's the next level. This was all base world quests. Now we go to Ice World and it's master rank. And that is how it is unlocked. Once you beat Xenojiva, you can actually start the whole Iceborne side of things without even doing the tempered stuff, which is kind of weird. I figured they would at least push that, but I was even told not to do it because there's no reason. In the past, when it was just base world, tempered would get you like some new gear that was pretty much the best of the best. But now that, they have Iceborne directly after it, there's not really a point, because the master rank gear is like so much better than the hunter rank gear, and that's definitely going to be a pretty big talking point on the equipment side of things. For now, though, we're just focusing on the start of Iceborne, and that comes in the form of an expedition quest that leads into a monster hunt, which actually works pretty well because we end up going to a new location, and so we do an expedition of that location looking for a place to land our airship, and in that, we come across a Biototus. And so in order to land our airship safely and not be bothered, we have to slay the Biototus to basically jump into not only Iceborne, but this new master rank quest system, as the Biototus is the first master rank monster we'll be fighting, and it's a pretty rough quest. I mean, the jump from low rank to high rank wasn't bad, and I did mention that earlier, and that's because the jump to high rank to master rank is pretty aggressive, and it's not even the monster that's the problem. It's basically just a Euratotus, but in the snow instead of water. It's just that it's so beefy and does a lot of damage because it's a master rank status monster that it just ends up taking like 30 minutes. I wish at least for this first one they scaled it down a little, especially because we're only in like master rank 1-star quests. So like could have helped me out a little bit, especially because in high rank I didn't have like the best in-game build because, well, they just let you jump right to Iceborne. So I thought, well, we'll be fine, fuck it. Turns out we're not fine, and this quest took me way longer than it should have. However, I would argue the next quest, which was to hunt a Bunbaro during an expedition, was a lot harder because that bitch would pretty much one-shot me. I guess I should have made some Biototus armor because it would probably have more defense than what I had, because the damage I was receiving from the Bunbaro was insane, and it of course took me a long time to beat it, but the quest itself isn't bad. We're just investigating the new area some more, and the cutscene to introduce the monster was pretty fire. It's just unfortunate that the beginning of master rank is a pain in the ass. The next main quest is going to be the master rank 1-star urgent quest to take us to 2-star, and that is an expedition quest where we're investigating and come across the first Wyverian, who gives us a little lore about some monster that's causing this, ice storm, and then we end up fighting the Viper Tobi Kadachi, which which is a subspecies of the Tobikadachi from, you know, the base game. And this beginning of the game is pretty interesting, as this takes us into Master Rank 2. It makes 3 expeditions into monster hunts in a row. It's a great way to blend a new area where we would obviously have to investigate a lot of different things about this new environment, while also fighting some new and subspecies version of monsters. And I do think this is what they were going for by blending all that in, because the next 2 hunts are, you know, just regular old hunts that you select in the quest board, and that is to slay a Nightshade Pyoluma and a Coral Puke, both, you know, subspecies of their base forms, which then moves into a Barioth hunt, you know, that goat from MH3, one of my favorite monsters. And these quests don't have a lot going on with them. They're just basic quests that kind of get you back into just hunting a lot of monsters at once as they kind of develop the story, because yeah, the Iceborne story is something else. If you had any problems with the world story, you definitely fucking hated this Iceborne story, but that's for later. I really feel like the game kind of just slows down on the investigations as a whole, as pretty much for the rest of it, we're just kind of moving through, just fight this monster, fight that monster, fight this monster, fight that monster. And I was pretty okay with it, because it was almost like a formality to introduce these investigations when you're first discovering an area. But because Iceborne only has one area, I mean, we really shouldn't be having to look for much. The Barioth takes us into 3-star quests, which are capped off with the Nargacuga and Glavenus hunts, just going back to back on that, which is something else as well, that they often give you 2 assigned quests at once instead of just like feeding you one by one. They'll give you 2 sometimes, so you can fight whichever one you want first. There's no real advantage of doing either one, I guess, unless you know that a certain part is going to be able to enhance your build, but you know, it's just kind of curious that they do that. And then after those 2, it goes into the Tigrex. So you have that like 3 cool OG monsters in a row. I guess Glavenus isn't really that OG, but the Nargacuga and Tigrex surely are. And I guess it's 4 if you include the Barioth, which is a hype OG monster. You know, they were really cooking, you know, they were feeding those world only players some of the fire that we used to have. And you know, I guess you have to count it as 5, because just the more I look at these quests and remember, you know, the next one.
Say the line, Bart!
Branchy Dios. Another big monster from MH3. They're just throwing out all the fucking classics, all while they build up to this new monster that is kind of controlling this realm, the Velkhana, as it leads into a Repel Velkhana quest as a key quest. And it's a pretty weird quest, to say the least. Basically, the whole time we're fighting the Nargacuga and Glavenus, we're actually finding Velkhana tracks, which is basically how they do the tracking the Elder Dragons in base Monster Hunter in Iceborne. You know how I mentioned earlier that like when you just had to run around areas to find tracks, it was kind of boring? That's kind of how they solve it in Iceborne. Those Nargacuga and Glavenus hunts were actually done so that you would be doing something while just randomly finding tracks. And this leads me to bring up the interesting way to actually get around ever having to do those that I kind of forgot about. You see, when you're actually finding tracks, you're building up this bar to discover the monster essentially. And so the way to kind of cheat it is if you know somebody who's done these quests, say somebody's played base world and you're just getting into base world, they can actually join your game and put down, say, a Kushala Daora quest. And when you go and hunt the Kushala Daora, when you cite it, you get a bunch of that bar filled up, probably like 75 to 80%. So instead of ever having to find most of the tracks, you can just abuse that and just get it over with really quick. But now that they have it set up like this, you don't really need to do that, and you do have to complete these quests to move on. So it's kind of the best of both worlds. It's still kind of annoying to have to look for blue tracks, but I do feel like they actually put the tracks around where you'd be hunting the monster anyway, so it's definitely an improvement. So we track down the Velkhana and everything with those quests, and then we repel it like I said. Not much to it, you just repel it in a single area, and that takes care of the quest. And that leads into the final 3-star quest, which is to slay a Shrieking Legiana. And this quest is probably my least favorite in the entire game, because there's actually a gimmick to this one. Not only is the Shrieking Legiana a subspecies of the Legiana itself, but there is a regular Legiana that just kind of shows up sometimes when you're fighting the Shrieking one and makes it pretty impossible to fight because they're both fucking shrieking. One's worse than the other, and that stuns you, and the other just obliterates you. And the Shrieking Legiana has like a bunch of bullshit ice attacks that cover so much AoE. It on, bro, made me switch off the Charge Blade, dude. I couldn't take it no more. I switched to the Longsword, which had a lot more verticality in its arsenal and also just more range with the weapon. Plus, I'd played all of Base World with the Charge Blade, and I was pretty tired of it, not really enjoying it either. And the Longsword had a lot more that I kind of preferred. That's more for later though, just a little sneak peek. With the Legiana out of the way though, you go to the 4-star Master Rank quest and end up fighting a Fulgur Anjanath, which of course is a subspecies, so not much there to really talk about. And then that takes you to an Ebony Odogaron, which once again, subspecies, just moving through these. Up next is an Acidic Glavenus, which while being pretty cool, is just another subspecies. They just really start spamming them. And that's kind of what these expansions always were. In Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate version, you know, that second half in high rank had a lot of subspecies. In 3 Ultimate, the high rank had a lot of subspecies. It's the general formula, and Monster Hunter World is no exception. Although the exception for World is that during the base game, they did actually have subspecies, which is a pretty rare occurrence in the Monster Hunter franchise. I don't want to say it's the only time because I'm pretty sure in Monster Hunter 4 there was a subspecies that was like part of the low rank, but I honestly can't say for sure. I mean, technically Gore Magala was with Shagura Magala, but I don't know. Saying that's a subspecies is kind of hard, but I think you could say so. You know, putting that aside, there is one more Repel Velkhana quest, which, you know, is a key quest that we have to do to eventually slay it. But this one is different from the last Repel quest, all right? This isn't like Dose where you repel the Kushala fucking 4 times before you get to slay it. This one actually involves Velkhana coming to our Iceborne gates. I mean, this motherfucker's just there, and basically you have a barricade defense bar and you don't want that to go empty. You just have to repel it before then. You know, kind of a whatever quest. It is pretty strong because you're facing the buffed Velkhana, which you weren't earlier when you repelled it. So, you know, definitely not to sleep on. But there is something new as well with the like machine gun ballista turret that I found pretty fun. You just get to lay into bro, like once they hit the binder on it, just spam bro in the head and you'll get like 30 damage per hit. You can hit that bitch like 100 times. The turret can also move on this rail, so it's, you know, pretty interesting. I really wouldn't call this like a siege repel. It is more so you're fighting it on the ground and whatnot, but it is still a pretty tough one, with the end goal being that you shoot it with the Dragonator. And so once you weaken it enough, you go and you get fuel behind the gate to pump up the Dragonator, and then when it's in your sights, you launch the Dragonator directly into the Velkhana, which, I mean, you know, visually in the cutscene looks like it really fucks it up, but it does not. The Velkhana just flies away, which is why the quest following it is the urgent 4-star, taking us to 5-star quest to slay a Velkhana. And this one includes no gimmicks like the last Repel one. You're just going to go out there and slay it, so it's a pretty standard quest, and you don't have to find any more footprints of it because we already know all about the Velkhana at this point. After slaying the Velkhana, the game actually doesn't end, as you still have 5-star quests that are continuing the story, and that starts with the Black Veil Valhazak, which of course is a subspecies, but it is followed by a new Elder Dragon Namiel, which is then followed up by another subspecies, the Seething Basilgeuse, or Basilgeuse, or whatever the fuck. I don't know how to say this monster one, dude. I don't know if they ever mentioned it in the dialogue. I probably wasn't paying attention, but fuck. Even with the fully voice acted dialogue, I still be fucking up. Anyway, after taking care of the Seething Basilgeuse or the Nemiel, you can take them at either time. It does lead into our final quest of Iceborne and kind of the whole game as a collection, which is to first slay a Ruiner Nergigante, which you might be asking, well, how's that one quest? Well, because it actually leads into a second quest, which is to slay a Shara Ishvalda, which, you know, we don't actually know the name of at the time, but later do as, you know, we get to name it ourselves. But the quest itself is pretty interesting. I like facing the Ruiner Nergigante in that one area as a final showdown, but I don't really like Shara Ishvalda as a monster. I mean, first phase, really boring. You're just hitting a rock. I mean, they added Golem from Pokemon to Monster Hunter. No way, dude. You know, kind of sucks. And then when it breaks its form, it's just like a big lumber frog monster that's like, oh, the opposite of its rock form. This time it's lumber and has some speed and has these somewhat prehensile tentacles on the back. You know, they're not full tentacles obstacles, but they do have some flexibility. But personally, doesn't save it for me. Earlier, when I kind of hyped up Xeno'jiva, a lot of that is because compared to this fight, that fight's kind of hype. It fights like a real monster. You can use mechanics on it that you learned from the game. But against Shara Ishvaldo, there's not a lot you can do. It just fights as a big, huge monster, not a large monster like most of them, a big one. And so the fight usually is just like, oh, hit its weak points over and over and over, and then just dodge its massive attacks. It never really does anything that's like gonna throw you off. Like when I was fighting the Ruiner Nergigante, that was throwing me off. That thing is fast as fuck. It's super durable. It's a tough fight. But just this difference in pace between that and Shara Ishvaldo kind of kills it. But it's a final boss, and in Monster Hunter, oftentimes the final boss is sad for two reasons. One, it's the end. You're not going to see any really new monsters after this unless you're lucky. And two, it usually is a little shit. All right, the cutscene will be cool, no doubt, but the gameplay, fuck it. Who needs to play the game? However, even as the game has ended, there are still a lot of quests, because upon slaying Shara Ishvaldo, you get that ending cutscene and credits and everything, but it does unlock Master Rank 6 quests, which are going to add a shitload and also are going to basically allow you to work on your master rank, because in this game there's like a hunter rank, which is an arbitrary number, but then the master rank actually does hide quests behind it. For instance, first you get your master rank to 49, so you can slay Tempered Rathian and Tempered Nightshade Palalumo, and after slaying that, it extends your master rank cap to 69 and also upgrades your Gilding Lands level cap to 5, but who really cares about that? That's only for the mega grinders. And then at master rank 69, you're going to unlock a Tempered Branchidias and Tempered Glavenus fight, which will extend your MR cap to 99, which then you'll fight a Ruiner Nergigante at MR 99, which then just removes the MR cap. All right, there's nothing else holding you back, but there are still monsters to fight at high MR. You can fight a Gold Rathian and Silver Rathalos at MR 125, a Tempered Kirin and Tempered Nemiel at 150, and a Kushala Deora and Tempered Black Veil Hazak at 175. It goes up pretty high, and there are even more monsters where you have to complete quests before to unlock them, like Furious Rajang, Raging Branchidios, and even Elatrion from MH3. As of recording this, I'm actually building up to help my friend take on Elatrion because he's a Monster Hunter World veteran, but he never actually completed every quest in the late game. So now that I'm on, we're kind of working on that together. But either way, that's the end of the quests. And what I think of the Monster Hunter World and Iceborne quests is that generally these are probably the best quests we've ever gotten, because in the past, Monster Hunter DOS had some of my favorite quests because it really did kind of bring together the whole world in the village. And then like Monster Hunter 3 had some of my least favorite because it was literally just like, go kill this monster, all right, go kill this monster, all right, go kill this monster. And then Monster Hunter 4 had like a kind of in between where you were doing things to help people of the village, but you just weren't really having to interact with them. But it was still pretty cool, especially with some of the cutscenes, and like fighting the Gorbagal on the boat was pretty cool. They had something going. And I think World really takes what DOS did and takes what 3 did and just throws it together. Now, you go on expeditions to learn more about a region and just happen to fight a monster. Even if you don't have to, there are just optional monsters roaming the landscape for you to fight. And then there's certain periods of the game where it might be a lull period and they just fling monsters at you to fight so you can do research, like in Iceborne with Glavenus and Nargacuga. Go slay those monsters and get some research about the Valkana. Or even like the Anjath, where it's like, all right, we need to take down the Zora Magdaros, but first we gotta make sure Asteria is taken care of, so let's go kill this Anjath. I like that. I like how it's a lot of world building for just simple quests, and then there's also more advanced quests. It's pretty hype, and especially when I get into the actual feeling of environments in the game, I think the quests are just bang on, and I'll definitely bring it back up down the line to go into even more detail on just all that it adds. With the quests concluded, we can actually look into what makes up these quests in terms of the monsters. In Monster Hunter World, the base game contains 54 total monsters, which is separated between 18 small monsters and 36 large monsters. And in general, 54 total monsters is pretty good for the base versions of Monster Hunter games. In the past, we saw the original Monster Hunter have only 30 and Monster Hunter DOS have 68, which, yes, if you do the math, is more, but Monster Hunter DOS only added 23 new monsters, while Monster Hunter World adds 34 new monsters, and that's usually the trade-off between these games. When a title has a lot of monsters in general, a lot of them aren't typically new. Out of all the games we talked about in that part 1, Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate had the most monsters with 98 total monsters. However, it only included 12 new monsters in the game, and part of that is because it is the Ultimate version, so it doesn't count like the Gore Magala being new because that counts in Monster Hunter 4's case. And yet, Monster Hunter 4 still only included 16 new monsters out of its 72 total roster. So yes, Monster Hunter World has less content than some of the older games that were made for the 3DS, but the content that's actually there in terms of monsters is a lot better because you get new ones. And to me, new monsters is most important when it comes to the total monster count. I'm just less enthralled by a large monster count when all of them are just like the same thing. And I do think World did pick well in its selection of monsters. You have the Tiger X, the Nargacuga, and the Brachydios returning. So they definitely pulled a lot of the fan favorites from previous generations and added it to their new roster as well. Pretty good mix. But of course, Monster Hunter World is not the only version of Monster Hunter, and when we look over to Iceborne, there is quite a large change, as Monster Hunter Iceborne's total monsters is 94, 23 small and 71 large. So Iceborne adds about 40 new monsters in its expansion. And unlike Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate, it's not just a bunch of returning, as 20 of them are new. And once again, it brings back a lot of fan favorites like the Zenogre, the Barioth, Rajang, and the Gold and Silver Rathalos variants, along with some late game monsters like Fatalis and Elatrion. If I was looking at trying to critique the monsters that Iceborne actually introduced, I would kind of look at the fact that a lot of its monsters were just subspecies and not actually new to this new Iceborne environment. And I think that's a little bit of a missed opportunity. It would have been cooler to see, ice monsters designed specifically for this environment, but instead, you get the Barioth returning, and then you get a form like the Frost Fang, and you get the Shrieking Legania. It's nice to see new monsters, because subspecies are really cool, but to me, having completely new monsters is a little cooler. In terms of the quality of monsters that Iceborne and Base World introduced, I think they were pretty up to standard. I still think Gen 3 and 4 had some of the best rosters, and you definitely see that in this game with a lot of those returning as mentioned, but I still enjoyed these new world monsters. And my favorite, just regular monster outside of Elder Dragons is probably either the Odogaron or the Tobi-Kadachi, especially the Viper Tobi-Kadachi. I thought that was a really cool looking monster, as well as kind of shifting away from lightning into poison, which is a lot more natural for a monster to have, but it still didn't really stack up to a Nargacuga, a Tiger Rex, or a Barioth, so, still not my favorite, but I do think that they did excel with the Elder Dragons. The Nergigante is a really cool Elder Dragon. I kind of wish maybe they did more with the Ruiner Nergigante, because it's basically just it's the same monster, but metal properties, and that's cool, but it doesn't really show itself off. It's already such a brutal and almost demonic looking monster that adding metal doesn't really do anything to enhance its features in a more intimidating way. But to be honest, I don't really know what else you could do in terms of its subspecies, so don't look at me. And it's not just the Nergigante. Nemiel is a pretty cool Elder Dragon that utilizes water, which is pretty rare, as most usually go for fire or just great strength. And then there's also Velkhana for Iceborne as the flagship, which is a good monster. No complaints on that. I even like how over time it was kind of powering up and got more ice covered. That was just all the frozen semen from me jerking off to its Rule 34. So just pay that no mind. And then there was also Valhazak from the base game, which has a cool design of being a corpse monster, but Jesus, that fight fucking sucks. It's literally a gimmick. All right, I've played Dark Souls, and my opinion on gimmick boss fights goes hand in hand with gimmick monsters, dude. Fuck that shit. And for those of you not aware, the Valhazak gimmick essentially works like it's a regular monster, right? At first, you just think it's some sort of Elder Dragon that, while looking grotesque, surely can't be that different, but no, it's It's in the Rotten Vale, and it has this stupid gimmick called effluvium. I think that's how you say it. But basically, when you get infected with effluvium, which is incredibly easy because there's constantly this big cloud around it that is what's going to affect you, it lowers your base HP. So, you'll be at like 200 HP from eating or whatever, and it'll lower it down to like 50 or something. And when it happened, I didn't even realize. And then I was just one shot. And of course, since I don't know what effluvium is, I don't know how to like really counteract it. Obviously, I figured out you could counteract it with a nullberry, because a nullberry is a pretty much one-stop shop for getting rid of like ailments and whatnot. But that doesn't really stop me from getting affected. What you're supposed to do is either get like decorations or some sort of armor protection from it, because you can just use a skill, effluvium resistance, and bam, you knock it out. But of course, you don't know that before you go in, so it's just like a gotcha moment. Now restart, bitch. Not my favorite thing, like I said, and I'm pretty consistent with it. Now, the other two important elder dragons being Shara Ishvalda and Gino Jiva, I kind of already said my take on. I like Gino's Jiva, but I don't really care for Shara Ishvalda. It just is what it is. Cool designs, to the both of them, but Shara Ishvalda just isn't my type of gameplay. I don't like what it invites. It just doesn't really make sense to me. But there are some other cool and interesting monsters like the Kulve Taroth, the Behemoth, Zoro Magdaros, and Safi Jiva. I think I probably said that wrong, but fuck it. Which is like an older version of the Gino Jiva, if I'm, reading this correct. And they even bring back some of the ones like Elatrion and change up its moveset, making it a lot more interesting as it can change elements during battle. So overall, I would say the monsters, the regular monsters are pretty good, but aren't exactly like mind-breaking, kind of like how 3rd and 4th gen were, especially when you come from like 1st and 2nd gen when those were kind of grounded. And in this gen, these aren't grounded either. They're cool, but I just don't feel like they have the same appeal. You have stuff like the Tzitzi Yaku, which is an interesting like flash monster that I like, but then you have something like the Kula Yaku, which is just kind of a boring bird wyvern that has rock. And then the Radobon, which is a cool monster, but feels very similar to the Yurgon from Gen 3 that is also in this game. So it's a little weird they added that when there was already kind of one. And then there's like the Gyrototus and the Biototus, as well as Lavasioth, which is basically like all the same monster, just different environments. Kind of meh, but they did cook where they cook. I think the Basilgeuse and Anjanath are pretty cool monsters that seem pretty original. I don't really see any inspiration from anything else. They kind of just made that shit up. So I like that. And Dodogama is supposed to be like what monster that people think of when they think of like a cute monster, but that shit just looks like an overweight lizard, so I do not understand that. And it got way too high rated on the 20th anniversary monster list. All right, for bonus content one day, I want to go over that list because some of those picks are fucking bullshit. All right, I think it was the Worldies who didn't even know half of the monsters because of a lot of it just seems like recency bias. I can't name any off the top of my head besides this one, but it did feel kind of bullshit. Anyway, though, that's pretty much all I have to say about the monsters. I like them. They didn't like fuck it up or anything, but I did feel like they could have done better, especially because we were in a new world. I would expect like some real gnarly shit, but we kind of get that over on the Elder Dragon end, which I appreciate. But that is it for the monsters, and now we can hop over to the equipment of World and Iceborne. On first glance, Monster Hunter World's equipment doesn't look complicated. We still see we have decorations. There's something called charms, but it basically just looks like a talisman, and there's no new weapons or even much with armor. Hell, we even have skills. They are different, but we still have skills that are attached to your armor and decorations you can put on weapons to give your weapon skills. The sharpness is unchanged, besides, a few percentages that we'll look at, and the affinity still works the same way it always did. However, equipment in Monster Hunter has vastly changed, even if they didn't add completely new weapons, because not only have systems been revamped, even though they look like their old counterparts, there are also a lot of new things that come with new pros and cons. The first thing we're going to look at is weapons in general. And generally, the base weapons are what got changed, I'd say, the least in Monster Hunter World. Crafting your weapons is the exact same, and you can do the whole upgrading feature as well, like you could always. As I said before, affinity works the same way as well. And of course, weapons have elemental and ailment options that you can apply, while you upgrade and make new ones. As I mentioned, sharpness does change a little bit, but generally it's not that big of a deal. Base world did not have purple sharpness, that came in Iceborne, and the number fell in line with Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate as it reduced its number from Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate's 1.45 to 1.39. So very small difference, but it does make a difference in terms of the overall formula. However, the rest of the numbers do say the exact same as they have been since Monster Hunter Tri. And lastly, the decoration slots are once again the same on the weapons. You can get up to 3. So when you're actually looking at making weapons, there's not much to consider in terms of stuff being new. But when you are using the weapons, that's when you'll notice more of a change. With Monster Hunter World's release, some weapons did actually get updated. And with Iceborne, pretty much every weapon is definitely updated from at least Gen 4, with I'm pretty sure every weapon receiving at least something. With Iceborne, it's just not something that's actually like big. For instance, the Greatsword didn't really get anything new in terms of its combo kit, but it did receive a change in that if you hit the first hit of a true charge slash and it hits a soft part of a monster's hide, the second hit will charge into a more powerful true charged slash, and it's in parentheses power. Not sure what the power part means. I guess maybe that it's fully charged, but this is like a very small detail to its charging slash, even though it is a big part of it, I guess. I don't know. I'm not a greatsword main, so I can't exactly quantify how huge this is, but I did see people liked it. And then the other thing they added, which is what I'm more talking about in terms of like stuff they added that doesn't really do a lot and is pretty much added to everything, and that is the Slinger Burst. And so if you have Slinger ammo, you can go from your overhead slash into this and it will do an extra powerful Slinger shot, which is useful for stunning monsters to create openings. And then you can then combo your true charge slash by pressing triangle after your Slinger Burst. So you can get a hit in, hit him with the Slinger, stun it so that it falls down, I assume in front of you, which will then allow you to start charging your mega hit so you can get that off. It's a pretty decent combo that is introduced with Iceborne, as well as, everything you had in World, but it's not like, I guess, game changing. I mean, it's not like they added an extra different swing move or something with your guard. It was just like an extra little combo piece for landing your, true charge slash. Something that's more familiar to me is the Charge Blade, and that actually got a bit of a tweak in World as it received a forward slash. So it used to just be you'd have the basic combo and then a charged move that would kind of get your files better, but this forward slash was added so that during any combo, you can hit the charged rising slash button and you'll do like a slide and then a spinning hit, which then activates a guard point. So they got another guard point combo and some mobility in your kit. And that's not a new change. It's just a new attack, but it is pretty powerful in the fact that it gives you a guard point and some extra mobility. But then in Iceborne, all it got was a Savage Axe Slash, which is basically to replace the super amped elemental discharge, which is like the mega hit. You can do this instead, and it will just consume your files over a certain amount of time while you can just spam file attacks over and over while in the axe function. It's cool. Didn't really like break the meta or anything. It was still easier just to super amp those motherfuckers, but it was kind of cool to see, and it gets played on more in future games. And then the last weapon I do want to talk about that I'm also familiar with, just so you kind of see what kind of changes they did, was the longsword, as its kit in previous games and even World was pretty simple. The only big new thing they added was the Foresight Slash, which was basically a counter move, which would give you a lot of backstepping dodge almost, and then would allow you to strike, maxing your spirit gauge so that you could get your spirit levels up higher, so that your power levels higher, you could do more damage, blah, 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 longsword shit. But what it added in Iceborne, like, completely changed the weapon because they added something called the Special Sheath. And with the Special Sheath, you can sheath anytime after you attack. So you attack and then you'll go into a special sheath by hitting the correct buttons, depending on what you play on. I try not to say like what it says here, which is R2 and X, because not everyone plays on PlayStation. I play on fucking mouse and keyboard. So if I said something, a lot of you probably wouldn't get it. But you basically go into special sheath and you can do two things. You can either just do a basic attack where you swing once and swing twice, kind of moving forward, and that will allow your spirit gauge to continuously charge even when you're not hitting a monster, or you can do another new thing, which is called the Aya Slash or Ayat Spira Slash. I think it's Aya. I don't fucking know. Don't care either. It's anime as fuck. That's all you really have to know. And basically, this is a counter, because if you land this just as the monster attacks, you won't flinch and your gauge will continuously fill up. So you're pretty much just avoiding all damage in a certain very fast window. So it's different from the Foresight Slash as a counter, because you're moving forward, you're just ignoring damage, while in Foresight you can still get hit and you have to land your hit, blah blah blah. But there is a bit of a downside, as if you miss this slash, you are going to lose a power level. So you have to make sure your timings are on point and making sure you're swiping the monster as you go by. And in Iceborne, they actually nerfed the Foresight Slash. It used to be you could just spam the fuck out of this thing. Apparently, I didn't play back then, so I don't know. That would have been crazy. But now it actually uses Spirit Gauge, and if you miss, it empties your Spirit Gauge. So there's really no spamming to be had. And ultimately, in this longsword kind of change from World to Iceborne, it completely changed the weapon. You now have all this Shi thing instead of just like Foresight spam, which people, said was meta before. And that's really cool, and just brought a completely new weapon. So even though World doesn't have any new weapons, a lot of these weapons did get changes in what they could do, especially when they added kind of slinger support in Iceborne. And, Iceborne also just brought a bunch of new stuff for a lot of different weapons. I mean, look at this shit flashing on the screen. You can see stuff marked new is new. There's quite a bit. I mean, not every weapon got a lot, unfortunately, but like when you look at something like the Greatsword or the Sword and Shield, how are you really supposed to fully revamp that kit to be cooler? You can't. So they just gave it like one or two things just to get it going. While some of the more complicated things like the Insect Glaive, the Charge Blade, what the Longsword now is a little more complicated, and even the Hunting Horn all got a lot of changes that kind of created a new meta for that weapon. I think that's cool. Would I have liked to see a new weapon? Sure, who wouldn't? But at some point, you kind of got to ask yourself, like, first off, what would the new weapon even be? And how would the new weapon, like, not just overshadow one of the ones we already have? I feel like we already have such a varied range of weapons that there's not much they could do. Maybe in the range department, we could see a little something else, since it is just like 2 bow guns and a bow. But I don't know, like a slingshot, it could be like a faster bow even. I don't know. I don't see it, but I'm still happy with what World/Iceborne brought in terms of just weapons. All right, now with weapons out of the way, we can look at the armor of Monster Hunter World and Iceborne, which also includes usually the skills and decorations. So just be prepared to get like information dumped on you, because this definitely got changed the most. With that being said, armor in general is basically the exact same. It has levels, it has rarities, it has your base defense and resistances individually, and crafting it is essentially the same. You bring resources for certain monsters and you can craft certain equipment from that. Like weapons, this remains unchanged since nearly the beginning. The shop for base armor and base weapons is also still available, and it slowly, can get upgraded over time to include more of the base variants, but in general, it's pretty useless as it doesn't really sell you any high gear anyway. Even the different versions of armor returns, as instead of having X and Y and even Z armor, World breaks it down through alpha and beta plus versions that are the master rank equipment. And in a similar way, usually alpha is similar to X, where it just has a bunch of skills on it, and beta has more decoration slots instead, so it has more variance to it. Even upgrading armor remains mostly the same, as in the past you just used armor spheres, and we have those here, but they do have a little bit of difference, because it used to just be you'd give them a required amount of armor spheres and then it would just upgrade to a next level. It basically works the same way, except this time each armor sphere from, armor sphere to king armor sphere has a numerical value, and then each level has a certain amount of points necessary. And so the best way to kind of explain this is to look at the high metal helm alpha. When we select it, you can see that at level 1 you need 20 points to go to the next level, and the base armor sphere only gives you 1 point to that. The armor sphere plus gives you 5, the advanced armor sphere gives you 20, the hard armor sphere gives you 80, the heavy armor sphere gives you 200, and the king armor sphere gives you 800. There isn't any sort of rounding, so if you use a king armor sphere and you don't need 800 points, you're just going to use the whole thing. And that is how it works here, because the high metal armor only can go to level 11, and it'll take 300 points to get there. So you're basically wasting that if you use that here, and not just because it's a high rank helmet, all right? You're fully wasting points. But this doesn't really make it any different, as in the past you still had to use armor spheres. It just didn't have like a point system, so you couldn't mix and match. So it's like a little better, but you know, we're still scraping the bottom of the barrel to find new stuff. But look no further, because while decoration slots maintain the same, the actual skills on the armor are different, and there's something new called set bonus skills. Now, since skills is going to really take us down a deep path, it's better just to look at set bonus skills for now. And the way these work are they are different from your normal skills. Instead, these are achieved by having a certain amount of pieces on a set. And not every set has a set bonus, but the best way to look at it is to look at what I was using at the end of Master Rank, which included 3 pieces of Teostra armor, as well as 2 pieces of some random set. And because I had 3 pieces of Teostra armor, it gave me Teostra Technique, which prevents your weapon from losing sharpness during critical hits. And since I built around having a large amount of affinity with, you know, crit eye and weakness exploit, this was actually pretty good for the longsword, as that loses sharpness fast, but with this really didn't. And this one does only require 3. There are some that require more, and in this case you can use any pieces of the set. I used the helmet, the glove, and the waist. The other 3 techniques I could have gotten from sets was Commission Alchemy, which would have just raised the maximum level of my Bombardier kit, so pretty useless. Appreciation Blessing, which increases the odds of getting special grand appreciation rewards, once again pretty useless. And then Appreciation Blessing as well, it's just a better one that takes 5 pieces of armor, so you'd have to wear the whole set, and that does the same thing except greatly increases the odds instead of just increase the odds. I think it is a pretty cool addition because it does push for you to have a lot of set chemistry, I guess, but really is hard to pull off because mixing and matching is typically always better. Although if you do mix and match, you get some pretty horrendous looking sets. Yeah, that was my set, I think, through high rank, and it was just downright horrendous. It had good skills. I liked what it did for me, but dude, is that shit ugly as fuck. One of my big gripes with Monster Hunter World, and Iceborne included, is that layered armor is a late game grinding addition to the game. It does not really exist outside of that. There are different sets you can get through tickets and events, but they're kind of dog shit. Like, you get this summer and spring one, but you cannot be telling me that wearing a wetsuit and face mask is a good set of armor. That shit looks retarded, especially when I'm running around in the snow. The snow set that you actually get at the beginning of Iceborne is pretty cool, and I ended up mixing and matching it with the Teostra set to make my set look pretty decent. I think it was drip. My friend said it was just kind of okay, but you know, fuck him. He has layered armor because he's a goddamn sweat. But me playing through, I didn't have that shit, and that's stupid. I get having some sets being like really late game grinding because like what else are you supposed to do? But like you couldn't even give me like anything, like even lesser versions. Come on. It's fucked up. But I think that's the end of me putting off the inevitable. It's time to jump into the skills that come on the armor, that come on the decorations, and the charms, because that's where the bulk of changes are actually. So first off, let us just look at the skills themselves before we look at how to actually build around them. So the most obvious thing you notice first is that skills come in different levels now, instead of the, I guess, more cluttered table version that it did before. And this is how it worked from DOS all the way to, you know, Generations, anything before World besides Monster Hunter 1, which in itself was just a fucking goofy ass method that was very outdated even by its standard. And so I actually think the way they do it now in World is a better system because it like really gets rid of the clutter and bullshit of being like at 9 out of 10 to get one of your skills and just, I don't know, not having the space. Now you can just directly see what your skill is going to be from the level, and it feels a lot easier to obtain at least like one level of a skill. You can basically guarantee it through a decoration. And of course, the level of skills does actually differ, with some giving out just 1 level, some giving out like 3, and then some like crit eye going all the way to 7. There's no real like right or wrong way. I mean, there's even one blast attack that goes to 4, which is pretty random. I did never see one that did 2 levels, and most of them do fall under that level 3 cap. There are a lot of new skills, but they're not exactly new skills in terms of the concept behind them. Like something like critical boost is new, but there was a skill in Monster Hunter Generations called critical up that was just one level that boosted your criticals by 1.4 times, so 40%. And critical boost does that, but it comes in 3 levels, with the first level giving you 30%, level 2 giving you 35%, and the last one giving you 40%. So if you max out critical boost, it's equal to the Generations one, but if you only have one level, then it's worse. And I think this is like an overall like better design, making you get multiple levels or just one level if you want, because a jump from, 30% to 10% isn't a lot. So if it doesn't fit your build to get 2 extra critical boosts, maybe just stick with 1. You can get a lot more variation and really just kind of dig out what you want in your build. And I think that's cool. Another one that returned kind of, but got a new name was Agitator. Before this in I think Monster Hunter 3, maybe Portable 3rd, it was called Spirit. And when the monster got angry, you would basically get increased attack and affinity, but you would get it through getting the Challenger skill, which would be in the Spirit skill tree. And then like a completely new one would be something like Capacity Boost, which is a very interesting one as it increases the Gunlance's shell capacity and Charged Blade's vial capacity. So I did actually use this one a lot when I used the Charge Blade, because instead of having just 5 files, you literally get a 6th one, which is a pretty big boost to your damage, because when you do, your SAED, you're getting that extra 6th file hit. And when you charge your shield, you're getting that extra 6th file time added on. So it was a really big skill to have, and one that wasn't actually too hard to get. In terms of the overall meta of skills, it's honestly just the same as all the other games, with critical being like the main way to like get your shit in. You really want to focus crit eye, you want to focus weakness exploit, and then you just want to throw on crit boost to really bring it home. Maybe if you had something like dual blades that is much more elemental, you might do something else, but I'm pretty sure there's an elemental skill that makes it so when you crit, it actually crits for element damage. I didn't play around with that because my weapons weren't really into that, but that is something that even makes crit, viable with elemental shit. Personally, I think that's kind of dumb, but hey, fuck it, man. But we could talk about skills forever, so let's look into actually how to get these skills and how your build would essentially look. So as discussed, skills appear on armor. That's nothing new, even if the way they appear is new, but there's also decoration slots and the new charm that replaced talisman. And the reason they call it a charm and not a talisman is because it is different. And that's because the decorations are also technically different. And not just because they introduce a new one, but because for some goddamn forsaken reason, all right, I'm getting mad just thinking about this bullshit. But they switched up how you get decorations and how you get a charm. In the past, talisman were just random RNG bullshit that you would get from like mining these like crystals or some shit. And then at the end, they would turn in to talisman and it would be completely RNG. There were certain ones that had a better chance to give you higher rarities, but the skills on it were bullshit and the decoration slots were complete bullshit. And I talked about that I didn't like it. I think it's stupid, but they didn't exactly make or break a build because you didn't need like the perfect one. But instead of that, with charms, that is now how you get decorations. And that is the stupidest fucking thing ever. All right, I'm gonna be real. It is so much harder to get the perfect decorations than the perfect talisman. There's just no way, because you can't get a half decent decoration. No, there's only like 2 variants of your decoration. There's either the level 4 one that gives 2 levels to it, or the level 1 that gives you 1 level, or you have a 4+ level that gives you 2 different skills. Either way, your chances of getting that are way lower than getting a talisman with +6 critical eye and then just whatever else on it and a decoration slot, because you only ever had to find that one single time. And so what's the point of a charm if we got rid of the way you get talisman? Well, get this, you can just craft charms, but they're way less useful than talisman. They just switched up how each of these work for no goddamn reason, because you used to be able to craft decorations and now you have to RNG it, and you used to have to RNG talismans, but now you can craft charms. What the fuck happened, man? But I mean, looking at charms, most of them get maxed out pretty fast. Just looking at the attack charm, it only goes to level 5 and attack boost has 7. So you can like almost max that out, but it's also pretty hard to do something like that. And then there's something like the capacity charm that only has 1 level. So by using the capacity charm and getting 1 capacity boost, it almost felt like I was wasting my shit because I could have had like a maxed out crit eye one, you know, which goes up to level 5, which would give me 5 out of 7. That would be hype. But at the same time, it's really hard to upgrade these things. All right, my weakness exploit at the end of Iceborne was level 2, and I have still not found out how to upgrade it to level 3. The like materials show up as just question marks, and I don't have any of them. You would think at some point I'd at least get like the soul piece, which is how you know, kind of upgrade these charms. You get a certain like soul rock, and that's like the higher the rarity, the like more likely you'll be on the later levels. But I don't even have like the monster material on here. One's like a beak, and then one's like maybe a gem or the back of a monster. I don't know, but like this would be a dope charm to max out because it gives you, you know, 3 levels of weakness exploit, which completely maxes it out. So you wouldn't even have to put it on your armor with decorations or armor pieces. But no, God knows where this is. It's so late game that being on like master rank 100 doesn't even like allow me to find it. It's a pretty done system. And like, this is kind of my problem with Monster Hunter World. One of the biggest ones I have, along with like the investigation shit, because that just took so much time, it was boring, is that a lot of stuff that you unlock is late game stuff. And I don't know if it was always like this or the introduction of Iceborne like revamped actual progression, but in Monster Hunter World, you barely ever really look at your decorations because most of the high rank armor doesn't have the slots to actually like make a difference. And you actually don't even really get any decorations. You can probably get like health decorations and the really basic ones, but you're not getting any critical eye, any critical boost, any weakness exploit. Just fuck that. You're not finding that shit. The only thing that really matters is your charm and upgrading your charm, because that's really the only way to guarantee some real shit. But like I said, the charm is pretty hard and late game to upgrade. So it's just like, what are we even doing in base world? I don't know if it was always like that, but it seems pretty fucking dog shit. You don't get layered armor, you don't get decorations, and you can barely upgrade your charm all the way until like master rank. That's definitely something that's on the goofy, and I guess is the reason that they give you that dumbass armor set that basically completes world for you automatically. You're basically putting on the Halo Spartan suit and just fucking monsters over the head. Shit's kind of bullshit, but I mean, if you don't want to deal with like the lackluster building of sets, yeah, just throw that shit on. I only did it because I'm a man of the people, a hardworking blue collar man, and so I put in work just trying to figure this stuff out. And yeah, I was a little disappointed. All right, Monster Hunter World's equipment disappointed me. I don't like how the decorations are now. I think the charm is stupid because it's so hard to upgrade, and in general, you just get into these things like so late. Why does it take all the way into Iceborne? Which means I played like 20 to 30 hours of Monster Hunter and didn't even fuck with like any sort of equipment building. You know, it was just like, well, upgrade my sword, well, upgrade my armor, but don't even worry about the skills because they're like completely stupid. All right, I'm kind of malding right now and definitely just repeating myself. So I think it's time to move on to the final piece of equipment because there is something new. All right, they didn't just rebrand everything, but just because something is new doesn't mean it's exactly interesting, because this new thing that we got are called specialized tools, or, you know, mantles slash boosters. There's 2 different things, but basically they're like a little bit of added equipment that is almost used as a ability with a cooldown. The first one I'm pretty sure you get is the Ghillie Mantle, and what this does, it conceals you from enemy view temporarily, and the effect expires if you perform an attack or damage. And you know, this is a pretty good piece of like equipment to get early on. You get it after I think you slay Tobi Kadachi, and essentially for 120 seconds or 2 minutes you're completely invisible. The monster still senses you and like smells you out, so it can randomly hit you, but if you just like run away, you can kind of get away for free. If you need to heal, recover health, or sharpen your weapon, something like that, it's pretty useful. And then when you take it off, it takes 300 seconds to recharge, so not a lot of uptime. But until master rank, the uptime doesn't really matter. The other one you pretty much get for free is the Glider Mantle, and this increases jump airtime and grants the power to ride strong winds, and also makes it easier to mount monsters. Now this one doesn't sound like it's very good, but it's actually one of the best ones because of its long uptime, as it stays up for 180 seconds, so 3 minutes, and only has a 120-second recharge time, so 2 minutes. So it stays up longer than it stays down. And the reason this is actually important is because in Iceborne, you actually get the ability to upgrade your mantles. Now, you don't just upgrade it like you're upgrading a charm or you're upgrading armor or something like that. You usually have to do quests to unlock that, as well as unlock a lot of the other mantles and boosters, because there are, I think, about 20 in total, and like I only had like 10 through the game because I wasn't really doing a lot of the optional content because I was just trying to get the gist of the game. But in general, these don't really matter, I feel like, until you upgrade them, because when you upgrade them, you get decoration slots. Now, these aren't just regular decoration slots to add to your overall, equipment total, because they only work when the mantle or booster is in use. I don't think the boosters actually get decoration slots. But for instance, the glider mantle is so good because of that high uptime, makes it so the decorations on it are also boosted. So you don't want to put like main stuff like critical boost, critical eye, or Wex on this. But if you just have maybe just agitator on this and your agitator isn't maxed out, maybe when you see the monster get angry, throw this on, bam, now you're going to have agitator buff unlocked until either the monster calms down or you get knocked out of this or runs out of time. Then you can go ham. And that's why in general the ghillie mantle kind of falls off after you get to master rank, because yeah, you can put decorations on it, but you can't attack with it on, so you're really never getting that buff. When I did use it, I would put recovery decorations on. So say I had a large amount of red health, I could just flip it on and quickly recover that health while I like sharpen my weapon or something. I'm not sure what the like best mantles or anything are because I didn't really use a lot of them, but in general, I think vitality mantle is one you can't generally go wrong with because it negates a fixed amount of damage, and then when the effect expires, that goes away, but it's basically just free health. There's also, I saw the Rocksteady mantle got a lot of praise as it eliminates damage reactions, prevents wind effects, protects your hearing, and grants tremor resistance, and you even receive less damage from attacks. So it's kind of like the tank mantle, and that's pretty important because getting like whacked out of one of your finishers does suck dick. The boosters, I have no idea if they're good. I never used one, but because they don't have decoration slots, I don't really think they're that meta. I would think maybe affinity booster and health booster are pretty solid, but like the cleanser booster, there's already items that do that. I mean, that's the same with the health booster, but there's nothing that really gets your affinity like that. So maybe that one is pretty important. And if somebody can bring it and everyone can like run through the smoke, that probably is pretty solid, but I don't know how long it works or how long it lasts. So do your own research, dum-dum. Besides, you shouldn't really trust anything I say about how to play the game because you know what? I don't really know, all right? I don't really watch tutorials. I don't watch build guides. When I did make my longsword guide halfway through fucking Master Rank, I did look up like a pretty meta build, but you can't really achieve that because you don't have the decorations anyway. You gotta go farm them. So you just kind of run with what you got. Now, with all this equipment, you would think that Monster Hunter World is pretty easy. You can completely make a build out of almost nothing with the new skill system, as the skill system also has no negative skills like it did in, every other previous game, which I don't like. I think having negative skills was a big trade-off. It also allowed them to be more generous with skills because, you can have this big crit eye skill, but, you're going to be losing something else like defense. And then you also have like the new mantles, which buff your gameplay, all that shit. But I don't think Iceborne is actually that easy. And I think it was designed because of this kind of low rank and high rank power creep. So they essentially just power creeped the monsters to match it. But I mean, personally, they went a little overboard. It's hard to casually play this game. And this also comes down to, I guess, the final piece of equipment. It's not really equipment, it's built in, but that is the clutch claw, as well as I guess the little like shooter. I actually can't think of its name. So we're going to go with the shooter. All right, guys, bring out the shooter. Sounds like about to go blast a school or something. But no, what I was actually trying to say, FBI, was the slinger. All right, all that was a joke because the slinger and clutch claw kind of make the game even easier than having fucking mantles. The slinger, for instance, is how you basically utilize a lot of your like flashbangs, dung bombs, so you can like isolate monsters, and sonic bombs themselves. And you can find all this shit throughout the world, as well as some of them having more unique effects like stunning monsters, or I guess more so flinching them, and sometimes just having big explosive damage. But in general, the slinger wasn't that strong until Iceborne, because in Iceborne with the clutch claw, there was an entirely new mechanic and use of the slinger. First off, the clutch claw is used to tenderize monsters. monsters. When you tenderize a monster, its hit zone numbers are increased so that when you're hitting there, you do more damage. And it also buffs stuff like Wex because it counts as a wounded and weak point. So you're just getting that like massive amount of affinity boost, basically just leading to like constant crits. But you don't just like tenderize the entire body. You have to do it piece by piece. You can do like the head, and then depending on the monster, you can do like back legs, arms, stomach, tail. You know, it's not always the same, but it basically follows kind of that formula. And then you of course have to do each side because it's just like a jump up and go down, and every weapon has a different animation. It's kind of funny because using the charge blade, it's like actually the slowest tenderizing animation out there. And then I switched to the longsword and it was a noticeable difference. And so I looked up a video that showed them all. And if I remember correctly, the longsword was the fastest animation and the charge blade was literally the slowest. So I went from bottom of the barrel, number 14, all the way to number 1. And the difference is almost like, I think 2 seconds. So I was like kind of struggling to understand tenderizing because you really had to get an opening with the charge blade. But once I switched to the longsword, I'm just constantly tenderizing the fuck out of these monsters. But that's not all tenderizing is used for, because with the slinger, you can also like shoot it in the head and cause it to wall bang. And wall banging is pretty fucking clutch. It does like 400 to 500 damage usually, and will also knock down the monster, so you can just wail on it even more. I'm pretty sure the strat is to essentially just spam wall bangs. I didn't really abuse it that much because I also find it kind of annoying to actually land the wall bangs and just prefer to fight it like usual. But it's just one of the ways that you were supposed to kind of abuse the mechanics to make these fights more fair, because Iceborne is turned up to the max with master rank. I talked about how it was hard to adjust from high rank to master rank in general because of the massive boost in attack and health, but it's also just because the monsters go crazy. Even though you have stuff like the Nargacuga and Barioth and Tiger X, they're quite revamped to be just a lot quicker and have way more range in their thrusts, especially like the Brachydios with its tempered and raging forms, because those are obviously just buffed versions. I mean, we didn't really talk about tempered with monsters, I kind of forgot, but tempered is just like the monster has more health and damage. It's a pretty stupid fucking mechanic, but it is what it is. But I don't know, I feel like they almost added too much equipment to the point where low rank and high rank was really easy. I don't really think I died, maybe once, you know, if I was surprised by something randomly, but in general, it's not that bad. And then in Iceborne, it's like, all right, pretty much every monster is going to two-shot you. If you're under leveled, they'll probably one-shot you with certain moves, and they're all going to cover like a shit ton of distance and be pretty fast and responsive to you. And a lot of that's because you're supposed to go more off of style than just like what your build brings. And I think that's an interesting thing that we'll talk about in the Monster Hunter side of things. But for now, yeah, I just think the equipment kind of led to some power creep that really fucked up the balancing of the game. And I think that is all that I had to talk about equipment. In general, I think they took, 2 steps forward and then they would take like 2 back, but then like 2 forward. But I think it works all right. I mean, I never really found myself super hopeless in terms of equipment. Like it does kind of feel in like the original Monster Hunter, but it was kind of annoying having to like redo my builds and then go grind new decorations every time because you just don't have the correct ones. Ugh, it just sucked. And then of course, just how late it scales, with progression. You don't really use a lot of that stuff in low and high rank with the base version of the game. But that did in fact make Iceborne seem like a completely new game. So it's like, there's trade-offs all around. So I don't know. I think the Monster Hunter 4 and 3 system was pretty perfect. And in this system, they just made it more accessible and interesting without really ruining it. I just feel like it's not perfect, but they got to experiment every now and then. So you can't just hate on every new thing. I just hope for future versions, they have this somewhat figured out. Now at this time in my audio recording, I thought, okay, that's enough of the equipment. I really did cover everything, right? No, because I did not even know that augmentations existed. All right, I played through the whole game, both the base and Iceborne, and like the hardest part of playing through is knowing what I need to record and what I need to play, because there is so much optional content that you can have hundreds of hours in these games, and I don't really have time to do that. But I do a lot of research to figure out, what's going on with what, and I do spend a lot of time in game and talking to people who have played the game, because I, have some friends that have played Monster Hunter World. And somehow this slipped through all the cracks until I was literally looking at doing the item section for this video and realized, oh man, what are these items? And also part of this is all my fault, because usually you're supposed to unlock these augments in high rank, but because Iceborne, you just jump right into master rank and just completely skip that whole thing, which is probably why master rank was a lot harder for me. You know, that makes more sense, but whatever. All right, so what happened for me is augments unlocked in the Gilding Lands after I did my first hunt for a monster there. You know, you get the materials and then it unlocks. That's kind of fucked up. All right, it should show up and just have everything be a question mark. You know, you don't know any of the materials, but at least you know the goddamn thing exists. All right, help a brother out. That's all besides the point though, because what we're here to do is look at how augments actually work and what makes them new, which I mean, I can answer that. What makes them new? The fact that it is a completely new mechanic. In all the other monster games, you would just upgrade your weapons. There wasn't any way to individually upgrade a certain weapon. You know, when you have the Blinding Blaze 1, you upgrade it to the Blinding Blaze 2. But now you can take the Blinding Blaze 2 and instead of going to the third or a different variant on the tree that's higher up, you can just upgrade the Blinding Blaze 2. And you can't do it to every weapon. It is only when that weapon is the max level. So for instance, you can do it to the Blinding Blaze 2, which is what I use, but you can't do it to the Wyvern Blade Blossom Plus. And this system makes, you know, a bit of sense, but at times I do feel a little confused about it because it does limit the actual function. And, you know, that's just something they keep doing is like they introduce something new like mantles, like decorations, like charms, but they kind of hinder your ability to ever really get to those until the very end of the game, especially with layered armor. And this is no different because you can't augment till the very end. And a lot of the weapons that you need to augment are like so max leveled. The Wyvern Blade Blossom Plus is a rarity 10 weapon, but it has a rarity 12 counterpart that I haven't even unlocked. I have no idea what this takes to unlock. But then like the Blinding Blaze 2 is just a rarity 10 weapon. That's it. Like there's nothing else in its tree. Technically, if you wanted to fully max it out, there is a rarity 11 that's in a sub tree that I haven't unlocked yet, so I don't know what it is. But like there is technically a max version, but it's the max version of that specific tree the weapon is. And then if those are like above rarity 10, they're pretty goddamn rare. You know, we're talking master rank Elder Dragons or some of the like 100 master rank type of hunts that you don't even unlock until later. Stuff like the Gold Rathian, the Silver Rathian, shit like that. That's so late game that a lot of people probably don't ever use this system. But I guess the system isn't that important to a degree. It really is just in-game content. It just sucks that they lock both it and layered armor behind that, but whatever. It's also somewhat good that it is in-game content because of how grindy the system actually is. It takes a lot to max out a weapon fully augmented. And then you can also augment your armor. So yeah, it's definitely like probably more grindy than actually getting the layered armor set you want because you generally will not have to fight the monster like too many times, maybe 2 or 3 to get some of the rare stuff like a mantle or gem, you know, whatever that rare piece is in the Gilded Lands. But outside of that, you just do that like, you know, a couple times and then you can unlock the entire set with just 2,000 points and those resources. It doesn't take a lot individually as that's only the required cost for the whole set, not each piece. But with augments, it is done in so many pieces. So looking at the example of our Blinding Blaze 2, you can already see there is multiple options just on this first page. You can see you can add extra slots, which we'll get into later, but that upgrades the actual level of your augment and it looks like it goes to 4. And in those slots that you're getting extra for, you can put these little buffs in. So attack increase 1 takes 3 slots. And so I only have 5. So 3 out of 5, that's a pretty big thing. But if we look over how much attack it actually adds, you can see it's like 17. And that's almost 2% of a buff. So generally you're not doing a whole lot. A 2% attack buff doesn't mean a lot when you're getting a bunch of buffs from, let's say, attack boost as a decoration or whatever. It's kind of getting overshadowed as you can get a lot more out of those, especially if you just like drink a mega demon drug or something. And then if we go down to affinity, you can see it takes up 2 slots for an increase of like 10, which is pretty decent. You know, critical eye gives you 5% per level. So by doing this, you could save 2 levels of critical eye, especially if you just don't have the decorations to fill that out. Not a bad idea. And defense only takes up 1 and it slightly increases your defense, but also very occasionally reduces damage. And that's obviously big because, you know, I've already talked about how defense in this game really isn't anything. Like you'll increase a lot through upgrades and shit, and it makes a noticeable difference, but isn't exactly going to be saving you in Iceborne because usually you're just getting fucking blasted. And below defense, we have a slot upgrade 1, which takes up 3 slots and will give your equipment a level 1 slot. So So I guess if you really needed a niche decoration, or maybe you just needed an extra vitality one, you'd throw this on here, but taking up 3 slots is quite a lot. And I generally don't see this one in builds often, but the one below it, health regen, is one I see a lot because it recovers a tiny bit of health in proportion to damage dealt to an enemy. So it's essentially lifesteal. And that's big because not only are you saving time when you're healing because, you just don't have to do potions as much, but that's also just a better gameplay style because it's a lot more engaged in just fighting the monster. So while it's not exactly useful for those mega speedrunners you watch who never get hit, they'd rather take the extra attack or affinity depending on their build, it's pretty important for the rest of us who want to spend our time just fighting a monster, not healing, and also just surviving. It can be pretty tough out there. And then the last one is element status effect up 1. Pretty useless, just increases the status and elemental effect damage of your ammo and equipment. So once again, similar to defense, it's a 1 cost, which typically just means it's not used very often. And yeah, I don't really see it ever in these meta builds. So outside of attack increase, affinity increase, and health regen, I really don't see use cases for a lot of the others. Slot upgrade is very niche. I don't really know why you would need just a level 1 upgrade slot, That's not going to do you a lot in terms of skills. And defense and elemental stuff, it's just, it's not something that's going to help you. Defense is kind of just a crutch, and then element is not really meta. Maybe if you were dual blading or something like that does use a lot of element stuff, but I'm not familiar with that. And even affinity is kind of like, well, we have Wex, and Wex is fucking busted. And then it's like not hard to get critical eye up to 7, so I don't really see people taking that either. But it is just a 2 cost, so maybe. And that's actually not all you can do. There is custom upgrades, but not every weapon actually has a custom upgrade. The Blinding Blaze 2 does, which is why I picked it. And you can see it has 3 upgrades: the Kula Yaku mod, the Jurados mod, and the Tzitzi Yaku mod. And each of them do something different. The Kula Yaku slightly increases affinity by 1%. Obviously, that does get upgraded as you upgrade the custom upgrades because these are only level 1, but you can only go 4 up. So does it just go to 4%? I actually don't know. And then there's the Juratodos, which slightly increases elemental and abnormal status effect damage. This has thunder, so you would get a little extra. Seems like you get 10, goes from 480 to 490, not a whole lot. And the slightly increases attack power of the Tzitzi Yaku, which gives you 3 attack. So these are very small upgrades, but they are technically free, I guess. And for me, I think I'm going to go with this attack one because we don't really need more affinity, and I don't really want to go off, abnormal status or element. So I would just go with this slightly increases attack power, costs 100, points, and of course these resources. And so now that we're actually able to see, we can then go into another level, upgrade level 2 with new mods. So the mod name changes, the weapon looks different every time. That's interesting. And yeah, so if you try to go on a different one, you would just get 1 more affinity and you would get 10 more element. And then we're going to actually get 4 more attack. So you can actually mix and match upgrades. So if I wanted to now add affinity, I could do that. Or if I wanted to now add element, I could, but there's no real point. I would just go for attack. So as you can see, this is pretty costly. We're adding, 3 and now 4 attack at the cost of 5, 6, and 7 of my resources from the Gilded Lands. And that's a bit of grinding. That's 2 hunts worth only to add, 7 total attack. It's not great. And of course, these add stuff as well, but you're also not getting a lot from these either. If we increase our attack power, once again, it was a 2% increase, and then the other one's a 0.5% increase. So generally pretty rough, but it is something to grind for in game just to get a little more damage, just to get your times a little less. And that's really all you could really want. It does help as well to fight some of the later monsters like Fatalis, Elatrion, the Gold and Silver Rathalos, and then something like Rajang, because those are kind of above just your medium or even late master ranked, because those are the tippy top. So if you're struggling with those, I guess you could probably grind this out, but I don't know. I don't really feel like hating on it because this is a better in-game, I think, than layered armor. Layered armor just shouldn't be that in-game level, but this should because we're just like barely scraping out like a little more, you know? This is like in, I think, Fast and the Furious movie when they switch off the AC in the car just to get like a little more horsepower. Like, yeah, if you're a sweat, you do that. But if you're just like a normal guy, like, fuck, dude, it's hot out. I need that AC. That's really all there is to augments, though. It's gonna take you like 300 million hours to ever really get a maxed out weapon full of augments. And, you know, if you're chill like me, you'll just get the, you know, weapon that doesn't have any custom upgrades because that's too much work. And, you know, generally just chip away however you can at it. I wouldn't think too hard on it. You know, like, oh, should I add a slot upgrade? Like, nah, just probably give it attack and then some health regen and call it a day. I couldn't imagine like going through all the custom upgrades, you know, pimping your weapon out just perfectly. It's gotta be so sweaty. Not that I'm hating on that. I'm just saying personally, like, fuck, man, I got other shit to do. But it is what it is. You know, it's a new thing in the Monster Hunter franchise that since I didn't know it exists, I actually don't know if it is in the next two games. I don't think it's in Rise. And as of this recording, I haven't actually played Wild, so we will see. Anyway, I do think that wraps up equipment. Finally, this is like the second false alarm, but I think this one's actually for real because I can't think of anything else. So that means the next section we're going to be tackling, the last one of what makes up Monster Hunter World, is the items. If you're a new viewer, don't worry. The items isn't as in-depth as some of the other because there are just so many items, but I like to take a look at kind of the scale of the items and if items were really revamped to change the way a Monster Hunter game functions. And then I also talk about how, you know, you use these items to hunt in the Monster Hunter section. So this one will be kept pretty brief. Similar to pretty much every previous title, Monster Hunter World has more content, and that means it has more items in general. Just looking at the hunt items for now, there are not a lot more because, you know, even with the new like decoration system, it just kind of swaps out for what the talisman system was. You used to get these rocks, there was only like 5 different rarities, and they would give you talismans depending on the rarities. And now you just get these face stones that do the same thing with decorations, and there is only 7 of those. So like that's not a huge change. And even in stuff like armor spheres, there are more armor spheres here than there were in previous titles, but you know, there's like 2 more levels, so it doesn't change a lot. And even with some of the hunting items like flash bombs, sonic bombs, we just get that in the form of slinger ammo, which, you know, is technically an item because you get it during the hunt to use, but then like, you know, some slinger ammo I don't actually think you can have in your item chest, but I'm still counting that as a thing. And so there are equivalents of each of them. But in terms of like new stuff added that is generally used as items, it doesn't really revamp how Monster Hunter World is played when we just look at it from the term of items. You know, we still have flash bombs, we just have them in a different version now, and I'll talk about how you might be able to hunt differently with them later, but for now there's just not much that has changed. However, because of the extra content, the monster material items has changed you know, pretty drastically because every monster has several parts, and that was kind of, you know, always the general idea behind every single game. You know, monsters would have low rank parts and then they'd have some high rank parts, and some of them would just be plus versions, but generally there wasn't too many. And World keeps that somewhat similar. It's split up between low rank and high rank, and you know, there's not a lot of parts different there. And then it goes into master rank, which just adds like a few more parts. But then there's also the Gilded Lands parts, because pretty much every monster minus some like subspecies has a Gilded Lands exclusive drop, and they usually have 2. I'm pretty sure anyone that is in the Gilding Lands has 2. There's an exception here or there, but most of them are 2. And so, you know, you're getting like 2 extra materials over like 50 monsters. So already that's like 100 extra items that other games didn't have. You know, there was G rank items in other games, but that's just kind of equivalent to what master rank is. And then of course, low and high rank exists in both of them as well. But the Gilded Lands is something new. And these Gilded Lands materials are used for augmentations that we just talked about and layered armor. So they are important items as well. It's not just like some bullshit items like accounting items, that really wouldn't be worth even mentioning. And these Gilded Lands items don't even stop at the monster parts. Every ore in the Gilded Lands is technically new. Every bone in the Gilded Lands is technically new. And there are a lot of them. I'm pretty sure the Gilded Lands has an equal amount of like ores and bones than low rank, high rank, and master rank combined. So you're effectively just doubling those counts, which is adding a lot too. So yeah, I would think Monster Hunter World with Iceborne included has more items than any other game before it. But generally, I don't think these items really change how these Monster Hunter games are made up and really ever have to this point, besides maybe Dose when it added ingredients. So you'd have to actually collect the ingredients to cook. That's, still not returned even to World. So, maybe Dose has more items than Monster Hunter 3, but it definitely doesn't have more items than World. All right, this has way more monsters than Dose and any version of the Gen 2, and also just has a fuck ton of bullshit extra content, especially from its Iceborne expansion. Maybe a second gen game, if the others actually used ingredients, could have more than base World, but with Iceborne included, all the extra stuff from Gilded Lands and Master Rank, it's just not comparable. Plus, Monster Hunter World in general gets a little bit of an extra buff for being a mainstream game. It got a lot more support after its release, which I guess you could technically say is true for all the other games, as you had the expansion versions of it, like 3U to, Monster Hunter Tri and Monster Hunter 4U to Monster Hunter 4. But those didn't really add the same things. Monster Hunter was getting a lot of event stuff, which comes with a lot of tickets, and also, like layered armor sets and that, and just a lot of redeemable stuff in general. You get like coins. They have the Steamworks with even more tickets. I think from the success of Monster Hunter World, we actually see a lot more bloat in the game. Not that bloat is a bad thing, but it's something to consider in the future as Capcom, kind of gives the community just more and more. The items is just going to continue to bloat. It would be interesting to see it go down, and it couldn't rise, but I really don't feel like we're going to see, a massive reduction in items. I think that's what has made Monster Hunter special for a while. There is a lot. You can play this game for 500 hours because items exist in this format. You have rarities to get them that lower the chances. Usually the rarity's higher, so you have to repeatedly fight. And then when you get one, well, what if you need two? Now you got to fight it again and then get that after 3 more hunts. This is probably like the most boring section in the video, but I think it's actually one of the most important to looking at a Monster Hunter game, because ultimately the gameplay function of Monster Hunter has always been to just get more items. And maybe you never really thought of that. Maybe you thought, well, the whole point is just to fight monsters. But realistically, the game's built around just grinding out these hundreds of items that exist in it from the very beginning, and even after you've completed the entire game. I just want one more layered armor set. I just need one more augmentation. It's almost a never-ending cycle by just the amount of bulk that they added into this game that you really don't see in other games. And I think Monster Hunter World really made me realize that just scrolling through this massive amount of shit, especially because like half of it you don't even know exists in the game. Even if it's in your crate, you would just never know because there's so much. Like for real, if I asked you about the Banuk warrior symbol, are you really gonna know where you got that from? Are you really gonna know what it does? Are you really even gonna know what type of item it is? I don't think so. Either way, that's gonna pretty much wrap up this item section and this section as a whole. Overall, I think Monster Hunter Worlds is a really fun game, and for me, where I'm at in the world, I think it is made for me, and it seems like it was made for a lot more people than all those older games were. I had a lot of fun on MH4U back in the day as a kid, but that's because like, what else was I really supposed to do? I'd play outside, and then at night I would grind MH4U, and back then that was okay. I was a kid. I didn't have like responsibilities and shit, but now, when you have a job, when you have a lot of people you have to keep up with, whether it be friends or family, sitting around and playing, hours and hours of Monster Hunter really isn't what ends up, kind of completing me personally. And so I'm glad I can still play the games like World and actually still complete them and still get a lot of fun out of them without having to, do some of the needless grinding. And if that is something that, appealed to you in the past and now you're just not really feeling it, fine. I get that. You can say Capcom sold out. You can say they suck. But in the hand, you can't really blame Capcom for wanting success. And so in terms of Capcom, how they created Monster Hunter World, I think they did a good job. And, you know, some people won't like it, but the majority of the player base has enjoyed it, does like it, and will continue to enjoy it if Capcom continues to push these new fundamentals that make up this new generation of Monster Hunter. That is what makes up the Monster Hunter game, but what makes up the very person we play as, the Hunter? Now, this is basically a second look at Monster Hunter World where we look specifically at the story and who this Hunter that we play as is. And to do that, we are once again going to go back to the very beginning and then skip ahead a little more because the character customization really doesn't matter for this part. Your Hunter is going to be, you know, whoever you create, but certain things, because this isn't like a full RPG where you can make a bunch of dialogue decisions and whatnot, is going to mainly maintain the same as we play through the game, I guess, unless you just stopped playing and chose a pacifist run where you just never slay any monsters and only play egg fetch quests and herb gathering. So basically a Death Stranding Monster Hunter playthrough. That'd be so goddamn miserable if it's just like carrying eggs, the video game. At least Death Stranding has like something going on. Might have to cover those games in the future, but for now, let us take a look at Monster Hunter World's story as it starts off like no game other. I'm sure I've said that like 1,000 times at this point, but it is true. The opening cutscene of Monster Hunter World differs because in the past, each game was set up by some high adrenaline, action-filled highlight reel of, you know, a Monster Hunter group taking on a particular monster. In one, we get a little look over the habitats of different monsters with the Velociprey on the hunt, and then eventually with our hunter squad pulling up on a Rathalos to try to take it down. In Dose, it actually goes along more with the story as the group continues to track some sort of disturbance in nature, eventually leading a group of hunters to the Kushala Daora. Maybe not as much action as the past, but it did have, you know, an interesting hook as you could tell something was going on, and then a pretty badass ending as the rain stopped and the sky clears as the Kushala Daora spreads its wings. It was a pretty good setup. Then in Try, it kind of goes back to Monster Hunter 1's intro with a little bit of habitat setup as the predators are hunting down the prey in an action-packed sequence that reminds me of Lion King. And all this is building up until the Lagiacrus rises from the sea to show down with a Rathalos. Unfortunately, we don't get to see that kind of brawl as the Rathalos runs away knowing it cannot be fucking with no sea monster. That's how it generally ends, with the Rathalos flying away over a group of hunters leading into the intro. And then of course, Monster Hunter 4 continues the trend of following Monster Hunter 1's intro by having a whole setup with hunters running from a Tigrex and leading it into a trap. It's a pretty nice opening shot and actually leads into the Gore Magala showing up, which in itself is a pretty badass monster to like show off and is similar to Dose in showing off its flagship, you know, Elder Dragon monster that's going to be integral to the plot and gameplay. And I say all this because, like I said, Monster Hunter World doesn't do that. Instead, it just opens with a little bit of dialogue and a flag flapping in the background that basically gives us an idea of what the game's about before we even get into it. We are going to a new world. Life in this new world isn't exactly easy because it's not as established as the old world, and you can turn back if you're scared. That's the message we get, and then we get one of my favorite openings to the game with the world text coming on screen with a blinding white light. And that just works perfectly because our hunters are walking into the light. They're walking into a rebirth of Monster Hunter. And then of course it says Monster Hunter World, like I said. After that, it immediately just goes into a cutscene. That's the intro. Like the rest of this isn't really, I'd say, an intro. It's more of just like, all right, game started. You're going to get a cutscene where you create your character and then you're just going to move into the game. And it'll be like the intro of the game, but it's not like the intros we had in the past games because those were just like for selecting start. And to be honest, this really isn't a thing that I would say Monster Hunter World did new or created a unique thing. It's really just more of modern gaming, kind of getting rid of the intro to your start menu play that they kind of would do. I mean, you had to get people people interested in your game as soon as possible. And since there wasn't like the booming internet with trailers and whatnot, they didn't have like a good way to get that out other than putting it at the very beginning of the game when you open it. Nowadays though, we have trailers, so instead of using like these things in games, they just would post it on like YouTube. And so it's more of a change with the times and less of a change for world and specific, but it is interesting to look at and is also just a good way to start off the story. Because as I said, we are going to a new world. So the first time we see any sort of people, it's on what I would assume is the bottom of the ship where we're just kind of hanging out as the hunters. You know, we're not driving that shit. We ain't setting sail. This whole part is really just about more introduction. You're told that you guys are A-listers, just like the two handler and hunter you're talking to. And once you create your character and whatnot, they kind of transition you to go find your handler, which is like, oh God, the handler. It's not time yet, all right? I'm not going to talk about the handler yet. And don't worry, I'll have plenty to say, but it's just not that time yet. I'm not angry enough to talk about the handler. So for now, I'm just going to say we go over to our handler. And before I move on, I do want to point out that this game does have full dialogue in the cutscenes, like I said, except for your character, which is retarded. All right, there's so much awkwardness in some of these cutscenes because your character just goes like, or he's just like shakes his head. I don't know. It's really weird. I might have already said this, but like watching these cutscenes back, it's just fucking weird. Like, look at this. You cannot tell me that shit was natural. I would have rathered it to sound nothing like my character. It could have been like a Palico voice and it still would have been better than just nothing. Anyway, we go over to our geeky ass handler who of course has this goofy ass goggle, and then she even says meowdy doo. I mean, you know what? Capcom does make, you know, interesting Palico feline type puns, but like, please, dude, don't put it into the character. It's so bad. But I'm not going to focus on that because something important does happen. We're just kind of chatting up, me and the handler, and there's a big rocking on the ship. So, you know, because we're the main characters, we, and yes, only we, run up to the front of the ship to see what's going on, which at the same time, the ship starts to point upwards, basically going full vertical. And as we slide back, for some reason, we get like bumped out of the ship, land on this mysterious mountain that raised our ship up, and we're perfectly fine, not even hurt. I guess it is kind of canon in Monster Hunter to be able to jump from like as far as possible and take no damage. You know, the hunters are just built different. There's like those Thai, you know, fighters who do like shin training where they just like kick the fuck out of a stone pillar. That's basically what they do with the Monster Hunter as their babies. If you guys didn't know, this is real lore. They take the Monster Hunter babies and they just fucking like grab them by the legs and just bounce them off fucking random walls so that they're basically indestructible to force unless they're hit by a monster, because you can't, you know, babies won't survive being hit by a monster. They almost survive being thrashed around on stone walls. It's the only way they'll live. A little off topic though, we gotta stay locked in because this is a fire intro, all right? Trust me. We're going to basically get to play the game and get a tutorial on movement, I guess. You know, they tell you which keys to press and whatnot. And then they teach us how to even climb and not get hit by falling rocks, which leads us on our way to this top of this monster that we can now see is definitely a monster. No idea anything about it at this time, which then allows us to initiate a slide down its head where we jump off and then just, I guess, happen to shoot our little grappling hook into a monster's feet that's going to fly us to safety. And this is when we once again get more Monster Hunter bullshit. All right, World is already testing my bullshit radar, and it should be testing yours too, all right? How the hell is this twiggy ass monster that probably has hollow bones because it's flying? I mean, that's how birds fly. You would think monsters fly. How the hell is it holding two fucking adult-sized people? Not only that, how is the grappling hook holding? That shit should like tear out of its foot, snap in half, rip my arm out of its socket. Just drop the handler, bro. We ain't really losing much. They could have saved this game, all right? Monster Hunter World is terrible because they decided not to let me drop the handler, all right? Damn, they really fumbled the bag. But because we don't drop the handler, we end up arriving at this camp that's like kind of deserted, but not really. And we end up finding a map that is going to lead us to the New World base. But first, we have to trek through the wilderness a little bit, and we just come across these monsters where we just hide in a bush. And this is actually like the first time ever that like Monster Hunter has taught you like not to fight. fight. And to be honest, I don't think I ever hid into a bush ever again. I don't even really think I crouched ever again. So this might have been the most useless tutorial, but story-wise it makes sense because we don't have any weapons. So, you know, just don't ever think we're not going to have weapons in the future. I don't know. It's like they wanted to do something with this shit, but then just like didn't. I don't know what you want from me, man. Basically, we just end up making our way to the base. We come across a big monster that fights another big monster that kind of looked like the small monster. And I just barely, by the skin of my teeth, get out of there before the tail whacks into the gate that was just dropped. And it's safety. We have made it to Astera, the new world village that is honestly pretty cool looking, and it actually looks, you know, somewhat realistic. You have various water wheels powering essentially a bunch of pulley systems using some heavy chains to move a lot of stuff vertically, as there's 2 stories to Astera. There is your trade yard, which is essentially the main area. It's where you'll meet up for all the village meetings with the commander, while also containing a lot of the more basic things like the ecologist, the village requests, the merchant, the melder, just kind of all that stuff that's going to help you prepare for your quests as you play the game. The second area contains the canteen, which is where you can eat, and the workshop. Both areas contain a room, one of which is for online, it's like your guild room, and the other is for solo, which is, you know, just your personal room. Both areas also contain a quest board, so you can do quests from either the top or the bottom, but I usually like to just go to the top so I can eat before I actually head out. And the way you can traverse these different verticalities is very seamless. You can either use the stair systems, there's 2 on each side, or the lift systems, which will just automatically teleport you up and to whichever spot you want. There's one for the workshop, for the canteen. It's just a quick little selection and you're basically there, or you can just pick one and then run across the bridges that separate them. It's probably my favorite looking village just because they have the, you know, modern capacity of design. There's just no way you can really take any of those old ones because, you know, they were on the 3DS at best. And even like those 3DS ones were like, you know, Monster Hunter 4 had a lot of villages. That was cool and they were very varied. So it gets points for like that, but the villages themselves were extremely basic. MH3's village fucking sucked. Monster Hunter Dose, an interesting village. It had a cave, it had 2 little areas, but it was on the PS2, and Monster Hunter 1's village, literally the worst thing ever. So I do like Astera. It just obviously has the modern benefit behind it. I mean, I don't think, you know, any of this was happening on the fucking Wii or 3DS. Come on. The village aside though, now that we're actually here, we can start introducing ourselves and being introduced to various characters. Astera is a very bustling village. So, you know, you'll see the main characters, but you also just see a lot of people just around the village working, carrying stuff, hunters in gear, and people being, you know, tended on wounds since we just had that run-in with the Zoro Magdaros. The field team leader is actually who saved us when we were being attacked by the Great Jagras and later Anjanath, and he's essentially here to kind of give us a tour after we meet the commander himself. It's a pretty good way to not only introduce Astera to us, but also make the game feel fluid, as instead of just like having text boxes like the game does a lot of the times, this one just does it through actual gameplay. We just follow the field team leader and, you know, he'll have dialogue basically explaining things. I like that. And it ends up with us finding our Palico, who we actually lost, and, you know, like I said, you know, earlier in the video, he did die. This one's new. He basically skinned off his old fur and got like a whole fur toupee. It's a pretty ambitious surgery, so, you know, go easy on him. That's why he's all red now. The blood seeped in and dyed his hair differently, but the blue spots are still there from his old coat of fur. As we find our Palico, we also hear the horn that's basically calling all the main villagers in for a meeting with the commander. And after the handler speaks, meaning like after you fucking punch yourself in the head because she said some absolute dumb shit, we get an explanation of what we're actually doing in the new world. Basically, the monster we ran into earlier on the ship is the Zoro Magdaros, an elder dragon that is doing something called the Elder Crossing. And it is a phenomenon that we don't actually know why it's happening, but we do know that it happens every century or so, for as long as, you know, history has been able to write that down. So that means over time, Elder Dragons have essentially just crossed the ocean to this new land that I guess we didn't know existed till a little while ago. So we probably actually thought they were just going to drown themselves, which is pretty weird. But in reality, they've been coming here, and the amount of monsters or elder dragons going on these elder crossings has actually increased. So now it's like every decade, when at first they said about every century. The guild has essentially formed the research commission in the New World to investigate the phenomenon so we can actually figure out why the Elder Dragons are going this way and where they're even going. The first fleet of Research Commission was sent here about 40 years prior to this start of the game, as each new fleet has been sent, per decade. And we're the fifth fleet, so, it has been a long time. And each fleet was actually following an Elder Dragon on its Elder Crossing. At this time, we don't really know anything about the other fleets, that arrived here before us, but it will come in time. However, we do know that the ship at the top of Astera that adds a little unique spin on it was actually the first fleet ship that arrived here in a pretty terrible storm. So I wonder if the Kushala Daora had something to do with that, or maybe even the Gore Magala, as both are tied to storms, quite a bit because they're dark dragon monsters. But that's just me speculating. But that did actually happen with the first fleet, which I think is cool. The way the ship sits on top of Astera definitely adds a unique spin to the village. Now, because this is the beginning of the game, we're just sent out to hunt some Jagras and whatnot, basically do the intro. So the story doesn't really begin until you get more into it. And essentially what it boils down to is we were sent here to follow Zoro Magdaros, like I said, every decade to follow an Elder Crossing. And as the fifth fleet A-listers, there's us and another group. We're at the top of that chain that's supposed to be researching Zoro Magdaros, which also implies that this hunter we have is actually a previous hunter in the old world. I mean, we don't really know to what extent, because A-list is just like a base for being a top hunter, but it is something, especially when we had MH4U, where your dude just kind of shows up with the caravan and then makes his way in the guild. I mean, that was rock bottom. Bro was like a Z-lister. And the Z stood for zoophile because he was fucking the shit out of that palico under the boat. The dude from MH3 is supposed to be a little experienced because he was sent by the guild to actually fix what was going on in Moga Woods, but we don't really know too much about that because they don't really develop it outside of MH4U and on. MH2, you just kind of show up, do some work for the Jumbo Village. You're a nobody. And in MH1, once again, you're a nobody who kind of gets trained by the Kokoto Village Chief. But this is actual established lore in the game that you were a previous hunter, so you're not a complete newbie. But because it's a video game, you have to do, newbie tutorial stuff. But, gameplay itself isn't usually canon like that. Anyway, you finish up all that tutorial slop, and your task now becomes to locate Zoro Magdaros in the New World. Because after our little run-in, we don't really know where he went. And so with the guild, we basically do a few expeditions and whatnot to track down certain parts of him that, are obviously from him, because they're giant molten rocks in this fucking environment. That's not normal. And it leads us to the Great Ravine, which is when the commander tells us that he actually plans to capture the Zoro Magdaros as it's in the Great Ravine, because this is a good time for it. Because normally, you can't really catch Zoro Magdaros in just a plane, because it is a massive, and I mean massive Elder Dragon that we've never really fought something that size. Think of the Jin Moran. It was just that big, and we didn't fight that with just our weapon. First we had to rail it with cannonballs, hit it with the Dragonator, all that shit. So we kind of have to do something similar with this, but because this is more vertical, having the Great Ravine surrounding it gives us more verticality to build on, so we can have ballistas and cannons and whatnot. But in the end, it turns out to not be enough, as that capture attempt fails and leaves us in complete disarray as Zoro Magdaros somehow gets away. All right, this is on the level of Star Wars, the ninth film. I haven't actually even seen it because why would you? But when they say from the meme, they say somehow Palpatine returned. Somehow Zoro Magdaros just disappeared, dog. I don't know how we lose a massive molten mountain. All right. I don't know how we do that. If he's in a forest, he's just eviscerating trees in his path. If he goes underground, there's going to be a massive hole. I mean, he made our ship look like a fucking cracker in a soup bowl. And yeah, you're supposed to make me believe that Zoro Magdaros got away. Yeah, okay, buddy. I'm nitpicking, because this isn't really an important thing. It's really just a gameplay element, but like, let me shit on it a little bit. You gotta talk shit on the Monster Hunter story when it's bad. But the purpose of this was so that you would basically go to new areas, and this one in specific is the Coral Highlands. I just don't really feel like they had to write in that he like disappeared, but they tie it into adding a few new quests because you have to go like find the Wyverian, who knows where it is, and then you have to prove yourself by taking down the apexes of the forest, the Rathalos and the Diablos. It makes sense so that they could put more gameplay in it, but like if Capcom was good at writing story and then good at implementing it, they could have like actually done something cool. Anyway, in the Coral Highlands, we end up meeting with the Third Fleet and their research commission, and they actually had something cool going on. They had a ship to fly above the Great Ravine and kind of go exploring the new world, but it got struck down and they were left stuck in the Coral Highlands. So I think they were somewhat isolated for a while, but it doesn't look like they were like eating each other or anything, so that's good. And the Third Fleet is also led by a Wyverian, so that's actually kind of cool lore. I don't know if we've ever really had a different species kind of be a main character like that. There was the Miarkit feline in Monster Hunter DOS, but I think that was really it, unless you count the Wyporium guy as a different species, because he definitely looked it in Monster Hunter 4U. That little gremlin dude, fucking freak. The story continues though, because we essentially just figure out, we have this airship engineer, we'll go hunt the Palamu or whatever the hell, and that'll give us the resources to fix up the ship so that we can continue exploring to find Zoro Magdaros. And with the help of the Wyverian, we figure out that he has gone into the depths of the Rotten Vale, which is where we discover that is actually a graveyard of Elder Dragons, which leads to the conclusion that the reason the Elder Dragons participate in the Elder Crossing is to die in the Rotten Vale. And it all kind of adds up. There's just a lot of like death in the Rotten Vale. I mean, it's called the Rotten Vale because it is just a rotten fucking place, like no bit. But it also has like a sense of beauty to things. Like the acid water in the Rotten Vale is like so sparkly and blue. It just hurts to touch. And that's because the life force of the Elder Dragons is thought to basically provide the Rotten Vale with nutrients, but it doesn't stop from the fact that it's like a fucking shithole, right? It'd be like if Elder Dragons were going and dying in Chicago, but then there was like no crime in Chicago. Like there was still trash everywhere and, it was just shitty in general, but there wasn't anyone who was like really mad. That it's that kind of beauty. And there's even a little bit of foreshadowing where the tracker kind of mentions that she's wondering if there isn't a greater force making the Elder Crossing possible, because she finds it weird that they would somehow, even all the way in the New World, know to make their way all the way here. It's a little weird. Like, is it the region of the Rotten Vale doing it? Or is it something else? Dun, dun, dun. It's something else. But that's not where we are right now, because the Zora Magdaros was supposed to be here. We found, traces of it all the way through the Rotten Vale, but for some reason, it's just not here. And so once again, we have to figure out where a massive molten mountain has gone. Like, bro, it cannot be that hard. This is like if Shaq got lost in the Oompa Loompa village. Like, brother, where would he be hiding? Like, maybe he could get away as a tree if it was fall because they wouldn't have leaves. But I mean, if bro's got the Lakers jersey on, it's even more raps because that shit's yellow as fuck. There's just no way Zora Magdaros can be getting away with this shit. But I mean, once again, we do find him and we figure out that the Zoro Magdaros is going for the Everstream, which if you're like me, you probably thought the Everstream was like a water biome of some kind. Maybe not a biome, but like you probably thought it was like a river or a stream. But the Everstream is actually a cave system that is covered in molten, lava and whatnot. I don't actually know if that was there before we got there or if Zoro Magdaros did that, but it doesn't matter because what matters is that it's actually connected to the ocean. So it's essentially connected to the entire continent of the New World. And that becomes a problem because Zora Magdaros is here to die. I mean, we do know that. Even though he skipped over the Rotten Vale, my boy Maggie is here to die. Which is weird though, because we suspected that the Rotten Vale was where they went to die. So like, what's drawing it here? kind of sus. But the problem with, it dying is that it is a massive elder dragon, and that energy that is inside of it is going to spread through the Everstream into the ocean and destroy the entire new world. Just like fucking blow that bitch up. Motherfuckers from the old world would be seeing that shit like it's 4th of July. And if you're like, no, because the curvature of the earth, no, the Monster Hunter world is flat. All right, so they would be seeing it, and that's canon. Because if Monster Hunter World isn't flat, then there's no fucking way that the Rathalos can fly, because then it means that like gravity's pretty normal, and there's no way that thing can fly. It's all cap. The world's flat, all right? Affects gravity and shit, I don't know. But we're not worried about the Rathalos, we're worried about the Zora Magdaros. And the idea we basically come up with, well, I say we, but this is actually the first time the handler ever says like anything of value. And she actually does it in a very like serious and mature way. But, still, fuck the handler. She like a dumb fucking hoe. Ooga booga da da. And her idea is to lure the Zora Magdaros, or, hit the shit out of it until it gets the fuck out of the way. I like how they use the word lure, like we got a carrot on a stick, but we have a fucking chainsaw to the pig's ass. All right, we are not luring it. But she says we're going to lure it away into the ocean because, like I said, the Everstream is connected to the ocean, blah, blah, blah. And apparently that's going to, like, not destroy the whole world, but I don't really get that. Like, how was the Zora Magdaros going to destroy the whole world in the Everstream? But if we just, like, give it a little bump into the ocean, it's, like, perfectly fine. Like, I feel like if it was like, okay, we have a nuke and it's in Florida, and, it's going to blow all Florida to fucking bits. All right, bye-bye, Florida. But then if we just, like, throw the nuke, best we can, little slingshot, off the coast of Florida, Florida will then become 100% fine. Like, I don't know, dude. I still feel like it's going to take some damage, but fuck it. We're going to lure that bitch into the ocean and they'll die there and start a whole new ecosystem. And, that's what we end up doing. We basically, like, bother the shit out of the Zora Magdaros on his deathbed, push that bitch away. But at the same time, we kind of like swat its flies for it. We're like a bird for a cow, or maybe a rhino. I don't actually know if birds bite the bugs off cows, but we're like that because like the Nergigante is obviously there and we got to like swipe that bitch off him, because we don't want anyone eating him. We want him to go lay in the ocean and die, just like my sweet Palico. And so we do just that. We set up another siege basically where we have ballistas, cannons, but we also have a new little toy that I would refer to in the analogy as the chainsaw, but they refer to it as the Dragon Slayer. And the Dragon Slayer is essentially just the Dragonator from previous games, but I think we can all agree that Dragon Slayer is a way fucking cooler name for it, because like Dragonator just sounds something from like Doofenshmirtz.
Ah yes, bury the platypus. I now unveil my new invention, Dragonator.
Like, what the hell are you talking about, Doofenshmirtz? Who put that motherfucker in the Monster Hunter canon? All right, Capcom, you're tripping. We fuck with the Dragon Slayer, and the Dragon Slayer don't fuck with Zora Magdaros, because we use that bitch to just stab him in his fucking gut. And that's basically the final way we lure him into the ocean. And it ends the super fun Zora Magdaros quest as he explodes into 1 billion fucking pieces. Okay, he doesn't actually explode, all right? I kind of thought it would. It'd be like a massive explosion, but because it's just off the coast of this little mountain Everstream, it just kind of like sinks underwater. So I guess that was the plan, to make Zora Magdaros drown itself. And, it worked, so how can a motherfucker really hate? 1 point handler, 3,567 billion points, everything else. But that is not actually where the story ends for World, because Zora Magdaros was kind of just the beginning of the research committee's work. Through a little bit of more research, blah, 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 blah. Who cares about that shit? Nerd. I want to hunt monsters. Rawr! We find that instead of the Rotten Vale, Elder Dragons were actually going to the Elder's Recess, which was like inside of the Everstream or like below it. It's somehow connected to that. And I think Zora Magdaros basically like opened it up for us to actually get to. But I mean, we never really would have found that shit on our own. So that's where he was actually heading. And the Rotten Vale was just kind of on the way. But it doesn't exactly tell us why Zora Magdaros was headed to the Elder's Recess and what makes it a hub for elder dragons to go there and die. So we look at the first black individual. I mean, we look at the first scary, evil individual, which would be the Nergigante, as it has been, feeding off Zora Magdaros the whole time and has previously fed off other elder dragons. That's just what it does. It's an elder dragon on elder dragon beast. And we think that is why it's, leading them to the Elder's Recess. That's why they're actually making the trip. I don't know. He was kind of dumb, I think, to think that, because the Nergigante, I don't think, is in the old world and it doesn't harass them from there. I think it's mainly just in the new world and harasses it once they get to the mainland. So really, it just seems like an ecosystem thing. But, you gotta do the scientific method and try everything out. So it won't hate too bad. But we do go kill the Nergigante for basically no reason. So maybe it was a little fucked up. And that's where the Seeker, who has been in the game a little bit. He's a First Fleet member who's been on something of a hunt to figure all this out and has slowly been piecing it together with us on his own as he joins the admiral to find something out, because they discovered a large concentration of energy someplace deep within the Elder's Recess. And so, of course, they're going to take their God Hunter with them. And that's when we are greeted by a Xenojiva, not named at the time because we didn't actually know this thing existed. And it literally emerges from a cocoon. So, we had no idea this thing fucking existed. We name it after the fact, but I'm not going to call it a blue frog looking thing. No, it's a Xenojiva. And it just pops out with all this energy beams. Ooh, think about energy in this sense. And injures the Admiral, which forces the Seeker to rescue it, leaving you to fight off the threat alone, which is pretty fucked up, dude. Can't the fucking Admiral just crawl away? How are you gonna leave me to just fight a new monster that looks like a Dr. Manhattan type monster? What the hell? This shit's blue, shoots energy. It's massive as fuck. I don't want to fight this thing alone, but I did just say I was a G Hunter, so of course I take that thing down. Or as the Admiral suggested, I did what I had to do. I killed it. I genocided that bitch. Took its whole family lineage off the map. Oh, and because I watched that cutscene back and saw that, I think I confused myself. The Seeker is the one that gets injured, and I don't think the Admiral is really a hunter. He's a 10-foot tall dude, so could probably hunt with his bare hands, but he doesn't. Or he could just use an even bigger greatsword, a massive sword. But actually, the Admiral isn't even gone for very long, as he comes back, I assume after getting the Seeker to safety, as I'm falling to my death with the Xenojiva, because the floor ends up collapsing, probably under its massive fucking weight, because this bitch is big, all right? Don't play. And as I was falling, I was kind of thinking wouldn't it be interesting if they did kill off the Monster Hunter? That'd be kind of cool. And then maybe in an expansion, you just play a new one. But I don't know. People might get butthurt because you'd still be playing as them when you're hunting late game. But I don't know. Just kind of interesting to think about. I don't think they ever have killed off any characters if you really think about it. Maybe in some of the portable versions that I haven't played, but I honestly cannot think of a time where a character died. Food for thought. Poor writing on Capcom's side. But the Admiral comes and saves us. And we wake up in our house after being in a coma or something. And that fucking red-haired dude won't get the fuck out of my vision. Bro's getting way too close, dude. You might be gay as fuck with that haircut. But me, I just fuck animals, dude. Especially the freaky little dude with those bushy-ass eyebrows in the cutscene. Because he is a straight fucking dog. And for my efforts of slaying the Xenojiva, we could throw a little celebration and then end it on a final cutscene where the commander is basically addressing the entire commission, Third Fleet included, as they're out of the hood now and can actually come back to Astera. And what he says is, the research commission's task has been completed. Everyone's free to return home at their discretion. But then he tells us that if we do decide to stay, the guild would still like our help to continue to research the new world, which makes sense. And then he's and there's dangers and blah, blah, blah. It's going to be really hard. You guys don't want that, right? And everyone's what the fuck? Of course we want that. You think we want to go back to our families? Think I want to go see those bitch ass kids? Hell nah. I ain't trying to go back to my bitch ass wife. That's what one of them on God said in the cutscene. I was damn, Capcom, that's kind of brave. But I get it, because out in the new world, dude, they're fucking straight raw monster puss, dude. It goes crazy in the new world. No laws, straight anarchy. So yeah, I understand why they would never, ever want to go see their bitch ass family again. Nah, but like for real, dude. Some of these motherfuckers have been here for like 30 to 40 years and they're like, go back and see the kids, see the grandkids? Oh, hell no, bro. Oh, hell no. I haven't paid that child support in decades, literally. I'm fucking First Fleet. I haven't paid that shit in 4 decades. You think you're gonna get me on that now? Hell no. It's basically like an escaped group of convicts. Someone's really got to rethink how they do this shit. But I mean, it makes sense, obviously, that everyone wants to stay for gameplay reasons, because then, like, who would be fucking hunting? And so that's basically where the game ends, though. And so it makes sense for things to turn out like that and for the game to end there and the credits roll. But there is one last cutscene. It doesn't have anything to do with the story, but you know, you're walking through and all the hunters are like, what's up, dog? You're a G. And then you see the handler, dude, and she goes, you ready to shake things up? And she makes like the most fucking unhinged, monstrous faces ever, all right? There's something wrong with her. She gets weirder every time you fucking see this character. Like every other character is normal. Even the bushy eyebrow, big beard dude who's like 2 feet tall, but there's just something off around like one of the most important characters outside of you. Like she has so much screen time. She's constantly talking during your hunts, but they made her so fucking annoying and dog shit. It's like, brother, I don't know if they fuck with this kind of shit in Japan. I mean, I kind of know that they do because it's like super cheery and shit, but it's fucking annoying. All right, please stop. Where's the mute handler mod? It's probably a thing. I haven't looked, but there's a couple mods for the handlers, and it's not just about muting her. Sometimes it's about buffing her, if you know what I'm saying. One last thing I did want to mention about the story is there is speculation from the characters, like the tracker, about the Xeno'jiva and its role in the Elder Crossing, because they suspect, I think the tracker and Admiral both, suspect that the Xeno'jiva was luring the Elders monsters into the crossing so that they would come and die in the Elder's Recess, and that is what was powering the Xeno'jiva to such levels, because it's a very young monster in the cocoon and was obviously taking in a lot of energy. So there's like a little bit of speculation behind that. Maybe it was doing that, or maybe it moved there when it was a lot younger and smaller because it knew monsters would go there. We don't really know. It could be the Xeno'jiva luring them, or it could just be the power of the Elder's Recess. As much as I think it would be cool for it to be the Xeno'jiva and kind of have that as a role of being like a predatory monster, kind of like Nergigante, but less direct, I think I prefer the idea of the ecosystem and environment actually doing that, and the Xeno'jiva just capitalizing off that, because that's usually how it works. You know, animals adapt to their surroundings and capitalize on prey by utilizing that. You know, think of stuff like chameleons, like snakes, like all those pattern animals. They like, you know, try to blend in with camouflage that maybe, you know, bugs or whatever they eat don't really see them, and then they just snap the shit out of them. Or if you want a cooler example, think of like a little fucking, not little actually, big as fuck alligator in the water, and that dumbass fucking gazelle comes to drink, and then it just fucking snaps that bitch neck off. Except that's like the Nergigante. But whatever, dude. I think that makes more sense. I don't really know how the Xeno'jiva would have the power to like manipulate Elder Dragons to do the Elder Dragon crossing when they were close to dying. That's just kind of weird. I think it's just an environment thing, and we don't really generally know a lot about Elder monsters anyway. So, you know, you could just say it's something in their biology. Like the reason they are an Elder Dragon is a mystery in itself. So why wouldn't this be a mystery? But yeah, that's all I got for the Monster Hunter World story. But of course, this is just the Monster Hunter World story, which means that we also have to talk about the Monster Hunter Iceborne story as part of the expansion, which I mean, most games did have. Monster Hunter 1 and 2 didn't have expansions per se. They had other forms of the game that did bring new content, but not really more story. They kind of just ended on their respective flagship monsters like the Monobolus, and then Monster Hunter 2, Kushala Daora, and then Lunastra. And then 3, of course, finished with the Legiacrus and then Cedius, but it did have the Ivory Legiacrus as its high rank expansion story, but that was like not even a real story. And then Monster Hunter 4's expansion story was you go to Dundurama and basically rebuild that bitch and protect it from an Apex Sergios and later a rusted Kushala Daora. So, you know, these had stories, but they were always a step down and focused more on the extravagant new and extra gameplay, as a lot of the expansions contained mostly subspecies of monsters. So instead of just fighting like the Baroth, but in high rank, you'd fight like the Jade Baroth instead, which was a pretty cool way of doing it. So you kept like the normal stuff, and then you got the shinies out when it was in high rank. Ooh. And it also just helped from loot crisscrossing and whatnot. It was a pretty good idea. And to be honest, World kind of follows the same trajectory. I mean, not really, in the sense that low rank and high rank both exist in World and subspecies both exist in World, but in the sense that like after World, Iceborne doesn't really give a fuck about the story. All right, I'm just gonna say it. Iceborne's story is ass. And to explain why it's ass without actually explaining the story, I'm going to tell you just from talking about World why it's ass. So my favorite part of the World story wasn't exactly like following Zora Magdaros or, helping out the village as a whole. It was more about how the ecosystem crafted the story. Instead of just being like, oh, we need to kill this monster for resources or it's going to kill us, we were killing monsters while we discovered things about the Zora Magdaros. We had to secure areas in the ecosystem so we could collect the research like we did with that Baroth at the very beginning of the game. We saw with the Rathian that like we didn't kill the Rathian because it wasn't around the research area. So we just like left it alone, and if we did try to fight it, it would definitely smoke our ass anyway. And so there wasn't a whole lot of like just like senseless killing per se in this one. They kind of explained it away, but it's also just I like how they implemented the ecosystem in the actual game, because we've had varied, maps in the past where you have like the jungle, you have the desert, you have the snowy mountains, stuff like that. They have it in here, but it feels like it actually has a different meaning, especially as they explain each area. First we have the ancient forest, which is just where the base is set up, Astera, and then we would move into the Wildspire Waste, which to my knowledge really wasn't like important ecologically, but it's just where Zora Magdaros kind of went through, as it's tied to the Great Ravine, I think. And then of course that led us to the Coral Highlands as we were trying to capture Zora Magdaros, and it went bad. So these three places don't really have a lot of meaning, but in itself are interesting areas. Of course, after the Coral Highlands though, we do run into the Rotten Vale, which is where it does start to have meaning, as that entire area has a lot of story behind it. We obviously figure out what's kind of going on with the Elder Crossing, or at least we think we do, but there is an interesting little story to be told. The Rotten Vale is given life through the monsters dying. The monsters come here to die, which also means that probably every location in Monster Hunter, even the old ones, is propagated through monsters dying. They fertilize these earths. And I think that's really interesting to think about how these monsters are so important to the actual ecosystem, which is why it's been like so pivotal for the guild to like control the actual hunting of monsters. So we don't hunt too many where it kills the environment, and we hunt enough so that they don't kill the environment. It's like real life with pests and stuff. You might want to kill all of like a certain invasive bird, but if you do that, there'll be too many bugs. But if you don't kill enough of the birds, then there'll be no bugs, and then all your plants will die. It's a real thing, and this game definitely made you really feel like the ecosystem was connected. And of course, after the Rotten Vale, we found the Elder's Recess after Zora Magdaros opened that up for us, and it was like an even greater place that had its own sort of mixed style. You have like Tiestro's little area with the lava and fire. You have Nergigante's special place with like the cave area where it's all like crystal-y. So not only are these areas shaped by like the ecosystem as a whole, but some of them are even shaped just by monsters. Now you need really powerful ones like elder dragons to shape the environments, but it is something that actually happens and you can see it in the world. So instead of just having storytelling through dialogue, they're really putting it out there through the gameplay. And that's actually a level of storytelling that I do think Capcom succeeds on pretty well. Each of these areas were built up through the game as you learned more, and all served a purpose in your journey. Where in the past, you kind of just got the jungle because that's where the game starts, and you would get the desert because you need to fight like a Cephadrome or something. And then you would need to go to the snowy mountains because you need to slay, I don't know, like a Barioth or something, whatever, an ice monster. But in here, you're getting them not because of the monsters you need to slay, but because of where the journey is taking you, what we're actually learning in the story, and what needed to be discovered to claim this new world. And I like that a lot. Good on you, Capcom. But in Iceborne, that doesn't happen. There is one area in Iceborne, all right? Technically two, I guess. There's Selena, the like city. I think I said that right. I'll double check. And then the Hoarfrost Reach, which is where you're actually going to go and hunt. That's it. And like the city doesn't really count, but the Hoarfrost Reach is the only place you're actually going to be hunting. So there's no real growth of environment. And the only reason like it's actually snowy and icy there is because that's just the environment. Like the ecosystem is just there because that's what it is. It's a snowy and icy place. Even after you kind of defeat the monster you might think is responsible for the snow and ice, it doesn't actually do anything to the landscape. It's not like you see less ice, more sun. It's just the environment. Like, okay, there's just not much to really be told there. There was something cool at the beginning of the cutscene where like these Legania are like migrating over there like birds, and that's because something in the environment's fucked up right now and the ecosystem's changing. That was cool, but that doesn't get elaborated on besides like, let's hunt this monster. And I'm really speeding through it without even talking about it, so we should probably just do that instead. But like, I'm just getting it out there that I think this story is stupid. So if I make a lot of bullshit jokes, it's because I think it's stupid and I don't really want to waste my time just talking about it for real. All right. I like the game though. You know, I talked pretty highly about the gameplay, the master rank stuff, how they introduced, you know, some cool things, and kind of that's when the game started with you really getting into decorations, skills, all that. The game becomes fun in Iceborne, but it really does just feel like an expansion of here's more game, which was more than they did in Try, I guess. Try was just here's more game and like literally no story. But in Monster Hunter 4U, like at least they tried to do something. It wasn't as good as the main story, similar to this one, but it was still better than the Iceborne story. We've already kind of talked about how Iceborne started, but I just want to go from the beginning, so hear me out. Basically, we're researching the Legiana tracks because there's something weird going on, and we end up seeing a bunch of them migrating to an ice area far off the coast. And in their grouping is a mysterious sort of ice dragon. I don't really know if we can tell it's ice at the time, but you can in the cutscene, so I can. And of course, this leads to some concern as it's probably going to be damaging to the ecosystem for a whole grouping of monsters to just like leave the area. So we're going to bring it back to the research commission, our findings, and we decide that we should go to this new ice area to figure out what is the cause. We're essentially following a lesser Elder Crossing, as this is essentially what was going on, just with small monsters in bigger groups. So already, they've kind of already recycled what the hell the point of the first story was, but you know, whatever. And during our travels, we end up coming across, you know, the ice continent, and we go and look for a place to land, which is why we fight the Biototus. And that's that. We set up our new base of operations in this location, Celiana, and it's at this point that we pretty much just conduct research the whole time. Because during the tracking of the Legiana and their migration, the handler actually hears a sort of singing. Now, when I listen to it, I don't fucking hear singing. That is literally just the wind. I don't know what she's yapping about, but it's there according to the game. So we do know that something is up, and so we're essentially just investigating the monster that she saw, because like I assume this new monster would be behind like this new problem, right? It makes sense. And we're also just kind of still investigating the Legiana to figure out like what their problem is and hope it leads to a solution. So in this new area of the Hoarfrost Reach, the hunter, us, the handler, and the tracker essentially conduct an investigation into this problem, and the tracker specifically investigates her long missing mentor. It's like, okay, we're just coincidentally like, this is where your long missing mentor went missing. Like, what about earlier when you were just like running around the Rotten Vale? Did you think he turned into a monster and went over there to die? Like, what is even going on? Whatever though, little nitpicky, but in the investigation for the mentor, she finds wreckage of his ship and a scrap of cloth that talks about a monster known as the Old Everworm. Now, we don't really know a lot about the Everworm from the cloth, but because of the legend that the cloth kind of supplies us with, it's quite likely that it's linked to the song that was causing the Legiana to migrate, as well as the kind of earthquakes that are starting to hit Celiana. Now, shortly after we did find all this on our expedition, the mainland, you know, area around Asteria starts to have like ecological disturbances in it as powerful monsters kind of get out of their own areas and just start running around. So we have to go take those down. And all that leads into the ice monster we saw at the beginning of the cutscene, who's known as Velkhana. And Velkhana pulls up on a bitch in the ancient forest. And because it's an elder dragon, it's obviously very dangerous, but it's also thought that like it could cause damage to the environment as a whole because of its freezing power. I mean, it is like an ice elder dragon after all, similar to how Kushala Daora is like a wind elder dragon and can cause a lot of damage through that. So we basically have to put down Velkhana, even though it's not really the cause of all this migration, but it's a pretty hostile elder dragon. However, at first, we just repel it at Astera, and then when it attacks Selania, once we repelled it the first time, we have to repel it yet again before finally taking it down once and for all. Of course, after taking down Velkhana, the song and earthquakes don't really stop, so it's back to looking into the Everworm. And doing some more research, we can kind of figure out where the Everworm is. It's still kind of a long shot as a guess because, I mean, we generally don't know like what it's really doing. We do know that it's probably using the Everstream to get around because apparently the Everstream is just like a massive cave that goes even under parts of the ocean. And so we pretty much just pimp out a little boat like it's Peter Pan and fly that hoe over and end up spotting it. But first, we run into an old friend, the Nergigante, but not just any Nergigante, all right? This is the Ruiner Nergigante, and it's kind of a beast, you know. I kind of talk shit on it because it's just like metal and lame, not really that different, but it still is a beast. Like the Nergigante was already pretty fucking hard. You add that shit with metal, goes even harder. I do wonder why the Ruiner Nergigante was here though. What was it doing? Guess we'll never find out because as we're kind of regaining our footing, the old Everworm decides to show up and it's basically just like a giant rock creature. At least that's what we think at first. Because after some of the most boring gameplay ever of just basically hitting a rock in its face and stomach, it sheds that outer layer, revealing a much different beast. One that, you know, you could definitely look at and think is old, but also something that definitely lives up to being an elder dragon more than a big rock. Like before, you really weren't convincing me that that thing was changing like the entire new world. But when it looks like this, yeah, I kind of get it. And it even has those like spooky ass tendrils on its back that also like hurt a lot. And it even shoots some sort of like seismic waves that can kind of fuck you up too. So it has that kind of unnatural elder dragon power, which is pretty cool. Once again, fights pretty fucking booty cheeks. It really doesn't get better here. And this doesn't really fix the story as a whole either. Like the build up to this is crazy. We just kind of like fight Velkhana for no reason other than like new monster. And since it's Iceborne, it has to be an ice monster. It just kind of feels like if we fought like Xeno'jiiva at the end, and instead of that fight being like, you know, kind of good or at least passable, you then like have to fight Zoro Magdaros again for no fucking reason. Like that's what this feels like. It's like, come on, bruh, what are we doing? And if you were paying attention to my epic foreshadowing earlier, the Ruiner Nergigante was actually not dead and was only playing dead so that it could come land the final blow on the old Everworm. Which first off, kind of a cop-out. Either don't let me kill the Ruiner Nergigante or just like don't even let me fight it then. Let me go hunt it down later. But I mean, at the same time, it is a pretty cool and kind of brutal cutscene that just kind of shows off a little bit of nature and the play of ecosystems and nature itself, which was kind of missing from all of Iceborne. So it's like, I can't complain if I was just hating, but also like still fucking sucks. Also, like we killed the Everworm and then it like gets back up. That's when the Ruiner Nergigante comes after like the whole squad pulls up. But then also the whole squad wasn't helping me fight it earlier. So it's just like a big fucking jumble of like what the hell is going on. In general, I don't really feel like this hits as hard as like the reveal of the Xeno'jiiva, the reveal of like the Nergigante, going from the Rotten Vale to Elder's Recess. Like that was always building on something. And this was like, instead of building stairs, it just built like a fucking ladder or like an elevator. You know, it just kind of does it all at once instead of going one step at a time. And it really just doesn't feel very satisfying, which is weird because I feel more satisfied from the gameplay, but just not the story. And so you're at a weird place where it's like, oh, that's the end of the game. Like, okay, I mean, I guess I'll keep playing because there's still like a bit of story after this with some new monsters and even some more Elder Dragons like Elatrion returning and Fatalis at the end. But just focusing on the actual story written here, it's just pretty fucking tough. And if I were to play devil's advocate, I would say that they do try to focus on character development more instead of like world development, which makes a little sense because they kind of developed the whole world in the original base world. While in this game, they take people like the field team leader and make him play the role of the commander in Solania, which is pretty cool. He kind of gets a lot of growth in that as being someone going from an unconfident in their own abilities person to someone who's fully ready to like take over for the commander. Because I mean, the commander's old as fuck, and I think he's been here the whole time, while the field team leader was literally born here, so he's almost bred for the job. Plus, you get to learn like a bit more about the admiral, and even the handler gets some development. There's this weird side story with like her having a Velcana scale just seemingly randomly, and stuff with like her grandfather being someone who came here. I don't know, man. Her story was like in world just like, I just want to like eat new food. Like, okay, fucking weirdo. I guess that's what like normal people do instead of hunt monsters down. Sure. But now it was like trying to find something about her past, but then like I don't really feel like we ever did, and instead she just kind of accepts and is like, wow, I'm like fulfilling the family goals and everything. And it's just like, what the hell is going on? There's like awkward crying with her and the tracker because like they're supposed to have this big relationship, but it's just never really developed on screen. And, you know, it's not like the admiral and the commander and the field team leader's relationship, because that's been like years of them being on the new world together. This has been like, I don't know, we could say 5 years at the absolute maximum if we're giving them the benefit of the doubt. Okay, it's probably not even that. It's probably like 1 year, and yet they fucking cry when they're getting separated. Like, what the hell is going on? You can't really give them a lot of credit for focusing more on character development when that character development fucking sucks. Or the character itself, in the case of the handler, just sucks to the very core. In fact, one of the best parts of this entire story is that we actually get rid of the handler for a short amount of time. I think it's like maybe 3 quests. I don't know for sure, but I do remember the part, and I think it was the Nergigante, the Tigrex, and Glavenus, but I could be wrong. But the series handler is the handler for the orange hair guy who we meet at the very beginning of the game, and then she's there throughout. She wears green and whatnot, and you know, as the name suggests, she's a lot more serious, so you don't get stupid fucking one-liners. You don't get all the bullshit from the handler. You just get someone who's just going to give you the business. And for a game who struggles with their story, sometimes it's just all you fucking want, all right? The handler, if she was just like toned down to be more like the serious handler, but like still had a bit of personality, you'd be like, okay, we're doing a little better here, but no. It's like you either get 150% with the handler or like 0% with the serious handler. There's just way too much contrast there, all right? Figure it out. Plus, the serious handler's design isn't like absolutely atrocious like, you know, the handler's is, where she has been smoking meth for 55 years, and so her like eyes look like they're about to fall out of her head or some shit. Like, I wish instead of our Palico falling off the boat and dying, I wish the handler did. Things could have been so much better. But I think that's it with the story of these 2 games, or 1 game, depending on how you count it. I'd say it's 1 game and expansion. So that's the end of the Monster Hunter World story. Like I said, it's pretty rough, but I would say it's, in terms of Monster Hunter, it's pretty experimental with what they did to kind of bring it into a modern and general audience scene. And I would say they almost succeeded. Like, the idea of really trying to establish an ecosystem in the new world where it's kind of new, not everything is explained, but then like enough is explained to where you're kind of interested in learning more because what's established is cool. It just doesn't really work in practice when like the gameplay doesn't really line up with the story like at all. And also like this story just has like, I don't know, just dog shit mixed in. Like, instead of making just peanut butter brownies, you made peanut butter and dog poop brownies. Like, the brownies are sometimes good, but if you get the little bit of peanut butter, they're dog shit. And that's how the story tastes. But compared to some of the others like MH Try, I always bring it up, it's still better than that. Is it better than like what the first part of Monster Hunter 4's story made me feel? No, I thought that one was a lot better done, basically because like your relationship with the Caravaneer kind of carries the fuck out of that. And just the general villages being like somewhat interesting to talk to. But even that was just like, oh, there's a problem? All right, go kill. Oh, there's a problem? Go kill. And, it's always going to struggle with that because that is, like Monster Hunter's forte. Like, it's about hunting monsters first and foremost. So on one hand, we can look at it like they blundered what a good story could have been here. But on the other hand, we could say it's better than most Monster Hunter stories. I would even probably put it above Dose just because it's more of a modern take on Dose. If you think about how Dose was attempting to make an ecosystem with seasons, with time of day, but they just really didn't have the resources, probably being on the PS2 or the development time or funds. Capcom was pretty new, gaming was pretty new. You can cut Dose a little slack. I think this is a decent spiritual successor, but still just ends up coming short. It doesn't really go after it in the same way. Like, they gave up on seasons after MH3. However, time and day does return, but it doesn't really do like a whole lot. There are certain things you can only find during the day or night, but it's a lot more dumbed down than in Dose where, you don't get affected by the environment during different times like you did in like the desert and Dose. So I don't know. At the end of the day, it's a Monster Hunter story, and that's all I really got to say. But I like to yap, so instead I made this like an hour-long section. You're welcome. You who are currently sleeping, wake up. Hey man, wake up. Hey man, you're gonna be late for work. Dog, school was an hour ago. Hey, is your alarm set? Uh-oh, your mouth is really wet. You better start swallowing your spit. Yeah, swallow that shit, freak. Of course, when I say freak, I of course mean my lovely viewer. And because you're my lovely viewer, it means we can move on to another section of what is going to make up our Monster Hunter outside of the story, and that is how our Monster Hunter hunts. Now, in the new world, there is quite a lot of things that we can touch on. There are no new weapons, so there's no new way to hunt there. There are new moves, but we did kind of talk about that in weapons, and that doesn't really change how you hunt. You still hit monster with one of the 14 weapons available. What I actually want to look at goes back to the items that we had previously discussed being quite different and also quite plentiful. Because like most games, Monster Hunter World does add new mechanics, and that does bring in a lot of items, but it also revamped a lot of mechanics, whether that be a new world thing or maybe just a different way that this region does it. It did happen, and some of those things were the pod tools that go into your slinger. For instance, you have your flash pod, sonic pod, and dung pod as the main ones. I actually don't know if there's any more of those because that's all I used, but these are basically how you shoot your flash and your sonic and your dung bombs in previous games that you'd have to throw with your arm. Oh no, we're no longer peasants who have to use our arms. You see, it just rests on our arm and it just launches it out. Bam, wham, you're done. And so you might be thinking, well, how does this actually make you hunt any different? Because at the end of the day, you're still just throwing the flash, throwing the sonic, or throwing the dung. Well, for one, there is less of an animation on it, and it's almost like instant. In the older games, like throwing a flash bomb wasn't exactly free. You did have to like actually stand there and throw that shit. And like most things, items in this game also don't really have animations like they did in the past. Drinking potions, you can move around and drink it now as it slowly fills up your bar. In the past, a big thing was you'd have to stand still. So these pods kind of follow the same trend of being a snappier item than they were in the past. And they also have less holding capacity, as you can only have 3 flash pods, 3 sonic pods, and 10 dung pods. When in the past, you could have 5 flash bombs and 10 sonic bombs, I think. So it's a pretty weird change, but at the same time, you can still bring like a flash bug or something so you can craft them on the go. So it's not like it just limits you to 3, but it is a limiting factor on your hunts, as flash bombs are pretty important, to kind of get an edge on a monster without just having your weapon upgraded. Now, outside of these changes, there isn't really a lot going for the hunter that really makes the new world hunting different, but it did bring up an interesting point earlier that I want to continue talking about now that we have the pods out of the way, and that was faster other animations or just different animations that completely revamp the speed of the game, like healing. You pop a mega potion and you're going to be healing for, really just as long as you would in the past. But being able to move, even if you're just walking, is still a large difference. You can create extra distance while moving with the potion. You can dodge some slower attacks. It's definitely noticeable even if you are just slowly moving while drinking your potion. And that's just how Monster Hunter World works compared to these older games that we have played. Monster Hunter 1 and DOS were the absolute slowest forms of the game. Getting hit had a ton of lag, and your attacks really didn't have a lot of combos, whether it be built-in combos from hitting one button or even like a combo after you'd swing. Everything took so long. And then in Monster Hunter 3 and 4, we did talk about how this did feel different. You were no longer punished severely for getting hit by long, stumbling animations. Sure, you would sometimes fall down, but those were only on the biggest of hits. Usually, you would either flinch or just, fall down and get up pretty instantly. And World follows that trend, but it does something similar to what 3 and 4 does, and that's enhance the combat even more. And that is in both the hunter terms and the monster terms, as, the hunter isn't the only one getting a buff. Monsters are definitely more agile than they were in the past. At the end of the day, it was kind of just the style evolving. They cut out the long get-up animations. They made weapons feel smoother and more responsive. That just made them feel quick. The greatsword between the first and second generation to the third and fourth is quite noticeable. Not only did it get a lot of different attacks that kind of made it its own thing, separate from like the hammer per se, but it also just responds better. No longer are you attacking once every 20 seconds. Now you might attack once every 10 seconds. It gives a lot more openings to allow more skill, I think. A lot of people call Monster Hunter World an easy game because of all the things that you're allowed to use. Not only are the flash pods once again broken, similar to the flash bombs back in the day, but stuff like the clutch claw, all the added skills, and general movement buffs have technically made the game easier, but only if you actually know how to utilize it all. So for the majority of people, I don't think Monster Hunter World was probably an easier game. For me personally, I'm not much of a sweat. So my Monster Hunter is not someone that's going to always be running the meta build and strategy. I like to, get a decent build, and so I'll check up on meta. But in this game especially, you can't really run the meta build unless you really grind it out, and I wasn't doing all that. So I just kind of figured out what skills were good and just went for them as I went. I didn't look perfect armor sets here and there, like constantly looking for a progression guide. It's just like, I get to a good point, and as long as the monster isn't going to take me 30 minutes, that's okay. Now, I do think base world is pretty easy, but I've played like all of the games up until this point, so it's fair, I think, for that to be the case. But for a lot of new players, World was probably mind-blowing, and not just difficulty-wise, but all these stuff that they need to learn and adapt to. There's so many items that they probably didn't even realize existed, like armor skins, demon drugs, flash pods, sonic pods, dash juice, energy drinks, like the list goes on. There's so much stuff you just wouldn't even know existed. And since you don't really have to trap monsters, you probably didn't even know about the traps. But if you're an OG, then you probably went on Reddit and was like, oh, this game's too easy. Capcom lost its swag. Like, no, Capcom just allows you to play the game however you want now. The variety there is massive, and I think that's important. Sure, it allows you to basically manipulate it into being an easier game, but that's your choice. If you want the game to be harder, maybe don't use your clutch claw. Maybe don't use your flash pod. It's kind of like the Dark Souls and like Elden Ring summoning argument. Like, it's there. You can use it to make your game easier. That's the point of it, but you don't have to. So why would you ever want it removed? At the end of the day, I can really only see people arguing how you generally have to hunt being a problem, because world hunting is a lot different from the OG hunting. Now, tracking wise, I don't understand how anyone defends the old tracking. World's tracking is actually cool and pretty innovative. But for the combat, I can understand how it is somewhat jarring to play World when you've played the other games so long and actually enjoyed those. But the other games just were too niche to really ever explode in the way Capcom wanted it to. So it's evolved. and there's no really way that you can not take advantage of it. Like, what are you going to do? Just not heal the whole time? So I do have a little sympathy of people who enjoyed maybe the slower, more thought out combat of the older games instead of just, the combos and you just spam the fuck out of that while just dodging around the monster. I get it, but I think World cuts a good balance where that's not going to save you in Iceborne. It'll save you in like base World. Like, I get that. I don't think I died a single time. But in Iceborne, you get hit twice and die. So, it is a lot harder to get away with just knowing the mechanics. You also have to understand the monster's mechanics, all of your mechanics, and the item mechanics to get away. Plus, have decent enough skills to actually take the monster down in a reasonable time so you don't get bored and quit. I think it's great. It appeals to me, especially with the way they did away with grinding, as I mentioned earlier. So, Monster Hunter World probably has some of the best hunting out of all the Monster Hunters. And that's a pretty key element of what is making up this Monster Hunter in World. It's a lot of subtle changes that lead to a massive overhaul of the hunter. You're agile. You have a lot more equipment than just your weapon and armor with skills. You have new systems to allow you to play a variety of stuff. I didn't even mention the canteen yet, but the way that they do the canteen is completely changed from the old version, which, you would just pick the fresh ingredients. They still have the kind of fresh boosted ingredients, but there are way more options to go about actually crafting a meal for your build. Once again, you just have to know how to do it, and it becomes too easy. Most of the time, I just hit Chef's Choice Platter because that gives you the fresh ingredients. You're going to get max health, max stamina, and then kind of whatever ingredient effect you actually get. But if you go into custom platter, you can choose from a list of ingredients. And there are 12 base ingredients in World and 12 more additional ones in Iceborne to come out to 24 of all 4 categories. And the way these are separated is meat gives you attack buffs, and if you stack enough, you'll get a large attack buff. Fish does defense. Vegetables do element defense up, and the drink has no additional effect. So normally you'll aim for the first 3 categories since they actually give you a status effect. And then the food skills, which we had in previous games as well, comes from the little tag it has on your ingredient. You can see there's a red one, a light blue one, an orange one, a purple one, and a sort of tan one. So when you apply a set of them, you'll get certain food skills. You can see that applying 2 and 4 and 6 just gives you better abilities as you stack, with the other 2 remaining being daily skills because you only use the blue typing. Now, for a lot of us that don't get into the nitty gritty of cooking and just kind of focus on our weapon, below custom platter is the Chef's Choice Platter, which will just give you all boosted food, like I said. So that's usually what you go for. But there's also meat platter if you just want to go for attack up large, fish platter if you want to go defense up, veggie platter for elemental res up, hunter's platter, which will give you a combination of attack up and defense up small. And you kind of get the picture. You can pick from a lot of them. Even the unpredictable platter, which I'm pretty sure is just a random food grouping. So that's cool. But at the end of the day, this isn't something we just didn't had previously. It's just more varied. It gives you more options so that you can craft this perfectly for that meta build you're going for. But if you don't want to, you don't fucking have to. And it's not like it's gonna kill you. And apparently I can't do math because there's actually only 24 drink options, but meat, fish, and vegetables, there are 30 total. Somebody probably fucking saw that and was like, this guy's retarded. But no, all right, I'm not stupid. Anyway, I think that basically covers how the hunting is different and how it can make the game easier, no doubt. But it doesn't actually have to be that way if you don't want it to, all right? I challenge you to play Iceborne without using Wex plus tenderizing, all right? Do that. Try to do it without wall banging a monster every fucking 3 minutes. You'll have more of a struggle because you'll have more opportunities to get nailed. Now, if you're just like a god's speedrunner sweat, that's kind of just on you because you have autism. Like, you're just good at the game, dog. I don't know what to tell you. Maybe like go learn calculus or something and then like keep going in math. You'll probably eventually find a challenge. But here, hell nah, little bro. This is a Monster Hunter game. You ain't gonna get a career. You're just gonna keep living in your mom's basement by playing this. So who is the hunter of Monster Hunter World? Well, we've gone through the story and the gameplay, so I think we can actually answer that question. The Monster Hunter of World is an experienced hunter which is probably our most experienced one yet, and is someone who is exploring a new world. And so a lot of the concepts that we might have learned in the old world have changed, but they all are still familiar. And that gives us an advantage even being in a new world with, these complete new environments. So we're not exactly a newbie, but we do still have things to learn. And that's why we have the entire game building up through the Elder Dragon, Zoro Magdaros, and then eventually that splitting into Iceborne where we take on the Valkana, and eventually Shara Ishvalda to figure out the whole commotion there. So we're still a hero just like in all the other games. We take on the most powerful challenges. I mean, in every game you take on Fatalis, none of that has changed here. But I still think our hunter is very different because while the story doesn't change anything, the gameplay really does. Because this hunter, Capcom actually did care about in terms of how you played them. Capcom gave you these fleshed out environments that really built up what the new world had going for it and these new mechanics in it. All the academic life that could give you buffs or activate traps or went into your slinger so you could do different things to monsters. It was all there so your hunter felt like a real hunter. It didn't just feel like a guy with a sword and a shield. Your hunter had tricks depending on how much knowledge you had. It really kind of felt like I was playing Monster Hunter 1 again, where I had to learn all these different mechanics to actually beat monsters. That's what it feels like in Monster Hunter World, because to get faster times and do it easier, you have to learn these things about the environment as the hunter. And that's really cool. Plus, there's tracking, so the hunter has to, do some things that we never had before. It used to just be you'd run around in areas to figure out where they are, and you could tell sometimes by the herbivores. But after that, you just throw a paintball on it, and you can just see it on the map. Boom, you're done. Well, not here. Especially with the map isn't even always on your screen. You have to actually pull it out in an animation that doesn't even pause the game. So the hunter really does feel like a hunter. In the past, the games I called Hunter Sims were 1 and 2. But to be honest, Monster Hunter World is kind of in there as a hunter sim. It's not in the same way where it tries to be as realistic and torturous as possible. But in a way, it is, because it all has different environments that offer different advantages to the hunter and also to the monster, all while you were being forced to track it by hand to a certain extent, because at one point when you track the monster enough, your hunter does actually retain some of the information of where it will be. Once again, crazy mechanic that just fleshes out who we are. It's kind of funny that I'm hyping this up to really get the hunter going because I kind of shit on investigations, but those were mostly just busy work that didn't feel great because you wouldn't even hunt the monster after doing that. But I'm talking about when you're actually hunting your first monsters in the game or in any environment, it does feel like a real hunting experience where you don't know anything about the world. Most of it's not shown on the map. You don't know anything about the monsters, so you have to find their footprints and learn more through that, or the lashing on the wall or the slime. Whatever it is, you're going in somewhat blind, and that made the expeditions even more exciting because you wouldn't even know what you were expeditioning for. While in the past, expeditions of Monster Hunter 4 showed the monster, and the quests of course always do. So while those did seem kind of annoying at first, I really did love the idea of tracking monsters by just scouting out these new environments to expedition. And that's something Iceborne did severely lack because it just had one environment, but you still did end up doing it a few times because Iceborne's environment did have a lot of new monsters. And so this Monster Hunter is not only a more established hunter than we've seen in the past, but it's also just a more complete hunter in general. Sure, it's not crazy realistic because you still get hit by a giant monster and get up in 3 milliseconds. But is that really any different from the past games? You wouldn't get up even if you got hit in the past anyway. Even if you got hit in the past games, sure, it took longer, but you weren't supposed to actually get up. You can't really call that a sim if you're just getting up after getting absolutely obliterated from underground by a monoblus. But hey, those are still thought of as harder, more sim-like games. And I think World is no different, not through that outdated difficulty scale, but because if we were actually fighting monsters to maintain an ecosystem, we would have these varied measures to go about it in the most efficient way if that's what your hunter wanted to do. And so while Capcom really doesn't care about who the monster hunter is in terms of the story, as I said in the previous video, they just didn't really care enough. They have shown that they do care about who we see the monster hunter in terms of actually playing it. And to be honest, that's the most important thing that they could have actually done when establishing a Monster Hunter, because Monster Hunter isn't a dynamic storytelling game. It's very linear, but it gives you a character that you can make you. It has RPG elements that lets you design it and that lets you kit it out whichever way you want in terms of weapons, armor, skills, items. It's all there for you. So establishing the ability to go about the game however you want, whether you want to go meta, whether you want to go exploring and item gathering, or you want to just try to build up the most damage as best you can with just a little help from guides, you can do that. And I really don't feel like the penalty is that egregious. And so I'm sorry, all my Monster Hunter World haters in the comments, but Monster Hunter World has the most complete, has the most interesting, and the best hunter that Capcom has ever made. With context, Monster Hunter Rise is probably one of Capcom's weirdest Monster Hunter games. Without even playing the game, we can already see this through the release schedule of Monster Hunter Rise. You see, Monster Hunter Rise released worldwide on March 26th, 2021, but that was just for the Nintendo Switch. Almost a year later, on January 13th, 2022, it was released to PC. And then actually, a year later in 7 days, it released to the PS5, PS4, Xbox One, and Xbox Series S on January the 20th, 2023. So from March 26th to 2021 to January 20th of 2023, Monster Hunter Rise was in this weird almost 2-year window of the game releasing to different platforms. And this really isn't a criticism, it's just a look at like what was going on with Monster Hunter Rise's release, because it was all over the fucking place. Despite the sporadic and wonky release, Monster Hunter Rise still managed to sell 16.7 million units, with its Sunbreak counterpart selling 9.4 million. So it is a fall off from Monster Hunter World, and that is going to be something we take a look at to how and why that happened. But Monster Hunter Rise is, as of December 31st, 2024, according to Capcom, their second best-selling game, as it passed Resident Evil 2, the remaster in 2019, that was sitting at 15 million. So, second biggest Monster Hunter release ever, second biggest Capcom release ever. So it's not bad by any means, but like, what is going on? I mean, World also didn't release in a uniform sense, but I mean, all the console released at one time and then it released on PC, a few months later. This took almost 2 years to get a Nintendo Switch game on the PS5 and PS4 and Xbox consoles. Like, what the fuck? How did you get a Nintendo Switch game on PC before you did on console? It's just whack out here with this release. And this isn't even the first Monster Hunter Switch release, as Monster Hunter Generations, which originally released on the 3DS, was actually ported to the Switch in 2017 as Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. So there's like a 4-year gap in Nintendo Switch Monster Hunter games, but it seemed like there was enough success with that game to warrant Capcom focusing in on the Switch once again. Another important thing to grasp from this release is that Monster Hunter Rise was originally released on the Switch, which means it is a Switch game that just kind of gets ported over to the other versions, for their platform. So when actually looking at comparisons between Monster Hunter Rise and Monster Hunter World, we are comparing a, full PS4, Xbox One console release that then got a PC release to a Switch release that then went on to the better consoles and of course PC. With the actual development of Monster Hunter Rise, it was co-developed with Monster Hunter World, so there was more focus on Monster Hunter World to get it out as the next Monster Hunter game after, Generations was put out. So I guess, Monster Hunter World was going to be their next big title, with Monster Hunter Rise just kind of getting ready based off the success of World, I guess, what they would actually focus on more so. But it's also, suspected that the development took longer because it was in a new RE engine, that is Capcom's specific engine for making games, as they had made previous Resident Evil games in that same engine. So maybe they wanted it out sooner after World to see kind of which game people liked more. But I mean, based off sales, you can definitely tell that World had a tighter grip on the gaming industry as a whole than Monster Hunter Rise. That's all I really saw interesting about the actual release schedule, because I do think it is important to kind of point out that, Capcom was also experimenting with Monster Hunter Rise. It wasn't just made after World where Capcom knew exactly what people wanted. It was made alongside World and they were also just experimenting a lot. And so we'll see a lot of the interesting, additions to this game in a similar light that we were looking at them in Monster Hunter World. This was Capcom wanting to do something new and having, just a little bit of feedback from Monster Hunter World to actually put into this game. Maybe they changed systems to match it. We don't really know specifics, but we will be able to look as we move on into the game to, of course, the beginning, the character creation. But because of how World actually started, we now have to go before character creation. I never thought this would happen, but because World started with an intro cutscene into the character creation, we have to look at that in Rise. But Rise doesn't have that. So when you actually hit new game, you're just sent to the character creation just like every game before World. I can't believe the joke of, me saying, no, the very beginning back to the character creation that I did in that very first part has kind of come back because now we have to go before actually creating our character. But gotta check everything. But we can actually start with the character creation now, as opening it up gives you two selections to either select type 1 or type 2. And this of course refers to the type of body you want, which is essentially type 1 being male and type 2 being female. But instead of just putting that, we're basically referred to as robots. It's even dumber since there's only two selections. Like, it's not like, type 1's like a fat dude, type 2's like a fucking autistic Down syndrome dude, type 3's like a woman, lower tier than the Down syndrome dude, and then type 4 is like some sort of ambiguous gender character, whatever the fuck the kids call it these days. Instead, it's just like, we didn't want to say male and female because that's not proper, so here's just type 1 and type 2. Like, this ain't fucking diabetes, dog. Obviously, 1 is male. Like, what are we looking at here? It's fucking whatever. Just hit show type 1, and you will obviously see the next section is the character type, which is basically a preset to get you kind of into developing your character. So you pick one you like, and then you'll have an easier time developing to it. I mean, I'm just going to go off the 1 because I'm going to do whatever I want to my character. But that then opens up another set of settings, which will be the basic settings, which basically give you like some face changing options, a randomized hairstyle, and age. So if you really don't care about like creating a character, I mean, you can get this done pretty fast. Just spam this shit till you like one, and then just, I don't know, put your age in here. I'm 12, guys. Don't message me, freaks. And then of course below that is the advanced settings, which gives us something more similar to what Monster Hunter World had in, varied options, where, you can set your face shape how you want, set up skin, hairstyle, all that not even Monster Hunter World did, but more games did in the past, where you just select certain presets. Although in Monster Hunter Rise, like already you can see like face shape is, a bunch of different slider bars. So it's not even just like select face preset type like the old games. It is more custom to Monster Hunter World, where it lets you select your face type and then make some adjustments to it. Although this is more akin to like Dark Souls, like, change your width, length, shit like that, which I did kind of ask for in the past. Like, hey, we should, make it more like Dark Souls, where you can really just do whatever the fuck you want. Although in this one, it's a little more polished, so you can't do like a lot of goofy shit, but you can still fuck around. But before we get into like actual character customizing in the advanced settings, we can just drop below advanced settings to the clothing, which gives us, the 4 options. That's pretty much all it has ever been. And some of the styles are actually new. These first 2 ones are pretty classic. This was always the male version. This was like the female version. This is something we did have in the, Monster Hunter 3, Monster Hunter 4 games, but it is a little more revamped. And then this one is just new. I don't think this one's ever been in anywhere. I don't actually think there's ever been clothing that has covered your entire bottom half. This is belly button to toes. Now, the shirt, I have no idea what that is, but hey, it's Monster Hunter. We get what we get out here. And then there's voice, which is, no longer in the character customization. You can see there's 20 different voice types. It's same as always. You have these action samples to sample what the voice sounds like, and expression samples to, see the voice in context. That is something that's in World, so it's not new or anything, but they are just bringing it back. And then if you hit all settings, it'll basically show you all your numbers and choices for every single sort of customization that you could choose. I guess that's cool to see everything, but I don't really know who's reading this like, oh yes, mouth protrusion is 87. I need to put it to 69. Like, who the fuck? I have no idea. And then there's also presets so you can load in different saves. Like, this is my save for my data 1, my data 2. You can see that's what my save 2 character looks like that you'll actually watch me play as. And this was my OG character. Yeah, I don't know what I was cooking with this one. I'm gonna be real. It was fucking 2022 and the game came out, so spare me. But one more thing before we do move on to the advanced settings is just in this menu and the menus before and after, we do have this sort of, background changer back, and it actually has more options. Monster Hunter World just had 4 options, but this one gives us a little more. You can see it has 7 if I can count, and the colors really don't change a lot like they did in Monster Hunter World. Like you have dark one, you got green one. This one's the village one, so I don't really know what to call that. But then you have kind of the brown one, ice one, and volcano one. Volcano one's new and it's cool, but like I don't know who's really like my character doesn't look good in the dark, so I need to change that so it's more shut up. And you can also move the light source, which is kind of whatever. That's more important than probably any of these background settings. And of course we have the standard zoom out and rotations, which are really fucking set up shit on PC. Like it's using O and then KL and then comma. It's kind of annoying. It's basically like a WASD setup. I don't know why they've done this to me. It's in a weird spot too, but that's PC shit here. I don't want to look at this guy anymore. Can we get him off the fucking screen? Thank you. And so that's basically all you're going to get into first, which this whole kind of setup is new. In the past, we always had kind of the gender being set up somewhat outside of character creation. It kind of just depends on the game, but we've never had it where character creation is now set up to you being able to do basic settings, advanced settings, and your clothing, voice, and all that being outside of that. Just pretty interesting. It doesn't really matter as a whole, but something to point out that this is set up differently. I wonder if it's because it is on the Switch. So having, where Monster Hunter World had so much character customization just in one screen, it wouldn't really look good on the Switch. You wouldn't be able to read it. That's just kind of something we're already seeing, where having it on a portable has caused them to categorize stuff and break it down into further segmented pieces. So they got to get creative basically. Anyway, let's start it off with our hunter with the face shape. You can see, as we saw earlier with cheek size, make that bitch mog that shit. There we go. Yeah, that's looking nice. And then of course chin length just is adjusting that. You want that shit sticking out for maximum riz. Chin position, kind of just, makes your jaw bigger or not. Yeah, just max that shit out and then make that chin wide as fuck. These are pretty basic. They don't like go crazy or anything. The proportions are pretty small, but to a degree, it's more in depth than we had in the past when you were just choosing like preset faces, but it doesn't really get to like a leg up on World or anything. And with skin color, it's basically the same as every single fucking game ever. You just choose the color and that's it. There's no sort of cool color changing where you can be like a red dude. Capcom still isn't brave enough for that. And then there is an age slider, which basically just gives you wrinkles and shit. Yeah, whatever. I'm gonna put my real age of 12 in. Actually, I don't think I can say that because I think you have to be 13 to start a YouTube account. Okay, I'm 13. And then there is muscle definition, which is just in your face, I think. Like, it's supposed to be your skin, but it only changes like your face and neck, and it basically just makes you look older. Like, that's not how face muscles work, right? Am I tripping? Like, what? Whatever, dude. This shit makes no sense. Anyway, moving to the hairstyles, this is kind of a classic setup. There are 33 hairstyles. Each type of body can have any sort of hairstyle. It really doesn't matter. A lot of them, I just kind of noticed, do seem to be more feminine. Like, well, actually, it seems about even. Who knows? But I will say they aren't as diverse as World. World had like over 50 because each one had those little subdivisions. So you could get something like this, but then it might have a 8-2, which would be a varied one where maybe the hair was longer or crazier, whatever there. This is just pretty basic stuff. I mean, this is drip, and this is like some sort of Final Fantasy cut. And then this is the real shit, all right? Like, my brother, he's got that shit on. Yeah, this is probably the best hairstyle in this game and probably the best one I've seen in a while. Monster Hunter 4 had the afro. Monster Hunter 3 had the fucking emo cut or something like that. I don't know, Naruto cut. Shit was fire. But this is the best Capcom's cooked in a while. I mean, this is like a horse mane. It is crazy. Of course, in hairstyle, there is also color changing, so nothing really different there, which will take us to the eyebrows. And the eyebrows, there's like too many selections for some reason. Like, I mean, the eyebrows really aren't that much, but it is because, you know, you're able to just do more with them. And I hate this fucking shit. There we go. You know, you pick your basic eyebrow, whatever you think looks best. Really doesn't matter. It's an eyebrow. And then you're able to change the color, of course, but also the brow depth. You know, do you want it to be protruding over your eyes just slightly more or not? And the eyebrow width, of course, make your eyebrows closer together, further away. You know, once again, it's something. And the position where you can have it closer to your eyes or farther away, depending on what look you're trying to go for. It's basically the same setup as World, just kind of different looks. And, you know, that's kind of how this character customization is. It's designed differently. Wait, you can set the upper eyelids down and he'll just never open his eyes, or you can be Chinese, I guess. Jarvis, cook daisuduto with agua. That's pretty funny. I don't know why you can adjust the upper and lower eyelid. Like, look, even if you adjust the lower eyelid, you still can't see if your upper's all the way down. Then you can also just have like big ass eyes too. What the fuck is this? Nah, this is pretty funny. I'm just fucking blind now. You can also adjust the outer eye position, which I think is a new slider. Never really seen that before. Not sure what it really does because I cannot see my eyes. Eye depth as well. You can make them really pop out. Like, you can just be a bug-eyed motherfucker. Like, just pop them bitches out. Yeah, that's pretty scary. That's crackhead, heroin addict type shit. And there's also eye width and eye position, up or down, doesn't really matter. As well as the eye size. Hold on. Oh my God. Ugh, the fuck. This is maximum like New York drug addict homeless man bug eye look. Like from that one meme where the black guy like pops his eyes out. That's what that is. That's disgusting. Of course, you can't really do eyes without actually being able to change the eye color. So, you know, they nailed that. You can change the color. Woohoo. Oh, guys, mine are red. That's really cool. And if you can do them individually or you can just change both, it's something we had. There's also eyelash length, which was something new in World, but returning here, and changing the color of your eyelashes. After eyes, we can go over to the nose, which is set up in the same way. Little sliders. We can change the nose height, nose position, up or down, nose bridge height, which, you know, just kind of protrudes the bridge depending on what you want. The nose tip, the nose bridge width, which is like probably one of the most aggressive sliders here. Like, look how much it actually does change. That's pretty big when you look at like nose tip. Like, nose tip really ain't doing a lot, but nose bridge, like that shit is stretched the fuck out. After that is the nostril width, which kind of aligns it with the bridge of your nose, and then nostril position. Kind of weird to be honest. Fuck. Guys, I'll figure it out. Don't worry. Okay, it actually doesn't let you like look under into his nose. That's kind of lame, but yeah, that's pretty weird. I don't know who's really changing that. But moving from the nose is to the mouth. We got more sliders. You can push out mouth protrusion, change the mouth width, mouth position, up or down, mouth corner position. You know, you want to smile or you want to frown. We're frown gang today. And lip thickness. You can have those sweet gushers just poking out. After mouth is the facial hair, which gets its own category, which has been pretty established for a while now. You know, Capcom did struggle at first to kind of get away from it, and then it tied facial hair features to the actual face you picked. You could change them 3 times, and that was it. But in World, it did establish, you know, its own category, and that continues with Rise here. And I do think the hair, even though the art style is obviously much, you know, more animated in this game and less realistic, the hair kind of just looks better from that because it does look a lot thicker than it did in World. But I do feel like the actual hairstyles here are pretty dog shit. Like, what is this? This actually looks painted on. And then you just look at shit like this. Like, what the fuck is this? Who the fuck has this shit going on? Sorry, this shit. Like, these hairstyles fucking suck. This is like a normal mustache. And then this is like pedo mustache with light skin lineup beard. Like, what is this? There's like so few just normal beards. This is the one I use because it's like maybe the most useful one. But there's also not like a single beard that actually goes off his chin. Like in the past, we've had beards that go like, woo, and they're hanging. But we don't even have that. Like this feels weird that they did the facial beard like half-assed. Maybe it ties in later to how the game was designed as a whole, but we are not really there yet. And you can also change your facial beard to, you know, whatever you want. Now, the last setting in here is makeup. Obviously, there's 3 different spots because you can do 3 different types of makeup. And the makeup is basically the same as Monster Hunter World. You got your eyeshadows, you got your little blushes, freckles counts as makeup for some reason. You got your lipstick, some more eye shit, some tattoo stuff. You can get a dot. Like you're Indian, I guess. A heart, It doesn't really seem to fit in the lore, but yeah, just put that shit on me. This kind of eye paint, a whole sort of art piece on your face, which is cool. Some more eye shit. And of course the goat, you know, full face paint. We love that. There's some sort of like the scarring makeup where it looks like it's, you know, you went through something traumatic, but since you're just using paint, you didn't. But yeah, the list goes on for a while. And the further you get down, the more it's kind of like just art pieces, tattoos on your face, which are just weird. So really nothing really new in that sense. It basically did the same thing as World. And you can once again just paint your whole face, but you still can't put paint, you know, all over your body or anything. So kind of lame. They do actually have texture changing though, which is kind of cool, you know, being able to do glossy, metallic. That is cool. All right, throwing the metallic on there with the glossy, like what? How is this even makeup? What the fuck? I am Iron Man. And even a Luminous? What the fuck? But it only... Oh, sorry. I turned down the... Okay, so you can do like opacity slider. Damn. The fuck am I? Yeah, these are actually pretty cool. I like fucking with these, especially with how goofy this look. Okay, you cannot change like the skin color of your character to be blue, but you can put these fucking god makeup on. This makeup actually has color coming off of it. What the fuck? I didn't even know this was a thing. And of course, you can also change, you know, the color of this ray. I actually think like this kind of looks hype. All right, this looks hype. It doesn't even look like a real person. And you can do this multiple times. So what if we just overlapped colors? I'm getting so off course here. Sorry. We just overlap some colors, you know, throw all this on. Fuck it. Does it actually? Okay, no, whatever. I think the lower tier makeup, like 2/1, kind of just gets displayed over, which is, you know, kind of lame. Yeah, see how it's over it? So you can't like mix and match like that, but it is still pretty cool. Makeup was the final customization in the advanced settings though, so going back out, we are pretty much done, and we can move on to entering our name, which of course is a pretty big thing on the channel as we get to test things that work or won't. And also in this game, when you just put in a bad word, it just, you know, says cannot use inappropriate and then just lets you put in another. In World, it would like kick you out. So it was almost this like anti-fun thing where it's like, now I have to go back in, type in my name, go back out, go through all these little menus. So once again, they just have no regard for the Mexican and Hispanic community. All right, just haters. But then like when it's a goddamn filthy Italian, they don't fuck with you. You know, you can't be saying that. Although, you know, for some things you can throw that anyway. You know, it's just weird that when I think of a Mexican bad word, that's the first one I think of. But when I think of Italian, who the fuck thinks of Dago? All right, that's crazy. But in a sense, the name censoring is similar to World. They pretty much have all the big ones out of there. But of course, you can still mix and match shit. You know, we can have fuck ass. You can have this one. So there's like, it's still not very good. Like they don't really stop you from doing, you know, what you want. Like this is blocked, but then they don't have like the rest of them blocked. It doesn't make any sense. Like why is this okay? This is basically back to the first part of the customization. They have one blocked, but they don't have the variant blocked. I don't know why they don't just have, if this word is in the name whatsoever, you just block the whole thing. Why would they even allow it to go through? Like, look, if I just spam this shit, it works. Why do they not just have these characters in this coordination band? It doesn't make any sense. So, you know, Capcom does their truly best, but, you know, as the genius that I am, I'm of course able to outsmart them. And that will take us to creating our Palamute, which, if you don't know, Palamutes are a new thing in this game. It is a new type of buddy that will work in tangent with your Palico, with the main focus, though, being different, as the Palamute is basically your traversal means. In Monster Hunter World, we had a buddy system that your Palico could, like, make friends with certain small monsters, like Jagrius's, and you could basically just ride them around. However, in this case, you do have full autonomy with your Palamute. You can ride it wherever you want, however you want. Where in the past, that little buddy system, you know, the buddy riders, you would just pick something on the map, like a location where, you know, you wanted to go hunt the monster or whatever, and the buddy would just drive you there. This time you call the Palamute, you get on it, and you can just ride around. So, you know, there is actual function in this besides just being like a new type of pet, but, you know, it's basically the same setup. You got your presets here to make your Palamute however you want. You have the coat of your Palamute, which does actually go into quite a bit of detail. You know, you can select these different patterns, kind of make it, you know, however you want. Yeah, there's pretty good options. You know, in the past for palicos, there was always like maybe 4. So they're kind of stepping that up, and you can change the color on these highlighted sections. So it's also nice that they show you what's actually going to change, as well as give you individual ones where, you know, see how it changes on that again. This is a pretty cool addition. I like that. Or you can just run no pattern and it'll be a completely blank animal, but still doesn't just let you change it as a solid. Who knows? After the coat, we get into the eyes, where the eyes are like actually somewhat interesting. There's a few, you know, vicious looking ones. Curious about the world. This one's missing an eye. And I know what the fuck? I've never seen this one. Oh, hell nah. If I see a palamute like this, I'm fucking sending it back to the pound. I hope it gets put to death. What the fuck? Jesus, I was just about to say, in the past, I was against scarring your palico, but actually the palamute is kind of a tough little doggy. So I think scarring is okay. That's actually what I go with. And of course you can change eye color just like with the hunter, you know, different eye color if you want. It really doesn't matter. And we can go ahead and move on to the ears, you know, ear shape. There's quite a few here. I like these. They're pretty all right. I would never use this in my fucking darkest days. If you do, you're kind of filthy. And this one also is kind of like, I guess it works, but I kind of like the big ears, you know, just kind of, even these, I like how angular they are. So that's what I go with. But that does take us into the tail, and you know, we just got a few tail options. Tail's not that important. You know, I like the little flick cowlick ass thing. But something interesting here is that when we go down, you can see that we don't have a basic or advanced setting for your palamute. The clothing and voice and all settings are also just in this one section. So I think our theory about it being split up for the hunter was because there was just too many options that wouldn't work on the Nintendo Switch. So we're definitely going to just have to be looking for stuff like that. You actually can't even change the clothing, as it is just this little scarf, which can only have its color change. So not a whole lot going there. You know, they just want the dog to be naked. Freaky Capcom devs. And then they also give us some palamute sounds where they canonically sound like dogs. So, you know, it's just a fancy way to say dog. Palamute means dog in Chinese, or probably Japanese. Who fucking cares? You can also load and save your palamutes as well. 5 little slots. And this has been my OG design for a while. I think it looks cool. I just run this shit and we can move on to the next part. You know, this is basically the same. You can do whatever you want for the name to an extent. And that's to the palico now, where of course we have a bunch of different presets you can choose from. It's basically set up the same way as the palamute. You got the fur pattern, 7 once again that you can do. You can change the color of the fur. You can change the 3 different parts or run no pattern. And the eyes are pretty much the same. Dude, I never realized that these were just glossed over eyes. This sucks. Who the fuck chooses this? At least this is like feline. Oh, this one's like our hunter, can't see, run that shit. Change the eye colors, same thing. Ears, once again, 7 options, just like for the palamute. And they actually have like very similar ear designs. You have the flopped ones, 2 big ones, kind of the circular ones. It's basically the same thing. They just kind of threw features on each one because they're both animals. It's not that hard. Tail is no different. You got some corkscrew, the little buff one. This one's probably the goat one. And they'll take us into clothing, which once again, you just have to run the default clothing. You can just change the color. So this is actually a downgrade because you used to be able to actually change palico clothing. Not that it really mattered because you're just going to put armor on, but you know, I like to point out everything that doesn't matter about the game. Voice type is also the exact same, except it's a cat instead of a dog, and you get the 3 selections with the pitch changer along with action samples, but you know, we get the gist. The only difference between really the palico and the palamute in customization is on palico you get to choose the support type, because the palico is going to fill a familiar role that it did in the past. And you'll basically be able to choose from one of these. You can be healer, assist, fight, bombardier, and gathering. And each of these do something different. Healer, what do you fucking think it does? Assist basically will set out traps and do things to kind of get you more advantage over the monster, you know, in a more indirect way. Fight does a lot to focus on combat, both in itself and for you. It'll give you boost for its own attack and for yourself, while also having some sort of special attacks like the boomerang one or whatever. Bombardier, pretty self-explanatory. It likes bombs. You know, it was Osama bin Laden's personal cat. So pick that one if you want the US government to drop bombs on you daily. And the final one is gathering, pretty much like healer, self-explanatory. Really the only ones that you might have trouble with are like assist and fight, because fight does do its, its own thing, but you might just think it's more fight focused, which you would be right. So that is the Palico out of the way. Once again, you have your saves and everything. I don't remember making that one, but fuck it. And that ends the character customization. Fuck. Probably the longest one to date, because not only are there a lot of options on the Hunter, even if there aren't as many as World, you still have to make an entirely new buddy as your Palamute, because this is the first time that you actually have a real different partner, as we did have the Shakalaka being the original Palico, but they are just Palicos reskinned, right? So that doesn't really matter, but the Palamute is its own thing, and it'll be interesting to see if, after this game, Capcom is going to work in new buddy systems. Maybe Palicos are going to get scrapped for something different, similar to how Shakalaka were for Palicos. After your character's all made, you just select some data slot, and that is going to be the start of your journey. There is no intro cutscene that leads into your character creation. It is just a back to basics character creation, as it leads into its own intro, as every single other game had except World. The unique design properties of Monster Hunter Rise continues with its intro cutscene to start off the game. A chaotic dream is seen as these drawn monster images appear with flashing blue and white lights. You don't actually find out till it's a dream for like 5 seconds when your Palamute is waking you up with an urgent sounding whine. The reason being that the two assistant characters, I guess you could call it, are currently walking into your room to fetch you to meet the village elder Fugen. Your two female assistants, Hinoa, the quest maiden, and Minoto, the hub maiden, basically do as their name applies. Hinoa is the village of Kamaru's quest maiden, and Minoto is the hub's quest maiden essentially, but they just call her the hub maiden. Hinoa does the village quest and Minoto does the hub quest. That's basically the easy way to think about it. Other than that, they, I'm pretty sure, are identical twins. There's not really much to see visually that separates them, besides one wears something in their hair that's like on each side symmetrically, and the other wears just like a bow on the right side. That's really all I got. I mean, their outfits are like a little different, but you won't see a whole lot more. Like one of them wears full gloves while one of them's thumbs stick out, and then one of them has sleeves and one of them doesn't. And I think Minoto is the one with something in her hair on the left and right sides, and Hinoa is the one with one thing in her hair who doesn't wear sleeves. Either way, doesn't matter. They're both hot. We can just say, apples are apples, all right? Capcom knew what they were doing in this one. Fuck the handler. We got the two fucking Asian baddies. That's all we need. Monster Hunter Rise is the greatest Monster Hunter game ever. All right, moving on to Monster Hunter Wilds. Anyway, to continue the intro cutscene talk, basically you're going to go meet, the Fugen Elder to get acquainted, as you're going to become Kimura's hunter, obviously. That's, basically how every single game goes. We're not really known how much experience we have as the hunter, which is, something we talk about with every game. It's kind of just up in the air. But as we actually walk out of our room to meet the Fugen Elder, we do get a nice cinematic of the entire village of Kamaru. And it actually looks very nice. It, kind of displays exactly what Capcom was going for, because you can see that there's a lot of Japanese culture tied into the way things are designed. And I mean, even the characters, like look at Hinoa and Minoto. First off, I'm fucking American. I don't really know a lot about Japanese, but Hinoa and Minoto sound pretty Asian. I wouldn't really know specifically, but then when you look at the entire design of Kimura Village, you can put that, oh, it's Japanese, plus Capcom's Japanese game company, so whatever. But something interesting is that the village was actually designed similar to the Yakomo village, which we have not actually talked about, and that is a village from Monster Hunter Portable Third, so it's part of that Gen 3 trio, and it was actually like some of the aspiration for making this village. They didn't want to make Kimura exactly like Yakomo and just call it Yakomo. They wanted to make something different, but you can see that Yakomo is also designed with similar aesthetics in mind. It's all kind of Japanese feeling, whether it be the art around that has a lot of yin yang color schemes where it's like white and then it cuts into red, like with the Yomogi chef, or just the, I don't know what to really call it, like they're kind of symbols, or maybe it is just like actual text written above of some of the shops. And of course, like the actual shopkeeper who runs the market, like there's kind of those tags that hang down that they just have these symbols. I don't really know what it is because I'm just a fucking white ass American, but it's obviously something there. I mean, surely someone's broken down like all of it, but they even have like those pink trees. It blanks my mind what they are. But yeah, you can tell the culture. Plus, they have owls and they call them cahoots. And I actually looked it up. Like owls are a big thing in Japanese culture. They represent luck, and that actually does play a role into the owls being lucky because they're like an academic life. Whatever, bro. No one really cares about this shit. But we meet Elder Fugen, and he's like a chill guy. He's also kind of got like some drip on, and he runs some dual swords, so kind of Japanese. All right, at this point, it kind of feels even racist for me to just call everything Japanese, but the style is obviously there, all right? I'm not just making this up. Anyway, after we talk to Elder Fugen, he just dumps a bunch of lore on us. It doesn't really matter, but we're then taken by Hinoa to see the village, and the village itself is actually very small. You can tell they didn't spend a lot of resources on it like they did like Monster Hunter World, where they tried to set up this almost colonial base that obviously had a lot of moving parts and was built under their ship that actually took them to the new world. This village is in the new world, but it doesn't really have any of that. But it does feel very homely and very like confined. World did feel very open in its village with stuff all over the place, and you had vertical movement and stuff. But that was the point of World, because the reason it was called Monster Hunter World was because of its expansive, touch on Monster Hunter. Now, when you think Rise, you might think vertically, but that's not what they went for. They went vertically, in the combat, but we'll get to that later. Anyway, you basically just go around and you talk to the villagers with Hinoa. She introduces you to the shopkeeper, the armory guy, the fucking like online cat so you can do multiplayer, Yomogi the chef, pretty much just get you acquainted. She even points out the Buddy Plaza, which is where you'll, work on your Palicos and Palamutes, all that. It's a nice introduction, and it doesn't feel as boring as Monster Hunter Worlds where you just had to like walk around. But I guess because that was so big, it was probably good that they walked you around, because some of that stuff's just like, oh, there's the armory just all the way over there, and here's the canteen just all the way over here. But here, it's pretty hard not to know where stuff is. And while she does that, she does give you like some information of basically like how the game actually works. There's like a wire bug gauge. They tell you that in the village, not even during combat, which is pretty interesting. They obviously tell you about the online. And then when like she's about to set you free so you can do quests and whatnot, she actually like gives you a longsword out of your chest for you to use. So you basically just default to the longsword. It's pretty weird, but basically you have all the weapons and all the armor just like you did in World. So that's pretty default, but like once again, they gave you a longsword, which is, like a katana. So like, yeah, the Japanese theming is here, guys. Whether it be the architecture, the character design, or just like what they're actually even giving you in terms of the weapon they like push for you and your armor design. It's all here, all right? I'm not fucking grasping at straws. Anyway, once the tour is done, we actually go to the hub, to the guild master, so we can get, registered with the guild. And like, he's got that fucking long ass Japanese beard and mustache, dude. Like, I don't know what to tell you. He does have a new thing that I haven't actually seen on any Japanese people. So you guys, Japanese audience, please tell me if it's normal for Japanese people to have massive earlobes. I'm actually not familiar with your culture, so maybe that was from one of the two nukes, just kind of fucked y'all up for a while, but let me know on that one. I have theories about why that would have happened, but I'm just a humble, self-proclaimed scientist, really. Once you get registered with the guild, Master Atsushi calls you over there, literally has sushi in his fucking name. That's crazy. But he's basically like the trainer for Monster Hunter Dose. He gives you like some quests. He tells you about like, you could do training and shit, we're boring. And he even makes you take a picture of him. That was kind of weird. Like, they gave you a quick little tutorial about how to use your action bar, and specifically the camera. I don't know who the fuck uses the camera in Monster Hunter, but like, I guess props to ya. It'd be cool in World, but in Rise, it's just not very graphically stunning. I don't really see the point. But once you finally finish talking to Atushi, you can go talk to Hinoa, the quest maiden, to finally do the first quest, which is basically a couple of tasks that Master Atushi has put together to, show off that you're actually a real hunter. And you also get your own Kahoot at that point, which is the owl. And so you get to name it. So there's technically 3 pet buddies that you get. You get a Palico, you get a Palamute, and you get a Kahoot. Now the Kahoot is definitely like the least useful, but still pretty cool, I think. Having like companions and stuff in your Monster Hunter, I kind of like that. It gives it more of a group feel, because usually in Monster Hunter, like it's just you out there hunting. We saw that a lot with World, even though it made it seem like you were always doing things together as a village. But it seems like in Rise, they're actually trying to do that a little more, especially since in this first tutorial quest, you actually find Master Atushi in the world. He starts at the beginning of your camp, so he can show you the, the blue box to get your items, the tents you can rest at, and just generally how to get out there. So it is very user friendly. They don't really push for a lot of intuitive thinking and how to get around the world. They just tell you. And even on the map, it shows you a little objective point of where you need to go to find Master Atushi next. So the tutorial is very forced. There's no optional part of it besides like having optional training missions, but they're still going to put you through the ringer, show you a bunch of text blocks to explain your health and stamina gauge. I don't know. To an extent, it is a little much. Like, those things are intuitive. Your health bar is green. Your stamina is yellow. It's kind of how it's been. When you run or roll, your stamina goes down. When you get hit the green, you shouldn't have to explain that shit. Like, in any game, it's intuitive. I don't know. Just a weird little nitpick, but it is kind of weird how user-friendly they're going. But you can, kind of expect this when you remember that it's a game on the Switch. And the Switch is so popular that it probably brought in a bunch of new people that don't really know anything about Monster Hunter. It makes sense, I guess. But after getting some basic control, info from Master Atushi, he gives you the quest to go ahead and slay 3 Azuchi, which are just some small monsters. And then, of course, you talk to him again, where he tells you about how to use fast traveling to your camp through the map, which then ends the quest as you've, completed his little fun tasks that we all had fun with, I loved doing all that bullshit. I do think it is one of like the least aggressive forms of tutorial, because that's really all you have to do. You don't have to go like do the make a potion one, do the make a steak one, do the deliver the fucking bullshit mushrooms or ores. They do kind of just be like, here's everything in this text and we should be good to go. It's not like it takes that long, or it's broken up into a bunch of different parts that make it kind of annoying. Although you don't really just get right into it either, because the next set of quests I still kind of consider tutorial, which is to slay, 8 Jagras. So you're just doing small monster quests. And then the next one will be the Azuchi. So you're just doing that to work up to the urgent quest, which is a 2-star quest to slay the Great Azuchi. So in terms of, facing your first large monster, this is pretty standard. I do feel like you get to do basically nothing. Like, it's almost equal to what you did in Dose to get you your first large monster hunt. So it's not like as bad as like Monster Hunter 3 Ultimates was, where that's like a long tutorial. Even Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate has a pretty long one, but there is a lot of optional stuff in the way of Dose. So it definitely takes that Dose route where it's like, all right, get through this bullshit and you're pretty much good to go. You just have to slay some small monsters. You have to get a couple mushrooms, but that's it. And like, slaying small monsters isn't the most boring thing. It lets you get used to that new combat feel that every single game kind of brings as it brings new stuff. So all in all, not a bad tutorial, which means it's time to tackle quests as a whole, how they're different from previous games, how they're structured from previous games, and do I actually like how quests are delivered in Monster Hunter Rise. So the first thing I like to do when explaining the quests for each Monster Hunter game is to look at the quest board, or in this case, what is referred to as the quest counter. Now, how it works in this is you either speak to Minoto or Hinoa, depending on what you're doing. I'm speaking to Minota, the village, quest maiden, and what it's going to open up into is a little menu that shows off the village quests, training quests, optional subquests, and chit chat. The village quests are obviously what is going to progress the story. The training quest is obviously, training quests. You can do it to train with specific weapons or do specific things, so you can figure out how it works. Optional subquests are pretty interesting. Basically, it's just like a list of things that you do during quests to get, rewards. In the past, we had optional subquests, but they were tied to the actual quest. With these, you can just select from a varied list, and when you get them done, you can come collect from here. So you kind of get to pick your own. It doesn't depend on the quest, and you get to pick from a bunch of them. So it depends on like what you actually like doing, which I think is okay, but I kind of like the idea of the optional subquests to be tied to the quest. So if it's like, slay this monster in, let's say, the volcano area, area. I kind of liked how you would have subquests tied to the quest for volcano specific things, but we don't really have that here. Not a big deal. It is just subquests, so who cares? I honestly barely even used them because really they just give you some extra low tier resources, and that's about it. Obviously, what we're going to be clicking into pretty much every time is the village quests. And when clicking into village quests, you'll get another group of quests. You'll see that there's the expedition tour, which is basically how you go out into a region and just, get whatever you need with like a 50-minute time limit. And then you just go back, get the ticket from the blue chest, and you're good to leave. We had those quests in the past. They weren't in their own area. They're actually tied to specific star levels, but that's basically the same. And of course, after that, there are the star levels for the quests you actually want to get into. So right now we just have the 1-star quests because it's the beginning of the game, but later, the 2 stars, the 3 stars, they'll show up here because this basically works like all the others. Monster Hunter 4U had that like notepad quest, this thing where you would pick the notepad based on the star level you wanted, bring a bunch. MH3 did it a little more generic, but it's all the same idea. And this is basically what they did all the way back in Monster Hunter 1. So the quest selecting is more tied to the old system than Monster Hunter Worlds, which really just had you click into assigned and you would just go quest after quest or expedition to unlock more quests there. And I liked that, but this is as simple and as intuitive as it gets. So it's nothing you can really hate on, but you don't like praise it for being a revolutionary system when they've been using it since 2004. The second part of what makes up this quest board is going to be clicking into the 1-star quest to see what we actually have to do to progress the quest system. Monster Hunter Rise does it different, but also kind of the same. Like most things with this game that we're starting to see, is it just is very dumbed down and intuitive. So in the past, in like Monster Hunter 3 Ultimate, you would have to do specific things with villager requests or specific quests to unlock future quests, like urgent quests to unlock the next star level. There was that thing with the supersized dung where I didn't really know what I was supposed to do because I wasn't reading dialogue. But when I went and found that, traded with the Argosy captain, got what I needed to do, I was able to progress the quest by fulfilling a villager request. Similar thing in Monster Hunter 4U. Sometimes you have to do things for the village to progress. It's not like a revolutionary thing, but you would basically just like slay monsters sometimes because like, oh, this monster is blocking our lava supply. You slay it, you now get more quests. In Monster Hunter Rise, they do it, but they use something called key quests, which is what you would call those old quests, but they actually call it a key quest. And basically, as you can see, it says village requests, and under that, key quest completed 0 out of 2. And so you have to complete a key quest, which you can see is marked by that objective orange symbol that has the X through it on a diamond, and you can see that there are 3 of them, so you have to do 2 out of those 3. If you do that bottom one, help with maintenance, which is to slay 8 Izuchi, I did it, you don't actually get anything for that besides, the resources and reward. So there's not a whole lot of reason to do that. It is completely optional. So you either have to deliver 8 fire lanterns, deliver 8 unique shrooms, or slay 8 Jagras. You can't slay 8 Izuchi to progress that. So kind of interesting. It is, like I said, just super dumbed down. It's not what I really like to see because progression is literally just tied to make number go up, now you get higher number. Like it's just getting dumber and dumber. Like what happened to the old, you had to like figure shit out to progress, and the progression actually seemed like it was benefiting. I thought we were getting that back with World, but now with Rise, it's just back to the generic slop. It's not like they're doing anything that they haven't done in the past with this system. It's just that they're doing it worse. They've already proved they can make it interesting like they did in Dose, like they even did in World recently, but they're just not. Of course, when you do your 2 key quests, that's when the urgent quest unlocks to slay the Great Izuchi, and when you slay that, you will unlock a new set of 2-star quests. That is pretty much it. Like, I don't even really want to go into huge detail on the quests like I normally do, because it just feels like we've hit like rock bottom. Like, this is it. That's all you have to do. If we look at the next group of 2-star quests, we have to complete 3 key quests this time. Whoa, it like went up. That's crazy. Yeah, it's just whatever. You can complete the Hunt an Arzuros, slay 10 Baggy, hunt a Great Baggy, hunt a Langobi. Still, I think it's Langobi. I'm gonna start going with Lamgobi. I think Langombi sounds retarded. Langobi, and boom, you unlock the urgent quest to hunt an Acnosum. Yeah, that one's also confusing, but this is a new monster. None of those previous monsters were new. We're already in that reusing territory, but we'll get to that later. And, you know, it's just another basic urgent quest. There's nothing here that's really going to change how anything's done. But it does unlock the 3-star quests, so we can check those out. And with this one, you now have to complete 4 key quests. Just a big wahoo. Yeah, I'm sure you can already really see this, where this is like fucking going. But the options for your key quests are to hunt a Tetranodon, bam, a Kula Yaku, a Baroth, a Great Rogi, a Royal Ludroth, and a Kezu. So you do 4 of those, and that does lead to your first urgent quest, actually, because this is actually set up differently. You see, there are 2 different urgent quests in these 3-star quests, and this is something we've seen in like 3U, where you do quests, get an urgent quest, get another urgent quest later. And the way it's done in this is when you complete 2 of your 3-star key quests, you unlock the first rampage of the game. Now, I don't want to get into super specifics of the rampage, saving that for what makes up the Monster Hunter, but a rampage is a different type of hunt, so it's kind of a different type of quest, although the end goal is to still slay, you know, a monster at the end and defend the village. It's basically like those Zora Magdaros quests where you're like set up, you know, to take down, but this is, you know, more of a design defense where like you get to set up cannons, you get to set stuff up, and then you're just defending a gate from being destroyed. So as long as you kill the monsters before that, gate save. So it's less of, I guess, of a slay quest and more of like a defense quest. I don't know, never really been done before. It's a new mechanic, so new type of quest, but you know, it's pretty interesting. Doesn't mean a whole lot for this segment though. And then the second urgent quest is to slay a Bishaten, which requires 4 3-star key quests. So you just have to knock out 4, 2, and then 2, and then that wraps up the 3-star quests. Really not a big deal. And then they're still including like optional quests, you know, deliver 10 Bobble Cactus. So if you want to like do shit, maybe stuff that helps out, you know, with the village, because some of these quests do unlock stuff. That's why I am playing the village, by the way. Monster Hunter Rise is split up where you can play the hub from the very beginning, but if you play the village low rank, it unlocks the hub high rank. So you can skip the hub low rank, do the low rank in the village, and also like unlock a bunch of extra stuff because the village has a bunch of like unlocks. Like you can unlock a sword, you can unlock stuff for your buddies, you get a bunch of schematics for armor. There's actual reasons to do it compared to just starting in the hub and finishing in the hub. So, you know, here we are doing the low rank village for the quests. But that aside, we move on to the 4-star quest, which has 5 required key quests. And this time there is just 1 urgent quest. So your 5 selections of key quests can be the Somnicanth, the Barioth, the Rathian, the Tobikadachi, the Volvidian, the Bizarrios, the Bishaten, and a Puke Puke. So pretty wide selection, some old, some new, and some very recent. And all of this builds up to hunt the Magnamalo, which is the flagship monster of the game, and actually creates credits. So this is a 4-star quest that leads to credits. I thought it was kind of early for that, all right? For real, what the fuck? How are we already into credits? It literally takes maybe 10 hours if you're new. I'm pretty sure it took me like maybe 6 to 8 hours, somewhere along there, and I was done with the game. Just wrapped it up here. I mean, we got credits. We can move on to Monster Hunter Worlds again. Again. No, we can't actually do that because that takes us to the 5-star village quest, which requires 4 key quests. And for this one, once again, there is just 1 urgent quest. And so you have to do these 4 key quests to move on. And that is to either hunt a Nargacuga, a Zinogre, an Anjanath, a Mizutsune, a Rathalos, or hunting another Magnamalo. Really? This is kind of interesting how it's almost tiered. Like they put kind of the lame monsters, like, you know, the Kula Ku in like the 3-star. And they put some more interesting stuff like the Rathian and the Tobikadachi in the 4-star. And then in the 5-star, we get our bangers like the Nargacuga, the Zinogre, the Anjanath, the Mizutsune, even the Rathalos. Like this is when they kind of bring out the heavy hitters. So it's kind of weird to think about that. And then the 5-star urgent quest is going to be the Alamadron, which, you know, is a pretty cool monster. And I'm pretty sure that it is new as well. So not only do they like kind of build up in tiers to reach these cooler monsters like most games do, but they do also have like their better monsters in the urgent quests, or at least their newer ones, like the Bishaten, the Magnamalo, the Alamadron, and even some of the lame one like the Akanosum. That's mostly how World did it when handling bringing in a lot of old monsters with a few of their new ones mixed in. But even then, some of the like urgent quests were just like, you know, basic monsters, especially as you get into Iceborne. Now, the 5-star quest does actually wrap up the village quest. There is a 6-star quest like space, but it is all just optional stuff like hunting an Alamudron, hunting a Goss Harrig, hunting a Tiger X, hunting a Diablos, and some duo and even triple hunts with Rajang being there. Rajang is like a low rank is kind of fucking weird to think about, but sure, bro. Rajang and Basilius. That's weird. But that basically wraps up the villager side. And like I said, when you do the village quest, you still get your highly rank like license to do in the hub. So there's nothing lost by not going to the hub. You just get upgraded anyway. So that's kind of why I did that. And so we'll end up moving on to now the hub quests, specifically the high rank hub quests of Monster Hunter Rise. And if it's not confusing enough, the high rank quests on the hub start at 4 to 7 stars. So low rank in the hub is just 1 through 3. So when you go in the village, you unlock 6-star quests, but then you come over to the hub and high rank starts at 4, but low rank is all of the village. So even though you were doing 6-star, they were still low rank 6-star, and this is high rank at 4-star. Shit's confusing, but it doesn't really matter. You're basically going to end up doing the same shit again. There are just going to be key quests that you can choose from in order to move up through an urgent quest. Pretty much just rinse and repeat on this shit. Although there is a lot more variety in these in terms of like optional and just more key quests to actually pick and choose from. But in this 4-star hub quest, we have to complete 5 key quests, and you can pick from the Great Azuchi, Arzurius and Kuliku duo hunt, 2 Great Baggy, the Ocnosome, a Tetradon, a Tetranodon, sorry. Still probably pronounced it wrong. Fuck, I can't speak. A Legombi. How did I say I was supposed to say it earlier? A Legombi. Lego. Makezu. And that's like just all of your key quests that you can do. So there's like 7 key quests and you have to do 5 of them. So you pretty much have to do everything there. And it unlocks your urgent quest to hunt a Juratodos, which we have seen, in World. So yeah, the hub quests, at least the 4-star ones, really doesn't introduce a lot. None of them are new monsters. It's all either from the village quest or from previous games. So kind of a sleep fest, but hopefully it picks up here in this new 5-star quest category, where we have to complete 5 more 5-star key quests to move on to, I assume, the 6-star key quests. And in this category, we have the Royal Ludroth hunt, the Baroth hunt, the 2 Volvidian hunt, the Bishatan hunt, a Puke hunt, a Bazarios hunt, a Rathian, and that's it. That's it for like your key quests, with the urgent quests coming down to hunting at Mizutsun. So once again, there's nothing new in this high rank format, which is pretty normal, unfortunately. In all of Monster Hunter, you would complete the, low rank, and then the beginning of high rank would really just be about like getting ready for the later high rank by facing some of the monsters you already fought in low rank. Of course, they do sometimes get new moves and have more health than damage, so it's a bit harder, more of a challenge, but at the end of the day, there's not a whole lot going on. But that is why usually like a lot of early like low rank mechanics don't really matter, like skills, decorations and shit. That's for high rank. So while you're not fighting new monsters, you are trying to achieve and work towards new stuff. So I do kind of get how it still is fun and didn't exactly feel like it was dragging along. But this quest system, if anything, is just bland. It doesn't really reintroduce any way of giving us engaging quests to actually work through. It's just kind of like, oh, you guys like to hunt monsters? Fuck yeah, here's some quests. Like that's literally what it is. But once again, for the 6-star urgent quests to show up, we have to complete 5 key quests. And like at this point, you can probably already guess what's about to come over, but it's going to be hunting a Zinogre, a Somnikath, a Barioth, a Tobikadachi, an Anjanath, a Nargacuga, and a Rathalos as your key quests. So just nail out 5 of those and you're good. And then there's always, of course, optional quests to grind. Some of them are small monsters. Some of them are like trio hunts. That's kind of cool. In this case of our urgent quest, we actually have 2. So while you do have to do 5 to unlock the next set of 7-star quests, when you complete 3 6-star key quests, you get another rampage. And this one specifically has you repelling Ibushi, which is, one of the elder dragons that we'll talk about later. And while previously in our rampages, we only had 2 hordes come through, which basically means means like you set up your defenses and then a horde comes through with like a final boss. In this case, there are 3 of those, which is first you have to defeat the first horde led by the Great Azuchi, the second horde led by the Bishaten, and the third horde led by Wind Serpent Ibushi, who you just repel and don't actually slay. And in those hordes, it's not just like the Great Azuchi, there's also Arzurius, Kezu, and Akunosum in that first horde. And then in horde 2 with Bishaten leading, there's Great Azuchi, Rathian, Bizarius, and Puke Puke. So you're fighting like a bunch of monsters, but usually it's pretty easy to kill them. They're not like actual hunts because you'll get like counter signals, which just make you do like a fuck ton of damage. And you're also using like, you know, crossbows and shit. So these are like very different quests. So it's kind of interesting to mix them in as urgent quests, but they're typically not very fun. Not gonna lie. I'll plan to kind of pick it apart later. But that being the, you know, 3 out of 5, when you actually get 5 out of 5, you go and hunt a Rakna Kadaki, which is pretty curious because Rakna Kadaki is a spider monster, and we already had a spider monster that has, you know, not really returned, at least at this point in Monster Hunter Rise. Hint, hint, maybe it does return. Ooh, we'll have to see. But that's pretty cool, like a new monster finally. It's been a while because, I mean, Wind Serpent Ibushi is technically a new monster, but it was in a rampage and we didn't actually get to like slay it. So this is the first like new monster that we actually fight in a regular setting, and it took all the way to the 6-star second urgent quest. Goddamn. But that does mean we unlock the 7-star quests, which is the final tier for the high rank hub quests. And so we have some interesting developments in this final one as it's kind of moving to not just the end game, but actually completing the game. To reach our first urgent quest, we first have to complete 5 of the 7-star quests. So that's not like out of the ordinary or anything. You know, our selection is the Gauss Harrig, the Magnamalo, the Alamudron, the Diablos, the Tigrex, the Rajang, and then that's it. There's also, you know, a bunch of optional quests as always, so nothing out of the ordinary. Our 7-star urgent quest is to slay the Thunder Serpent Narwa, and you would think that would be the end of the quest, at least for the story, because Narwa is like, you know, the serpent goddess of thunder, so it's like max Elder Dragon. We already beat the fuck out of Ibushi, but no, that's not actually it, because it's at this point that they ditch the key quests and move on to the hunter rank level. Similar to how there was a hunter rank level and a master rank level in Monster Hunter World, we're going with that again. So to slay Chimelios as an urgent quest, you must reach hunter rank 20 first. And so all those optional quests we had, you pretty much just do them to up your hunter rank, you know, get your gear together while you're doing that and progress your hunter rank, because then after Chimelios, there's the Kushala Deora where you have to reach hunter rank 30, and then Teostra, which is at hunter rank 40, all until you reach hunter rank 50, where you then get another urgent quest to slay Ibushi and Narwa called the All Mother. And this is technically the final story mission. This is like the last cutscene you're gonna get that like celebrates the game and, you know, all that good stuff, nice cinematic stuff. There's no credits or anything because we already had those, but this is considered the end. There are also other quests you do unlock, such as the Apex Rathian quest, which, you know, Apexes are basically tempered from World. And the way you unlock this one is you have to complete at least one Apex Rathian Rampage quest and be Hunter rank 41 and above to unlock. So you actually have to do Rampage quests, which is its own little category, similar to how there's training quests and subquests. There's also Rampage ones, and you do those to unlock the Apex monsters in the regular hunts. It's the same thing for the Mazutsune, except you have to be Hunter rank 45 as well as doing that. And so in here, there are quests that are still set up out of the norm. You know, there was never Rampages before, so there was never any reason to have quests unlock in this way. But with how everything else is so straightforward, you know, we gotta, you know, let them know that we know that they really set these up to be different. All right, guys, it's really cool that you have to do rampages to unlock monsters, because we all love rampages. Aha, yeah. Even though the All Mother quest is considered the end of the story, there still are a little more quests hidden, and that is, you know, actually, I think just one outside of those like Apex ones, and that is to slay a Crimson Glow Valstrax, which is locked behind Hunter rank 100, which quite a lot, but not exactly different from Monster Hunter's, worlds, because that would go up to like 150 for certain monsters. Granted, they aren't as cool as Valstrex, so who really cares? But that's essentially the final one that you really unlock. There are groups of certain quests, like what is quantified as advanced quests. So advanced Scaredy Cat, which is to slay a Chameleus and a Rajang. It has the like advanced and then semicolon, or actually just a colon, and then the actual name. Because there are ones that say, for instance, advanced proof of power, where you have to hunt a Diablos, Rathalos, and Magnamalo. It says you have to complete all previous advanced quests to unlock. And then it says for advanced those crowned Apex, you have to complete advanced proof of power, which is the one we just talked about with the Diablos, which then unlocks those crowned Apex ones, which is where you slay an Apex, Mizutsune, Rathalos, and Zenogre. So there are still quests you have to unlock by doing, quests before it, but it's very few and far between and never really restricts the story. Really, every quest was just do key quest, unlock urgent quest until the end, when you started adding in the hunter rank level, with the Chameleos needing hunter rank 20 to unlock. Before then, it was the exact same unlock method for every single quest. And I don't know, at some point you do get a little bored and just uninterested when all you're doing is just quest after quest with literally no reasoning behind really any of it. We never do anything with like expeditions. That just doesn't exist. It's all just like, oh, here's our new thing, guys, rampages. It's really fun. It's not fucking fun. I don't know who thought they would be fun. It's like a more interesting Zoro Magdaros kind of thing, but that thing was so ass, where it's like, if you're just a little more interesting, you're still fucking ass. Pathetic. But that does wrap up the Monster Hunter Rise quest system, but we're not exactly done yet, because of course we're tackling the Monster Hunter Rise expansion, Sunbreak. So we have to look at the quests there. And since Sunbreak takes place in a new area, we actually don't have village quests. They do not exist. It is all done through the hub, and it has a new hub in this new area, which is where the quests are. However, before you're actually able to get to the new area to complete those quests, you actually have to start the Sunbreak expansion, and that's done in a similar fashion to Monster Hunter World, where you go on a new quest to eventually get to that new area. And in this case, we end up slaying a Daimo Hermitar for our first hunt. And so you just have to be hunter rank 7 or higher in order to do this, and obviously be in a position where you can start the Sunbreak expansion. This is the first master rank hunt of the game, and following this you will always have to be master rank 1 to take these quests on, but it's really all the same sort of thing. And with this you will unlock the actual master rank 1 quest. So this is technically like the high rank urgent quest to unlock master rank. The easiest way to think about it. When you actually finish this quest and get through all of the kind of Sunbreak beginning lore and information dump, you'll see you'll be able to start your first group of master rank, which is separate from like the high and low rank. It has its own little category in there, and it's just back to the key quest system. Nothing's really changed from here, and that's kind of similar to World. Like the World and Iceborne quest system is basically the same. Only difference is that World had a lot more expeditions because it had a lot of different areas, while Iceborne had none because it was literally just the same fucking area. But that came with some good things in that you didn't have to find a bunch of bullshit footprints. You can hunt 3 Elder Dragons, so Kino. But in Rise's case, it's just like, oh, so we're back to the kind of boring click quest, hunt monster, click quest, hunt monster. It's whatever, I guess. For the first star rank, you just have to complete 2 key quests, and you can either slay a total of 15 Hermitar or Velociprey, so they're even starting us back on small monsters, or you can do a Kuliku, a Royal Lodroth, or 2 Arzuros. So you honestly do have a bit of a mix in terms of what you can hunt. You can hunt, small monsters, you can do a large monster hunt, or you can even fight 2 large monsters, in the same hunt. So kind of up to you what you want to do. Where you can good, I guess. But that unlocks the next urgent quest, being to hunt a Tetranodon that doesn't actually unlock the next level star. So we don't go to master rank 2, we actually stay on 1 and complete another set of key quests. So we once again get 4 key quests and have to complete 2. And so you can either hunt 2 Great Roggies, a Lengombi and a Great Baggy, a Baroth, or a Volvidion for your selection. mission. And this time, it does actually unlock the 2-star quests, as you'll get your urgent quest being to hunt an Anjanath. So there's not a lot to say. All I can really say is instead of waiting to kind of start you off on those multiple urgent quests, they just throw it at the beginning of Master Rank, which is cool, I guess, because we are kind of used to it. But there's been no surprises so far in this Master Rank setup, which is fair because you kind of have to get the Master Rank gear before you take on some of the later, harder, newer monsters of the game. In Master Rank 2, it's more of the same as we get, once again, 2 more urgent quests, with the first one being unlocked through completing 2 key quests in a grouping of a Rathian, Kezu, Somnikanath, Puke, and a duo Oknosum and Kulaku fight. Upon completing that, you unlock a Master Rank 2 urgent quest, which is to slay 1 Anjanath. So pretty, similar to what's going on. It's not even really a new monster. Really, the only new monster we have fought is the Blood Orange Bishadin, which, even then was just a subspecies, so really not that new, but it did unlock our Master Rank 2 key quests. Now, for the next urgent quest to unlock the 3-star quests, you just have to complete 2 of these 2-star quests to move on, and your grouping is the Tobikadachi, a trio hunt with the Great Baggy, Great Azuchi, and Great Roggy, a duo with Great Azuchi and Rathian, a Juro Turtus hunt, and lastly a Bizarrius hunt. So just knock out 2 of those, and then you will take on a new monster, the Garen Golem. And by slaying the Garen Golem, you do unlock the Master Rank 3 quests. So pretty simple, and instead of using a subspecies, they do actually give you a, real monster that's new. So that's pretty cool. And it'll take us to 2 more urgent quests that need to be completed, with the first one needing 3 key quests completed in the 3-star variety, which can be done through slaying either the Almudron, the Shogun Scimitar, the Barioth, the Goss Harag, and a duo Anjath and Tobikadachi, which is actually kind of cool because that is from World. You actually did an expedition, you found the Tobikadachi, and then you would slay an Anjanath after that. Kind of a coincidence maybe, or maybe they actually thought that shit out. Probably didn't. But, whatever. Upon completing those key quests, you do slay a Aurora Somnikath for your urgent quest. So once again, just another kind of filler subspecies as an urgent quest. It is what it is. I like seeing new monsters, but, beggars can't be choosers. Now, the urgent quest to go to the 4 stars is once again just 3 3-star key quests. And your options this time is a Nargacuga, a Daimo and Shogun Scimitar and Hermitar duo, a Garen Golem and Somnikath duo, a Magdamalo, and the Rakna Kadaki. And these do unlock a new monster, which is the Luna Garon, which is the new urgent quest to get us to the 4-star, where we actually get even more urgent quests, with 3 being in the 4-star category as we inch closer to the end of the game. And so for the first 2 urgent quests, you only have to do 2 key quests. And the first one, you're going to pick the Bizutsun, the Diablos, the Rathalos, and the Rathian and Shogun Scimitar duo fight, which unlocks a new monster urgent quest with the Astalos. And then after that, you will once again look at your key quests, and it'll be the Barioth and Magnamalo duo, the Magma Alamudron, so cool little subspecies, the Saragios from MH4U, love to see it, and the Zinogre. And completing those, once again, unlocks a new monster urgent quest, so now they're really starting to lead in with the new shit with Sunbreak, and that is the Espinas, I think. Espinas? I don't fucking know. Kind of seems like Spanish, but it's essentially just another wyvern, so who really needs to know the name? You can just say the one with spikes on it, and we'll get it. And finally, there is one last urgent quest in the 4-star variety, which you'll have to pick from 2 key quests, being the Garen Golan and Luna Garon duo hunt, the Pyri Rakana Kadaki, so a subspecies, the Tigrex, and the Gore Magala. The Tigrex quest here is kind of weird because it's next to the Gore Magala, pretty notorious elder dragon, the Pyri Rakana Kadaki, which is a subspecies, and then a duo hunt of 2 new monsters. And it's just and there's also the Tigrex, so that's there too, kind of weird. But all of this leads into the flagship Sunbreak monster, Malzeno, in its final urgent quest. However, for story reasons, things don't turn out with a conclusion at that point, so we obviously continue into the 5-star quests for Master Rank. And once again, to unlock these new urgent quests in this grouping, there are 3 urgent quests. quests, you have to do 2 key quests per. So the first one, you can pick between the Gore Magala and Sarajeos Duo Hunt, Rajang Hunt, Basilgias Hunt, and a Lunagaran and Zinogre Hunt. Upon completing that, you get the urgent quest to hunt the Shigura Magala. So, you know, a lot of MH4 representation in these quests. Love to fucking see it. Go to game. And that leaves one more Master Rank 5 urgent quest, which is unlocked by hunting a Teostra, a Kushala Daora, or a Shamilius. So similar to what we had actually in high rank, with those 3 Elder Dragons being our base. And upon completing that, your urgent quest will be to hunt a Lunagaran, which, I mean, we already did, but for story reasons, I guess it kind of makes sense. But it does seem like a little lazy to set it up like this. Anyway, that does move us into the 6-star Master Rank quest, which is the final tier of Master Rank. And this is when it gets a little bit confusing, because you stop getting that standard flow of key quests and kind of move into what they did in high rank, with how you go to HR 20 and then HR 30 and then HR 40, with HR 50 kind of being the last quest to end. Here, you have to go to MR 10, so Master Rank 10, to unlock your first urgent quest of hunting Primordial Malzeno. And then you also just talk to the Admiral Gallus, and that's that. And that also unlocks the Seething Basilgias urgent quest, where you reach MHR 10 to do that, so you can do those together. And then once you complete the Seething Basilgias quest called Raining Fire, that unlocks the Gold Rathian quest and the Silver Rathian quest. And by doing both the Silver and Gold Rathian quests, you unlock the Lucent Nargacuga quest, of course, all at MR10, but you do still have to complete those quests. And you'll also unlock the Flaming Espinas quest, you know, a new subspecies for the new monster. And when you unlock that, which is what sleeps in the tower, you then unlock a Mysterious Pale Flame quest, which is to hunt a Violet Mizutsune, which also unlocks the Amatsu monster hunt, which is new, called The Sun Will Rise Again, where you then just go talk to Fugan the Elder, and it just goes on. When you reach Master Rank 20, you get Ibushi Master Rank, reaching 30 gives you Narwa, the All-Mother, 50 gives you Furious Rajang, and 70 gives you Crimson Glow Valstrix, with the final one being MHR 100, unlocking Scorned Magnamala. So I actually think it's cool that they end on Scorned Magnamala. It's also a pretty cool looking monster, and is generally, you know, like the most powerful in-game monster there is. So they, you know, kind of lead off with Magnamala too early, but I like how they finish with it. But the one quest we actually haven't mentioned is the final urgent quest of the like story. The others are basically just like, you know, extra stuff. Even Primordial Malzeno is not something you have to do to complete the story. The one that you actually need to get to complete the story is called Proof of Courage, and it unlocks once you finish Gathering of the Choreo, which was the quest where we fought the Lunagaran for the second time after completing 2 Master Rank 5-star quests. And in this quest, we face a new monster, the Gaiasmagorum, who is that in-game monster that was kind of causing all the trouble to begin with, you know, story stuff. But that is technically where it wraps up, similar to how, you know, the All-Mother quest wrapped up at MR 50. This one just wraps up before you even have to start getting your Master Rank leveled up, which I think is definitely a good change, because all that grinding just to complete the story was kind of dumb. I like how you normally complete the story and then just kind of get to move on. But there is generally a lot of quests still locked. I think the highest one I saw was MR 160, unlocks a Risen Crimson Glow Valstrax, because Risen is like a whole category of monster, but that's something we'll get into later. Actually, as I scrolled that, I just saw that to unlock Risen Shigura Magala, you have to get to MR 180. Jesus Christ, I guess Capcom forgot like some of us do shit. But that is pretty much it. There are also some 4 monster hunts in the game as quests, but they just kind of unlock as you continue to push on, with the final quest being to clear out all other base Sunbreak hub quests. That's kind of crazy, where you will then get to hunt a Crimson Glow Valstrex, Malzeno, Nargacuga, and Sarajeos in one final advanced hunt, which will give you the Harp Crown Layered Armor, which is pretty badass, but that's just kind of how it goes. All in all, the Monster Hunter Rise / Sunbreak quest is probably as simple as it has ever been. It is as dumbed down as Monster Hunter 1 was, because Monster Hunter 1 was just, oh, you're on 1-star, we'll finish every 1-star quest, and then you go to 2-star. Except in this case, you often don't have to do a lot of quests to begin with. You just do, you know, in the early stages, like 2, and then 3, and then 4, and then 5, and then you're just moving on to the next area. I kind of prefer how they did it more in Sunbreak. I mean, it's not a huge huge change, but the way they would do multiple urgent quests to kind of give the story more intensity, because you'd find new monsters in these new kind of areas, because Sunbreak does go to a new location. I like that, but that's like really the only change they ever really did, was to add more urgent quests. Instead of like doing 4 key quests, you would just do 2, boom, new urgent quest, new monster, 2 more key quests, boom, new urgent quest, new monster. Kind of mixed it up and felt like I didn't have to do like 5 boring hunts before I knew I would get to a cool urgent quest, especially if that urgent quest kind of sucked. So I'm glad to see it. There was also no more rampages in Sunbreak. They completely just canned that shit. So it's nice not to have to do those quests, especially because like Master Rank would probably be a pain with how much damage shit did. So thank fuck. It's basically just as basic as this shit gets. Like somehow Sunbreak had even more basic quests than Rise itself. It's crazy. I don't like hate the quest system, but I do think it's weird that the more modern the game has become, the more simple the quests have become. I thought Monster Hunter World had really broken out of that, but because of the whole development of Rise and because of what they were doing with Rise, you can see why they didn't fully pivot back to what Monster Hunter World has done, because it would cause, you know, Rise to go through an entire redevelopment to actually build the game around designing quests to complement a story instead of just complementing, you know, gameplay. Like get to gameplay as fast as possible. That's what Rise did. While World mixed in some story and some kind of world appreciation that I kind of like. Now with the quests out of the way, we can actually look at what is in these quests with the monsters. Monster Hunter Rise is in a very interesting place in terms of monsters because it does things that are good while also doing things that are bad. Really profound. But what I'm actually looking for is comparing Monster Hunter Rise more closely to Monster Hunter World than previous games, because they are of the same 5th generation release. Plus, it is a more modern Monster Hunter game, so it's hard to compare, you know, these releases with one coming out in 2018 and one 2021 with something that is, you know, in the early teens of the 2000s. Enough setup though. What I actually think of Monster Hunter Rise's monsters is that it's a little lazy, and I guess that's to be expected since it is a portable release that was, you know, seemingly just meant for the Switch. But if you look at just the numbers, Monster Hunter Rise doesn't actually come off as lazy, as it has 26 small monsters, 46 large monsters, totaling to 72. When we looked at Monster Hunter World, it only had 18 small monsters, 36 large monsters, totaling to 54. So it has about 18 total monsters more, with 10 of those being large monsters, which are the significant ones. However, with 22 total monsters, you would think that Monster Hunter Rise adds a lot of its own, but it really doesn't. 50 of its total monsters are returning, which means only 22 new monsters were added to Rise, and a lot of them aren't very impactful. The 4 new Elder Dragons are the Thunder Serpent Narwa, Narwa the All-Mother, and Wind Serpent Ibushi. So those 3 pretty dog shit, but like, oh, what's the other one? It's Crimson Glow Valstrix. So essentially just a subspecies of a monster we already had. So in the Elder Dragon department, very bad. I do think there are some quality monsters like Rock Nakadaki, which is a new spider one. The Magnum Mallow is pretty good. And then, you know, just some of the other stuff like the Tetranodon, the Acnosum, like these are decent monsters, but a lot of the monster count actually just comes from like Apex stuff. So we have the Apex Arzuros, the Apex Diablos, Apex Rathalos, Apex Larathian, you know, the list goes on. There's too many Apex monsters. To be fair to them, they did only add 3 new small monsters, so 19 large monsters, but like they're just not as quality. 3 of the Elder Dragons out of 4 are mid, 1 is kind of a cop out, and then the rest of the roster is just kind of like, there's some good in here, but unfortunately not a lot. Compared to Monster Hunter Rise, it had 18 less total monsters, and yet it added 34 new monsters. Now 12 of those were small monsters, but that's still more large monsters at 22 than Monster Hunter Rise did at 19. And I'd say the Monster Hunter World monsters are a lot more quality. First off, you have 6 new Elder Dragons instead of 4, and they're all completely original. The Behemoth, the Kulve Teroth, which both of those are kind of, you know, you could say are pretty mid just because they're kind of cop-outs, as well as Zoro Magdaros, since they're kind of just grand hunts and not actually like, you know, what we know as Elder Dragon hunts, with, you know, Monster Hunter Dose bringing in the Kushala and Lunastra, Monster Hunter 3 having Cedius, which is more similar to this, and then Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate with the goddamn Gore Magala and the Shigura Magala. So like those are quality, but they did add the Nergigante, which is definitely up there with the Gore Magala. Val Hazak, which is a pretty good monster. Not one of my favorites, but at least has a cool design. This Genojiva, very original, and it's like not a terrible kind of ultimate Elder Dragon boss fight, so I'll kind of give it that. So it's kind of, split around here. There are some good ones, there are some bad ones, like Zora Magdaros. I mean, it's a cool looking one, but just not very practical. And then some of these also did come in updates, so it didn't like release like that. But, the Monster Hunter World monsters just look a lot better. And a lot of that, you can tell, is kind of popular because it shows up in Monster Hunter Rise. Monster Hunter Rise reuses the Anjanath, reuses the Basilgeus, reuses Jagrius, Juratodos, Kestodon, Kula Yaku, Puke Puke, Tobi Kadachi, and later the Basilgeus. And this is just in the base game. So they're already pulling like quite a bit from World and just not adding enough of their own stuff. But I will say the stuff they do add is pretty quality. So it's just kind of a balancing act. I would say if you look at it without a lot of context, it does seem bad. But like I kind of mentioned, this isn't really surprising seeing how it was, released on the Switch and didn't really seem to have a lot of push to come out on other consoles until I guess it sold well. So because it's on a portable system, perhaps they didn't want to put a lot of design into new monsters. And I feel like we kind of see that when we take a look at Sunbreak, where we do get a few new monsters. So while Monster Hunter Rise had 22 new monsters, Monster Hunter Sunbreak has 19. So in the expansion, it almost matches what Rise did. And it follows the same pattern where 3 of these new monsters are small monsters and 16 are large. So completely even on that front. It's just Sunbreak has less, but that makes sense because it's a goddamn expansion. And I do think Sunbreak has a lot of quality monsters, but some of it is also the same exact cop-out because instead of having apexes, they just have Risen. So you got Risen Chameleos, Risen Kushala Daora, Risen Tiestro. It's kind of the same thing. It's basically how World had tempered monsters, but Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak does add the Primordial Malzinio and Malzinio, which are 2 cool Elder Dragons. Primordial is basically just the Risen to the same effect, but also kind of a subspecies, kind of like how Shigura is to the Gore Magala. The guy's Magorm is cool looking. The fight itself is just kind of in the same category as Ibushi and Narwa. Like, it's a cool thing, but just isn't a great fight in itself. But when we look at some of the actual just normal ones, the Lunagarin goat, I think that's like a pretty cool predator monster that kind of matches up with something like the Nargacuga. The Garen Golem is pretty cool. It's probably one of the, bigger monsters in the game, and I thought it was pretty decent. There's not a lot of inspiration from previous monsters either, so that's a good original design. The rest are mostly subspecies, which is normal for like a expansion, like the Blood Orange Bishaden, the Magna Almadron, the Aurora Somnacath, and the Violet Missoon. That's pretty regular. And all in all, these new monsters totaled Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak to 112 total monsters, 34 small and 78 large. And these numbers are the biggest we've seen in the franchise to date. And it's actually pretty interesting because Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak has 40 more total monsters than Monster Hunter Rise. And Monster Hunter World Iceborne has 40 more monsters than Monster Hunter World. And I don't think there was any of that before, that kind of coincidence, but I wonder if this is a new precedent for how they're going to do expansions by setting up 40 new monsters. I don't know what to think of that. It's pretty weird, especially since it's just in the total monsters. The actual large and small monsters between expansions are different in count, with Sunbreak adding more than Iceborne and Iceborne adding more large monsters. Just kind of something to look at, weird coincidence, but I'm pretty okay with Monster Hunter Rise's Sunbreak monsters. I mean, you get Velkhana back, which is pretty cool. That's a big one, while also leaving out the Nergigante, which I think is a good play because that's like leaving out the Gore Magala in future monster releases immediately, because it kind of gives it that air of like, oh, this is a dope monster, play this old game and then maybe we'll add it back later, like in 2022 when they released Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak, because the Gore Magala is actually finally back. And it really does benefit from being in a new engine, because the Gore Magala and Chaotic Gore Magala and Shigura Magala fights are super cool. It has a lot of new moves. It is just super aggressive and really can show off just how cool the design is with the kind of talons on the wings and just all that transformation shit. I really like it. it. Happy to see it back. I think they left it alone just long enough to be like, holy fuck, it's actually back. I mean, you know, under 10 years, but still pretty close. And with it, of course, comes the Sarajeos, as it's kind of a, you know, Gen 4 reunion. Pretty much every big monster is in here too, because there's 112 monsters. They're packing this bitch full. The only ones I can really remember not being here is like the Monoblus, still kind of an L, but they even bring back, you know, Rajang, Nargacuga, of course, Tigrex, Kushala Daora, as mentioned, Chameleos, just all the big things, while also, you know, adding some quality ones to make it feel fleshed out. I think Sunbreak in itself adds better monsters than Rise base did. However, it is a little easy to see how they did that, because when you look at something like the Espinos and Astalos, they are more kind of wyvern dragons that everyone kind of likes. Stuff like the Rathalos, but almost reimagined with the Espinos to just be somewhat cooler. It gets a green, yellow flame, has all the spikes on it. It's no doubt a cool monster, but it's not really a new archetype that we had seen, let's say, in like Rise base with the Alamudron or something like the Bishaten. You know, those were kind of fundamentally new, and they aren't like super hype or anything, but I do think they are pretty unique. And when your monster count, you know, in a game is up to 112, it is getting difficult to have unique monsters. World did a pretty good job with something like the Puke Puke and the Basilgias, but there is starting to be only so much you can really do. And even they were double dipping with like the Juratotos and the Biototos, and even like the Lava Seoth. Those are kind of all the same monster, but it is what it is. I think this is kind of just going to be what modern Monster Hunter is, because they're actually fleshing monsters out to be more technical. I think for now it's fine that that's a thing, but if in Wilds we see let's say like 130 monsters, you know, with the expansion included, and it's just a lot of the same ones, and maybe they add like, I don't know, 40 monsters with the Wilds release and the expansion combined, it's just not really a whole lot going on, especially, you know, depending on how many are large and how many are small. It's really going to get boring as more and more people realize, oh, with these games, we're just fighting the same monsters. I think for now it works, especially because you have, you know, new audience levels where the people who fought all those old monsters back in Gen 1, 2, 3, and 4 are kind of drowned out by all the people like, whoa, this Gora Magala monster's sick, you know, because they've never seen it. But I think after Wilds, that might actually run out, especially when Wilds gets its expansion. People might get a little tired of seeing the goddamn Narakuga every single game, the Tigrex, the Barioth, just all those monsters just once again. So they're either going to have to work on a lot of subspecies to kind of freshen that up, or bring out some of like the old oldies, you know? They definitely still have monsters up their sleeve that they can drop. Something like the Quechawecha has never returned, the Monoblus has barely returned, Nersilia hasn't returned, the Celtis hasn't returned, the Euconolus hasn't returned, and those are all just from like Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate. Like, it's pretty recent, and yet they haven't really been back. With, you know, the Monoblus I know is an MH1, but it was brought back in 4. You know, you get the gist. And one of my favorites, the Zamtrios. All right, the Zamtrios deserves to be back, and it's kind of sad that it didn't show up in Iceborne. Like, what the fuck? It was kind of built for that shit. Don't know what that's about, but maybe they're trying to move away from the Vor comics. Haha. But yeah, I think that's it on monsters. It's impressive that they just keep pushing more and more monsters into the game, because that's just, you know, more content, but it is getting a little more predictable and dull with each new edition, especially after playing these 5 generations of Monster Hunters in the past year. I would love to see a, you know, new Monster Hunter gen, let's say Gen 7, since we're already on Gen 6, that really revolutionizes it. You know, maybe bring 20 old monsters back, but then just nail out like 50 quality ones. And then, you know, the expansion, you can add a lot of event quests to bring back the oldies. But I would really like it if they just didn't build the main game around a bunch of oldies, because that, I think, is where it really does get tiring, because you have to do those quests. You know, you have to slay the Nargacuga, you have to slay the Tigrex, and I just don't want to do that anymore. All right, please revamp, because they're only going to be able to like add new monster moves and monster aggression for so long. Gaming's kind of reached this peak design where it's hard to really make stuff have new mechanics in the same way that you could when you were remaking 2010's games. Like those games were actually just hardware limited, but that's not really a thing anymore. These days you just add more graphics onto things, but you don't really add new technical stuff. We've kind of figured that out. The next section of Monster Hunter Rise I want to look at is the equipment. Overall, the Monster Hunter Rise equipment has not really been overhauled. It is following the same sort of trend that Monster Hunter World set. And of course, as we discussed, Monster Hunter World has been following the same trend that Monster Hunter 4 set and that Monster Hunter 3 and Monster Hunter 2 set. And even to the extent that Monster Hunter 1 set with equipment being crafted through monster parts. Yeah, all that to say, there's not a lot of changes. The biggest change in actually making your equipment in probably the last few generations does come in Monster Hunter Rise, as sometimes with your weapon, when you're upgrading it or forging the original piece, you will find that sometimes you have to do a point system to actually upgrade it. So it'll have, you know, the usual monster parts, you know, maybe it needs 6 scales and 2 claws, blah, 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 blah. But in the same way that Monster Hunter World used armor spheres, how it had a point system, Monster Hunter Rise does that with some of the weapons. And so you have to put a specific amount of points from the monster part that, you know, correlates with the tree it's in to actually craft the weapon. And, you know, depending on how rare the monster part are, it's worth more points. So, you know, scales are worth like 1 or 2, depending on what it is. But if you get like a claw, could be worth like 2 or 3. And usually you need like 10 points. And that's like the biggest extent of the change in equipment crafting. There's really nothing there. Monster Hunter Rise even reverts what Monster Hunter World did with its charms and decorations. You can now craft decorations just like you could in the old games. And you now have to do the lottery RNG shit to get your talisman, which, yes, does it suck? Sure. But it's a lot better than the decorations, all right? I hated grinding out a specific decoration. Like, you only need one decoration. And it's just like, stop giving me recovery, health, sharpening. Like, I don't need those decorations, please. And they even help you out by getting rid of combo decorations so builds are, you know, kind of a lot more simple, especially with like the RNG combo builds were really confusing, and I'm actually fine with them being gone. Maybe now that you could craft them, it would be like a little better because you would just have, you know, complete access to such things, but still, it really doesn't bother me that that shit is just gone. But there is something new that does bother me, and that was rampage weapons, because rampage weapons were a new kind of tier of weapons. They were designed specifically from Apex materials or, you know, some sort of Elder Dragon like Ibushi. And because Apexes originally showed up just in Rampages when the game released, they were classified as Rampage and had their own separate tree. And these weapons were special for 2 main reasons, or I guess almost 3. The first reason is that they were actually customizable. Now, they weren't customizable in the sense that Monster Hunter Tri had customizable bow guns. This was basically just coming down to their pigment. If you go to the smithy, you can go to ramp up weapons and rampage weapon pigment, which allows you to change the color of it. So you can see on my back, it defaults to red, but you can make it whatever you want. So you could effectively do like a almost layered armor so that you could actually match your, you know, selected armor. And so if you were worried about your Monster Hunter fashion, the rampage weapon would actually give you a little bit of a solution in terms of fixing that. Now, the second part is also part of the ramp up weapons category, as it is to set your rampage skills. Every weapon has rampage skills pre-Sunbreak, but they would only really allow you to select one. So the Deepest Night that I was using pre-Sunbreak had one slot that I put an attack boost 3 on, which gave me about an 8 damage buff. So pretty small. But you can see the other ones were Affinity Boost 2, which would give you plus 6% affinity, Master Rider, which made more wyvern damage and extra time, and then I previously upgraded it from an Attack Boost 2, which gave me 6 attack, to an Attack Boost 3, where I'm at now, which gave me 8. So pretty insignificant stuff. It almost reminds me of the augment system, except this one had a lot less grinding. It was just kind of a feature of the game, but it also did a lot less. With the rampage weapons that actually did change, you can see just on this Rampage 3 weapon, when there's like 6 different ones of it that go a little higher, you have 3 slots, and each slot can do a different thing. So you have the standard one, you know, sharpness, defense, affinity, elemental, and attack. We can just throw attack on there. And then the second one is an elemental that you get to select to put on there, so you can make your weapon either do more attack, so you get 10 attack if you do non-elemental, or you could actually build for element, which is cool because you actually get to basically customize how the weapon actually works. But let's say I just want to do raw damage, so I just go non-elemental boost for the extra damage because like longsword isn't really an elemental weapon. And then you can see you can either go for more attack or more affinity, and they do come at a cost. You can see that to get 20 more attack, you will lose 30% affinity, which is significant. And for 20% affinity, you lose 10 attack. And so these weapons were designed pretty well to actually give you different play styles depending on what you want to do. And the elemental part actually does make some of them very good. The bow is actually one of the really good rampage weapons because you can basically build them however you want elemental, and they're already super strong raw damage and whatnot. Some of the weapons aren't as great. I know something like the greatsword is generally thought of as a bad rampage weapon because you can get higher raw attack elsewhere, but stuff like the bow, and I've heard the hunting horn, because it has unique music to the rampage weapon, is actually really good. And the final reason that made the rampage weapon special were they were a sort of in-game grind. Unlike the augments, these were actually just weapons you would grind for and get the whole thing through one purchase. And so at the end of Rise, there was actually something to do, as you could get these whole new weapons that were, usually stronger than the base ones that you found throughout the game. And they did take quite a lot. You can see the final one took 2 Apex shock shells, 1 Apex curl horn, and 3 defender ticket 9s. And back in the day, these did take a lot more to grind because you would actually have to do it in rampages until they finally added Apex monster, specific slay quests that made it a bit easier. And then the final upgrade cost was 50,000 zenny, so a pretty decent, fee for getting that final maxed out Rampage Blade S. But in the end of the day, the Monster Hunter Rise economy is super inflated, even more so than World somehow, so I don't think it really hurts. But then after Monster Hunter Rise, Rampage weapons disappear. Because Sunbreak completely ignored the Rampage function, that also means that they also got rid of Apex level monsters and instead focused on those subspecies we talked about last section. And so the Rampage tier just completely ends at Rise. So if you were to play through Rise now, there's no real reason to go after them because they're going to completely fall off in the second half of the game. Because Sunbreak is like Iceborne, it is the other half of the base game. The Rampage weapons used to be something, but they kind of just completely forgot about them, and that's unfortunate. I really wish they could have turned them into, at least a new tree, maybe something to do with Malzeno and how it affects some of the Elder Dragons they could have done, but, that didn't happen, and instead they just completely ignore them, even though it was a pretty cool function, and there's not really a in-game function that replaces their grind. Now it's just kind of the everyday grind where you grind for your talisman, just like you did in every other game, and I guess decoration crafting, because that's kind of tedious, but I mean, it's not luck based like the talisman, so it's not that big of a grind. The final new thing that was added in Rise in terms of equipment comes from the new edition of the wire bugs, and I'll talk about wire bugs and how they affect the game in the second part of the Monster Hunter Rise when I talk about how the hunter actually hunts. But for now, we're just going to look at the Silk Bind attacks, or otherwise known as switch skills, because they switch it up. These are a pretty big deal because these are usually your big damage dealers. And so for every weapon, there are 5 sets of them, which means there's 5 switch skills for each weapon. And there's 14 weapons, so there's like 70 of them. But you don't unlock all of them at the beginning of the game, or even just in the base game. The first set is unlocked when you reach the Village Quest 3-star or Hub Quest 2-star and then talk to Master Atushi. The second set is when you create or upgrade a total of 8 unique weapons of the same weapon type. So just general, upgrading your weapon throughout the game. And the third set unlocks from a Hub 4-star quest and higher, as they're kind of split up. The Sword and Shield, Hunting Horn, Switch Axe, and Light Bowgun unlock in 4-star quests. The Greatsword, Hammer, Lance, Charge Blade, and Heavy Bowgun are in 5-star. And the Longsword, Dual Blades, Gun Lance, Insect Glaive, and Bow are unlocked in 6-star. And these are just kind of tutorial quests that kind of give you some interesting tech about your weapon and also show off the third switch skill. And, by completing it, you do unlock it. So that is 3 of the sets. And in Sunbreak, they added 2 more, which you unlock the first one as soon as you reach the Elgato Outpost, as Master Tushi teaches you them yet again. And you get the second set when you reach MR4 and complete the first 2 key quests before the Astalos urgent quest. And then you, of course, talk to none other than Master Asuchi. And switch skills are pretty cool. Like I said, usually it deals with your damage, high damage move. But sometimes, like with my weapon, the longsword, it's just like a little bonus attack. My unsheath attack is usually just a step forward and then you do an overhead slash. But with the switch skill, you instead do a double slash and they go like left to right instead of just an overhead slash. And that's pretty useful as it does 2 hits, so you're charging meter more and it generally does more damage. And you don't really need to do the step slash because you already have a vertical hitting move. So just having the extra damage and, charge is pretty useful. Some of the others aren't really as useful as that one. For instance, your original skill on the longsword is the soaring kick, which lets you jump up and then either do a down sword kind of attack that deals damage and makes your bar charge on its own, or you can do the spirit helm breaker, which is the big damage move. If you switch it out, you instead do a whirlwind like attack where you dash past the target with a wire bug and increases the spirit gauge by 1. So you're trading a high damage move for a spirit gauge increase. And these actually control your wire bug recovery speed as well, as the soaring kick has a medium recovery speed and costs 1 wire bug, and your scalebind Sakura slash has slow recovery speed and costs 1. So it's a big fundamental difference. You'll definitely have to change your playstyle with that, but at the same time, it also just kind of fucking sucks. In the second set, you also get multiple switch skills for your weapons. Every weapon gets 2, which I just now realized. So there's actually 6 per weapon to switch out, and the soaring kick is once again attempted to be replaced, but it doesn't really work as tempered spirit blade just didn't really fit for me. But I do think it is one that people do actually use. And then your actual counter serene pose, which is the original skill, can be switched out for the harvest moon, which is a pretty cool switch skill but is very situational and you really do have to build around it, so I never really touched it. But these are pretty interesting for just switching up how you want to play the game. I think in terms of a lot of the things Sunbreak did was they continued this kind of switch skill format. I think that was a really big deal, as it was kind of fun getting new ones and being able to kind of heighten or just mix up what you were actually doing on your hunts, and that'll be a big thing later. But for now, it's just a new positive when a lot of the things Rise is doing isn't really positives. They might not be bad. For instance, like decoration and talisman switching, but that was already a thing we had, so it's not like it's a great thing either. They just put it back how it was. However, there was something that was actually bad and is essentially the counter to the switch skill in terms of, we had one thing good, everything else is just kind of Well, this is actually bad, okay? And that is the petalace or petalace, because these fucking suck. I mean, it is just a bad goddamn mechanic, and they didn't seem so bad at first when I got them, but they're pretty annoying. And essentially what these are is, I guess it's like, in terms of equipment, it's like a ring or a necklace. I'm really not sure what a petalace is. I'm not cultured, I guess, but they come in different kinds, and each kind does something different, but they all kind of do the same thing. Some just do certain categories better and some not, and they do it based on, if you want to have more health, more stamina, more attack, or more defense. In Sunbreak, I have my petalaces upgraded to level 3, but they upgrade throughout the game. So when you're on base Rise at the beginning, you'll have a level 1, and you'll really just have one to select, as you also earn different ones throughout the game as well. The difference in levels is also pretty significant, as a level 1 hunting petalace gives 30 health up, 30 stamina up, 5 attack up, and 10 defense up, while the maxed out level 3 gives 70 health up, 70 stamina up, 13 attack up, and 30 defense up. So with defense, it's 3 times. With attack, it's almost 3 times. It's more so 2.5. With health, it's 2.2. And with stamina, it's the same thing, 2.2. And a lot of choosing these is just based off what you want to go for, but it doesn't actually just come down to what the petalace gives you. You don't just get 70 health up. You see, there's a second little section that says health gained, stamina gained, attack gained, and defense gained. And if we're looking at the hunting petalace, you'll see that it gives 70 health up, but it says health gained is 8, and stamina gained is 8, attack gained is 2, defense gained is 3. And the reason it says that is because there's endemic life called spirit birds that are what is going to give you these buffs. The green spirit bird gives you health, the yellow gives you stamina, the orange gives you defense, and the red gives you attack, with the special one being the prism, which is like a rainbow of all the colors that is usually in like the arena. You pick it up and it just maxes that out, your pedalist, whatever it gives you, completely maxed out. But in normal hunts, you actually have to run around and grab these. And you can see on the screen, I have like a route for some of these maps to grab them because it's pretty helpful to get. But you can tell like it's also kind of stupid. Like sometimes I'm running out of my way when I know where the monster is to get these. And it's really fucking annoying. Every single hunt, you just take this stupid fucking route to go ahead and get these spirit birds. And it doesn't even feel like they do like that much unless you collect like a bunch of them. Cause like, oh, I collected 1 and 2 and it's like, oh, that's like 2 attack, 3 defense. Because you're never going to find like every red spirit bird in one spot because they're all predetermined on the map. They are all in the same exact place spread around. It's not even like a random system. So it doesn't add a level of exploring where it's like, well, I don't know where they are. Oh, I know where they are. You can probably even look up a map to know exactly the optimal path. I always just kind of figured out like what kind of worked for me. You know, I go this way, backtrack this way, whatever. It still sucks. I guess it's better to do the optimal thing. But at the end of the day, I wasn't even collecting these the whole time. If the monster ran and I was chasing it and I saw one, I would collect them. But sometimes I would just run straight to the monster, like grab the ones that were like directly on the way, but I'm not jumping and I'm not climbing to get the others because following the path gets pretty fucking boring. And so these sucked. I think the general idea of a pedalist to kind of let you choose your specific stats, you know, if you wanted more health or you wanted to go more attack, that's a good design. But then having to go collect it, not it. It's just not it. There's not even a large variety anyway. The ones you actually upgrade, you get 4 that are level 3, the hunting, strength, fortitude, and demon. And then there's 2 late game ones that are the absolute and the underworld. And these are essentially the exact same pedalist, except the absolute gives you 100 health up and the underworld gives you 100 stamina up, while the absolute has 70 stamina up and the underworld has 70 health up. So they just flip stamina and health, and that's like, oh, that's the pedalist. So you're not even choosing like a big change. At the end of the day, the attack and defense on those are the same fucking thing. Now before that, there is a little, so I use the hunting one most of the time, but I would say the strength pedalist is probably the best because you want the most health up. Health is very important, and the strength had 100, and it also had 90 stamina up, which is big. Its downside was it only has 15 defense up, but defense really isn't important. Like it never really has been, so you can just ignore that. And it also gives you a pretty balanced 10 attack. If you, for say, wanted to get more attack, you could use the demon pedalist, which would give you 20 attack and 20 defense. So you could be more aggressive and do more damage, along with 90 stamina, so you won't really have to take breaks as you dodge, but it only gives you 50 health up. And so it's really just not very good. You're losing out on 50 health to have 10 more attack up, which is pretty insignificant, especially since like with the strength one, you still have to get, you know, enough spirit birds to reach 10. So you need at least 5 because it gives 2 at a time. The demon pedalist gives 4, so you're still going to have to get 5. Like you don't even get it any sooner with the spirit birds. It just does the exact same number every single time. It's honestly kind of painful, especially because even if you want like a full health up, you know, the absolute pedalist gives 100, but the health gained is 10. So you have to find 10 green spirit buds, like so fucking painful. Sure, it is 100 free health, but the way they circumvented that in World was just making the health boost skill very meta. It would give you 15 health at level 1, 30 health at level 2, and 50 health at level 3. So you would go from like 150 after eating to I think 200. And that was kind of just how it did it. With these pedalists, it's like the old system, except eating does less because you're not going to max out your health anymore. And you also just have to run around collecting these spirit buds. So it's spirit birds, sorry. So it's actually just terrible. There's nothing good from this. Like they already kind of ruined monster tracking and whatnot, you know, kind of a spoiler for later, but these don't fucking fix it. It would be interesting if these, let's say, fell out of the monster. So you'd have a little, you know, trail of these leading to the monster. So you'd have like a path you would follow to get these, but it would also lead to the monster. And it wouldn't just be randomly around the map in a set position every single goddamn time. I gotta get off these though, because I feel like I'm running in circles just hating on them. But But that's basically all the new equipment they added. The pedalisses, the rampage section, and the, switch skill bind stuff that are coming from the wire bugs. Pretty big changes that will fundamentally change how we hunt. More about that later. But for now, we can just take a look at weapons in specific. And as stated earlier, there's not a whole lot of change. The rampage was a pretty big change because it gave you more stats, but it really only changes the rampage weapons. The ones, outside of the rampage tree, you just kind of throw on extra attack or affinity. Really doesn't do a whole lot. Kind of a missed opportunity as it was just like shittier augments. The extra way to craft them really doesn't do anything either, as you already hunted the monster for the monster parts. So this was just a way to like, oh, you need like more monster parts now, but we probably give you enough monster parts where it's not a difference. You now can just get rid of your shittier monster parts, I guess. Yeah, not a whole lot different from World. I mean, they even keep the same, weapon tree format, which is nice. But the only really big thing they did to actually add new stuff was having layered weapons. But even then, it came with the caveat of having to be tied with an armor set of the layered variety as well. So you couldn't mix and match layered weapons with certain layered armor. It all just had to be the same thing, which I don't know, kind of sucks, but it is layered armor, so it's not like a big balancing problem or anything. But it is what it is. Layered weapons were also a late game thing, similar to how World had late game, layered armor that was the grind, as layered armor before the Gilded Lands was pretty non-existent. Rise actually has layered armor through most of the game, or at least through most of the expansion, as layered armor was unlocked at HR 8 when you beat the final story boss, or at least what was thought of it as it was defeating Narwa and not the All-Mother. So pretty early on, and then of course you can go all the way up to HR 100 to fight a bunch of new monsters, and then of course could go into Sunbreak with all your cool layered armor, with Sunbreak layered armor being unlocked when you complete the Sunbreak story. So that was pretty cool. I wish they kind of did that in World. World, the layered armor didn't unlock till the end of Iceborne, so it was pretty much twice as long, and that just didn't make a lot of sense. Like, you should have had World unlocking layered armor, but unfortunately it didn't. So you have layered armor when you jump into Sunbreak, and then you can grind for your layered weapon. A pretty decent change. I like how that works, because Sunbreak almost gives you a reason to then go grind out layered armor while also progressing the story. And in the in-game, of course, you can get cool new layered armor of the new monsters in Sunbreak and tie into your weapon as you grind that out. Although I do have to mention that the weapon could also only be layered armor if it was the final maxed out version. I don't really know why that was a thing. I guess it was just too much of a pain to do one for every single one. Not that I really think it probably takes that much, but they just did it for the max version. And sometimes that is a pain because, for instance, like the Malzenia one, you apparently have to fight a monster like MR 100 to fully unlock that layered weapon, but that's just more grind. I think that's fine, as layered weapons are a bit less interesting compared to, having your entire armor change with layered armor. So having that be in-game grind and layered armor being, kind of in the middle of things is better in my opinion. After that, there's really nothing new with weapons besides a small little change, but that's less so with weapons and more so with actual like decorations, skills, and talismans. So we can just hop over to those, as armor and weapons basically remain the same from World, but had a few little tweaks that weren't exactly new, such as, the rampage somewhat being like augments, but were decent changes in themselves, didn't hinder anything like the pedalist did, which was a whole new thing. Now decorations work the same way they did in World, besides how you obtain them. Just like in previous games, you just craft them at the smithy, but unlike previous games, they still give you that like level based on, how many you get. Instead of having to reach that 10 cap to get the first level, you just get exactly what it says you get, which is definitely a better change. I like that there's still no negative benefits when you're actually using decorations or any skills in general, so that kind of sucks. But that's not too surprising, as they've kind of done away with stuff that more so complicates things. So I don't know, I kind of get it. I like how things had trade-offs, but I don't know what other people think of that. But as mentioned before, they did get rid of combo decorations, so even like the jewel pluses that are level 4 are still not going to have combinations. They just go into the level 4 slot, and the slots are the exact same, level 1, 2, and 3. However, there is a new slot entirely, as Sunbreak added a rampage decoration that is completely separate from the actual regular decoration slots. And it is also only on the weapon. So we can see here on my Phantom Mirage Plus, I have 2 level 2 slots, 1 level 1 slot, and a level 2 rampage slot. And so I slotted in 2 things of tenderizer, 1 thing of brace that fills up those, and then there's this rampage slot where I have anti-wyvern jewel 2. So it follows the same kind of typing, although just not as expansive. And you can see that there's multiple ones that I can slot in. I cannot slot in a regular one to a decoration slot and vice versa. And so I just have these that I have crafted that I can choose from. The Spirit Bird Jewel 1, the Fanged Exploit, the Anti-Aerial, Anti-Aquatic, and Anti-Wyvern. And these essentially all do the same thing, just for different reasons, and you can kind of tell by the name. Anti-Aquatic, you do more damage to aquatic type monsters like Leviathans. Anti-Aerial, you're doing more damage to monsters that fly, so like some sort of wyverns like the Rathlos and whatnot. Anti-Wyvern is probably one of the better ones as it covers a lot of classifications because Wyvern is a big one. And then there's also Fanged Exploit, you do more damage to fanged beasts. While Spirit Bird is one of its own, you can see occasionally increases the effect of Spirit Birds. So when you go and you pick up stuff for your pedalist, sometimes it will double it, which is kind of helpful as that means your, pathing doesn't have to always be as long. But when you can do more damage, it's not that useful. Why the fuck do you need that? Rampage decorations are made in a similar way. You can see in the smithy, you go to decorations, create decorations, and then there's create rampage decorations. Click in and they have all these. You have the Chimelia Soul. Each hit has a small chance to boost health, stamina, attack, or defense. Triggers more easily subsequent times. So this could be decent for the longsword, but typically just doing that extra damage to these monsters is the safe option. And there's also ones to do small damage, as well as there's different ways to apply, your ailments as well with like Fire Blight, Gemstones, Water Blight, Thunder Blight. It's essentially the same thing, but it's a pretty different way to kind of add something new. They've never really messed with extra decoration development, so this is a pretty cool. It's just not very fleshed out. It'd be interesting to see it come back in future games and actually, and actually be fleshed out, maybe even included in a way on armor that does something different than weapons, while the weapon, whatever they choose to call it, but rampage decorations for now have more of like an offensive capability where armor has more defense stuff. You'd see that it also just goes up to level 3, so there's no level 4 ones. And so you also have to be in mind that your weapon can actually take a level 3 rampage slot. And some of these you can see also does just for one weapon. Like this one is dual blades only. This one is artillery only. This one is greatsword and charge blade only. There's another that does greatsword and charge blade only, and that's it. So that is pretty cool how some of them are for specific weapons. That's definitely something they could expand on more as well, because like that just adds a lot more variety, especially variety between weapons, making each weapon feel even more unique. And maybe that will open the door for them to add new weapons so they can have more, variable custom designers. That would be dope. But that is pretty much it for the decorations. And now we can look more so into what's going on with the skills. As I mentioned, the way skills work has remained, the exact same with how it works in levels now. And that's something I do like, but there have been new skills added. And some of them are pretty cool, but most of the new ones did actually come in Sunbreak. I actually don't think there are any new ones in base Rise. I, of course, could be wrong, but I didn't see any. But some of these super late builds actually utilize these new skills as well, as they have become pretty meta, specifically the new blood gems, such as the Blood Right, which makes it so a proportion of damage dealt is converted to health when striking a broken monster part. So it's essentially Wax, but for like a lifesteal effect. You can see first level activates the effect, second level increases the amount of health you recover, so you're doing more per hit, and further increases the amount of health you recover at level 3. So that's pretty big. A less time healing literally just means more DPS, so being able to steal health is big. And there's a one that works with it called Blood Awakening that gradually bolsters your attacks for certain periods of time depending on how much health you regain when landing attacks. So, it specifically works with Blood Right, Blood Awakening does, and that just makes it so now you're dealing more attacks, which technically means you're healing more. And it also comes in 3 levels. First one activates, second one adds a bonus increase to effects that bolster your attacks, so you're increasing your Blood Right, and the third level, of course, just increases that even more. Unfortunately, a lot of the new skills added aren't as meta as those blood skills have been. I saw maybe a few builds using like the sneak attack one, which at max level 3 gives you 20% extra damage when attacking a monster in its back. And so in co-op, that's definitely kind of a bigger thing, as other players can grab ego and you can just wallop the monster's ass, hopefully with your weapon. So similar to World, a lot of the skills are basically the same thing. You go for crit boost, you go for crit chance, you go for Wex, you go for attack boost, late game. Some of the other big ones that come from base rise are like wirebug ones, like wirebug whisperer. Makes your wirebugs more useful, so that's a big one. But it's essentially always the same thing. You go for those and you go for master's touch, quick sheath, maybe faster sharpening. These are all things I kind of worked with my longsword. And so when you're bringing out your weapon, you're probably going through the same thing, using what you always did. And I don't know, after so many games, it does feel like they've really kind of just run out of stuff, especially as decorations are just getting like bigger and bigger. I mean, you can put so many decorations on your in-game build. You'd be using like 15 of them. It's crazy. So it's unfortunate that the system hasn't really received any improvements, but it is somewhat a perfect system that just kind of works with Monster Hunter. I would just like to see skills maybe get downsides once again, so maybe certain builds aren't worth going for depending on your weapon. Instead, we see more element stuff, which I mean has also just been taken over by element crits, which is basically just a crit build but for element. So we're basically just recycling the same thing over and over again. Hopefully we see a little change in wilds and, further down the line, maybe even more. But for now, it's the same system. And for their little Switch game, I guess it makes sense not to have massive changes. But unfortunately, that's not great to actually play for. And so that is basically all there is on the equipment side of things. You got new stuff like the Pedalus and Rampage weapons, but you also, have downsides with each of those. However, this isn't actually the end because, of course, once again, I did not realize that Capcom actually included augments in Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak. And it's basically the same system that they had in World, which is just like, I should have known. I should have known that they would bring it back in Sunbreak. But of course, I didn't get there until I played a little more after doing this recording. So great. Unfortunately, most of the augmenting is very hidden behind kind of getting into the later game after you beat the main story, because it's tied to a new mechanic that is effectively the same thing as the Gilding Lands, but in this game it is called anomalies, or anomaly quests or investigations. And in these you will get this new type of resources, which come in the form of not just like new resources for each monster like it is with the Gilding Lands, but also a special type of anomaly parts, because they are basically infected, and so their parts are classified as something else. For instance, instead of just having like regular bones, we have afflicted bones, and this is a monster bone altered by the anomaly. The Curio's influence is clear to see. And then you also have afflicted monster bone, afflicted blood, afflicted scale, afflicted shell. It goes on. There's one for pretty much every part. I don't know if there's one for some of the more special parts like the tails and like crest or jaw, but there is one for all the main parts. And then there's another special resource that you can only get if you do anomaly investigations, and that is the Amber Essence, which is used for a lot of the augments themselves. And the Amber Essence is a small mass formed in the body by storing energy. It can be used as a material for Corio's crafting. And this actually got me kind of confused because I couldn't actually figure out how to unlock the augments, because I would do the anomaly quests and then it still wouldn't unlock. But it's because I didn't realize that you had to do the anomaly investigations, which is, where the Amber Essence is contained. So that kind of fucked me up for a little. I spent like an hour just doing quests like, okay, do I need to get a claw? And then do I need to get a scale? Like, what's going on? But I looked it up and found out that I would have to do that. And then there's also like an investigation coin, which is a coin gifted by the Anomaly Research Lab to those who contribute to the anomaly research. And you can basically just exchange it for some items. So if you run up to Bahari, he has the item exchange, and you can see you can trade it for some Amber Essence, or even just some of the normal stuff like armor spheres, new jewels, some eggs, and some melding stuff as well. So not a whole lot of stuff. Probably the bigger stuff is like outfit vouchers, because then you can get some of the layered armor, or just Amber Essence. You really shouldn't need like armor spheres anymore, or even these jewels. They're pretty easy to get, and you could really get them throughout the game. But what we're actually here for is to take a look at the augmenting themselves. And there's two different things. There's curious weapon crafting and curious armor crafting. And I really don't know how to say this. Curios? I don't fucking know. I always forget. don't really pay that much attention to when they be yapping. So let's just look at the weapon one first. I have the Abyssal Flicker here. That's for building towards one of my late game builds. I still haven't really put it together, but we can just look over here, and clicking in, we'll see that first we have to enable the augmentation, and it's going to cost 20,000 zenny and just 10 points of afflicted materials. I got quite a bit of afflicted material just grinding fucking quests and doing some investigations later. So we will just throw in a bit of everything. You know, most of these aren't hard to get. It's just going through, and now we're going to get a little info here. Weapons that are able to be augmented have exclusive slots called anomaly slots. You can enhance your weapon stats by adding augmentations to these slots. Each augmentation will change your weapon stats in a unique way. They are organized by level, and each level requires a different number of anomaly slots. So that's basically how it was set up in World. And it says keep the required number of slots you desired augmentations in mind when customizing your weapon. And you can add more anomaly slots to your weapon, and depending on the number of slots added, you can earn stat bonuses, further increasing your weapon's capabilities. So basically like the World system, it even has like the same lock over the ones that you don't actually have unlocked, and there's a lot of them too for the Abyssal Flicker. So it just looks like how World did it. I'm sure I'll be reiterating that a lot because this is the second game to have augments, so it won't be surprising if they don't fully flesh it out, seeing how it is kind of a Switch port. Although at this point in Sunbreak, the game was on PC. I don't know if it was on console yet because this actually came out in the second Sunbreak title update, but we will just have to see. We start off with 3 slots out of, 10, and we have the option to add an anomaly slot, which will take afflicted dragon blood and afflicted shell. You can see it just goes through, and damn, this is quite grindy. It goes through all the regular ones, and then it goes into plus forms, and then to dire, and then finally ends on risen dragon blood, which risen is like tempered for World essentially. But you can see we don't even just get the slots unlocking in that under picture. There's also this unlock bonus which starts to appear after level 2, and it can be pretty significant. You can see it upgrades our element, our attack, even more attack, sharpness. That's pretty big, especially on like the longsword. And the final upgrade gives us a bit more sharpness, more attack, and yeah, that's pretty solid. Getting 20 extra sharpness, getting like 25 extra attack, and about 18 extra dragon just from doing these upgrades is pretty sizable. Now the specific upgrades are attack boost, affinity boost, elemental boost, and sharpness. So it looks like we don't have the stuff that World kind of brought, which was like decoration slots, defense, although defense could be on the armor side of things, so we will have to wait for that. Could also be over there, but on your weapon, these are just the 4 things we have. And we can see affinity boost is going to give us about 5% to 10%, or about 5 to 15%, which is pretty sizable. And just 1 upgrade takes up to 3 slots. So we do have 10 slots, so we would use all of them, but 2 for about 15%. That's not a whole lot in terms of Monster Hunter, because what you can do with, all the skills, you can make up 15% really easily. So if we look at just the raw attack, it comes in 4 different levels, and it goes all the way up to 20 attack. Once again, not a lot, but usually you just focus all your shit into crit, because crit is the easiest to push for, and then attack is usually the extra. So 20 extra attack plus the 25 extra attack from actually getting all these levels is pretty sizable. It'll help you out. You'll end up with 45 extra attack. I mean, that's not the worst thing. Element has a level for, each amount of slots you want. So it goes all the way to level 8 for 8 slots. And it actually gives us 35 dragon, which that seems pretty sizable. We were getting 25 attack from just upgrading the anomaly slots, but only 20 attack from the attack boost. But element, we're getting 35 when the slot only gave us, I think it was 18. So that's pretty cool. It'll be nice to put dragon on, but obviously, you'd want attack more than element, because sometimes your element isn't always working as much on, certain monsters. And also for the longsword in particular, we're not going to build for element. So it's kind of just, it's free to have, but you're more focusing on raw damage and affinity, which in this case, affinity does suck, but you can pretty much negate the negative affinity. Also here we have the sharpness, and this is new. There was no sort of sharpness upgrading in the old augment system, and I like it. You can end up getting 50 extra sharpness. So you can pretty much get rid of the red bar, so you'll never be bouncing off or anything, and you'll get a lot of extra purple. That is pretty sizable, plus 50 plus the, I believe, 20 from the anomaly slot. Yeah, so you'll have about about plus 70. That's pretty goated. I still think probably just taking more attack in this case, or affinity, depending on what you need, is still worth more because you can always sharpen. Sharpening, especially with, like speed sharpening, just takes one single sharpen, so you're really losing like 10 seconds at most if you hop on your Palamute and just run around. But yeah, this is a lot more dumbed down. There's a lot less to choose from, and I'm actually okay with that because I did feel like the old augments were kind of complicated. You had all this slot, and it also seemed just pretty useless. They all take up, pretty reasonable amounts instead of it being like, oh, well, this one takes up 3, Elemental boost is just 1 level per, and then, 4 to 8, so you can't always just get like 1 level of attack boost. You do have to do it in increments, and that kind of balances it out more because element's worse, and then sharpness is more equal to attack, and then affinity is its own thing. Just kind of a different scaling. Now that is the weapon, and just so you guys know, you do have to have a rarity 10 weapon to be able to do augments on it, so I can't actually use the weapon I'm using right now, but this one's for a future build, so I have no problem being able to look at that. You can see it costs 2,000 gold, and you just throw in the materials that you have, and that's all there is to it. You'll just put in the upgrade, and now those are slotted in, and then of course you can unlock the next one, so you can just add that whenever you can, but of course it'll be a slow process. In terms of this replacing the rampage kind of setup with those weapons, I don't think it's a great change because this is just unlocked at the very end for your in-game grinding, but it is something to do, so I can't really hate on it. I did enjoy World's way of doing it, and I enjoy this one too. And it definitely seems like they fine-tuned it just down to the things you actually care about instead of having all the extra fluff. But something new they did do is the armor crafting version that I've actually not looked at. So when we select it, you can see that we just use our master rank armor. There's no sort of rank you have to reach. You can see I can do it on rarity 8. I can do it on rarity 9. And that's because, armor is more about the skills and less about the defense. So for now, we'll take a look at the Lunagaran helm, and you can see once again we just have to enable augmentation with an Amber Essence Plus, and it's going to cost us 6,000 gold and 20 afflicted material. So just slide that in and we are good to get on the augmenting. When augmenting armor, you can boost its stats, add or upgrade decoration slots, and even add skills, but the results available after augmentation will be randomized. The results will change each time you augment your armor, so try until you get the results you're satisfied with. Additionally, armor with a lower rarity will have a greater potential for change when augmenting. Try augmenting various types of armor to create something unique. So this is just RNG. There's no picking on the armor side. You just send it. And then I guess if you fuck up, you can reset it. I don't know if you then just run it again. I guess that's better than having to full craft it, but it says all augmentations will be removed. Materials and money will not be returned. So yeah, you're just going to lose your stuff and have to re-roll, which definitely kind of sucks because it's, probably going to cost a bit. You can see it cost 40 points of Amber Essence and 4,000 Zenny, and 40 points is about 2 Amber Essence Plus and 4 Amber Essence. So we'll just throw this in and put our 4,000 Zenny in, and we end up getting plus 20 defense, plus 2 fire resistance, plus 4 thunder resistance, and minus 1 critical eye. What? You can lose skills? Nah, dude. This is dog shit. Like, this does nothing. These do nothing. This is really important. So no. Can I just hit no? Yeah, so then you just lose your shit and you can just continue. This is just a fucking slot. What the hell? All right, let's see what we get this time. All right, that's worse. That's it? What the fuck? What the fuck is this? This is just a slot. And I'm gonna keep hitting. Okay, we literally lost Wirebug Whisperer. Kind of need that. We got this, but I'm pretty sure this is a level 2 slot, so I don't want that. What the fuck? Just give me a skill or a slot for free and I will 100% take that, but I'm tired of getting armor, dude. I don't want extra defense. Okay, this is big. This is big. I'm pretty sure Part Breaker is pretty meta. So we get a slot, we lose 2 defense, and we get minus fire resistance, but we get 2 whole skills, one of them being Part Breaker, make it easier to break or sever parts. And the reason this is good is because the Blood Right skill. Makes it so when you're hitting like broken or severed parts of a monster, you're actually life stealing. So this is good. I mean, it's not good right now because I don't have a build for Blood Right because I'm just now getting into in-game. But then there's also Adrenaline Rush, which perform a perfectly timed evade just as a monster attacks for a temporary attack boost. And you can see it's attack power plus 10. So pretty nice. These are just nice skills to have. I mean, this one, we can definitely just rip some tails off to make some fights easier, beat the hell out of monsters. And this one, I'm not going to go for it because if I'm going to perform something perfectly timed, it'll be my counter. But these are just free and we only lose 14 defense, which really doesn't matter, as everyone knows. So I will actually keep this and stop gambling. All right, I'm done. No, get me out of here. And you can see once you do it, you get this little symbol so you know it's done. And I'll even have a little spot here that I can throw some stuff on. I mean, it is just a 1 slot, so there's not like a bunch of stuff I can do, as most things in this game are 2 slots, but it's still better than when they took off a goddamn critical eye off my shit. Like that was ass. And you can also see when you augment something, you have an 8th window, which shows your augmentation status. So this is cool. Being able to augment your armor wasn't something we had in World, but when it's just RNG to the max like this, it's crazy. You're actually just rolling slots to get your best one, and you can just pump through that Amber Essence. It's really not hard to get Amber Essence. You just do some anomaly investigations, and I only did like a couple, or no, I didn't do a couple, but I did a few like level 5s, and I did like a couple, level 10s, some bigger monsters, and I got quite a few. I just did a few there, and I still have some more Amber Essence, so it's not the worst thing ever, but goddamn, is it kind of crazy that you just pump in your resources. I mean, the Smithy, she'll fucking suck you dry for that shit, and can't say I'd complain if she was sucking me dry. But anyway, it's a better system, I guess, than World, just because it adds something new, but the in-game RNG fest is in fact back, and the only thing missing that was actually big was how World had those different types of like special augments you could do on certain weapons. Those were cool. I liked how they made your weapon not only look different, but also like gave it a different name because they were styled after different monsters. But it's also augmenting, so they weren't like a huge thing. But I'm okay with this. Having the ability to augment armor is cool, and weapon augmenting is still there. Although in a lesser form, it's also just still fine. I think maybe something else they could have added into weapon crafting would be like a rampage decoration slot, because I really don't feel like they did anything with these, and having multiple of them would be cool. But alas, you don't really need multiple anyway, so it just kind of is what it is. But that is the end of armor, and we can actually hop over to the final section of what makes up Monster Hunter Rise, and that is the items. Like pretty much every new Monster Hunter game, Monster Hunter Rise / Sunbreak has a lot of items. A lot of things that Monster Hunter World did that gave it probably the most items we've ever seen, Monster Hunter Rise also did. We not only have low rank and high rank, but we also have master rank in both games, being the first to do so. And then even after you complete, the base master rank, there's a further master rank that includes another tier. For Monster Hunter World, it was your Gilded Lands level, and for Rise, it is this anomaly quest / investigation level. And this provides even more items. I do think the anomalies provide less items than the Gilded Lands do, which gives World a slight edge, but I think Rise still might have more items, and part of that comes from Rise having more monsters. Sunbreak has a total of 112 monsters, while Iceborne has 94. So there's about 18 more monsters in Sunbreak that all have, probably at least 5 items attached to it, if not more, because some of them might be small monsters, but they still have, their low and high rank version, and even their master rank version. And if we want to be specific, there are 7 more large monsters in Sunbreak compared to Iceborne. So, those probably have even more, probably upwards of 10, that kind of make up for the extra ones of the Gilded Lands, along with all the additional small monsters. I think in terms of events, Monster Hunter Rise pretty much has the same amount as World. It's just endless downloadable content that you can play for, so you can get, a bunch of special event layered armors. So there's not really an edge there. They put a lot into each game to kind of fill them out after you're finished just playing the base version. But something that does give Monster Hunter Rise the edge is the use of scrap, which is an old item system from, I believe, Monster Hunter 4, which is used to craft your buddy gear. So your Palico and Palamute gear, which, also each has separate gear. while Monster Hunter World just had your Palico gear. So now you have two sets of gear, which of course come with, armor and a weapon, and they're made through scrap. And every monster has a piece of scrap. Some of them, will have multiple because they'll have their low and high rank version. And then there's even their master rank version, which usually comes in the form of a heavy category. So scrap is a pretty big decider, but something that I think is another big decider is also the decorations for your room. World had quite a few decorations, but I think Rise has more. There are so many scrolls. There's literally one for every large monster. And then there's also carvings and statues and toys. Like, there's just so much shit. And some people are probably going to take this like, oh, I'm batting for Rise. I'm backing Rise. I want Rise to have more items because that's better. But this isn't really a good thing. A lot of this is just like slop items. Like, there's toys, there's statues, there's scrolls for like the same monsters, and it just goes on. And a lot of these items are just systems from World or previous games. Like the scrap coming back was just a Monster Hunter 4 thing. What was the problem with making armor, which is normal materials? I don't know. You don't even have to use the Meowster hunters. You can literally now just transfer your materials into scrap. So you're basically using, regular monster materials anyway. It doesn't even make sense. At this point, the amount of items really doesn't matter, especially when, one just kind of copies another game. And so this whole item, part of the video has really become almost like nothing. There's never anything, groundbreaking added that really changes anything. We're back to regular flash bombs. Monster Hunter World was the only one to ever do anything different because they had that little launcher, but like that's the only time the fundamental items have changed. Traps haven't changed, potions really haven't changed. There's been a couple extras like max potions and ancient potions coming in, but that was still a long time ago. The buffing items really haven't changed. You still have your might seeds and your demon drugs and your adamant seed and mega armor skins and all those different meats as well as fish. Nothing is really getting any different, and it's been like this for a while. I feel like since Monster Hunter 1 we established the basics and have since only gotten new items because the games have just gotten bigger. More monsters equals more monster parts. More monster parts means new armors and more weapons, which means we have to have more other items like ores and fucking mushrooms to make other stuff like with crafting, and also just a bunch of bugs thrown in there for upgrading. It just goes on and on and on. It's got to the point where there's like 10 different bones in a single area, and it's just like, oh, we have the dragon bone relic, the dragon husk shard, the monster bone small, monster bone medium, monster bone large, monster bone plus, monster bone keen bone, monster hard bone, elder dragon bone, jumbo bone, colossal bone, stout bone, great stout bone, sharp claw. Okay, that's actually the end of that. But then also in the bone category is eroded skeleton, eroded husk, twisted remains, twisted rock bone. There's so many goddamn bones. And now we have like an oversaturation of sacks. We got the screamer sack, poison sack, toxin sack, paralysis sack, omniplegia sack. What the fuck is that? Sleep sack, coma sack, flame sack, inferno sack, electro sack, thunder sack, frost sack, freezer sack, aqua sack, torrent sack. How about you fucking lick my nut sack? This shit just goes on. Some of these items I don't even know. The feline fur ruby? Who the fuck do you get that from? The items make me want to slam my head against a fucking wall. Because when I have to like look into them and be like, all right, what's new? I don't fucking know. There's like a billion of them and it's just reused systems or reused items from previous fucking games. Who knows what any of these are? And a lot of it never really matters. Like the coins don't matter. It's just like a sign that you did something in the arena. Who cares? If there was like a leaderboard and the coins showed that you were like a top player this week or whatever, that would be cool. But this is just like, oh hey man, here's some coins that basically do nothing. Ha ha ha, have fun. Like, I don't give a fuck. If Monster Hunter Wilds just has the same items that just nothing fucking changes, then this tier is just gonna die. All right, the next part where I talk about Wilds might not even have items. All right, I might just skip that shit because I'm tired of just looking at the same slop, dog. It's just monster parts, bunch of bullshit event stuff like coins and tickets, and then like the new added thing, which in this case is like anomaly materials, which is like dire scales, risen scales, afflicted scales, all that shit, and then just like all the ammos and whatnot, which I mean, if you look at the ammos, it's probably grown the least out of every single category. There's like nothing. I'm pretty sure the only new ammos I really recognize here is like sticky ammo, and some of it's just different named. Like I'm pretty sure shrapnel ammo is just cluster ammo, or maybe that's spread ammo. Who the fuck knows? Somebody does. Somebody probably plays something out there. And then there's like piercing versions now. There's water ammo, but then there's like piercing water ammo. Nothing's really changed with the ammo, and yet every other item scale is like, all right, how about we just have 50 billion of this shit? So like the actual interesting ones that I was talking about at the beginning with like, oh, we get new ammos, we're getting new healing, it's all just gone, all right? Items is like the most boring thing ever, and it's so hard to actually do because it's like, well, what the fuck do I talk about? How this time we have heavy reconnaissance scrap. Whoa, that's super cool. Guys, this time, every single monster gets a scroll, but then there's also some scrolls like the Leader, Fast Friends, Slayer of Malice. Yeah, we do not care. How about instead of making 100 fucking scrolls, this time you make me a goddamn fucking weapon. Yeah, bitch. Capcom, you fucking pussy. All right, I'm done. We're done with Monster Hunter Rise. Or at least what makes up a Monster Hunter Rise, because the items are going to make me absolutely crash out. So we're now going to move on to what makes up the Hunter in Monster Hunter Rise / Sunbreak. And to get the Hunter talk started, we are of course going to first look at the story of Monster Hunter Rise and subsequently Sunbreak. And immediately, I think it's pretty obvious that Monster Hunter Rise's story is not really going to hold up, as most of the things have shown throughout this game, is that this is a return to the basics. It does not really follow what world started, and you know, we've already given so many reasons for why that is, that it doesn't really matter. So what I would actually compare Monster Hunter Rise to is a combination of Monster Hunter Tri and Monster Hunter 4, except it only really takes the bad parts of 4 or just neutral parts and nothing really good, and pretty much just takes all of Tri. So we're going to see this like, oh, hunt this monster, oh, that monster wasn't the problem, go hunt this one, and also like there's lore behind it for what happens every 50 to 100 years. It's essentially a mix of how there was the frenzy that caused, you know, the Sky Island to get like obliterated every 50 years or something, and then the way we had the Lagrai crust, which we found out wasn't causing the problem, it was actually the CDS. So then we had to go slay that. We're gonna see that in Rise, as it's just, like I said, nothing like World. So to start off, we basically wake up as a hunter, as you do in so many games before. And as you wake up, you are guided by the twins, Hinoa and Minoto, that we have become familiar with, as they are pretty, you know, integral characters to the game. And they lead you to the Elder Fugan, who is the chief of the village. And although this is pretty standard, something that differs a little bit from the other games is the Fugan actually mentions something about a rampage, which is something of a mystery to us, as it happens every 50 years when a large horde of monsters ends up attacking Kimura Village, which is why they have something of a stronghold set up to basically repel those as they come in. And Fugan warns that it seems like the rampage is building up to strike them soon. So where sometimes, you know, the hunter just kind of joined a village and worked for the village, this is more of a Monster Hunter Tri, where we are instantly put in a precarious situation as there's danger looming, and it's not on me. Alright, Hinoa and Minoto better watch they back. They better lock them doors when they're sleeping, because I am the danger. But what we're going to do is we basically just supply the village and do what we can to prepare for the rampage as it eventually shows up, which of course brings the whole village together. You know, even in the gameplay, you can actually use like Yomogi the chef, Fugan, all that in the actual rampage, as well as some random civilians to man like the cannons and ballistas. And so as a village, we do actually conquer the rampage, and it leads into a cutscene where it shows a mysterious apex predator of a monster who's kind of, I don't know, tiger-like, and is definitely very dangerous, sneaking up on us. And later we learn this is the Magnamalo, which is the flagship of Rise, and is what we think is causing the rampage, because the Magnamalo is essentially feasting on the hordes that come and attack us. As we defeat them, it comes for a bit of food, kind of like Nergigante. It's kind of exactly like Nergigante, because we find out that, oh, when we actually go and slay the Magnamalo, it wasn't actually causing the rampage. Who would have guessed? This fucking normal small monster is never the problem. Although at least like Nergigante is classified as an Elder Dragon, where Magnamalo really isn't. It's kind of just weak shit. Of course though, when we actually slayed the Magnamalo and we find all that out, we're then tasked with with a new goal of like finding out what is causing the rampage. Because after this has happened, every 50 years, we got to get this sorted out. And of course, that's coming on to me, the hunter. And so eventually, I continue supplying the village as the hunter. We come across another rampage. And this rampage ends in a similar way to the last one, as once we actually complete defending the village, pushing the horde away, a massive light bluish kind of snake monster comes flying above us. And at the same time, Hinoa's eyes light up and turn like a dune blue, like she's been smacking on the mirage. And she says, "Where is my queen? Where is my queen?" as the dragon monster is roaring. But we don't actually fight it at this time because it's mostly just passing by. Obviously it's searching for something, the queen. And at this time, we don't really know what that's really about. I didn't even know fucking Hinoa could do that shit. Like, where do they be teaching motherfuckers to communicate with massive monsters? Why do we have to do the rampage, bro? Just go talk to him, Hinoa, by yourself. We'll just throw you over the gate. You got it, G. But anyway, that monster is later identified as Ibushi, the wind serpent, who is, I guess, known in legend, as Fugen says, and we actually have to go and repel it. So this isn't like a rampage, as it is showing up with its own very rampage that we have to push away from our gate. But we still don't know who the queen is until the village lookout spots a massive yellow monster that looks similar, that we learn is Narwa the Thunder Serpent. And this is Ibushi's female counterpart, or the queen. And I guess as we work with Fugen and the guild, we actually come back with information that Ibushi and Narwa are connected, as you would think, because they're, pretty similar things, and one was searching for the other. And so about every 50 years, Ibushi comes looking for Narwa as they're getting into their like kinky ass mating ritual, I guess. And this is what ends up driving the rampages to happen, because these are elder dragons. They possess, a massive amount of power that causes monsters in the area to go on this sort of frenzy, leading to like what we were getting hit by with the rampages. So, it all makes sense there, but there's really nothing like developing the story here. We're just kind of like, oh, learn more. And it's not really interesting because all it boils down to is like, oh, we learned more. Like now we know the origins of Ibushi and Narwa. All right, go fucking kill them, dude. Go rip them to shreds. All right, make sure they can't breed. Don't let them have any children. Their body, my fucking right, bitch. Like that type shit, which is kind of fucked up. But when that monster is going to absolutely destroy your village just from having a child, it's like a little bit fair, right? Like, you don't just get to obliterate me just so you can have some kids. All right, go destroy fucking Jumbo's village, dude. He'll just build another one anyway. Just decimate his whole fucking village. Destroy that bitch. But what continues happening is we're sent out to hunt down Narwa, and we seemingly kill her, but like not really, because the floor like opens up beneath Narwa as she just tumbles through, and so there's no real confirmation. And that's all cool and dandy, but I didn't get any carves either. So that's like the real fucked up part. All right, we don't know if she's dead or alive, but I didn't get any carves. Like, what was even the point of fighting? You're telling me I don't get to carve that bitch up to get the fucking material? This ain't even Monster Hunter. This is fucking ass. We're out here playing Spyro. And wouldn't you know, the monster that we didn't confirm is dead isn't actually dead, because the final little quest of the story is wrapped up when we take down Ibushi and Narwa together. And it first starts out with us fighting Ibushi and Narwa together, but it ends when we go to their actual nest where their little kinky dragon sex, I guess, already occurred, because Narwa is later referred to as the All Mother, as she's essentially pregnant with, I don't know, would it be more like Ibushi or would it be more like Narwa, Are we thinking wind or thunder or lightning maybe? Yeah, maybe like a lightning tornado. It'd be Ibuwar, the thunder lightning tornado serpent or some shit like that. Just some retard shit. I mean, Monster Hunter 100% would be doing that because they're stupid, as Capcom just goes like, what's cool? All right, big monsters, go. So yeah, that's like 100% believable. But I guess the interesting thing here is, like, really the only interesting thing, if we're like picking at the fucking bones like vultures, is that Narwa actually kills Ibushi, and it's not like for its own self-interest. It's part of the mating rituals. So when you're actually fighting the two, Ibushi will drop dead, and then you'll just have to fight like a hyped up Narwa because she essentially consumed Ibushi's like soul energy or whatever. And that's kind of how their child is made. Of course, we never get to see that because we, of course, slap the shit out of Narwa. I mean, we hate pregnant mothers here. If there's one thing I hate more than goddamn minorities, it's pregnant mothers. So you know my ass was dodging, weaving, smacking that tummy because we do not fuck with that here. And then, just like in my favorite game, Monster Hunter World, fucking Magnamalo has to come over here and get into the fight just like the Nergigante did. Although it doesn't steal our kill, it just gives us like a little ride so we can battle Narwa on it. That's cool. I wish I got to ride Narwa, if you know what I'm saying, get into that dragon puss. But no, we just get to kill her. So maybe, you know, while I'm getting the carbs, I can get after it. You know, there's no laws against the monsters. There's no laws against the monsters, Fugan. Yeah, no, he would definitely put my ass down with those fucking dual blades. But that's essentially it. Like, that's the Monster Hunter Rise story. I'm not even bidding. There's like nothing here. It's like Rampage, or another Rampage. Ibushi shows up, beat his ass, and then Narwa shows up, go beat her ass, and then they show up together, and you beat both of their asses, but you don't really kill Ibushi technically. She does, so it's like, what the fuck? And then that's it, I guess. Like, there's nothing here. I mean, they don't even do anything with like the Japanese culture outside of the style they tell the story. It's just kind of like, do this, do that, do this, do that. And that was cool, and it worked in 2009. But once you give us World in like 2018, and that kind of how it had, you know, not a super impressive story, but like actual world building, and then it's like, all right, here you go, have more slop. It's kind of just like, you know, like, I don't know. And I didn't really like Ibushi and Narwa. Their fights kind of suck because you're just in this big arena fighting giant flying monsters that you can't even hit half the time. You're basically just running away. Just kind of sucks, especially when you think of like how the machine guns and ballistas just pop out of the ground and shit, and then you can use it. Like, how does that even make sense? The only cool thing was that like massive Dragonator shot. You get to use that was hype because it's like a big ass explosion. It does like 20,000 damage. So that's cool. If you miss that shot, you might as well just restart the run, Brody. It takes forever. But Capcom doesn't leave us hanging because that's when Sunbreak comes into play, which of course is the expansion of Rise. And so it has its own story in the Master Rank. And this is where Capcom gets like a little bit of goodwill back for their storytelling because I actually enjoy the Sunbreak story. I think it draws a lot of inspiration from Monster Hunter 4 and how it does its frenzy virus, but it's not the exact same thing and actually goes a step further that adds a little bit more interesting detail in there. But of course, we need to start at the beginning and work our way to when it actually gets interesting. And so I guess after we complete, you know, the final rampage and we get that all settled with Ibushi and Narwa, we at the Kimura village encounter a Daimo Hermitar that is in, you know, the shrine ruins. And I guess this is a big thing because the Daimo Hermitar is not supposed to be in this area. And so we go and we hunt to take it down to save the ecosystem. And after we beat that, a strange kind of wolf monster shows up that we have no idea like anything about, I guess. Once again, it's not supposed to be in this area. And since it kind of catches us off guard while we're inspecting the Daimo Hermitar, we're kind of in trouble and not really ready to take it on. But it's at this time that a woman dressed in kind of knightly armor shows up to help us repel it. And the woman that showed up is named, I'm about to fuck this up so bad. I think Fiorina? I don't fucking know, dude. I'm gonna go with Fiorina. Sure, dude. And she's a knight from a different village called Elgato. And she explains that this wolf monster is actually called a Lunagaran, and it comes from Elgato and its, you know, surrounding territory. And because she sees us as a capable hunter, she actually asks us to join her in Elgato to help her with a problem. And so we go to, you know, Fugan to see if we can actually do that. And she explains everything, as there are 3 lords in Elgato that are basically kind of the apexes of the region. And mainly there is one culprit that's causing a lot of problems, and that is Malzeno, who is known as a vampiric elder dragon and one that kind of leads the territory as the sole apex itself, even if it is just one of the 3 lords. It is also believed that it's kind of using what we had in Monster Hunter 4 as the frenzy, but in this case they call it a virus that is causing monsters to go kind of crazy and attack the kingdom, or in this case lead them out of the kingdom into our territory, which is essentially what pushes Fugan to accept, you know, Fiorena's Fiona's request of taking us over there because it's getting to the point where we're getting attacked because they can't handle this new outbreak of Malzeno and its, mysterious virus. So our quest from the beginning is to take down Malzeno. Once again, kind of follows how Rise works, where it kind of follows how Try works, where we have a goal of what we need to do. In Rise, it was to stop the rampage. In Try, it was to take down the Lagaicrus. And in this case, it's to take down Malzeno, who kind of stops a rampage, but since rampages really fucking sucked, Capcom did not bring them back. So we don't call them rampages. We just call them crazy motherfucking monsters that are losing their minds. And so we're going to go over to Elgato and meet Fiona's captain, I guess, Admiral Gaius. I don't fucking know us. I'm going to go with Admiral Gallius. That's probably it. And so we basically just get established there, kind of learn about the village and whatnot, which we will talk about later because there is a bit of interesting talking points about Elgato and Kimura. But firstly, we have to move to the rest of the story, and it comes to a point where we take on the first of the three lords, a Garen Golem, which is a pretty massive fanged beast. It's kind of like a monkey rock monster. We talked about it before, but it's, a pretty powerful monster in the region as it's known as one of the lords. But realistically, it's not like as powerful as something like Malzeno, so I don't really know how this lord system works, what's the lore behind it, and we don't really get a lot of info on that, so whatever. After defeating Garen Golem, we actually run into a new character who's pretty big, and that is Bahari, and he's important because he encounters a species of like these glowing butterflies or something that he coins as the Choreo. And he of course puts two and two together, kind of like how the frenzy works, where he thinks these Choreo are causing whatever is making these monsters go fucking loco. We don't really have any idea, especially us as we just got here, so we're just gonna have to take his word for it, and he seems like someone who's kind of smart and capable, similar to like Fiora in combat. Now after a bit of, preparing and investigating, we will come across the second of the three lords, and that is the Lunagarin, as we get a little rematch again, although this time it's to death because we are prepared. All right, don't fuck with us. You pull up on us once as kind of a drive-by bitch boy move, Lunagarin. Nah, I'm Swiss cheese in your ass. Or you ain't ready. Chop, 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 chop. Cut you up. You're done. Guess it's not fucking Swiss cheese. I'm slicing you like a block of American cheddar. Jover. It's over for this bitch ass Lunagarin. But apparently in Elgato, they just don't fight fair, because after we defeat the Lunagarin, we are attacked by Malzeno, who is kind of glowing of the similar kind of pink butterfly Choreo that we had seen earlier. And so this kind of, confirms the idea that Malzeno must be controlling the Choreo, because like it's covered in them and it's not exactly mad. It seems almost calculated. And unluckily for Fiorina, she gets fucking smacked by Malzeno and actually gets poisoned. So like she's out of commission for a while, which is kind of annoying because, you can actually take these people to hunt with you and they just do like free damage. So it kind of makes the hunts easier. All right, no hate, but like I've already played Rise, so this was making my hunts go faster, which just saved time. So that was kind of annoying, and I didn't feel like grinding other characters to get them. So she's just kind of gone. So like you get, gameplay lore behind that. And supposedly, it's like really dangerous and she could die, but like who cares, dude? My hunts are taking longer, all right? I don't care if Fiorina fucking dies. Actually, no, that would suck because then I would never have another companion because my ass would never fucking grind that shit. I'm way too lazy to be like, oh, like we need to go hunt with this guy. Hell no. I'm not wasting time like that. I'm saying lock in. And so what we actually do is we go back to Kimura to talk to the shopkeeper there because he actually knows a doctor named Tadori who we think can create a cure for this virus that's like killing Fiorina. And so of course that happens. Like nobody in Monster Hunter ever fucking dies, all right? Literally never. Nobody has ever died in Monster Hunter besides a monster. And so together we are eventually commanded by Captain Gallius to go and defeat Malzeno once and for all to stop this madness that's threatening to destroy all of Elgato. Very serious shit. And so we confront Malzeno and we slay that bitch. And it is like a really good fight. I think Malzeno is a top tier monster, which is great. I'm so glad they hit it in Sunbreak because fucking Ibushi and Narwa fucking suck. And like, I guess they're not the flagships while Malzeno is, and then that would be compared to Magdamalo. But like Malzeno fucking wipes the floor with Magdamalo. Magdamalo is cool, but it's not Malzeno. I mean, Malzeno fight was dope. But, you know, that's kind of off topic. What actually happens is we slay Malzeno, and when we do, a bunch of the Curio kind of just fly up off it, and we kind of just are like, okay, I guess that's it. But like, you know it's not it, because this is only the first big dangerous monster that's threatening all the world. And of course, in Monster Hunter, we're never actually right. We are all just stupid fucks, because the threat is not actually over, because monsters are just dying around the kingdom. Like, you just find their bodies and they're just dead. So the Curio is still working and using the virus to fuck up our ecosystem. Like, shit just isn't right. And since we killed Malzeno, something else has to be behind this, and we have no idea, I guess, until a large pit opens up in the ocean near Elgato, and this massive fucking demonic looking big ass mouthed monster is like trying to get out of that hoe and I guess come fuck us all up. And so it's at that point that, you know, me and the Elgato gang basically gotta like craft a bunch of ships and just run over there with a massive navy to just fuck it up, because this isn't really one of those monsters where it's like, oh yeah, the hunters got it. It's like, well, the hunters got it, but like, we gotta put some hurt on this to make sure. And so it turns out that this demonic monster is actually one of legend called the Geismagorm. And it is, you know, essentially the true source of the Curio, as they've been trying to get energy to basically feed the Geismagorm to make it stronger. And I guess Malzeno just got caught up in the Curio, but was strong enough to actually force it away, as it's, you know, the strongest of the three lords. And then it was actually trying to fight the Geismagorm to hold it back. So Malzeno was kind of the goat, and we killed it. Like, it was doing good, and we just killed that hoe. I mean, at least when we killed the Magnamalo and that wasn't causing the rampage, it's like, well, I mean, you know, it's still dangerous, right? Like, it's still dangerous. But no, we killed Malzeno, like, that thing wasn't really doing anything to us. I guess it could potentially, you know, lose its mind and attack the village, but it was really just trying to protect its territory, and we were kind of aggravating it, and it was already like tensed up because the guy's Magorum was fucking it up and literally poisoning it. And so since nothing can really stop it, the guy's Geismagorm is rising out, and we are tasked to take it down. And even when the Geismagorm dies, the Curio really don't go away. It's not the same thing where they just fly away from Malzeno. Like, the ones on it kind of die, and it kind of loses that energy of the pink glow, but there's still Curio out, and they're still kind of killing. And so Fiona asks us to stay in Elgato to, like, kind of just fuck the rest of the monsters up that are infected, so that the kingdom can be protected for a little while longer. And that's basically the end of the story. There's a little more where we run into actually primordial Malzeno, which is actually just Malzeno, and then the Malzeno we fought in the story is like a variant of it. But this one's called primordial Malzeno because it's like an old monster that has never been infected with the Curio. So it's blue, it has like glistening gold. You could tell it's almost like a regal royal monster that you would actually see defending its territory. And there's a lot of cool gameplay stuff as it does like get fucked up by the Curio while you're fighting it, which I think is really cool. Primordial Malzeno is definitely a top fight, but there's not really any story behind it besides being like, hey, look, Malzeno isn't just carried by the Curio. We actually have this like normal ass version. And this Primordial Malzeno is actually against the Curio, so it's like helping us kill it, which I guess is why this is like technically the end of the story, because you find out like, oh, you know, we don't really just have to fucking kill the Curio the whole time. The monsters are working on it too, taking out the true evil, which are pink fucking butterflies. Just the most evil thing in the world. But that is the end of Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak. And although it follows the same trend where it's like, fight this monster, oh, that wasn't it, fight this monster, oh, that wasn't it, fight this monster, now we got it. It does it a lot better because the Geismagorm actually is like a scary monster. It's, you know, like the Gore Magala where it's poisoning the other monsters to go crazy. That kind of happens in the base Rise where like they're causing the rampage. But Ibushi and Narwa are just so much more lame. I mean, they're not even really doing anything evil. They're just kind of like trying to have a kid. Is that so wrong? But the Geismagorm is literally talked about to be demonic and like just trying to create chaos and destroy everything. So there's a lot more at stake here, you know? Maybe Kimura Village gets wiped off the map and two monsters have a kid. That's not like the worst thing. But the Geismagorm would just like devour everything with the Curio, and that's a lot worse. Plus, I think these monsters are actually cooler. Well, I didn't care a lot for the Geismagorm fight. It was kind of just like the All Mother fight where it's like, bunch of shit happening, big monster, have fun. I do think Malzeno is a great monster. And really all the monsters building up to it are like Lunagarin and the Garen Golem and those kind of Rathian style monsters. I think the Espinos and then something like Astalos. You know, those are good monsters that were kind of working up. And the way they tackled this new village is also pretty cool. Just the way kind of the monsters interact with it and whatnot. There's a bit more world building than we had in Rise, and it's a bit less confusing because Rise was just like, oh, this just happens like every 50 years, but like we've never really beat it, and we also don't really know what's going on. And then like randomly, you know, it can like speak monster or something. No idea what was going on there. It's just bad. And I don't think Rise is great. It's kind of in the same category as like Monster Hunter 4 and Monster Hunter DOS, where the story's okay. It's like bad for video games as a whole, but it's not bad for like a Monster Hunter game. It just doesn't get to Monster Hunter World though. And at the end of the day, there's no real environment, world building, or anything like that. It's just kind of monster world building. So it's still hit or miss, but I think it's better than what we had in Base Rise, which I think was just lazy and bad. But it was on the Switch, so, you know, can you hate that much? I don't know. I do, but I also just don't really care that much. Like, it's a video game. You're allowed to hate. But yeah, let me know. But you know, it is what it is. I want to move on to something more interesting, which is the actual villages themselves. Because Kimura Village is established in Rise as the only village, and you can immediately tell it's Japanese themed, and you can especially tell with like the villagers themselves. You have Fugen, who, you know, has that kind of ancestral styled armor and has, you know, 2 blades on his back and actually gives you a katana of sorts as a longsword. And then you have Hinoa and Minato, who, you know, are very Asian styled. You have all these symbolisms like at the restaurant run by Yomogi the chef, and once again in the guild itself with symbolism, and the guild chief, you know, just tell me that boy ain't Asian, all right, try. It's all kind of there. But then when you actually move over to Sunbreak, the contrast is insane. It's almost styled after like English kingdoms, I guess. We have these great castle walls with great gates. You have those kind of cones on the top of these cylinders that form like watchtowers and such. It's built into the water, so it's almost like a little naval port. And then all the houses are built of, you know, stones with tile roofing. It's very different than what you see in Kimura. And I don't know if that's really good or not. It kind of seemed like the theme with Rise was Japan. The way they did a lot of the story was through these like interesting art pieces that showed like, you know, pretty crude drawings, but it was very stylized. It was kind of cool. And with Sunbreak, they just kind of throw that out the window and are like, all right, here's a new outpost that is completely different. I think it's great. I like the Elgato village, but I just think it's kind of weird, especially if these are like close together where they'd share the, you know, similar environments that were able to get messed up together. Like, how are they so different in not just culture, but like aesthetics as a whole? It's weird, but it's Monster Hunter Rise, so it really doesn't have to make sense. And, you know, Monster Hunter in general never really has, but I do think it's interesting to actually look at, as a lot of Kimura is like this feudal Japan system where everything is, you know, built in that almost tiered system where like you can visually see the first floor, second floor, third floor as it slowly gets smaller up. There's a lot of different trees in there with like the iconic cherry blossom, and everything just seems to be a bit like more light. Like, they're not using bricks to build this. They've used like wood and maybe some straw outlining. I don't know. I'm not an architect, but these things are here, and it leads to like something of a cozy village. And then with Elgato, it's built, you know, to be very tough as an outpost, as a naval little port that's probably important to getting supplies around, and maybe being a waterfront for fighting water monsters, like I guess the guy's Magorum, which was in the sea. And then when you compare like the villagers, like really Fugen and Master Atushi are like really the only soldiers of Kimura. You know, like the Guildmaster maybe in his past, but definitely not right now. The blacksmith, he's kind of just a blacksmith. Like, he has no armor or anything. There's really not much there outside of the trader herself, which kind of looks like she comes from Elgato. And speaking of Elgato, when you look at their villagers, they're all prepped. They all have this fancy wear. Just look at Admiral Gallius. Like, he is fucking dripped out. Not only does he have the barber that's just just fucking getting those fucking sides in, but also the beard. Mwah. But just look at his armor. Like, he's wearing actual armor. He has these shoulder pads that are just glorious. He's prepared to fucking fight. And then you have Dame Lucica and Dame Fiorina, who are both armored and ready to go and actually serve next to you. And then there's Sergi Chicha, who is actually like a princess, but she wants to like be with us. I don't know what that's about. But then like Arena Master Arlo, who's like dressed in a bunch of armor. I don't know if it was intended to kind of be more of a forefront, a bigger guild city, but that's kind of the gist you get. They take on more serious things than they were at Kimura, which is kind of interesting. All in all, I don't think it's a bad thing to have such strongly contrasting things. I just think it's an interesting design choice that Capcom must have actually set out to do when they were making the game. And you know, it's just something I find interesting and like to point out. Maybe you never really thought of how different the villages are. I would take a look yourself. Just walk through each one and just see the architectural, the cultural, and the actual difference in the character design through each village. It's cool. But with that out of the way, we can finally move on to kind of the last important bit of Monster Hunter Rise / Sunbreak in how the Monster Hunter actually fights, because that's kind of the point of the game. It's called Monster Hunter, and we are a hunter. So in Rise, things are quite unique, I would say, because Rise kind of combines what we had pre-world and also what world brings with its very own unique function, which of course I have mentioned is the wire bugs, because the wire bugs are like completely different from like really anything we had. We almost had it with the clutch claw, but the clutch claw didn't really change anything in terms of movement or really attacks itself. It just had a special one with how you could wall bang and use the cluster stuff, but it's not comparable to the wire bugs. The wire bugs, I don't even know what they are. They're like a mystical force. Like, World got kind of realistic. Rise is just completely supernatural. It makes no sense. But essentially, you have 2 wire bugs to your disposal at once that each recharge. And there are skills to make them recharge faster and switch skills that change that as well. So it's hard to look at a base time for how long they recharge, but it's not like too bad. And the way you can get a third one is if you just pick it up in the world. So they're kind of just these bugs that we somehow use as wire bugs to our advantage. I guess it's kind of like scout flies, like we've somehow made those into a tool for us, just in Monster Hunter Rise, as scout flies aren't in this game. And the last kind of big bit of wire bugs is that when you're inflicted with Ice Blight, it actually reduces the recovery rate of your wire bugs. So those kind of slow it down. And every single weapon, all 14 of them, are able to use wire bugs. There's nothing stopping you, especially like movement wise, but they also get their own unique switch skills, which of course every single weapon has their very own unique ones, because every weapon is pretty unique. Now I've already gone into detail on these skill binds and switch skills, being the same thing, just different names. So I won't really go into how they actually change the hunting, as I've already explained that through the equipment, but it does lead to 2 different play styles and uses of your wire bugs that are going to control what you're doing. And a reason I think that wire bugs were actually introduced on the Switch version. So with the success of World, it isn't like hard to believe that they probably put a little work into Rise to actually be more appealing to new players, especially with it being on a console such as the Switch, which has been, a massive success for Nintendo, as it's sold a lot of consoles. And in this, I think Capcom expected Monster Hunter Rise to be picked up by a lot of new audience members who maybe saw that Monster Hunter World was super cool, but maybe just had a Switch so they couldn't actually play it, which is where, Rise kind of comes in, being the game after World wrapped up with Iceborne. And so by including the wire bugs, Rise basically gives us 2 styles of play. One where you use the wire bugs offensively using your skill binds that we kind of talked about, and the second being one we haven't talked about, where you use them defensively or just to survive, because wire bugs can be used for movement. You can see you can just shoot your wire bug forward and it'll pull you forward, but that's not really something that's used a whole lot, because usually just rolling is quicker, or doing the Superman dive, or even just blocking. And especially how they recharge, it's really not worth just using them to move or go up to dodge an attack. But when you're actually hit by a monster's attack and you fall on the ground and are kind of in that animation animation where you're getting up and maybe you're about to get absolutely ass blasted and you don't get invulnerability frames from getting hit in that case, then you can actually use your wire bug to fling away and be up and running. So you're cutting away that whole getting up animation where you could be hit. And this is a big deal for survivability in Rise, because in the past, if you got hit by an attack and then the monster did like its super ultra attack, you could just be dead. That's just how the fucking cookie crumbles. Don't get hit, Brody. But with wire bugs, it's very easy to just escape out of that situation. And I think that's something that Capcom could have potentially looked at adding for this reason of new players getting into the game and maybe having a crutch system like this to get out of it. And like, I don't think it's a big bad thing. Like, I use it. I was playing Wilds today and like sometimes I would click the little button to like point my wire bug and I would try to do it, but you can't do that. And I'm kind of glad they got rid of it because, like I said, it is kind of a crutch, but I don't want to think of it as too negative as a thing, especially if you are a new player. You know, use it to your heart's content. But it is just something to kind of think about because, as most of us who played Rise, if you were a returning player, you used your wire bugs almost exclusively to do a lot of damage. That was the way. You know, for the longsword, you had the Helmbreaker and you had the big counter. That is what I used a lot of the time, mainly just spamming Hellbreaker over and over again as I built up my meter to red, and it works. I really didn't try to use my wire bug too often once I got good at the game, because usually with the longsword I can just counter and get out of those hits anyway. But you know, when I'm trading my wire bugs to get out of situations, I'm losing damage, so I just wouldn't do it once I was good. But when I was bad, it's definitely a bit of a crutch, and I think that's interesting. It's giving you the option to save yourself, but you really don't have to, and it does actually come at a cost. And in this kind of modern era of Monster Hunter, especially with Rise, nothing really comes at a cost. We saw them get rid of skill debuffs where if you used attack, you would lose defense. That's not a thing anymore. You can just give yourself an attack skill and you'll lose nothing. So I think Capcom almost succeeded in making this work, but it's just kind of too OP because it's a get out of jail free card essentially, but it's at least cool to look at. And that's essentially all that really changed in the way you'd hunt monsters was wire bugs, similar to how the Clutch Claw fundamentally changed how hunting worked in Worlds or Iceborne, I guess, particularly. It did the same here. Instead of just having the standard, you know, way to fight monsters where, you know, you'd supplement some flash bombs in there to stun it so you can get your hits off. You can do a majority of your hits in like one fell swoop, like Helmbreaker. You just jump up and smack the monster for a shit ton of damage. You don't even really need to stun it or flash it, especially because you get that vertical movement. You can sometimes dodge the monster's attack. Now you can get hit out of it and it does cost a bar sometimes, but it's really not that big of a deal. But like in the past, you really did kind of have to let the monster chill out or knock it over or flash bomb it to do your kind of mega hit. I mean, that's something I kind of struggled with going back to MH4U and the Charge Blade is that there's a lot less gimme room to be aggressive. You really do have to play it out slow and steady. While these wire bugs have kind of ignored that and just given you free range to be full aggression because you could do all your damage in one hit, you have a get out of jail free card, and usually every weapon has a way to get out anyway, whether it be a counter, a shield, or just being built around roll. It's really never reached this peak that it did in Rise ever before, as World was mostly grounded. The Clutch Claw may have changed how you'd hunt, but it didn't really change it to the extent. It really just added another piece in the puzzle. But at this point, the wire bugs has changed the entire hunt. It's all about the wire bug. It wasn't all about the Clutch Claw. The Clutch Claw was a tool, while the wire bug has become part of your weapon. So if you really remove the wire bug and you use nothing relating to it, Monster Hunter Rise is, you know, very close to a complete return to that original formula of very, you know, clunky, heavy, boots on the ground Monster Hunter that, you know, we really haven't seen since Generations, I guess on the Switch, but, you know, really part of that 4th generation in like 2016 or so. And that's interesting and all, but outside of that, there's just nothing there. And that's really all you're going to get from hunting. You can either hunt like an old Monster Hunter or you can use the new mechanic they brought to open up a lot of different variety that seems open at first, but really just leads back to, you know, the same old thing. when it comes to what equipment or items they're using, we can also look at how the game is going to force you to hunt. And in that, I mean in terms of rampages, because we haven't actually talked about rampages yet, besides like a little bit I shit on it earlier. So the best way to actually do this is to take a look at the first rampage, which is a 3-star quest called The Rampage Approaches. And in this rampage, we can see right from the quest sort of UI exactly what's going to go on. So the local is at the red stronghold. We're going to get about 2,000 zenny for it. And the quest structure is 2 hordes and the scope is small. And of course, there's a little graphic that shows 2 groups of monsters. One has the Arzuris as kind of a large one, with the other one kind of being a great Iragi, but there's a little kind of like arrow line that's kind of pointing to it. So I assume we're going to go from that first horde on the left to the second horde on the right. And there's also these little sub monsters like the Great Azuchi, the Acnosam, just there on the left side, with there being different categories such as red, green, and blue. And then on the other side, you can see the Arzuris is there as a subclass, even though it was just the main and it's red. Acnosam and Tetranodon are both their similar colors. It's just swapping out the Great Azuchi. And this is basically how it works, with the one on the left being the first wave, which could also be described as the first horde, as there's 2 hordes, and we can see there's 2 hordes on the screen. So you're going to have the first horde come, and then there'll be a little break in between that allows you to set up your defenses once again to take on the third horde. And this is actually not the only way that rampages take place. If we look at another rampage that is an urgent quest, we see the Serpent God of Wind is a 6-star rampage that has 3 hordes, and the scope is large. And you can see in the first horde there are 3 monsters, with the red as the Azuris, blue is the Kezu, and green is the Aknosam. And then you can see in the second horde there's actually 4, as well as the third horde. Each of those have 4, and you can see that the monsters become greater. We get the Rathian in there on that second one, the Bizarrios or Gravios, I can't remember which one the blue one is. Probably Gravios if I had to guess. I don't think Bizarrios is really that mainstream because it was kind of like a subspecies thing. And then you can see on the other one, you got the Zenogre, the Rathalos, and the Bizitsune for when a Bishi comes up. And I think the reason the scope is large is because you actually go into a larger area, or the fact that these hordes are going to be larger. It's something with that. I'm not exactly sure, but you can see the number of areas in this one is actually 2, because you have the 2 hordes in the first location, but then when Ibushi comes, he ends up taking out the wall pretty much immediately and goes to the final stronghold, which is where you have to stop him or you lose. Normally, if you lost on that first wall, like on the 3-star one, then you would just lose, but because you have 2 areas, you get a little second chance that kind of just plays into the story. Now, the divisions that these monsters are set up are kind of showed on that quest screen as well, with the red, blue, and green classifications. And what these actually mean are the red icon is what is known as the Stalker class, and these monsters will directly attack you as the hunter. They go out of your way to just come over there and fuck you up. The green is basically the same thing, except they usually are flying and they send projectiles at you. Some of the ones though that wouldn't be flying is something like the Puke or Rajang, but you'll get like Rathalos, which obviously flies, and it's just gonna lob fire at you, making it annoying to take down, which is usually, you'll use like a ballista or something to take it out. And then the last one is the blue icon, which are known as Gate Crashers, and these will completely ignore you and everything and just go straight for the gate. Their whole purpose is to just knock the fuck out of you by taking the gate out. So they are like a little bit of priority, but you also don't want to be fainting because then you could get caught lacking there. So, it depends how far along they are and how weak the gate is that you will need to go for these. And these, of course, are stuff like the Bizarrios, which it is actually a Bizarrios, I'm retarded, the Tetranodon and the Kezu that we saw earlier. But there's actually a few more classifications. For instance, the Magnamalo is a pink icon, and that's because it will occasionally appear during 7-star rampage quests only. So nothing you ever really have to do. It's more an optional when you do them as optional quests. We'll get to that later. But the Magnamalo will focus on attacking other monsters, which will give you opportunities for wyvern riding. So he's kind of an ally, but it can probably still accidentally hit you, and that's probably a thing, but it doesn't like target you or anything. It's just fucking up other monsters because the Magnamalo feeds off the rampage. That was something established in the cutscenes. Now, those big versions of the monsters that we saw, saw that are different from the small versions that each had a color. These also still kind of follow their color. Like usually you get a red one that will attack you, but it kind of depends. And they are also broken down between normal and special, where normal are just the main monsters but bigger. They're, a lot bigger than their normal versions. Think of like the large crown style, but I think even bigger than that. And they usually act the same way, which is why they're still classified as normal. However, there is a special variety, which is when they would pose a major threat to the village outside of just being the major threat. And these are either the 6 apexes or that Ibushi mission. And just a little more about the rampage as a whole is the Red Stronghold is the only area, because you have to remember in Sunbreak, there are no rampages. So this is the only area you'd have a rampage. And the stronghold can actually be leveled up from level 1 to level 10. And you get that by defeating monsters and completing the little sub objectives you can see on the left hand side here. And this is also just really important because it gives you a rank at the end, which is like, you want to get the max rank, probably gives you extra rewards, but I think it's also just for swag. But since it gives you XP during and levels up your stronghold, it is still important to do, because when you upgrade your stronghold, you get more available to you. You can see when you first start setting up, you just have the ballistas. There's no other sort of gimmicks. But as you rank up your stronghold, you're going to be able to get like cannons, the wyvern lasers, and later even like a minigun or machine gun. I don't actually know what they call it, but America, we got a machine gun out here. And even these weapons are broken into different things, with there being manual, automatic, and the kind of limited supply items. Manual is, of course, you control, so you can put down ballista cannons or the machine cannons. So they were called machine cannons, not guns. And these are ones that only you can control. But the automatic type ones are the ballistas, the cannons, and then there is a wyvern artillery. And so when you use a defender ballista or defender cannons, you'll actually get a unit that goes over there, and he's like a villager, I guess, who actually mans it. But when you use the wyvern artillery, you can point the laser, and then whenever a monster crosses that laser, it will fire that big laser that does a bunch of damage. And you can also kind of use it manually, because if you just point it at the monster, it will also trigger, but it does have a cooldown, so you can't just Inferno Tower the fuck out of them. The final type is the limited supply, and these come down to Dragon Bait warriors, and the kind of villagers of Kamara. You can get stuff like Elder Fugan and Yomogi the Chef, and they do a lot of damage, and so they're pretty worth saving to kind of the end. Like Elder Fugan does like a bunch of damage real fucking quick, and then Yomogi is like a machine gun essentially. She just lights him up with like, I don't know, dough. But I think there's a lot of others you can get. Like I think you can get the, hot Asian twins, and probably the teacher of the village. Can't think of his name right now, but you get it. And with these installations, some of them will come back and some of them won't. For instance, like the warriors, you use them once and they're gone, and then they kind of show up as you upgrade your stronghold. Ballistas and whatnot can be destroyed, and they'll go on like a cooldown for that little spot, and they'll show back up. But you can also just destroy yourself if you want to put something else there. There's nothing really to that, except that they do have limited amount of numbers. Usually you get like a certain amount of defender ballistas and cannons, usually like 2 cannons, 2 ballista, maybe 3. And then you have like a different manual count that you can use. But that's usually like for co-op. If you do these single player, you're never really using more than like 1 manual, so I wouldn't even worry about that. And sometimes you will use none, because another big thing is the counter gong. And what this does, if you smack it, it'll do a counter wave, which basically just makes your damage like super high. So you fighting a monster makes it actually competitive, because normally, it takes like 10 minutes to hunt a monster that's on your level. So this gives you like 10x fucking damage, maybe even more, to make it take like 30 seconds. And that's always kind of fun. I like getting those little counter waves, because you just get to see big numbers and you just get to slap the shit out of the monster. And that's essentially how that works. And it's kind of the reason they're not really well liked, because the actual gameplay of the Rampage isn't great. It can be kind of tedious, constantly having to run around in the little stronghold to take down monsters, especially if you're getting like spammed from far away and you're fighting one close up while you're trying to stop one of the blue ones from destroying the gate. It's annoying. And some of the later game battles, like the Ibushi one, take place voice in there, and that's just kind of ass. Capcom, I guess, really did hit with how you would actually like approach monsters and take them down in their area, and just the way monsters worked there. But with the Stronghold, it's just fighting monsters in a much worse environment that relies on a lot of gimmicky stuff, like using the auto hunters, using some of the tools around you, like the machine cannons or the ballistas to shoot monsters out of the air. It just doesn't really work. And, you know, I'm a BTD6, like, lover, dog. I used to play that shit all the time in high school, just on my phone. I probably have 200 hours on my phone. Not many on my PC because it's not much of like I'm at home gaming type of thing. But I love like tower defenses. And so seeing them trying to do this was cool, but really poorly executed. All right. In that game, we have a lot of towers. In this one, you only have the ballista, the machine gun, the wyvern, artillery, and the cannon. Like that's it. And you barely can use the wyvern artillery, and the machine gun's kind of goated. Once you get that, you don't really use anything else. And like some of the things have different moves. Like cannons have like 3 moves where it's like cluster, concussion, then it has like a special lightning one or whatever. And those also just kind of suck and are usually on cooldown. So there's just not enough variety to make rampages really that fun, especially because half the time you're not even fighting it with your weapons. So it's not like weapon variety matters. And when you do, you're slapping the shit out of it. So it's like, we're in a bad place. And you know, this isn't so painful because I think there's only 3 rampages you have to do in the game, maybe 2, but I think 3, because I think there's the first one and I think there's a second one where you fight an apex, and then I think there's a third one where you take down a bushi. And speaking of apexes, this is why they're kind of not great, because while you didn't have to do a bunch, you only had to do 3 to fight apexes. When the game originally came out, you did have to fight them in rampages. There was no quest to just take them down normally. It wasn't until Title Update 1 that you could fight the Apex Rathlos and Apex Diablos, and then Title Update 2 where you could fight the Apex Zenogre, and you know, Apex Arzuros and whatnot was already out by then, so that didn't matter. So it kind of just is what it is. And even then, like, the Rampage monster list is severely limited too. There were no small monsters, and it did not include the Great Baggy, the Kulaku, the Langombi, the Volvidian, the Baroth, the Royal Ludroth, the Somnicath, the Tobikadachi, Juratodos, Barioth, Gauss Harag, and all Elder Dragons except the Bushi. And of course, anything in Sunbreak. So it's like, we don't have much to actually fight with that makes it special. What we have to fight with doesn't have a lot of variety in the way it can be used to fight. The monster variety is also nothing, and there's literally one place you can fight it at, which is the Red Stronghold. The Rampage is just like a mini game. Like, there's just nothing to it. They just slapped on like a little bit of development to where you could play it, and it wasn't buggy and it wasn't like that shitty, but it was still kind of boring. It kind of reminds me of Expeditions in MH4U, how it was like a new way to hunt, but it essentially just fell into the same old way to hunt. Except like I didn't talk a bunch of shit about that because that came out in like 2015 at the most. It was probably earlier than that came out. Like, I'm not gonna hate on that, but this comes out in fucking what, 2021, and it's just complete ass and just feels like half baked and worse than fucking BTD6. Just get this shit out of here. It is a cool concept. I would have really liked to see them like actually put work into it, and maybe they will one day, and we'll get like a full-scale Rampage that like really pushes multiplayer so you can have like a bunch of things going on at once and requiring a bunch of co-op so you can constantly just micromanage a huge stronghold. But in this state, it's just not it. Even though it is like a completely new way for your monster hunter to actually be a hunter, it's honestly just a swing and a miss. It's a swing and a miss for me. Sucks to suck, but I hate Rampages and never grinded them. Thank God for that quick Title Update 1 because those sucked. Of course, Rampages are not the only thing that Capcom introduced in Monster Hunter Rise to spice up hunting, as monster riding got completely revamped. So monster riding came out in Monster Hunter 4, and it was pretty rudimentary. You would just have this bar that you would slowly hit the monster, you know, on its back, just stabbing into it, and then when it charged up, you would be able to just tomple it. So you would have this little, you know, stagger time where you could then just wail on it and do free damage. So it was a pretty big deal. You didn't get a lot of initial damage from riding, but it had the potential to give you a lot. And really the only sort of adversary that went against you in your riding was this monster mouth that would slowly come up behind behind you and could sometimes be triggered to go fast if you didn't stop attacking and hold on during the monster's flaying about. And then when it would stop flaying, you would obviously just hit it more. And even in World, while they did change it, they more so just modified it to be more engaging than what we had, and that kind of goes along with pretty much all that Capcom did with World, making things more engaging and more mechanically, challenging. Instead of just stabbing knives into the monster, you could now jump around on the monster to hit certain points, and you could do different things with the riding while also being able to ride pretty much whenever you wanted. In 4, for instance, you could only ride when you actually got the chance by jumping off ledges to do it, and after you got the initial one, it would take a long time before you could get another one. But in World, using the clutch claw, you could always do it. Of course, before the clutch claw, you could still do it by jumping off ledges, but it was still different. You were able to jump around the body and could actually dodge the monster flaying like that. If, say, the monster's going to slam its head into the wall because you're on its head, you just jump to its back or jump to its tail. Or you could also just hold on like you could in the original games, which is what I did at the beginning before I realized that I was a loser and was not using the new mechanic to its full potential. But I think World had a cool balance where you do the finisher at the end and do damage, or you could do like a wall bang if you wall rided it with the clutch claw. It was a cool new mechanic that kind of spiced up the way riding was done. But in Rise, Wyvern riding is just completely rehauled. And I actually think it was a pretty cool change that I wouldn't mind coming back. Unfortunately, it was kind of tied to the wire bugs because the wire bugs essentially were used to control the monster, and I don't know how we would do that without it. So we'll just have to see if Capcom can cook. But what made Monster Hunter Rise's Wyvern riding different is that you were actually able to control the monster with the wire bugs. You would basically just wrap it around like a harness, and then you could move the monster wherever, and you can make it attack and make it evade. And so there was pretty much 2 ways you would ride the monster, or maybe 3, I guess, depending on the situation. But basically, you're fighting a monster, and let's say that monster is, I don't know, the Kezu, because I hate the Kezu and I want to think of the Kezu being destroyed. Well, if the Kezu is just fighting, then you want to just get a ride on it, right? That's always a big thing in Monster Hunter is rides, and it's no different here. But you don't always want to ride the monster you're actually fighting. And you can kind of choose, but you also can't. It really just depends. But the way you actually get monster rides in this game is not too different from the past. You can do jumping attacks, and you'll see like a little blue show up behind the numbers that show that, or you can use your wire bug moves. Stuff like Helmbreaker and stuff did a lot of riding for me, so that was a big deal. But you basically just use those skill binds. And eventually it'll trigger just like it would previously, and then you can just choose to ride, which wasn't actually a thing you could do in the past. When you would ride, you would just be in a ride animation. You actually choose when to ride, and you can completely miss it or do too much damage and knock it out of it. So it is something kind of new, but it's not too big of a deal. And so we trigger that on the Kezu, for instance. When you hop on, you can see that you're able to attack, you're able to dodge, and you're able to launch the monster. And so with these kind of moves, you can kind of see where this is going. If we're with the Kezu and we're just by ourselves, there's nothing we're going to attack, so the attack is kind of useless, and you really wouldn't want to attack another monster anyway because you're just hunting the Kezu. So what you would do is you would launch the monster using the launch monster option into a wall, which after 3 times, which if you don't then evade after doing those launches, the monster will topple. So you get a free topple that way, and also some damage, as it does, like, depending on the monster, probably 100 early game to, 500 later. And in Sunbreak, they also included these things on the walls that would add statuses or extra damage if you ran into them with the launching mechanic as well. So normally you have 2 wire bugs. So you hit the first wall, you evade, then you hit the second wall, you evade, and then you hit the third. So you get a good amount of damage and then the topple. That's the way to do it. But let's say there's a monster nearby, like, I don't know, a Rathalos, something powerful. If it's not too far, I would say it's pretty worth. So in this case, the Rathalos is like just in the next area. So what you would do is you would run the Kezu over to the Rathalos and you would hit the launch into the Rathalos. Now, typically you want to launch into the wall still to get some extra damage, but when you do your 2 launches and you don't have another one that's going to lead into the topple, so you won't have like an extra wire bug there, you'll then launch it into the Rathalos, which does damage, but also does enough Wyvern riding damage to trigger the Rathalos' riding. status. And so that means you can get thrown off the Kezu because it toppled, and then you can get onto the Rathalos, and that's when the attacking comes in. And with attacking, you have light attacks and strong attacks, but there are different sub attacks in these, as when you're moving, the monster in a certain direction. So if you're on, controller, it'd be the left stick. I'm on PC, so it's like WASD, but if I hold left, for instance, the strong attack or light attack can be different than if I hold forward or if I hold back. And usually this isn't a big deal, except when you ride like certain monsters. Like Rajang was a really powerful riding monster because he had this final flash, Vegeta shit attack that was just a laser beam that would do like 400 damage, and it was really fast, so you could get off a couple of them. And then its final move, which we haven't gotten to yet, so I'm kind of skipping ahead, would just be a giant laser beam again. All right, that monster was cracked. And then with Rathalos, the moves don't matter a lot. You probably want to hit it with a fireball, maybe get some fire damage, because like Kezu's weak to that. And it also might inflict fire blight. And then, maybe some tail, upper swings, so you inflict it with poison. But outside of that, the damage is often not something you'll have to remember. It doesn't really matter that much. Unless you're like a mega, sweat who's doing fucking time trials. But at that point, I don't think you really bother riding because then you're wasting time running the monster around. But that's essentially the two ways. And then the third way is if a monster, let's say, comes over and fights your monster, they can also trigger wyvern riding like that. So that just depends, if your monster gets hit and you have to ride it, then you just ram it and you don't really have to like run to another area. But if the other monster gets hit, then you can just use that to attack and it's all good. And the last thing we really got to talk about with wyvern riding is the actual mounted Punisher, which is a bar similar to what we had in Monster Hunter 4U, where when you're doing damage with the other monster, your monster sort of builds up that power. So you hit it with a strong attack, you get a little bit of bar fill, similar to how if you were stabbing the monster in MH4U. And when this bar is full, you start to get a countdown that's going to end the ride or the mounted Punisher. So the strategy here is to have your wire bugs so you can attack, instantly evade, so you get rid of the attack animation, the kind of in lag, attack again, and then when you're out of wire bugs, you can't evade, so you have that in lag, you hit your mounted Punisher, which is the, strongest move you can use, but after using it, you're thrown off the monster and it's toppled. And if you don't use it, you're thrown off anyway, so there's no reason not to kind of use it anyway, but you just want to set up to where you're doing extra damage and not just use the mounted Punisher as soon as you get it, because you can just get a little more damage that's usually significant in the wyvern riding. And I don't think wyvern riding was really like OP where you'd ever really run any of these skills, but it can kind of be an easy mode, I guess, because it's not like you can take damage when you're wyvern riding, and you do get a free topple. So being able to go around the map and get different monsters to come fight your main monster could be a pretty fun way to do it, especially with this being like a completely rehauled mechanic. Like we didn't even have wyvern riding in the first 3 games. And then in generation 4 and 5, we have wyvern riding, but it's more like mounting monsters and doing damage that way. Here, the wyvern riding is actually just completely different. You're riding the monster. It would be hard to argue that previously you were really riding the monster in those scenarios. You were more just like a flea on its back. But I always thought it was pretty cool. Really, the only issue I have is sometimes when you're fighting with like randoms or something, they'll just like take the monster and ride it all the way to another monster, even though it's like halfway across the map. And that can just kind of be annoying. Like, don't waste our time. Just ram it into the wall and we can all wail on it. Especially when you've played for long enough where the joy of wyvern riding kind of ran off and you've already done it with all the other monsters. It just doesn't really hit the same. And so, I'm just trying to beat the shit out of the monster with my weapon. And, the wyvern riding mystique is over. But that's basically that. I think it's a really cool change. Would love to see it come back. But I don't see it really returning just because of the utilization of wire bugs in that scenario. So we'd have to have either something similar or we'd have to have them back. And seeing how they were kind of unpopular, I don't know if that's going to happen. So if you want wyvern riding back, you're basically just going to have to play Monster Hunter Stories. Good fucking luck, because that shit is ass. But before we move on to, more things about the hunter, there is one more thing that is going to contribute to the hunts that we haven't talked about, and that is eating. And eating has come a long way since, I guess, Gen 2. It was technically in Gen 1, but not in the base game that we played, so I didn't really mention it. But it came from, having to collect ingredients, and then it came to, like, pretty much already prepared meals that you would just put together with 1 or 2 ingredients, ingredients and you had to go off the fresh. And that was both like Gen 3 and 4. And then in World, they kind of updated the system to kind of just apply to those new mechanics that they wanted you to think more mechanically and build it to your specification. So they had fresh ingredients, but they had a lot more variety in it, which just lets you craft more so your perfect meal. And in Monster Hunter Rise, it's kind of complicated, but also not really. And there's not a lot of variety, I would say, that's actually usable. So I guess first off, the way you actually eat in this game is going to the canteen, which has remained pretty consistent throughout the series, even if it is, different versions of a canteen. And in the canteen, you can see we have eat a meal, motley mix, and gestures. And gestures, you just do things at the table. So we're going to just ignore that. But we'll start at the top with eat a meal. Clicking in, you can pay with money or you can pay with the Kimura points. And you can see on the right that this is the tea shop. And the ways to pay is it's 200 zenny or 100 points. And this does not change, the effect of the meal or anything. And you can see the effect of the meal is actually 50 health, 50 stamina, and the daily special is the wealthy man. So what this means is, we'll just click into here to actually see, and you can see order bunny dango, which is what the wealthy man is. It's a bunny dango, even though they're, cats, whatever, bro. Or you can order the usual, and the usual will just be sets. You can basically load sets in. These are the ones that I use throughout the game. Didn't really change it because I didn't really care, but that's basically what that is. So it's not as important. But when you actually click in to order the bunny dango, you can see you have quite a bit here. And I don't actually even think I have them all because I just didn't really grind a lot of them because it's kind of just like micro tuning. They don't do a whole lot and it's not going to make the biggest difference. You really just eat it so you get your 50 health and 50 stamina. The skills are just kind of especially because as you can see, they're not always going to activate, similar to how they didn't always activate in the past. But it's not like you can't force them. But you can see we're classified as all, but you can actually go to powerful flavors, which is stuff that kind of boosts your attack and defense, I guess. That's what this seems like. And then determined flavors, which is more so, I suppose, survivability with, prevents fainting, gives you immunities and extra health from recovery, stuff like that. And then there's unusual flavors, which I guess is kind of a miscellaneous, like this extends hang time midair, like cool, this one speeds up weapon sharpening. So mainly that. This is grandiose flavors. So this kind of increases, your progression. This will give you more money. This will give you more honey when you're gathering. This gives you, spirit birds faster, I guess they'll come to you. This speeds up buddy growth. It's just kind of that kind of thing. Like these aren't really ones you'd want to run because they just give you more. But if you're grinding for particular things, maybe the honey one is what you want. You want to make mega potions? Grind some extra honey, sure. But the way it actually works is you get to pick 3. So you just go through and pick your 3. And, you can kind of see based on mine, I was originally using these 3, the Dango Polisher / Pyro, Dango Medic, and Dango Defender, which are the skills that they're going to give you. And so the Dango Polisher comes from the Blast Slash, which you can see speeds up weapon sharpening and upgrades large barrel bombs to mega barrel bombs. And that second one, the Dango Pyro, was actually like a level up by doing a quest. I originally just used it for the speeds up weapon sharpening because I use longsword, so it was kind of important to have that going. And the other one I used was this medicinal one with Dango Medic because it just, made items give me more health, which was just kind of important for, living. So I used that one quite a bit, as well with the Dango Defender. That just makes a high possibility that damage taken will be decreased. So most of mine were just for survival because I don't feel like a lot of them do damage, especially from what you're going to get in the early game. And even if they do, it's like Dango Marksman may increase the power of shots and arrows. Like I don't use bow guns or bows. Like I don't need that. A lot of them don't really do a whole lot in terms of that. But one I did kind of use as a situation later was the Spudluck Dango Weakener, which made large monsters encountered on quests have an increased chance of being weaker than normal. So, you could maybe get shorter fights, but that was really just a maybe. And then of course there's all these, fire, ice, thunder resistance. So if you're fighting a particular monster, you could boost that. And then the Magna Crisp, it's kind of a late game one that I put on later because, getting an extra feint is pretty dope. And then greatly increases attack when health is dangerously low. Just kind of a bonus if you're ever low on health. I'm sure it's probably a speedrun strat somewhere to get your health low and have a little extra attack there because it does say it greatly drastically increases, while also running that skill, I think like heroic or something, that gives you more boost when your health is low. So could be an interesting build, but just not something that everyone uses and that I especially did not use. And so to show off how it works, we can pick different ones here. We'll pick this one, and this one because it has low activation chance, which is right here. So 70% chance to activate, 90%, 60%. However, those aren't the only, percentages that you can get these at. If you use a Dango ticket, which I have 66 of because I didn't really bother, you can increase them by, I think, 40%. I think it might just be like completely max. Oh no, it is 40%. I didn't remember why I knew that, but yeah, I think it's 40%. And the reason it's not just max is because there's another option here, which is hopping skewers. And this changes the way most of these works by upping levels or decreasing levels, which in turn decreases the activation chance or increases. So obviously, if this is going to go up 2 levels, it goes down 20% chance to activate. So it's risk of reward. This went up 1 level, so it goes down 10%, and this went down a level, so it goes up 10%. And this is something that was added in Monster Hunter Sunbreak that kind of added a little bit of new, variety when it came to eating, but not a whole lot, especially since, you can use your hopping skewers and then just put on a Dango ticket and we're basically, back where we started. And I also just don't know how I feel about it just randomly increasing or decreasing for certain ones. I feel like you should always be able to choose, but it's always just going to be the same thing for, depending on which bunny Dango you picked. Not really sure what's up with that, or maybe I missed something, but that just kind of seemed how it worked. And like I said, you can save it as a set, which goes into the order usual, and you can just fling it there. So when you order it, it'll be saved for, the next time you're going to do it, so you don't have to choose them forever. And in Sunbreak, they also kind of pimped up the Katine to have this little train here. So this is actually like one of my favorite cooking animations. Not that I've ever really mentioned any others, but I thought this one was cool, especially because if you actually use the skewers, it does change the animation to have them. Normally they would just have, a bit less special ones. And that's basically, eating in Monster Hunter Rise. I do feel like they kind of dumbed it down and made it easier to select the skills you wanted while guaranteeing the max amount of health and stamina given. Because in the past, if you didn't use fresh ingredients, you were not going to get that health and stamina buff. And so if you were going to choose, skills over health and stamina, you would just have less during your fights. And you could use stuff like nutrients and eating well done steaks or rations to increase that, but you wouldn't have it by default. And so you would have to make sure to actually go in with that stuff. And I liked how that worked where, there was a trade-off for just trying to use the same exact meal every single time. But here, and like most things with Rise and even World to a degree, they kind of just take the trade-offs away. Although World did have trade-offs in its cooking because it had that fresh system. It's just, Rise, but, World did it with skills. So you could still put blame on that. And I'm pretty sure that's it for what kind of makes up the Monster Hunter in terms of going on hunts. You had the new wyvern riding, new ways to eat, and new ways to hunt. To an extent, still really no new items or anything, but the inclusion of wire bugs was a pretty massive change, and one that I feel like veterans didn't like, but people just kind of like fuck around in Monster Hunter for the fun of hunting. I feel like probably appreciated. Like, I liked the change of pace in Rise. I think a lot of its problems are kind of the same as Worlds, where we've just gone from the monster hunting sim to an arcadey style, and that's not really Rise's fault. Does the wire bugs help? No, they probably hurt because the game's faster than ever and less punishing. But Rise didn't start the trend, it was World. So blaming the sequel for what its predecessor did, yeah, I can't really hate all that much. Besides, it's also just understandable seeing it how it came out on the Switch, and that the Switch audience probably weren't too into like the hardcore Monster Hunter anyway, because it was like way bigger than the 3DS. Not as big as like, the PS2 or Wii, but those games were not selling as well, back on those consoles. Now, Monster Hunter being mainstream, it's more likely for people to pick it up new, and for those people to, own a Switch, just because it's the biggest console, and now Monster Hunter's kind of getting into being one of the biggest franchises. It's a good place to start, but for some of the veterans, I do get that it's just not a very appealing game, especially when they got a glimpse of what Monster Hunter was becoming with World. But enough of that, it's time to move on to this final little section looking into who is the hunter in Monster Hunter Rise, because we followed the story, but it didn't seem like there was much about the hunter. That's because there's not. The hunter is really just a vessel for plot progression. The hunter does whatever's needed to progress the story. There's nothing else. Unfortunately, this game really skips out on that kind of progression that we got in World, where you were kind of figuring out the environment and whatnot. But also in the hunter itself, you know, you kind of have these different relationships in World with the handler, with the chief, with the junior, and even with your Palico. That's just not seen here. And I don't know if it's because the cinematics aren't really here as they were in World, where they really were about always building through dialogue and whatnot, or if it's just because that's not the focus of this game. This game was very just play the game, get the gameplay in, and that was it. Why World, I'd say proficiently did both, and that was a big strong suit. So I don't know. Who is the Monster Hunter of Monster Hunter Rise? I genuinely do not know. It's kind of like what I described at the end of the part 1 video, where the Monster Hunter of Monster Hunter Rise is nobody. It's a forgotten character that the developers kind of just neglected. It wasn't the important part of whatever the reasoning was behind designing Monster Hunter Rise on the Switch and then bringing it over. Most of this stuff we just don't really know, but if I had to speculate, I would say that Capcom thought they could sell Monster Hunter better through gameplay than story, and when they're trying to make a quick game on the Switch, one of those had to go. So instead they made whole new gameplay that could excite new players, as it's fast paced and very different from the old system that was hard to get into, evident by sales, and instead did this and completely neglected like a well thought out story and character evolution throughout that story. And so this part has ended up being very short, not because I haven't really looked into it, but just because I don't find a lot of things worthwhile talking about in Monster Hunter Rise. And it's kind of unfortunate, but also it's just the nature of this game. And we'll just have to see what is in the future for Monster Hunter in terms of gameplay over story, and how Capcom plans to find that wonderful blend that they did in World as we continue down the franchise. Monster Hunter Wilds released worldwide on every platform February 28th, 2025, and it is Capcom's biggest release in their company's history, selling a reported 8 million units in just 3 days. According to Capcom's own sales numbers as of March 31st, Monster Hunter Wilds has put itself at number 7th on their all-time sales list for games at 10 million. 0.1, just below Resident Evil Village and above Resident Evil 4's remake for the PS5, which means it is about half of Monster Hunter World sales in just 1 month of release, as World was at 21.5 million at this time. So obviously, it has been a massive success for Capcom. Or has it? Because as the game has sold, undoubtedly well and has been a lot of success as sort of Monster Hunter World sequel, more so than Rise at least, Wilds has kind of fallen out. Whether people look at performance issues, the game being too easy, or maybe they just thought Rise was better. I really hope you didn't actually think that. The fan base is somewhat upset with Wilds, or at least the fan base that comes down to more of the diehards. The general audience, it's hard to ever really gauge because they're not the people that really leave reviews or go on Reddit and, talk some shit. But if we actually do look at reviews, we can kind of see a trend of negativity coming down on Wilds. At the time of this recording, which is June 12th, 2025, which, keep in mind for how I talk about Wilds in general, there's no expansion or anything, so, just be thoughtful of that. The game has a 61% positive rating on Steam with 136 total thousand reviews, and actually a mostly negative rating for the last 30 days with 6,000 reviews, putting it at 26% positive. But I'll actually defend Wilds in this case, because if we actually look at the release date and its kind of reviews, it does match up with World, as World had a tumultuous release as well, with kind of the same thing, performance issues, and then the game was also just something new. World kind of changed the formula as we discussed in that first part, so you might be able to give it some air there why World was down, But even so, Monster Hunter Wilds has a 59% rating on its first day of release, while Monster Hunter World had a 60% positive rating on its release. So I feel like the comparisons there where they're pretty similar on release, kind of the shit they got for releasing in what you could argue is an unfinished state. But what I think is more interesting is the decline after the release, because, you know, games release and they get a lot of shit because that's when they're most popular. So that's when you'll get the most negativity and positivity. It makes sense. However, if we look at the Steam charts right now to see the player counts for each game individually, there's a lot more info into the kind of decline of Monster Hunter Wilds' immense popularity from release. The first thing to note is that when Monster Hunter World released, it peaked at 334,000 players, which is a very modestly high number, especially for back in 2018, as the game released nearly 7 years ago. And when we look at Monster Hunter Wilds, it peaked at 1.38 million players on its release, or I guess the day after, but you know, the release is kind of that week, so same thing really. But obviously there's a massive gap in player numbers as Wilds peaked with 1 million more concurrent players. And yet if I look at the concurrent player count right now, as it's kind of declining, Monster Hunter World has 17,465 players playing the game right now, which, you know, is of course down from its all time, but that's pretty normal as, you know, people move on and play other games. But what's not normal is for the 7-year-old game to have more concurrent players than a game that came out 3 months ago, because Monster Hunter Wilds player count right now is 12,945. That is very abnormal to have such a fall off in that amount of time. You go from 1.38 million as a peak to a 24-hour peak at 19,176 in 3 months. And just so you know, I didn't catch a bad time. The 24-hour peak of World is 24,784. So the 24-hour peak is also 5,000 more than Wilds. And it's 7 years old. And this isn't because of, you know, Wilds came out so new players are getting into World. World has always had a higher concurrent player count than they do right now. It has gotten pretty low, but it really hasn't gotten this low in like years. You know, sometime after Iceborne, there was a little bit where it was pretty slow, but at the start of 2024, things picked right back up as people kind of did the return to World event where everyone went back to playing. And it's just kind of whack to see. Even all the way back in 2018, 3 months after World had a pretty rough release, the numbers were not even this low, and yet they had a smaller all-time peak. So you would think less people would be playing overall, but it's just not the case. There's something wrong with Wilds, and I guess the state it has released in. So all that hype and all those sales have almost just disappeared, and it's simply just not normal. If you look at something like Elden Ring, 3 months down the line, the 24-hour peaks were still in the hundreds of thousands, and it had a smaller all-time peak on Steam. Why has World suffered so bad post-release? Because obviously if there is such a drop in player count, it's not just the hardcore fans complaining about things and how much Monster Hunter's changed over the years. There's something wrong with the game that's even just like making the casuals drop it. And like with every Monster Hunter game, we're going to look directly at Monster Hunter Wilds and see what's going on, see what makes it up and what makes up the hunter, but also what has caused this downturn in Monster Hunter as the game had finally seemingly reached a peak. As all previous Monster Hunter games, you know, World and Rise especially, allowed it to sell 8 million copies in just 3 days, just for it to kind of flounder in the months following. And I guess while we're at it, we can also talk about what will be, you know, the solution to this. Will the expansion have to bring about certain things? What will it actually, you know, need to look like to bring things back? And then finally touch on what makes up a Monster Hunter, as we've had 7 generations to figure that out. So my fellow hunters, join me as we look at what makes up Monster Hunter Wilds for the final Monster Hunter game. And as is tradition, we will be looking at Monster Hunter Wilds from the very beginning all the way to the start screen with the character customization. And as we go into hit new game, blah, 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 bunch of yap, who cares? We will load in. Of course, Monster Hunter Wilds is more so a sequel to Monster Hunter World. So in this case, we don't actually enter the character customization, but rather a intro cutscene that kind of gives us some context into our purpose in this game. And in this case, it is from the perspective of not the hunter or anything really to do with the hunter at this time. It is a young boy named Nada who is being hidden away from a monster who's destroying something. You know, you expect it to be a village because there's people, and he's being hidden by an older man named Tashin. And we don't really have any context of who these people are, what they're doing. We just know that they're being attacked by a monster and do not have the resources or capability to repel or I guess even slay it. And so then it cuts to more so our perspective of our hunter with the guild who comes across a young boy. And then of course it cuts to our perspective of still the guild, but you know, it's closer to us than these random people. And the leader among them is kind of weary of finding a boy in the Forbidden Lands because it's called the goddamn Forbidden Lands. Nobody fucking goes there. And someone even asks him, or I guess tells him, that she thought the Forbidden Lands was an uninhabitable place. So to see somebody, you know, kind of surviving out there and coming from there is pretty weird. It reminds me of the Dune story, especially because they're both kind of deserty areas. But more so because in Dune, the Fremen were, you know, living on Arrakis, which was thought to be pretty uninhabitable. They knew the Fremen lived there, but they didn't know to what extent and that they were actually thriving. And that seems like what it is the case here. So I actually like what's going to build it up here. And that's when it cuts out and shows the title screen and everything. And so it's at this point that we move into the character creation. And you can see we can either start with making our hunter or palico first. I'm going to choose the hunter and it will come up with appearance presets. And you can see there's some other stuff here to change some general stuff, just all of the color, I suppose. You know, you can get a lot of things changed there. And then this is how you confirm, save, load, blah, blah, blah. So we can just kind of look at the presets for now. Pretty standard presets, just kind of a large variety of both male and female counterparts. This one goes a little crazy, but I don't pay too much attention to that because it's more interesting to look at the detailed design. But before that, we can just look at that face is here. You can just randomize this hoe. So how did it create a completely new face? Oh, so it is just face shape. You don't actually change anything else. So you still have to go and use hair and whatnot. There's also voices here that you can change, you know, quite a few of them. Well, really just 6, but that just is kind of changing the, you know, kind of voice. You can be more male or feminine, whatever you want, as well as the pitch, which can go from 0 to, I assume, 20. Yeah, which 20 sounds like absolutely retarded, so I don't know what's up with that. And then there's also bearing. It's just confident and graceful. Okay, that's great. Is there really any difference? I guess that's more graceful. That's confident. Okay, really cool. I don't even notice really anything in there. Well, I don't know. There's nothing really there. Then we have clothing, underclothes, starting armor, and beta test data, so you can actually use your beta character in here. All cool and dandy, but this is what we're really interested in, the detailed settings. And when we click in, we can see hair, skin, all that shit. So it seems like the character customization is all here, and we'll just first start off with the hairstyles. There are 45 of them, and of course they're split between, you know, kind of more feminine and male variety. And to be honest, I didn't really like the hair in this game. It just didn't seem very good. Like a lot of it is just kind of shitty, and there's no variance like what we had in World. You see, if I click on 1, there's no like 1-1 and then 1-2 that kind of make it where 1-1 is this, but then 1-2 could make this maybe longer or shorter depending on what you want. And I liked how that worked because this is just like, oh, you want this? Well, you're just stuck with that. You can try this. It's more messy, but like there's just not a lot going on. I feel like they kind of nailed all the hairstyles in World, and then they had little kind of almost subspecies of them that made it more interesting. And here it's just, there's 45. A lot of them are like really different. Like you can get braids here. You can be fucking bald, which is still not really a hairstyle. You get the fucking basketball player cut, long hair, but you can get cloud cut. Like what's going on here? Get this shit faded and lined up. We fuck with that. But there's just not a lot. So I actually made my character like super fucking goofy. You'll see. And I made a massive mistake, but we'll get to that later. But yeah, hairstyles kind of a letdown. Of course, you can change the color to whatever you want. Doesn't matter. And then there's like hair accent color. It's kind of hard to see. So like if I make it, let's say red, you know, you really can't see too much of a difference, but it's at like the tips. You can see how it kind of gets lighter or darker, but there you go, like that. It's more so like the highlights on the end. And that's something new. We didn't really have that. You kind of had to just change the whole hair color. This adds like a bit more depth in your customization, and you can change the gradient on it. So it can be, you know, more of your primary or more of your secondary color, which is really all this is, as well as the gradient intensity. So you can have it be like a solid change or more of a lighter color change. Depends on what you want. And then there's options to do shorter or longer hair, which kind of fixes what I talked about, but it's still just the same format. So I don't know. It's not that great. Now, outside of hair, there is of course skin, and skin is still just like, you want to be black, you want to be brown, you want to be tan, you want to be white. You still can't be a green person. RIP. And with skin, there is also skin texture, which is something we had where you would add like wrinkles and shit. Pretty weird, not really useful. You can see it like kind of makes you more, I guess, animated like this, where you have like perfect skin and shit, and this is more realistic where you actually have like real texture bumps and whatnot to your face. Then there's wrinkles, which go pretty hard. They almost feel like they just show up like 1 2 3 4 5, like okay, you got like a little bit, but then it's like it's fucking 8 and 7, like holy shit, they just show the fuck up. 6 is like not that bad still. That's like a 30-year-old dude who worked fucking blue collar job. This is just like unk, like you're cooked. And then you can change how the wrinkles interact with, you know, your facial expressions, like, you know, if you're happy or not. It's pretty useless, but cool. After skin, there is eyebrow / eyelash, which is like a lot of stuff to go on, but you can see there's 24 different eyebrows, and it's, you know, it's eyebrows. You can't really fuck it up. I mean, you can fuck it up, but like it doesn't really matter. Like it's pretty easy for them to do. You change the transparency. You can change the brow depth, which is pretty interesting. You know, you can have some real deep or sunken in eyes, depends on what you want to fuck with. The brow height, I just like to do this. I don't really think it matters where you put it, but it's kind of funny to like happy, mad, happy, mad, happy, mad, just shit like that. You do brow separation. You unfortunately cannot make a unibrow, so that is unfortunate. But then you can also change the inner brow height, which once again, like chill, angry, chill, angry, chill, angry, or whatever. As well as the brow width, which I mean almost getting a unibrow, but still just not quite. There's still this little area that's screwing us over. And then there's the outer brow height, which you can truly just fuck that shit up. I mean, he's got some angry fucking eyebrows. And then we have eyelashes, which you can change all around. You can actually change the color, which I don't think was a thing you could do in the past. And yeah, you can make it pretty fucked up, as well as like the length, so they kind of show up more the longer they are, and thickness, which makes it show up even more. So we're kind of pimp chimping out here. Now after eyelash and eyebrows, you can do eye color, which I mean, it's eye color. Like you kind of get where this is. It, you know, changes your eye color. Woohoo. The only really meaningful thing here outside of eye color is you can change the pupils or the iris size to make them show up more, and the sclera color. I don't think I've ever heard someone talk about their sclera. It's usually just, you know, the iris, but sometimes I get little red, almost veins in my sclera. I think I'm going to go blind. Maybe I should see a doctor, but that's cringe. So we're going to move on to the eye shape instead, because I'm just going to ignore my problems. And so first thing you have is eye shape blending. And I'm going to be real, I don't really know how this works. I don't know why you need to put in 2 eyes to kind of blend them together. At first I thought, well, this is just like your right eye and this is your left. But like, no, it changes both of them. And it's just like putting 2 together. I don't know who would use this, because it's like almost like a preset, I guess, but then you can just like use this to change it all, like the eye size, the eye depth, the eye height, like it's all kind of here. So I don't really know the point of that. Eye separation, eye rotation, inner cornea. Fuck, I'm tripping. Inner cornea height. I'm actually retarded. It's cornea. It's corner, but I keep thinking cornea because that's where it's kind of changing. Fuck. The outer corner height, the upper eyelid height, so you can actually close the eyes. That's funny. And the upper eyelid rotation, I might be like 12 years old. You'll never know. And lower eyelid heights, you can like fully close the eyes. Shit's retarded. Lower eyelid rotation, just a lot of fucking shit that you can really try to make your character, which is why I think it's a big blunder that they fucked up the hair, because with how the hair is just kind of like, it's just not as much you can really do. You can do all this, but there's just not enough hairstyle. But that's the eyes. You can do a lot of stuff to really get them right, and that's cool. After eye shape, we move on to the nose, which once again has blending for whatever reason. I just don't understand the point. Like, just make the nose, you know? I don't get it, but you can make your nose however you want. Essentially, you know, depth, bridge height, you know, make that shit really stick out. Nose tip angle, nostril rotation, and nostril width. So you can be just like, I smell pennies type shit. Like, you are in the IDF. You be smelling out Palestinians like you wouldn't believe. That's how you know where to bomb. And after nose, there is the mouth, which once again, mouth shape blending. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. But mouth shape is pretty much the same as it always been. You got the width, you got the position, and you got the depth. And that's like really all you need. Like, there's nothing really else. You get corner heights. You can be like smiling or not smiling. Not really important. And then the lip thickness, which of course, you know, you get those big old juicy things. And then you get teeth color, which we love to see. Why can I make my teeth completely fucking red, but I can't change my skin color to red? It doesn't make sense. That is not realistic. This is not realistic, but oh no, you better only have our predetermined skin tones that are like real. Shit's fucking stupid. And you can also change the stain, which I don't really. Well, I think it's because I made mine completely fucking red. But that's about it. Oh, actually, look. Wait, why does lowering the transparency make it more visible? That's got to be a bug, right? If I'm lowering the teeth stain transparency, why is it then visible? Whatever. That does not make any sense. But we're going to move on to the next category, the facial hair, which, I mean, it's been, you know, for a while now that facial hair has its own category. We know in the past it didn't, but this is modern Monster Hunter, and that's not a thing anymore. But there are 17 facial hairs, you know, if this counts, I guess. You have a mustache, but this is like hyper pedophile. I'm going to rape you French dude. So we're definitely rocking that shit. And you can also change the mustache as well. Wait, I just realized this is beard, but like, this is not a beard. All right, I thought it was counting the mustache in this, but it's not. The mustache is there because it has its own category. This is not a beard. Okay, it's like sideburns. Shitty, but like, oh hell yeah! I just saw this one. This is lit. This is like the circus. We are pimping with this one. But there are 17 beards and 12 mustaches that you can combo together however you like, or you could just take them off. And with your beard, you can change the color of it, which is weird because you can't change the mustache color. It is now just part of your beard. So you have beard type, mustache type, but then you just have beard base color. I don't really understand that, but of course we're looking beautiful here, pimped out, and you can change the accent color, which we know is essentially the gradient, so you can fuck with that however you would like. Oh wait, I was just talking shit. You can actually change the mustache color to whatever you want, so you can mix and match. You can go with that McDonald's blend type shit, but since I'm in the circus, I'm not doing that. But once again, you can gradient and everything just so you know. And that's all the facial hair. It's pretty simple, and I like that you can do them separately. Cool. After facial hair is face shape, and once again, we're back on that blending bullshit. But I guess there's 9 like preset faces you can choose from. That's how it works, but you don't have to choose one. This feels so confusing how they did it. You can run like default, but then like technically this is default, right? Because it's 100 and 100, but then this is 1. No, now it's 0 0. Well, then what does it pick from? I don't fucking know. I genuinely don't know. They need a tutorial. Nah, this is classic Monster Hunter. They need a tutorial for something, but you just got to figure that shit out. But in here, you can change your facial structure. You can change your facial length, which is pretty interesting. Your cheekbone depth, your cheek fullness. You can really just puff that shit out. Your jaw width, make that shit wide. We a wide boy. And our jaw rotation. Get those cheekbones, those lower cheekbones sticking out. Hell yeah, we be mogging. And then after that, you can do your chin and your chin depth. So length and depth there to make it however you want. And you can be beautiful like me. After face shape, we move into physique, which you can see it just adds muscle mass or takes it away. I mean, you're still going to be ripped 6-pack, so I don't really get the point of that. But then muscle definition is where you can have less of a 6-pack. Like if you you gotta squint. All right, you gotta squint to see that. Or you can just be fucking ripped up. Depends on what you want. My boy, big ass head. He'd be doing HGH Joe Rogan head. He's got that shit on. Ripped up. And then lastly is makeup / face paint. And like all the newer Monster Hunters, there's 3 of them. And you know, the first one has priority over the second one and the second over the third. Classic. And there are quite a bit of options. There are 46 total. You can do stuff like scarring, which does actually look like scarring in this game, but hey, technically it's face paint and makeup, so chill. You can do a singular dot. Maybe if you want to add a mole, I don't know. You can do ghost from Modern Warfare, and you can do my favorite, the paint on the face. I mean, this is just a classic, all right? Come in here, you just make this shit crazy as fuck, and it can be kind of whatever you want, and you can go like full blackface, or you can make that shit glow. You can change the transparency so it's there or not. You change the position wherever you want on there. The size, very important. We want it as big as possible. Hello, can I? Oh, so it also kind of changes the shape. It changes it vertical, horizontal, but we want big. All right, what the fuck? That is kind of weird. As well as the angle, which doesn't really do anything when I have the biggest size on. Weird. But now we're like full on Oompa Loompa maxing, so that is hype. You can also flip horizontally and flip vertically, which once again, because of how ours is set up, where it's symmetrical because it's big, it doesn't do anything. Now there are texture settings, which is something that was kind of funny to screw around in with the world because you can make that shit glow. We have sheen, which is essentially metallic. They just don't call it that. I don't know why. We have dimension. Genuinely do not know what this one does. I don't know. Sure. And then we have luminescence, which is where it glows, and this is bright as fuck. Look at this. You're radiating on 5, and then you have actual aura on 10. This is a max aura Oompa Loompa. We're actually so chilling. Look at us. We're beautiful. And that's essentially the end of that. They give you a revert to default if you've become max aura, you know, maybe it's too powerful for you, but for us, it is perfect. And that is the character customization for the hunter. And you can see here, this is all the colors we changed. So you can change them just from here to do really whatever you want, as well as the clothing, which we've not really touched on. But if we just back out, we can move over to clothing. There are 4 types: innerwear, which is kind of ass, and you know, this is the classic Monster Hunter from the OGs, gay Bulgarian stripper, and then this is more so the female version. Check it. And this one is, I think, new. I haven't really seen this one. It looks similar to one from DOS, but not really. But this is honestly the only thing you should be wearing. I don't know why they include like this outdated ass wear, and then they include this, which is like real clothing that somebody in Monster Hunter would actually wear. It's fucking stupid. You can also mix and match and change the colors however you want, but you know, you don't have to because it's clothing. And in Monster Hunter, you wear armor. There is also underclothing, which I get why who spends time on this, as well as like an undershirt and tights. You can change the color of them for whatever reason because we're going to change it in the end. But hey, at least you have a cool arm sleeve. NBA shit. And after underclothes, you can choose your starting armor, which essentially makes it all worthless. Where'd they go? They're gone because that shit's fake. And the armor is divided between hope, leather, and chainmail. And they essentially just show more skin depending on which one you pick. Now, I believe all 3 of them give the exact same stats and or skills, so I don't think it matters. I, of course, just run none because I like to start off just completely raw, but you can also pick individually and mix and match, which, I mean, yeah, you can just create like utteral dog shit. I don't know why you would mix and match. Like, whoa, we're so cool. Okay, I do like how I'm glowing inside the helmet. That is cool. If only there was like I don't think there's a reflection. But that's essentially all there is for the hunter. And like I said, outside of that, there is the Palico. There's no Palamute, of course, from Rise. It is just the Palico, similar to what World did. And in the Palico, there are 13 presets, pretty standard ones, just different colors, different designs, and different patterns. You can also change to set the Palico to a feline language. So like if you turn it off, it's English or whatever, you know, language your Monster Hunter is in. But if you turn it on, they speak special feline language. And I will not be doing an impersonation of a Palico because some things are just too far. With the voice, there's only 2 voices. And I mean, I guess I get it since there are 20, voice pitch options, but I feel like there was always more Palico voices and they would have kind of almost different voice lines. But as always, I always believe in just cranking your voice pitch all the way down because then it's less annoying. Actually looking into the detailed settings, we have 6 fur patterns, which are all pretty interesting. Like 3 of them have like a paw print on it, which is weird. Like, or 4 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Not a lot of variety. And this one has a bit more cooler pattern than this one as well. I don't know why 4 of them have a paw print. Like, it's not realistic. Why can't I change my hunter's color to be fucking green when that's not realistic? Oh, you can't do that because it's not realistic. That's why. But you can have a fucking perfect paw print on 4 of your Palico patterns. Man, fuck you. I just want to make my Palico dope as hell. And I actually don't remember what I made it as, so we'll just fuck with this one. And you can change the pattern base color, which just change, where you actually change the pattern on. Why this is the base color. This is the pattern base color. And then you can change the accents, which is the outside color, which is kind of the base color, but not really. And you can change multiple of them. You can see the first one was for this. The second one is inside that. And this third one is, I don't actually see it. Oh, it outlines this. So you change this with the first one, this with the second one, and then there's a little outline for what the third one changes. You can kind of see there. Pretty in-depth color change. Just I don't feel like the patterns are very satisfactory. There just being 6 of them and 4 of them being very similar. Then you get to choose between the classic long-haired versus short hair, and then ears, which they have ear shape blending, which I don't even understand. You're not blending anything here. You're just changing like something about them. You're not blending. You're not putting 2 things together. What? I don't understand. This blending cuts your Palico's ear. What does that mean? I don't understand. This one puts it down. This isn't blending anything. You're not putting anything together. But it is added customization to make every ear basically have, a separate version. And so there's basically 12 ears, right? Like, sure, they're not that different, but it is something. And then below that is the ear size, which of course does exactly what it says. You want big ears, you want small ears, take your pick. And then next to that is the ear fur type, which you have to look pretty close to see this. Yeah, it's about all it is. These 2 are basically the same. This one's like a little, it's getting there. And then this one's like, brother, somebody cut that thing. Just take the whole ear off with it. Jesus, because it's long. But that's it with the ears. And then we actually move into the eyes, which you can once again do blending. That one closes them for whatever reason. I don't know why you'd want to close your Palico's eyes. How's it supposed to like hit anything? This one squints. This one, I don't like it squints again, but less. They could have just made like a bar for this, like the same way they did eyebrows and like eye shape for the hunter. I don't know why it's goofy blending now. Look, they do the lower one, but then this third one was like the upper one. What are we doing? You could have just made the Palico the same as the hunter and it would have been easier. And this one makes like bigger eyes. After the blending, you have pupil shape. So you can be more like an actual cat or you can have big off pupils. And I fuck with that. And then you can change the iris color and edit the right eye individually. So there's actually no sclera changing. I guess Palicos canonically do not have a sclera. All right, this is real biology talk. Now, how does that affect their eyesight? I have no idea, but I'm sure somebody does. Once you're done with eyes, you'll move on to facial fur type. And there are just 3. You have nothing. You have like mutton chomp kind of sideburns, and then you have like a beard. It would be cool to see more, maybe to make like kind of hair up here or like just the face hairy, but instead you get 3. And then there is cheek fullness. So I don't know, your cat's face can be fat or thin. Okay. And then the tail shape, which is actually probably the most important thing, because if you pick this one or this one, I despise you. That is ugly as fuck. All right. This looks like a fucking turd coming out the Palico's ass. And this also looks like a turd coming out the Palico's ass. I have nothing for that. This one's weird because it looks like a dog tail. This one's just a little too long. I always like the regular, but sometimes I get freaky and I pick the bent one. Now, lastly is the 2 markings, which is basically like the makeup. You can just put something on its face to just be hideous. Once again, you can put a paw print. Don't know what's up with these paw prints. All right, you can't change your color of your hunter's skin to green, but you can put a goddamn paw print. And look, you can even put it where it is on the other patterns. All right, they just forgot to make Palico customization any sort of interesting. Probably because no one cares. Because guess what, guys? Because you wear armor. You fucking retard. But that is essentially it. You can change the angle, everything you could do with like the face paint and whatnot. So there's your Palico Palico, just as beautiful as you thought. You could change the colors from here like you could with the Hunter, and you can save and load your design. I actually didn't save my original Palico design. Big rip. I actually thought I did better on the Palico than I did on the Hunter. All right, my Hunter is kind of cooked. But that is it, and when you're done, you just click confirm, and you'll be able to enter your name, and the name entering is the same as it had been for a while. You know, I like to get a little silly, a little goofy, but it's just like not very entertaining after a while. Like you can just put whatever you want as long as you just put them together. Like Capcom does not give a fuck. I guess because they don't want to get like over into censoring. So if you put like, I don't know, you call your Palico fucking Bass Hunter, you know, hunt some bass. They don't want it to bleep it because it has ass in it, but like they make it a little too easy. Like I can just straight up call them fuck ass and they're like, go ahead, man. But then like, oh, if you just put the one word, it's not okay. I don't know. And once again, they still haven't caught on to this one. When will Capcom do it? I guess they don't know, you know, those people exist. So good for them, you know, over there on their little island. Instead, they just get invaded with the white people, though, like the worst, too. Like, milady, might you show me where I could get some lovely soccer? Whatever the fuck that shit is. I don't know. You know what I'm talking about. Those filthy, smelly, obese weebs. Ugh, I'd rather have the fucking immigrant Mexicans. At least they be working. You can have them all, Japan. Please, please take all of our smelly, mom's basement, fedora, Redditor weebs. But you name your character pretty much whatever you want. Everyone will be able to know what it means, and that is basically it. You're able to move on to the actual game, and you can select the amount of tutorials you wish you can see, recommended for learning the basics, and recommended for experienced players. So if you make a secondary character, you can display some. I don't know why you can't just turn them, you know, all off, but whatever. And then it'll let you choose whether you want them to display more than once. You know, once again, if you know how to play, you're good. But then you're able to start the game with these character settings, and that is where Monster Hunter Wilds, I guess, begins once again. You know, it kind of already began once with the intro cutscene, and then we have to make our character, but now you're really into it and you'll have no more character building. It's time to hunt. Also, not even gonna lie, pretty fire transition by Capcom going from character customization to the boat. You know, I like it. It didn't even feel like there was a loading screen, even though there was, you could see it, but it was kind of snazzy. Also, what the hell is my character in these cutscenes? As the cutscene actually begins, we're shown to be, and I guess the Forbidden Lands, going through the Windward Plains, kind of getting back to where we actually found Nada and exploring that area to return him to his place. When we get hit with another fire transition, which is essentially the pre to this scene, because it shows Fabius talking to our character, the Hunter, about taking on an expedition in the Forbidden Lands and giving us a little bit of context behind it. He of course explains what we saw before we actually made our character, because, you know, our Hunter didn't actually experience any of that, and the whole situation with finding Nada and everything, and that being something of an anomaly. But he also explains that the monster that attacked Nada's village is called the White Wraith and was thought to have perished years ago. And so all they really have to go on any of this is like really old historical records. So it's going to be a lot of new shit going down that we need to investigate so that the guild can work on adding this little new area to its map, I suppose. I don't know what the actual intent is from the guild here outside of just reuniting Nada with his family. But you know, the guild's always pretty good. It's kind of weird how good they are. You know, real world, we'd be fucking harnessing monsters to go kill other people. It'd be pretty fucked up. But in Monster Hunter, everything is always pretty chill. But this is also when we meet another character, Alma, who's essentially going to be our handler. So she'll be pretty intertwined with our character, and she's pretty cool. I know when you hear the word handler, you immediately think back to, you know, Monster Hunter World's handler, but Alma is a lot better. She's a lot more pleasant to look at. She actually has like kind of a fire fit, and she's not like that annoying. She doesn't have an annoying voice. She doesn't say really stupid things, and to an extent, it's not her fault when she does, because she always says some stupid bullshit like, the guild authorizes you to slay whatever monster, and it's like, brother, shut the fuck up. All right, I be beating the strongest monsters we fucking see out here in the Forbidden Lands, and you're gonna tell me what I can slay and can't. Like, I could destroy you with a pinky finger, you bitch. Shut the hell up! You know, I usually, you know, crash out and say that probably after the 10th time when I'm grinding for the same bullshit decoration, an artisan weapon, but we're jumping ahead. We'll get there. Anyway, that's just basically like a little prequel setup that they do with the transition. What actually gets important is when we actually get back to the present and we see a few more characters. Like we actually see Nada and his name, but we kind of knew that from Alma. And then we see another character, Gemma, who we found out later is the Smithy, and that's all fine and dandy. But the next part is when Nada actually spots something. There's a lot of like sand being kicked up, and so we pull the boat around and we see these snake-like monsters, you know, maybe serpent, leviathan things, just jumping through the sand at something. And when we get a closer look, it is a person, a little girl to be exact, on the back of some two-legged animal that is definitely running away from them. Like she's in danger. Because the leviathans are also like pretty big, we can't get too close as we don't want to crash the ship. That's when we spot a secondary two-legged animal that we are actually going to use to jump on so that we can get closer and save her from those fucking monsters. Because we're just badass like that. And we even get a cool jumping cutscene. Wow. All right. Sometimes Capcom, they do cook with the cutscenes. All right. And we're going to see some more later. They're kind of on it. And that is when we get into our first mission, which is Desert Trotters. And that's the first time you're going to see like the chapter 1, you know, mission 1, I suppose. And that's kind of how it's going to work, as we'll talk about later in the quest section. But we just go through there and we follow her, and it basically just sets up the actual controls for this monster or animal, whatever, you know, the classification is, because it's going to be important to know how to control later, because maybe we'll get one ourselves and this will take over the Palamute spot. Maybe. Who knows? But they work all that to basically end up where there's like a sinkhole, essentially, where it's like a whirlpool thing of sand and it creates a giant hole. I don't really know what you'd call it. I'm not like a desert dweller, you know, fuck that. But it basically traps the girl and the animal down there with that leviathan. And so we have to grab a screamer pod off one of those bitch ass flying monsters, and we use that to basically stun the leviathan so we can jump in there and pull her out of it. And it's at that point that we get into an epic chase scene where we're running away and we have to fire, you know, these screamer pods to basically stop them from hitting us. But I don't really think you have to do anything. I can't really imagine that you can die here. You're kind of just doing it because like ADHD. Like Capcom's like, all right, they're gonna get bored. What can we do? What if we made it so it's like GTA where you'd shoot out of the cars at the police, but in this case it has, you know, literally no standing on anything that's gonna happen in the story, but it'll look cool. And they're like, you, my brother, you're getting a raise. The coolest part is probably when you actually like pull the rocks down and you just barely get under and it crushes some behind you. That's cool in itself, but once again, most of this stuff, who really cares? But after you do pull down the rocks, the ship's gonna pull over to you and you'll do one last cool Monster Hunter thing where you jump out with your greatsword and you catch it in the air and slice some monster in fucking 1,000 pieces. You don't really do that, but you do get the jump and grab the sword. It just isn't as cool as slicing it into 1,000 pieces. And that's when you greet this little desert girl, and you know, I guess she speaks the same language as you. It's always something I wondered in Monster Hunter. You know, the felines speak different languages. They speak, you know, feline language, but all the people speak the same language, even though they're like in the Forbidden Lands and just like an uncontacted tribe. We just all speak, you know, English or whatever you play the game in. But the significance here is she talks about a character named Yasai who is in trouble. So we assume, you know, he's kind of being chased by a monster of his own. And she even refers to it as it when she says that it came. And it's not one of the things chasing us. So of course we're going to go save her brother Yasai. So we set up like a little mobile camp. You know, this isn't going to be permanent. And we gear up. You know, you can pick whatever weapon you want. And you could even like give it a swing to try out whatever weapon. They'll even recommend you a weapon to use. I guess an easy one, something like sword and shield, or maybe like the lance. I don't know, something where, yeah, you do have to learn some advanced mechanics to actually use it really well, but it has like a shield so you can block and you can just attack easy. It's not something where it has complicated systems like bow guns or, you know, switch axe or charge blade, just something easy. And then when you figure that out, you basically run to where we have found Yasai to be, and he's being chased by a giant toad monster. And yes, it is a giant toad monster, right? It doesn't actually have a name because that's what Yasai calls it, and Yasai's a local, so how dare we tell him that this thing is not called a giant toad monster? No. Chotacabra? Nah, dude, you didn't see that shit, all right? Giant toad monster. But obviously, the game's called Monster Hunter fucking Wild, so what do you think we do to this bitch to save Yasai? We kill that hoe. And that is how the game starts, which I guess is kind of a new thing because this is is the first quest in the entire game. And I didn't really think about this till now, but like you never fight a large monster on the first quest ever. I mean, technically we were fighting those little Leviathan monsters, but we didn't like slay them and we didn't do any gathering, so that doesn't count. This is the first quest of the game, and it is to slay the Chatacabra. So that's actually cool. You know, Monster Hunter Wilds just gets us straight into the game through a cutscene, so you still get a little bit of development. And so I think this is a decent way to start a game. You know, we're 6 generations in, like, I don't know, like 8 releases. You know, sure, there's a lot more than that, but I'm not going to go into all the little minute points. This is basically the beginning. And the way they actually do it is kind of interesting. The first like half of the hunt is like a tutorial. They tell you like, you know, depending on what weapon you use, I use Charge Blade. So it's like, oh, use this move, but more specifically just about like the new focus mechanic and stuff like that, and actually how to utilize all that. So that's pretty interesting. But then like, you know, after I've already beat the shit out of the monster, it's like, oh, the quest just started, slay the Chatacabra. And it's like, well, I've literally broken like so many wounds. I've beat the absolute shit out of this thing. I've been slaying it. Why are you just now saying the quest began? So that's a little whack, but you know, there's new fans, so they gotta, you know, learn shit about the game too. They can't all be goats like us, you know, grinders. You know, the worldies, they're starting to be unks these days. Start playing in 2018, it's 2025. Like shit, I didn't even really think about that. If you started playing like World when you were 10 years old, you're almost an adult. So like we probably have to, you know, no more hating on the worldies for being like new little bitches, because they're not even that old. It's so weird to think the games are spread out this much. But enough yap. Once you slay the Chatacabra, you basically go back to Yasai and his little monster pet friend, as him and Alma are hiding in this little like crystal cave, and they've bandaged up his little thing. So you're able to, you know, basically get out of there and take Yasai and the girl back. An interesting thing to point out is Yasai is actually shocked that you were able to kill the monster and didn't just like lead it someplace and then ditch it somehow, but that you actually just like took that bitch out, because these people do not know about that. They do not have the methods for actually hunting. So I guess they are more scavengers in that regard, or farmers. But I don't know. It's a pretty interesting dynamic. We've never really gone into, you know, villagers and villages in general that weren't about hunting. Every single village we've been to thrived on hunting, and it makes sense because it's Monster Hunter. But I don't even think we ever really like talked about villages that didn't hunt. Sure, some of them didn't have a hunter, but they knew about hunting. And they knew like, oh, if you're the hunter, you can go do this for us. Thanks, dog. Like they were aware. These people, since they're in the Forbidden Lands, are completely uncontacted, so they have no idea what's going on. And so that sets up like a pretty cool setting. And I don't know when exactly we learn what his little pet monsters are, but they're secrets? Secret? I think I called them Secriets the entire fucking game. And then I was like, fuck, I was saying it wrong, and now I have to force myself to say it right. I think it's Secret. And what actually happened is Yasai and Nona, his little sister, were training. You know, he was teaching her how to ride a Secret, and that giant toad, as he says in his own words, snuck up on them, and that's how they got in that situation where we had to save him. And so I guess like people be dying every day out here, motherfucker. Like massive Rathlos just running around. Like you're getting domed, brother. If there's not a hunter here to save you, how do these motherfuckers even exist? Or is Yasai just a fucking dumbass? You know, there's always like some retard in the village. I'm not even just talking Monster Hunter, like, you know, entertainment in general does that. It's kind of a trope. Maybe that's Yasai. But either way, this is pretty much going to end like the intro to the game, because after this you go out into the world, and that's where I'd consider it pretty much wraps. There's like a little more. You can go around and talk to the people of the village, like Olivia and Gemma and even Nada if you want to, and they basically just give some information about themselves and what they're doing to help in the base camp, and that's pretty cool just to have more development. I really like how they are spreading out development through quests, through multiple characters. It doesn't all just feel like a lore dump in the past where you would just have like, oh, the chief, just give them every bit of context for every bit of lore, and then go do something. And then the chief will give you more lore and context. And it's like, not only is that like boring, it's just not like a very good way to do it, because I'm skipping through it and I'm not having any fucking fun. So that just sucks. And they also show you some mechanics. Like if you go to Gemma, she actually shows you about making and, you know, upgrading armor. And if you go to the stockhold guy, he basically is like, hey, I got wares, you can buy shit from me. And he shows you how to do that. So that's like pretty much all you really need. They showed you how to use the weapon in the tutorial. They show you how to make shit. And they show you how to buy shit. What else do you need? All right, you need a stupid, make me a potion. Like, nah, you fucking don't. One, if you're new, you'll figure it out. And they also give you a fuck ton of them. And two, if you can't figure it out, then you're kind of just stupid and you failed the test. Like, you're dumb if you can't figure it out. In the old games, it was kind of hard. You just kind of had to throw shit together till you would figure it out. But in this game, they practically tell you, like, and show you how to do it, and stuff autocrafts. So you even accidentally pick up a herb, it will automatically make it into a potion. You don't even have to, like, guess. You'll just accidentally do it eventually. And then you'll pick up a honey and boom, you're set. So shit's really just easy. But with this tutorial out of the way, we can finally move on to the real meat and potatoes and get into what makes up a Monster Hunter Wilds. And this meat and potatoes, of course, is the quests, as they're pretty much the structure of the game. Structure of the game as a whole. Quests are going to be how you play the game. So we'll just look at them. And Monster Hunter Wilds does something interesting. The way it does quests is similar to World, where instead of just having a quest board where you knock out monster after monster and get urgent quests, you instead do it through more of a plot staggered way. So in, World, you would do from the beginning, you might hunt, a Nargacuga and a Glavenus, and then that would unlock something new in the plot. You'd do a little bit of investigation wherever you had to go, and maybe you even track the monster that would then allow you to go and hunt that monster. And that would sort of act as the two little prerequisite quests that would then unlock an urgent quest that you could get into. And in this way, it's not as different, but as you can see on screen, we have something called mission info that allows us to see completed quests, and I have finished the story at this point. Obviously, I wouldn't be able to really tackle it, and you can see that it's done through chapters and then sort of sub chapters in there. So in chapter 1, there are 5 sub chapters that start from Desert Trotters all the way to Pursuit of Solitude and Beyond the Bulge. And in those sub chapters of the chapters, you can see there's kind of objectives that you have to work through to complete the chapter. Check on the others, slay the Chatakabara. Fuck, I don't really know if I said that right because I haven't studied yet. I haven't locked in on pronunciation. But then we move to follow the brother scent, mount the Sekarit, talk to Alma, shake off the monsters, stagger the monster, and follow the girl. And then they have a little thing here. Beyond an uninhabitable expanse to the far east known as the Forbidden Lands, the hunter joins the expedition team aboard a sand ship. Their mission to aid the keepers and investigate the unidentified monster that destroyed the people's village, known as the White Wraith. So that's kind of that introduction mission we talked about when we started the game, and it's done through here in this kind of new system. But that's not the only way they do quests, because if we actually find Alma, fucking bitch walked away, we can go to post-join quests, and if you look at assignments, those quests are here. So this is the one that we slayed the Chatakabara on, and it's tied to this, which has, a 3-star threat level, and it's a 1-star quest there. So they're still doing it in a similar way where it's still, labeled 1-star. This threat level is something new, but it's done in a way that it goes through these kind of chapters, and that's sort of the progression. Of course, there's also, optional quests as well here that can be done through Alma as well, and some of them will have you accept an optional quest. So things are kind of divided out in this format. And then there's some other things like investigations, which is when you go into the map like this, you pick the world map and you find something that you like. So, and you can see this is something I would look into because it has what I need in this quest. So I just have to hit G for details. And this is what I need right now to just grind artisan weapons. So I can click this and I can create a quest. And this will allow me to actually go on this hunt. So these are quests that are just out in the open world. You can find these monsters in the ruins of Wyveria. And so that's why you can do this. And you can save it as an investigation or begin it as a field survey. So if I began it as a field survey, I would do it immediately. But if I save it as an investigation for 450 points, you can see there, I can instead talk to Alma, and do it later. And this is important because you can also do it 3 times. So you can kind of just grind this out, which is big. But it's also just so you don't have to just do, you know, these and just run through it. Although you can always pick from here. I forgot that was a thing. I could have just done that. But they just cost points to unlock. So late game, you're basically just grinding these out. And that's how these sort of optional quests work outside of just the assigned quests that we'll do through the story. And to be honest, this isn't like a massive change from really anything after World. There's just different ways that they're actually giving us main quests as they want it to be in this game, somewhat fluid within the story. And that was something they were working on with Wilds by, you know, having people give you quests to actually do instead of it just being all tied to a board that made it somewhat disconnected between the actual gameplay and storytelling that Capcom was trying to push. And it's not just done through, you know, finding it in your mission info. You actually have to go to a character with that sort of red objective symbol over their head and talk to them to begin these quests. And sometimes they'll be like, are you all prepared to go? And if you hit yes, you'll go start the quest or that chapter. And if you hit no, you can then like make sure you have potions and shit, because usually you will be fighting. And that's just how that works. I do think this is a pretty interesting method to do the main story because it does kind of make it a lot more fluid, but it has really hurt the multiplayer function and sometimes the actual gameplay fluidity. So it helps the plot to be fluid, but I feel like it really does hinder the gameplay to be as fluid because it feels like a lot of the times you are just doing, you know, big cutscenes that are good for the story, but then you fight like a monster for 10 minutes and then you're back in another massive cutscene, which might just be a problem with this game and putting a lot of influence on the story and less so on the gameplay. But in the new quest system, it's like good that they did that, but then like outside of like just picking the quest, it's like, this is all a lot. And it's the same with certain optional quests, as sometimes you'll speak to a villager in, you know, whatever village, and they will give you an optional quest. And you sometimes either have to do something like catch a fish, or you have to go to the quest board, go to the optional quest, and select that optional quest that they gave you, which you will then go do. And then you'll have to go back to that villager with the yellow symbol and talk to them again to get more quest rewards. So you get the quest rewards for completing the optional quest from the board, and also for fulfilling whatever quest they gave you by giving you that quest. I know I said quest a lot. No, we're not talking about VR. We're talking about Monster Hunter shit. So, you know, lock back in. No more fucking VR gooning going off in your brain. There's only going to be like 3 more hours to this video. Don't worry, it's only a 10-hour video. God save me. Anyway, I feel like I've showed kind of the new mechanics of Monster Hunter Wilds Quest. Not the most innovative thing. They just kind of, you know, updated it to be newer, and I appreciate that. And I think in terms of going more so with World compared to Rise is a good idea. I just think maybe they went too far past what World was already doing, but it's still better than just like, oh, Monster Hunter Rise, here, make sure you pick these objective monsters to hunt, and then you only have to fight 3 of them, and then you're going to move on to the urgent quest, and then you'll go back and pick 2 more. It's like, what are we doing, dude? It's just so lame. I do like it to be built into the world, but for stuff we'll get into later, it does become a bit of a hindering system. With all that laid out though, we can actually go into what makes up these quests, and I guess the easiest way to actually set this up is to split it up between low rank and high rank when we talk about the quests themselves. And of course there is no master rank at this time, probably in the future with an expansion, but this is being recorded in June of 2025, so keep that in mind. What we did in the tutorial would have been chapter 1-1, which was to, you know, check on the others, slay the Chatacabra, then go back to Yasai and Alma and just sort out that situation. And so the quest there was to essentially slay the Chatacabra. There's a lot of other stuff, but it's more in detail of story. So we're more so going to be focusing on the actual slay quests within the chapters. I think chapters will be something we more look in terms of what makes up the hunter and the sorts and the story surrounding it, because it's laid out in these little sections that makes it easier to progress. Fortunately for me, all of the like main quests are stored on Alma as assignments just above optional quests, and at the very bottom we can see that the slay the Chatacabra quest is called Slimy Situation, and that it has all the details here that you would really have in really any other quest. The time limit is 50 minutes. You have 3 feints or time expires requires for the quest to fail. You just have to be HR 1 or higher, and you can do it up to 4 units. There's even a little information on the client, which in this case is Alma, and it says to ensure the safety of the people in this area, the guild requests that you slay this Chotacabra. If you feel overwhelmed, use an SOS flare for backup. And so this is pretty standard. It is even a 1-star quest, so there's nothing out of the ordinary. I guess something more that they added was under the actual location of the quest, which in this case is Plains, it says that it is daytime and the season is follow, which I guess is more back to Monster Hunter DOS with like actual seasons and time of day. Although those were not included on the quest, I don't think. It was on a global timer, while these assignment quests are specific seasonal and time-wise things, although most of them, if not all of them, happen really just during the daytime. But for certain settings, like let's say Guardian Zogia, it is late at night. And then for seasons, you can look at like Ray Duo with the Sandtide, which is why it ends up being like super immersive in its environment with lightning striking everywhere. You know, it just sometimes is used to set things up, which is cool. Now, like they had in the past, there is also a second page to this, and you can see when we flip over, in this case, it just shows quest info, which is basically the rewards that you can actually get. And so while this is new in terms of what there is, there have been second pages in the past. And the reason this is kind of important for Monster Hunter Wilds is if we go and take a look at a high rank quest, you can see that there is actually more items than just like, oh, you might get the Zogia crystal scale. No, you can also get ancient orbs for armor, the sword, and even ancient weapon fragments. And so if you were to be doing grinding, this can be an important place to look to know if you're going to grind those specific things outside of just like, you know, monster drops. Because yeah, we all know that if we go and fight the Chotacabra, we're probably going to get a scale and a hide and a jaw and blah, blah, blah. I guess some things aren't labeled that well, like rubbery hide on Nursilla, but you know, you can kind of just figure it out. But if you actually wanted to sit down and grind out, you know, decorations or wyvern or weapon fragments, it can be important to check on this page. And that's not even all they have on this new page, because if you actually look at the top, you can see there's another slider with Z to C, and if you hit that, it will show the environment overview, which is the first page itself isn't very interesting. It just says Plains, daytime, and in the follow. But if you then click over to the second page, it shows the forecast, which shows when the season and the time of day is going to change, which that's actually interesting, especially because it shows it along the minutes. In the first 10 minutes, the time of day is not going to change. However, about 15 minutes into it, we're going to get a sunset, and then about the 22-minute mark-ish, it's going to become night. Now, this quest shouldn't take you 22 minutes, but you can think of later when you fight, harder monsters, the time change might be set up a little different. And when you do other quests like this, other monsters might show up instead of just the Chotacabra. And there's sometimes even certain conditions that show up as well. We can see if you're in an ice area like the cliffs, it will say that a hot drink is required for cold climate shift. And if you're in the plains during Sandtide, it will say frequent localized lightning strikes, as well as having a bunch of different monsters, because that's just what the environment is like. And that's cool to actually have development in the environment in particular quests to just give it a more engaging setting. Like they have really hit this out of the park with what they're trying to set up in terms of story and even quests. And that's really cool, because that was kind of a thing. Was in DOS, it felt like, well, we're all working together and we're all doing this, but really it was just you on every single quest, and sometimes Jumbo would speak to you through some magical power. But in this case, the wildlife out there is actually always just involved and always changing, and that makes it feel like a real world, while even DOS with its different seasons and daytime and even World really didn't do a good job of that. DOS was very limited, where it just had a global timer and didn't change when you were actually out on the quest, but World did do that, but it didn't actually do a lot of things. And that's something I did criticize World for, was they brought seasons back, but what was really the point? The last section, when we're looking at this first quest, is just another click over, and it actually shows you the monster you've hunted and the stats for it, how many times you've hunted it, how many times you've captured it, and the hunted size. So you get a little info about what's actually going on, and there's a few pages on this, like weak points, breakable parts, and you pretty much just get all of the information information for like what's worth hitting with what and what kind of statuses and elemental actually is going to work. And this is really cool to have this all built in game, especially since in the past, you know, you kind of just had to run the wiki on this shit, and that was just that. And it also shows that you can get titles for your guild card, I assume, or guild card equivalent once you hunt it a certain amount of times. For the Chotacabra, if you hunted 20, you get a Chotacabra title. When you hunted 30, you get a lick title, and when you hunted 40, you get a sticky, and 50 gives you slimy. So there's a lot of like extra things that kind of flesh out these quests, when before you kind of just looked at it, you knew what you were going to fight, but you didn't really know a lot about it. And if you had fought it before, you could check your hunter's notes for something, but that was about it. I really like now how it's like, well, we know stuff about this monster. It's not like this is the first time we're ever seeing this fucking monster. No, these things aren't like new to the world. And that's something that's more important, because wouldn't that kind of be the point of your handler? You know, your handler should know this shit, and since they take care of the quests, they should be telling you this shit. So I think this kind of gives a little more development to your actual handler by giving some more detail in the actual quest menu that's connected to Alma. So I really like this change to the quest board as a whole, making quests more interesting and having all of the details just in one spot. So you don't have to go back out, check your hunter's notes, come back in, check it again, blah, blah, blah. It's just here. And I think it's very well done by just having all these little tabs to click through that just constantly dump info. It's kind of dope. We can actually get back on topic though and look at these quests. So the first one is to slay a Chotacabra. You know, nothing new. We talked about it. It's just basically a tutorial fight, but it's a new monster. So I think we are starting off right. The second quest is once again a new monster, and it is to slay the Chemitrice, which is a pretty cool like chicken looking T-Rex monster, and offers a bit more of a challenge as it's a larger monster. So it's a little bit of a slow build up for this low rank starting point, and generally not bad. It still does take place in the plains, so 2 quests in, we're still in the same area and everything, but this is kind of where we break off, as the next quest is to slay the Lalabrina, which I feel like offers a little more challenge in it because it's just a more challenging monster, and it also takes place in a new area, which is the forest, which because Wilds has like wildly different, no pun intended, environments, this does make it like quite an interesting quest to actually take on, because you're in a new area where it's like heavily flooded and there's just a lot of trees everywhere, while the plains, well, it was kind of just empty plains. There was trees every now and then, but a lot of time it was just an empty plain that didn't really offer a lot of environmental structure. Following the Lalabrina quest, we move on to the first quest with a returning monster being the Congalalala. And this is interesting because the Congalalala, I feel like, has been a monster that has returned, you know, a lot, which isn't like a rarity, but one that actually returns a lot in the story. And not as much as something like your Nargacugas or your Tigrex, but it still does return quite a bit. It was introduced in Monster Hunter DOS, as we recall, and then was actually brought back in Monster Hunter 4 as a frenzied monster. So it did kind of have a big part, as it was the first frenzied monster you'd actually take on. And now it's back in here, and it doesn't have like that big of a role as it did in 4, with it being like, whoa, this is the first time you're facing a frenzied monster, but it is the 4th quest of the game and is the first returning. So it's still like a pretty interesting deal, as like most players will actually, you know, fight this monster. It's not optional, and it's not like something super late game to grind. It's just right in your face. And there's a little tie-in later, but for now, we'll leave it and we'll move on to the next quest, which takes us back to the plains against the Balahara, which is what we saw in the starting kind of cutscene and guided escape from those like snake monsters I was talking about earlier. I didn't call them Balaharas just because I didn't want to, since, you know, at the time you don't really know anything about it from our perspective. And after the Balahara, we'll move on to the 6th quest of the game, which is the final 1-star quest, which in previous cases would have mean this would be an urgent quest, but it's not referenced to being an urgent quest whatsoever. But it is a pretty interesting quest because you're going to slay a Dashugon. Dashagoma, which is a new monster, but in this case, it is an Alpha Dashaguma, which is a new type of monster, although it hasn't been really built upon, but it's still a pretty interesting fight because as I talked about with Ray Duo and being in like cold environments, there's special things. Well, the Alpha Dashaguma quest has the Sand Tide environment, which means that the whole time you're fighting it, there's, a darkened sky with lightning just striking all around you, giving you that really cool setting when you're actually out there just battling it. And of course, with it being alpha, it is also a larger version of a Dashaguma, which is why I referenced that being like a new thing. Unfortunately, there's nothing else with alpha tied to it. I don't really know why, but hopefully we get more of that in the expansion or title updates, who knows? Because I'd really like to see some of these like small monsters, like the Congalala, for instance, to get like an alpha variety. That could be cool. That'd be a nice way to reinvent some old monsters and make some of these beginner monsters just seem a lot cooler when you get to high rank or master rank, I suppose. Moving from there, we end up back in the forest to actually do our first repel quest of the Uthdana, which is an interesting time to talk about something in terms of what these quests are, because in the past we had a variety of quests and we still have it here. I just haven't really had much interest in mentioning it because it's mostly the same. There are hunting quests and there are capture quests and there are repel quests and then there's slay quests. And the difference between a slay and a hunting quest, which I didn't really think about, but a slay quest is when you have to slay the monster. And there are certain instances like Chada Cabra because they just want you to, slay it and you won't really be able to capture it. Or more interestingly, the Ray Dao quest, which forces you to slay it. And as you can see in the client area, it is from Eric and it says a monster suspected to be the desert's apex predator and the White Wraith has been spotted atop Wind's Gasp. The apex predator began to rampage in the wake of the White Wraith's absence. The monster must be slain for the safety of the village. So there's actually a reason for some of this stuff instead of just like, capture, slay it, who really gives a fuck, and just repel what you repel. I mean, repelling is kind of been the same and it even is here. Sometimes, a monster comes along and it's just not a good time to like take it on. Like, hey, we weren't here for you. Please fuck off for now. Or it's like attacking the village and, you just want to get it out of there. Then you repel. That's something we've always had. Hunting, we've always had. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Sometimes you think they want to capture, but now they actually do kind of have it where you get to choose and sometimes you don't. Sometimes they need you to just go take out a monster that's messing up the ecosystem or threatening a village. And with this being like an apex predator, probably not too wise to try to capture it anyway, if you even can. As there are a few cases where some monsters cannot be captured, so they of course are just slay quests, but you can capture a Ray Dao. It just only has a slay option for this specific quest. And its high rank counterpart is the same thing, as most of the time they do want you to actually slay. Now the only required capture quest is the capture of the Yang Cuckoo, so that's pretty interesting as it's just one and it is only in high rank. So of course it says the failure conditions are time expires, faint 3 times, and if you accidentally slay it. Now interestingly, when it does say slay the Ray Dao, it doesn't have capturing it as a failure condition, but I mean at this point it's not like you would really know or have much resources to actually go into capturing, but I guess you could and you would fail. But anyway, we've kind of jumped ahead. I just kind of wanted to touch on that stuff. But right now we're looking at the Repel the Uthdana quest, and it has an interesting detail attached to it as it's in the forest and it's during daytime, but it's also during a downpour, which I mean really doesn't do anything but add more so of a raining kind of storming effect, which is cool, but it doesn't have like lightning that can strike shit and whatnot. But it is something to talk about because each of these areas, like the plains and the forest, they do have different seasons that offer something unique. We can see with the forest, there's the downpour, and the plains with the sand tide. And that's pretty cool to just kind of make these environments feel even more unique. Now, after you repel the Uthdana, the next quest is to hunt a Rompoplo in the basin, which is a new area that we've got to pretty quick. So we're about on our 8th quest and already 3 environments in. So moving pretty fast with the story in low rank. And this one's just a standard daytime in the follow. And there's not much to it. It's just a hunt quest. So we'll move on to that Ray Dao quest. Once again, you can only slay it. It's during the sand tide, so pretty hype. But that's all that's really there. Now the next quest is pretty interesting interesting because it is to hunt the Nursilla at the cliffs in the daytime during the frost winds. And the Nursilla is a monster from Monster Hunter 4, and that's pretty cool to see. And that's kind of why I mentioned the Kongala having this little like tie-in, as it was a big part of Monster Hunter 4's Frenzy. So was the Nursilla, and the Nursilla as a whole being brought back is pretty cool. So I do kind of like this quest, even if it is just a pretty, pointless quest in itself. Outside of being the first time you actually go to the cliffs area, which is the cool area of the game, so you'll have to have hot drinks. And I don't think I mentioned it, but when you fight the Rompomplo, you're in the basin, which is the hot area, so you will need cool drinks there. So already in the 2-star quest, just a low rank, we are kind of figuring out environmental hurdles, needing those, but that's usually pretty, on pace for the game. The next quest is to hunt a Harabami, and while not like a interesting quest on the surface, it's just at the cliffs in the morning through the frost winds, it does offer an interesting fight. These actually fight in like small groups, so you'll fight like 2 or 3, and so you actually need to utilize like dung bombs to make certain ones piss off, so you just fight like the one you need to fight, as you only do have to slay like just the one, and you have to slay the specific one. You can't just slay one of the random ones of the 3. It'll be marked with a little objective icon so you know for sure, but you might get confused maybe in the heat of the moment and accidentally just be fighting the wrong one, so it's one to be careful on. But that's really all that is to it. It's interesting, but still just a solo hunt that I guess could be considered like multi-hunt if you don't know about like dung bombs and whatnot. Now the next quest is the final 2-star quest, and it is to hunt the Anjarakan, and it's during the basin daytime during the fire spring. And this one's also pretty interesting because there are 2 of them, but you and Olivia actually split up. She goes and hunts one, you hunt the other to protect the basin village, as the fire spring kind of attracted these monsters. And if you actually take just like too long, which isn't really even that long, I think it's still like below 10 minutes, Olivia will actually finish with hers and come help you. So you get like a little follower hunt like it's in Rise, and that's pretty cool. But after that, there's nothing really eventful in this quest, which is kind of how this is trending. But this is kind of the urgent quest of the 2 stars, because after this we move into the 3 stars with the new Udra, or the Black Flame, which is just in the basin daytime fire spring, so not really interesting as a whole, but it's something. And after that we fight a new type of monster in the quest, and that is the Guardian Dashiguma. So I don't want to go into Guardians just yet, as it's more of a talk for the monsters and kind of the story itself. But this does take us to a new area, which is Wyveria, and it's during daytime and Wyvern Stirring, which, while being an interesting, season, doesn't actually do anything for, the environment itself. There's no lightning, there's no need for cold or hot potions or anything. It's just a name of a season. But this is the first Guardian you'll take on, and all of the Guardian assignments are actually slay quests. You are not supposed to capture any of them, you're supposed to slay them. So that's something I kind of noticed as a pattern, which is pretty cool, but as a whole it doesn't really matter. After the Guardian Dashiguma, we move into the Guardian Rathalos, which is once again in Wyveria, and it's basically just like another monster fight, so you kind of get, into fighting Guardians. And then it moves into repelling the Guardian Arkveld, and once again, daytime Wyvern Stirring in Wyveria. Not a whole lot going on, and of course, they're kind of all the same, but at least they are just giving us new monster after new monster, and there's not a lot of repeats. Like technically Guardian Rathalos is a repeat, it's a variant, and it has like updated moves, so it's cool. So it's like basically a new monster. And like, even though Dashiguma, we already fought the alpha, the Guardian one's like kind of different, it's like a subspecies. And then Arkveld, of course, is a whole new monster that we've never fought, and so is the next one, which is to repel the Jin Dahad, which 2 repel quests in a row, and it is actually in the Rime Chain Peak during the daytime, and this is the only place you can fight this monster because of its size and nature, and it's also like just another apex of its location. After that, you'll take on the Guardian Ebony Odogaron, which is a pretty weird one, not gonna lie. I don't know why they have the Guardian Ebony Odogaron, like the ebony one specifically, but fuck it. And it is in Wyveria once again, so we have a little bit of like almost streak of Wyveria. The Jin Daha Jindahid. Being in the Rhyme Chain Peak does mess that up a little bit, but we're kind of just chilling in Wyveria through most of these quests as we just work through the monsters. After the Odogaron, we move into the Zhu Wu, which is not a guardian monster and is just a cephalopod, and it is once again in Wyveria. It's an actual hunt quest though, so you could finally capture this monster. It's been a while, but if you're into capturing monsters, you can go ahead. After that, you can actually move into a slaying of the guardian Arkveld. So we repelled it once, and then 4 quests later, you actually move into slaying it. And as I said, all the guardians are slay quests, so you can't capture it. And that's pretty much all there is to it. Now, something I did notice in these 3-star quests, just quickly before we go to the last, the way they actually price some of these is pretty interesting, because you think as you move through them, they would be more expensive, but the money reward doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me because it's kind of just random. The first 3-star quest is to hunt the new Udra for 9,000 Zenny. And then the next one is to slay the guardian Dashaguma for 7,900. And then after that, it's to slay the guardian Rathlos for 7,500. And then it's to repel Guardian Arkveld for 9,700, slay the Guardian Ebony Odogaron for 7,500, and then hunt the Zuu for 8,600, and then once again slay Guardian Arkveld for 9,700. So like it's kind of jumping around, and I guess you could say, well, you know, the Ebony Odogaron isn't that strong, and neither is the Guardian Dashaguma, but the new Udra is, so it's worth more. But then like Guardian Rathlos isn't like tough. It's the same as the Guardian Ebony Odogaron. Like, I don't know. These prices don't really make sense. I think it is just tied to the monster itself, because if you look at like 2 stars, Ray Dao is the most expensive one, tied with Uthduna. So it's just like if the monster's legendary in the game, like these 2, Ray Dao and Uthduna, are apexes of their region, then they're worth more. And Naodra, I believe, is considered an apex of the Basin, and these guardians just aren't worth a lot. And of course, Arkveld is the flagship, so it's kind of like a big apex, and Jindahid is, while these other ones aren't. So even though we're progressing in quests, the money is more so tied to the monster you're actually hunting, and that's not something I had really ever thought about, but it's pretty real here. But that's just stalling, because after the Slay Guardian Arkveld quest, we move into the final low rank assignment, and that is to slay the Zojia, which is the final monster and is in a new area, which is the Dragon Torch Shrine, and it is done late at night. So like I said, sometimes the time of day does matter, or is just changed, I guess. And I mean, the location doesn't really matter that much, it being new, because this is the only time you'll ever fight here, anytime you fight the Zojia. So realistically, it doesn't really matter, but it's just kind of cool to see that it gets its own boss arena. Something we've seen a lot, you know, with stuff like the 2 elder dragons from Rise. I honestly can't remember them. Ibushi and the yellow one, Narwa. Got it. Boom. Just had to think for a second. And then of course the Sharish Valda from World had its own too. So it's kind of a trend, you know, the final monster of, you know, low rank and high rank gets its own little area to take it down once and for all. And with that being the final low rank quest, it does mean that 3-star is the low rank, and that when we move into 4-star, indicated by a orange star instead of a blue star, we reach high rank. And high rank is pretty interesting, I guess. It's very short, and you can see that like immediately. And most of that's because the way high rank is, the way it's been, you know, for a bit now, is as you work your way through it, you'll reach points where instead of just moving on to the next quest, you have to grind out your hunter rank. You can see that you capture the Yan Cuckoo and you have to be hunter rank 8 or higher. Well, the next quest, which is to hunt the frenzied Nursilla, is hunter rank 15. And then the one after that is 20, and then 30, and then 30, 30, 30, 30, 40, and then finally 50. So you do have to do a bit of grinding. So you just do like optional quests, but that means like there's not much like new shit you're actually doing. At this point in high rank, you've kind of peaked. And to give like a real comparison, there are 21 low rank quests, all the way from slay the Chotacabra to slaying Guardian Zojia. But in high rank, there are only 10 quests. It's kind of up to you whether you think that's a big deal. I think that's kind of a big deal. I feel like high rank is when there's supposed to be a lot more, but these new games have kind of changed that up. You know, in the past, that was a big deal because you didn't have anything after high rank, but because expansions now add master rank, low rank and high rank are essentially just a continuous progression. And then that next master rank is when you get that like huge gap and when you get a like double what low rank and high rank are put together. So with context, it's not a big deal, but if you look at it like how I was first saying it, it seems kind of shitty. Anyway, the high rank starts off, of course, with capturing the Yankuku, the first capture quest and only required one of the game. And it kind of also has that Harambami kind of situation where there are multiple Yankukus, so you have to like dung bomb it away, make sure you follow the right one and land the captures. Pretty interesting. And then the next one I mentioned, and another 4-star, is to hunt the frenzied Nursilla. So it's interesting that the frenzy monster they actually target in this game is another one from 4U, and specifically one that started in 4U. So kind of cool. They're just kind of throwing out a little tribute like, hey, we know where frenzy comes from, came from this hoe. And it's actually in a new place, which is the Wounded Hollow, which is just a little nice high rank area. And that's the final 4-star quest of the assignments, and that takes us into the 5-star quests, which there's only one of. I mean, this system's kind of goofy. They mainly just put focus into the chapters, but hey, whatever. The only required 5-star quest of the game is the first duo hunt of the game that's required. So, you know, that's like kind of interesting. And it is to hunt a Guardian Folger and Jenath and a Lalabrina, which is tempered. And that's like kind of interesting. I would have thought it was like frenzied, but in this game, it was actually the first tempered monster that you could go ahead and fight. So pretty cool, I guess. And when you're doing like the little tabs at the top, you can see that there are 2 separate tabs, one for the Guardian, Folger, and Jenath, and one for the Lalabrina. So when there are like a duo hunts, you can see info for each one individually, which, you know, is cool. Now the next quest is that first little 6-star quest, and this is when you have to fight all the apexes essentially in a row, which there are 4 of, and each of them can be fought at hunter rank 30. So this is kind of like in World where you fought all 3 of the Elder Dragons. You know, you fought the Kushala, you fought Tiestra, and you fought that like dead monster one. I can't think of its name off the top of my head, but you know what I'm saying. Those were essentially the apexes of that game. They just happen to be Elder Dragons, but since we don't technically have Elder Dragons in this game, although technically we do now at this time, these are essentially serving that purpose. So it's cool to see that's just kind of how they're doing it. I mean, I don't know if it's exactly cool, but sure, bud. So you'll slay the Jin Dahad in Rhyme Chain Peak, then you'll slay Ray Dao in the plains, then Uthduna in the forest, and finally Naudra in the basin. And these are all slay quests. You have to take them out as they're all doing something in the story that's messing up a certain part of the village. We'll get to that, but that's not all of the 6-star quests, because the final 6-star quest is to slay a frenzied Balanganga and the fucking Gormagala, baby. Let's fucking go. You know I love my boy. And this is once again an HR 30 quest, so you essentially just do all these 3, and then like in World, when you finish the apexes / Elder Dragons, you then take on the, you know, the main one, which in World's case was the Nergigante, while in this case it's the Gormagala. And these quests like pay the fuck out. Like all those were 20,000 Zenny quests. The 5-star quests with the Anjanath and the Lalabrina were 35,000 Zenny, and this Gormagala and Balanganga one is 45,000 Zenny. So if you didn't think like maybe they'll fix the economy, dumb it down, hell nah, brother. These quests are paying out just racks on racks. And to some extent, when we get into equipment, it kind of makes sense, but it seems like inflation has not just caught up, you know, to us in real life, but it's caught up to us in Monster Hunter. All right, fuck, they got fucking New World tariffs over there in Monster Hunter. Damn, all right, slow down, bruh. No taxation without representation type shit. I'm gonna throw some Monster Hunter tea out of here. But I gotta stay away from politics or else I'll go on a rant. The next quest is the only 7-star assignment quest, and that is to slay Arkveld. So kind of a return to the end game here, especially as the next one is to slay the Zogia. So essentially, these are the exact same quests that you did in low rank, except instead of being Guardian Arkveld, it is just Arkveld, story reasons. And instead of being Guardian Zogia, it is just Zogia. This always felt like a little bit lazy to me. I guess, we did talk about how low rank and high rank are essentially just one big progression line, and then master rank is when the real change comes. But like, come on, this is like a little lazy, especially since like Zogia is in the exact same place. It's the Dragon Torch. This time it's daytime. Like, that makes any difference? And I guess Arkveld's like a little difference. Guardian Arkveld was in Wyveria, while normal Arkveld is in the plains during Sandtide, so it's like extra hype. But like, you made me grind up to HR 40, fight Arkveld, and then HR 50 for Zogia. Like, fuck off, bro. Especially since in the original release of the game, you would only ever fight Arkveld, as Zogia was added in Title Update 1. So the original like assignment quest actually ended at Slay Arkveld, Awakening from a Dream, as a 7-star, and then Zogia was added in that Title Update 1 as like an extra bit of story. So like right now it is like a main in-game high rank quest that's an assignment, but before that was Arkveld's job. So it's like even lazier that they like added it just for it to be in a high rank version of the low rank fight. Great. It's cool to do that as like an optional quest, but to do that like, as part of like the end game of the story, I just feel like it rubbed me the wrong way. But that's essentially it for the assignments. There's 2 more things I want to really look at in terms of quests. And the first one is going to be optional quests, which we've kind of already talked about in terms of how to do the ones offered by the NPCs. But the optional quest board as a whole, we can talk about real quick. Every time you would do a slay quest on a monster like the Chotagabra, all the way to something like Arkveld itself, you'll get an optional quest to hunt that monster through that. And in general, there's not really a lot of reason to do that outside of being able to capture them, I guess. At least the ones you can, like Jin, Dahad, you can't really capture, so like what's the point? But it's there for you if you want to do that. And then stuff like the Rathian is here because that wasn't part of the main quest. Some small monsters like the Guardian Secreate, the Kranadoth, and even like Vespoids as a classic little small monster, as well as a lot of like extra duo hunts. You have Hunt to Anjarkins, which are like ones that the NPCs give you. You have quite a few for hunting tempered combos, like the tempered Lalabrina and tempered Kongala, and a tempered Juwu and tempered Guardian Ebony Odogarin, as just kind of part of what the NPCs would give you, like, oh, we're having trouble harvesting oil in the basin because these 2 monsters are fucking us up. Go do that shit. You would typically do that as you're trying to raise your hunter rank, all the way to 50, so you could finish the story and its main assignments, and then they just show up here so you can first accept them and replay them if you wanted to grind a particular resource later. And finally, there are the investigations and field survey things. Like I said before, there's not like a lot more to go into detail here. These are quests that you'll mainly end up grinding, not the optional quests. That these you'll find just on the map and will give you the maximum rewards, while the optional quests just are kind of like NPC quests and quests that you can do to grind up monster materials. This shit, you're grinding decorations and artisan shit. Fuck the rest. And so I think that's all for the quests of Monster Hunter Wilds at this time. One day when there's an expansion, there will of course be more. However, if we're working with what we got, I actually think I enjoy this, and I especially enjoy like field surveys as a whole. Having those, work in the map and going around finding new ones in new locations is cool to me. Maybe not for everyone else. They just want the quest to show up on the quest board and then just accept that shit and be able to grind. But I think it's kind of cool to have the world seemingly working in the background with different monsters leaving and entering the locale, kind of like you had in World, but this time a lot more seamless and a lot more engaged. All right, I say engaged a lot because I really do fucking mean it. Like, this stuff is a lot more engaged, and that locks in more so with the story being more interesting because the gameplay and story are finally meeting a little more coherently. And maybe that's a problem. Maybe it isn't. Sometimes it was, sometimes it wasn't. We'll get into that later. But I like how this works. The in-game grind of essentially just doing field quest surveys is not bad because of the way they do it through these quest systems. It's more so the lack of monster variety. That's going to be a talking point here in a second. But for now, I think it was cool being able to go through the assignments almost seamlessly by just moving through those chapters. And then also being able to, you know, if you fainted, just go into the assignments and select that like we had in World. It was cool doing that here and then having optional quests to go back to, you know, let's say I just fought the Lalabrina and I was like, hey, that's a cool set. I want to build that. Well, then I just go into the optional quest and just grind the fuck out of it until I have all the resources I need. Boom, done. It's simple. When they have you actually progressing through that way, you just do optional quests like you always did. It's when you get to the late game, in-game farming of artisans and decorations that then you use those field surveys to combo together as many monsters as you can to get the max amount of rewards. That makes it, you know, kind of interesting. I also just like how the board is somewhat stylized. We saw World stylized as well, and I think it is also well done here. UI is very pretty. It looks like a book, similar to how like the map is done and everything. And all the new information you can find in a quest, the stuff like we didn't even have in World or Rise, is really dope. Tying the hunter notes to your handler's quest counter is very smart and actually makes sense. Your handler should know all this shit because they're supposed to provide the information and I'm supposed to provide the fucking muscle, all right? Alma is the brains and I'm the fucking brawn. And now it actually feels like the handler offers more. And maybe that's because Alma isn't a fucking annoying bitch and doesn't really have much development, and that's fine because she's really not that important. But I mean, maybe they'll throw some more bullshit in Master Rank like they did with the previous handler. But I like her more because one, her book is better, and two, she's less goddamn annoying and doesn't look like a strung out meth addict looking like they're about to beg me and shake me down for all I'm worth just so they can get that little fucking hit. Like, brother, why do you even need meth? You're not doing anything. Like, if it's like, you know, a director or a writer who's like, oh, I really got to write this movie. Let me get some meth so I can lock in and do this shit. I support you 100%. But if you're just a cracked off your head type shit, chilling on the bus bench, bitch, get the fuck out of here. I ain't giving you no meth funding, all right? I only fund real productive meth heads, not your ass. But on that note, I do think it's time to move on to the next area of what makes up Monster Hunter Wilds in terms of the monster roster. For the first time in a while, the monster roster is actually pretty interesting. And I say for the first time in a while because Rise's monster roster was like kind of just like, here, have everything, the dog shit and the good. And it was also just heavily overbloated by like apexes, a shit ton of subspecies, and just like a bunch of elder dragons that were like pretty hit or miss. There was like Narwa and Ibushi, and like Narwa has two different forms. And then of course we got Tiestra, Chameleus, Kushala Daora all back. And then later even got Kieran. And they pretty much just like fed us everything we could fucking eat. And I guess Worlds was interesting because it did add like a whole new generation of monsters, but it still did utilize like a lot of the old ones like Kushala Daora, Lunastra, Tiestra, Kieran. And then when you look at something like Zoro Magdaros, it's like, kind of a lame ass Elder Dragon that doesn't really matter. And then like Kolve, Taroth, and the Behemoth, not exactly Elder Dragons you'd really care to fight. I think Nergigante and the Valhazak was cool, and even Xeno'jiiva to an extent was pretty dope as well, but it wasn't anything crazy. And then it had some like relics that were new. But overall, I wouldn't say the monster roster was crazy. It was just cool that they were actually doing new stuff, and we saw that as they added 34 new monsters, which is more significant than it sounds because there was only 54 total monsters in World. So, you know, having 20 returning monsters isn't a whole lot compared to Rise, which had 50 returning monsters because it only had 72. So 22 new monsters were added to Rise and 50 of them returned for a total of 72. So that game was just so bloated full of old shit. And a lot of the new monsters were large, so that is kind of a little bonus to Rise. It had 19 large monsters and World added 22. And then if you go in their expansions, it's a lot bigger, but expansions don't really matter right now because we are just looking at Monster Hunter Wilds. And what does Monster Hunter Wilds have? Well, the way it's broken down is a little interesting and it's kind of complicated just because at the time that I'm actually recording this, so title update 1 dropped and it was the Mizutsune that got added, and you know, that's all cool and shit. And then now we have a sneak peek at the second title update, which we think is going to add the Legiacrus, or I mean, I guess we kind of know. It's obviously the Legiacrus, but maybe it could be like some sort of variant because there's not like water combat, but most likely it's going to follow that same thing. And so there's some pretty cool stuff going on with Wilds that makes the monster count just kind of like, I don't really know exactly, but what the number I'm going to go with is the total count for Monster Hunter Wilds monsters is 49, which compared to Rise is a lot less as that was 72, but compared to a similar game, which is Monster Hunter World, it was at 54. So about 5 less than Monster Hunter World. Not a huge deal, and that's after Monster Hunter World had 4 title updates while we're just on the second title update. And those 4 title updates, they did add quite a bit through there. Lunastra was added in the third one. Colve Terrath was added in the second one, which is kind of like the Legiacrus, I guess, equivalent. Behemoth was added in the 4th title update. There was 2 relics added through a Witcher collab, which I don't even know when that was, but I'm assuming it was a bit into the game. I don't think that would just be on release. But, you know, some of its roster was bolstered over time, and it's, you know, makes up about that 5 monster gap. And of course, Rise was just cluttered, all right? I mean, it is what it is. And in this, the roster is made out of 18 small monsters, 31 large monsters, which is once again about on pace for World. World had 18 small monsters and 36 large. So when they add more large monsters, it'll be more in line with World as a whole, as both had 18 small monsters, and usually they don't really add a lot of small monsters. Now, I think the bigger kind of picture here is the actual returning to new monster ratio. Monster Hunter Wilds had 35 new monsters and only 14 returning, and they actually have 0 returning monsters from Gen 5 at time, and I think that's cool. You know, completely ignore Gen 5 at this time because we just had 2 games in that. I think more games in the past probably should have done that. And of course, they brought back classics like Rathalos and Rathian. They're going to be in every single game, so that's no real surprise. And then they just added a bunch of cool new monsters. Now, they did add a lot of new small monsters, which does kind of clog it up. For instance, World had 34 new monsters, so just 1 less, but 12 of them were small monsters and 22 were large. Well, Wilds adds 15 small monsters and 20 large monsters to the overall roster. So even though it added 1 more total new monster to this franchise, it adds 2 less large monsters, which are the important ones, and 3 more small monsters, which are like, you know, that's cool, I guess. Just not great. But outside of just adding new monsters, it also added a couple new species of monsters, as I guess the biggest one first is the cephalopods, which is a completely new kind of species, and they're the tentacle octopus ones, which are the Naudra, or the First Flame, and the Zhuwu. I personally don't really like them at this time. It's hard to gauge a lot of their range because they're super stretchy. They have these like big ass wonky hitboxes where you can literally be like carried when they're running away and hit them while they just like scoot you across the ground until eventually you get flung out. It's weird. And they also can like slip through the cracks of walls, so then they just basically teleport to a new area, so they go like really far. That can be quite annoying, but I guess it's basically like flying, so you can't just like hate specifically on that. But in general, it's just kind of and a lot of the designs are like, well, that's an octopus monster, I guess. But this is kind of something that they work through. You know, usually the first species are pretty basic. You look at like fanged beasts, like the Blongonga and the Kongalala were like the original, and those are just like great apes. And then like Rajang came as a big one. But then you look at the most recent edition, it's like the Arjarikan and the Dosha Guma. It's like, yeah, the Ajagarkan is like way more advanced than like the Kongalala. Like the Kongalala is literally just like a gorilla, but the Anjarakan is like a gorilla that's armored up. Rock has like fire qualities. Like that's a lot cooler, and it's just something that happens over time. So I'm not trying to hate that much, I guess, but I'm just saying like, just kind of meh species. Something that's a little more interesting but less consequential is that there is a new classification called demi-elders, and this is essentially demi-elder dragons. If you couldn't put the pieces together, I don't know why you're still watching, like what the fuck. But the only monster in this classification as of now is the Gormagala, because in the past the Gormagala used to have the question mark classification because the guild did not know what it is. Then it was like assumed to be an elder dragon, especially with the Shigura Magala. But now they're classifying the Gormagala as a demi-elder dragon because it's still like a child. You know, it's still maturing, and when it becomes the Shigura Magala, that's when it becomes an elder dragon. So that actually makes sense, and I would be interested in seeing some demi-elders. And you can go back and make some like earlier forms of elder dragons as demi-elders. Like imagine you make a demi-elder Fatalis or demi-elder La Shenlong. It would kind of be like Xeno'jiva and then like the Safi Jiva form. Maybe Xeno'jiva will get reclassed as a demi-elder too. I don't know. But that would be kind of interesting to actually see. Make some of those bigger monsters have demi-elder classifications, especially something like Zora Magdaros or something that you can't just fight normally and you actually have to go through all these kind of hoops to do that. That would be something I think people might be a little interested in seeing, as long as it's done well and not just like, well, here's the monster but smaller. Like it has to be similar to the Gormagala thing. Like he has to have evolved. And because Gormagala is now classified as a demi-elder, there is actually no elder dragon on Monster Hunter Wilds release. And I don't think that's happened for like any Monster Hunter game to release without an elder dragon. Because even in the past, like those first games on the PlayStation 2, I mean, Kushala Daora was built into the story, so we know that was there. But I'm pretty sure with like Fatalis and La Shenlong in the guild, those were there on release. I don't think they were pushing updates, and there was definitely no expansions back then. They just had separate games. But I could be wrong, because those games, well, one came out before I was born and the second, like I was 2. So yeah, I don't know what to tell you. But then if we look at Tri, they had like the Jin Moran and Sideus that were part of the game on release as low rank parts. And of course, 4 had Gormagala, which we thought was an elder dragon, but they still had the Shigura Magala, which is, you know, definitely an elder dragon. And Ultimate even had the rusted Kushala Daora. World had plenty of elder dragons on release, so that's no worries. And Rise also had Ibushi and Narwa to guarantee. So yeah, I think this is the first time, and it comes at a good time, I would say, because there has been a lot of elder dragon fatigue. World kind of spammed you with like Kushala Daora and Tiestro and Magdosaurus, where it just made elder dragons seem like way too frequent. You know, that's just too many. The game shouldn't be about like go hunt this elder dragon, then hunt this one, but then hunt this cool one, and then you have to go hunt this one. Like there's only supposed to be like a build up into the final elder dragon that's kind of like controlling shit. Like in Dose, that was to the Kushala Daora, and then the Lunastra was at the end. That was like kind of goofy, but that's still just like 2 elder dragons that you built up to the end, and then it was over. In Tri, you build up to the Legaicrus, and then you find out, oh, the Sidious is doing this, so go slay that. And that was the in-game elder dragon that ended Tri's low rank, and then, you know, in Ultimate they had high rank, which did some other stuff. But of course, after that, it was Monster Hunter 4, which had Gormagala into Shigura Magala, once again building up to a big elder dragon. And then after that, like with World, I do feel like they kind of lost the plot and just spammed it. From the beginning, you're going after an elder dragon, Zora Magdaros, and then you end up running into the Kushala Daora, Tiestra, Valhazak, and like you could fight Kieran on the way. And then there's also like Kulve Terath and Behemoth later. And then at the end, after Zora Magdaros, there's Xeno'jiva and Nergigante's there the whole time. Like they just spam that shit. It's like Pokemon. Pokemon started spamming legendaries, and it was just like, like I don't even know the legendaries anymore. I remember like Sun and Moon were like the last ones I played, and it was like Solagio, and then the fucking Moon one was like the Bat, and those were like cool, but they were kind of fucking goofy. I definitely think the classics, before they were spamming them, maybe it was because they felt you were unique, or maybe they were better designs, who knows, but they just had a bigger air back then. Now it's like, new Pokemon legendaries, they release like 10, like you just don't hear the same talk about them. And that's how it kind of felt with World, and especially when Rise just chucked them all back in there with Sunbreak. Like there's is just a lot of Elder Dragons in Rise, and they're not like Zoro, Magdaros, or the Behemoth or Koveterath where you have to do these like raid things. You actually like fight these, and then they all have like their risen forms too, so like some of them are just doubled. Like it goes kind of crazy, especially when they just pump out like Velkhana and Rise. It was just like, what are we doing? Especially when you have the Gorbagala and Shagurabagala, and then it's just like, oh, we also have Velkhana, guys. Like, ooh, this game's cool. I'm surprised they didn't add fucking Nergigante. Like, they put everything to make Monster Hunter Sunbreak sell, except Nergigante, I guess. Which, you know, it shows a little restraint. You gotta respect it. But I think that's enough yap about the Elder Dragons, because there is one more thing that I kind of want to touch on with monsters that I find interesting, and that was the actual build-up to the end game through these monsters, because there is a bit of a problem, and one that I've seen that I'm just not alone on and actually see talked about through, you know, various polls of the internet, and that is that the late game has no variety. And it's not hard to just see this like when you check the map, because what is the end game? The end game is grinding for artisan weapons and decorations. Well, the way you actually get the max artisans and the most decorations for your buck is either a tempered Gormagala or like a tempered Arkveld. That's basically it. Like, there are two monsters, you just sit there and fucking grind, and that's it. And you just do those through investigations and field surveys, and then you just ball. The whole time though, they're just slamming monsters at you left and right. We went through the quests and it felt like there was a new monster every other quest. And even then, they didn't really throw repeats. Like when you get to high rank, of course, there are repeats, and there was not really subspecies, although technically there was, because there was like Gardeny, Ebony, Odogaron, and Fulgrangenath, but not subspecies of this game's monsters. And even then, they mixed some cool old ones like Nursilla and the Kangala in there to kind of distract you with like Frenzied and all the Guardians to make it more interesting. But then at the end of the day, it's just all the same shit. And they have started to kind of try to appease this, but I don't think they're doing a good job. And what I would point out is they made recently an like Arch-Tempered Ray Dao event where you could fight Arch-Tempered Ray Dao. And that's like cool. That's like an in-game grinding of a new monster that's like Arch-Tempered, so it's extra strong. And so it's actually worth going after. And it had its own new set and weapons exclusive to the Arch-Tempered version. And that's cool. But the quest expired. It was an event quest from April 30th to May 13th. So if you weren't there, fuck you, I guess. I mean, maybe they'll bring it back, but these aren't like mainstays. Like, what do you mean you added a new harder monster to give better rewards and then you just took it away? Like, why? It's like one thing if it's in a rotation, but there was nothing to take its place. We didn't get like an Arch-Tempered Uthduna or Arch-Tempered Jin Dahed. That was just it. And even then, it was just the fucking Ray Dao. So we didn't even get like something new. It was just like, oh, here's a harder one to grind. What the fuck do you mean? This shit doesn't even make sense. They're starving motherfuckers out here. And you know what? That could be why the player count has absolutely fallen off, because in other games, you at least had variety to grind through. You know, World had that late game because it had all those Elder Dragons at the end. Rise had that late game because it had all those Elder Dragons at the end. What do we have here? We don't have Elder Dragons at the end. And I said that was like kind of the perfect opportunity to do that. But if you don't have anything to replace the end game, people aren't going to fucking play your game. And so then it's not a good idea. So to be honest, I don't know what to really think exactly on the monsters, because it is, you know, balanced. There's good and there's bad. There's good because there's 3 new classifications: Demi-Elders, Cephalopods, and of course one I didn't really even mention, which is Constructs, because those are, you know, just kind of a new thing. It's kind of like frenzied monsters, although this is more of a specification since these are like genetically, you know, created artificially, all that, you know, buzzword shit. And so they are different, but they kind of just act a different way while they're still the base monster. But still, they're cool additions that kind of heighten not just the Monster Hunter lore, but also the Monster Hunter gameplay as a whole. Fighting Guardians is cool when they go to that phase where they're like regenerating and their wounds disappear and shit. It's a cool little feature, and having them like exude this Guardian elemental force, once again, pretty cool. But when it comes at the cost of not having a lot of variety, not having really any in-game monsters to help carry the grind, allowing it it to maintain a player's interest, then I don't know at what cost did they make all this new shit. Maybe Rise did have the right kind of thinking when they were like, well, we'll make like 20 new monsters and then we'll make, like 50 of the roster returning. Like, hey, at least I was pretty like locked in when I was grinding Rise. Was the game like great quality? No, and that was pretty evident in the whole design. But like they gave us Monster Hunter, and here they gave us Monster Hunter, but like they only gave us like 10 that are really worth a damn. The 3 apexes of the region, Arkveld, Guardian Arkveld, Zogia, Guardian Zogia, which I mean, even that's kind of a stretch saying those were worth a damn. And then like the tempered forms, I guess, Gormagala, that's all cool. I just wish there was something that made the lesser monsters like the Rompomplo and the Kimatrice, those kind of cool under ones, more integral to the in-game so that at least it could be like a little more interesting. Like bring back triple hunts so we can maybe grind more resources by making these smaller ones into triple hunts that are equal to duo in-game like Gormagala with something else hunt. That could be cool, but that hasn't been done. I don't know if it's going to be done. And honestly, with the way Capcom is taking care of this game, I don't think it will be done. I think they're just going to add more late game monsters and it's just going to take time. That's all I have for the monster segment of Monster Hunter Wilds. So we can move on over to what makes up Monster Hunter Wilds in terms of its equipment. The updates to equipment are kind of hit or miss. Like some of it is like, oh, a big change. Some of it confirms some of the stuff we thought with World by updating some of its mechanics or just straight up bringing it back. And then some of it is a furthering of what we don't like to see with modern Monster Hunter. I think some of you might already know where this is going if you remember what I talked about in Rise with their in-game stuff. But that's jumping too far ahead. What we do is we first look, of course, at the weapons, and weapon equipment hasn't really changed outside of there being the ability to use 2 weapons at once or have 2 weapons equipped at once, I suppose. Because there's, of course, no dual wielding besides the dual blades. But what you can actually do is grab a secondary stored weapon off your secret, which will allow you to switch weapons during hunts. And this is kind of a big change, I suppose. But outside of just being a way to swap elements or ailments depending on the monster, it really doesn't do a lot, at least in the late game. Sure, if you have fun playing with multiple weapons, you can just switch up during, whatever kind of hunt grinding you're doing. You get bored of the greatsword, oh, throw on the switch axe, whatever you do there. But I don't know like who's really doing that. And like for most of the things I looked at, nobody really cares about it as much as I guess people originally thought and how cool it was going to be. It's kind of just like meh. And even then, I don't think you can change like your loadout from your secret. So you can't change like your weapon build that much because say you're running like an element build and your weapon's heavily on element and then you switch to like something with like blast or sleep or paralysis and you're going for more raw damage, you would need to put on like new armor pieces and new decorations to go for a raw damage set. And that's not really something you can do without just going back to camp, which is also another thing I was thinking of because you can kind of just teleport back to camp whenever you want to the point where you can kind of cheese some of the insta kills in this game. And at camp, you can just grab items whenever you want and just change your equipment whenever you want. So this change is kind of just like, they didn't really change a whole lot that's actually going to matter. But it's still cool to kind of see that as a progression in Monster Hunter, having a secondary slot for your weapon. It's cool. And that aside, weapons as a whole really haven't changed outside of that. There are, of course, weapon changes in terms of combos and use cases. A big thing for what I was using the Charge Blade is that it used to be SAAD spam, which was like the ultra mega move. You would just charge up your files and then drop a shit ton of damage in one hit. That's going to be kind of moved away from because now you can double charge your files. So you get these like yellow special files that just do more damage. And what you're actually supposed to do is do Savage Axe instead because it just makes you just wail on the monster with kind of infinite files to just deal all that damage and go for KOs and whatnot. And that's different, but it's not really a large change outside of like them just buffing the moveset around that style of play. It's something you technically had in World, although different in this case and different ways to actually utilize it with wounds, but it's essentially the same thing. And even then, that's more of a way to actually hunt. Stuff like offset attacks and perfect guarding. It's not really anything to do with the equipment specifically, as we'll go more into detail when we actually talk about how the hunter hunts in its own little section. But I figured I'd mention it just so you guys know I'm not skipping it. And yeah, that's about it. Now, decorations will tie in, but before we go on to decorations, I do want to talk about armor as well. Armor is kind of in the same spot as a weapon. There's nothing really changed from it, but they do change how layered armor works, how armor works with decorations, and they brought back the set skills from World that we didn't see in Rise, but we finally see here. And what these are, armor sets of a certain monster have a set skill, you know, like how in Monster Hunter World, the Tiestro armor was kind of meta because it had decent skills on it. I think it had like crit boost and maybe critical eye here and there, or even Wex. But then its main draw for what I was using, which was the longsword, was that the armor had Master's Touch on it, which meant when you were critting, your weapon wouldn't lose any sharpness. And this was something you had to get from having, I think, 4 pieces of Tiestro armor. And Wilds does this once again, although this time the meta armor that I found to use with the Charge Blade is the Gore Magala 4 pieces. And it's actually pretty interesting, like this armor being somewhat meta, because the skills on it really aren't great. I feel like compared to like Teostra's armor in World, it's like, well, we have the headpiece, which gives a level 1 evade window and level 1 coalescence, which is like decent skills. Coalescence works with the Gore Magala, but it's not like crazy things like any sort of crit eye, crit boost, or Wex on the pieces. Most of it is antivirus, which works with the set skill from the Gore Magala armor, which is called Gore Magala's Tyranny, and you can either get it through 2 or 4 pieces, and the, you know, level 2 will be Black Eclipse 1 and level 4 is Black Eclipse 2. And what it actually does is it infects you with the frenzy and raises attack when against large monsters, and attack power increases upon recovery. So you're basically getting like a double boost to your attack once you actually fight a large monster, and then once again when you actually recover from the blight. And another thing that goes with that recovery is antivirus, which you can get 3 levels from using the head, chest, waist, and legs. And what antivirus does is once infected, makes it easier to overcome the frenzy and increases affinity if cured. And the level 3 is greatly increases recovery rate after contracting the frenzy, so it's easier to get rid of it, and affinity plus 10% if cured. So it's going to be easier to be cured from it, and so your attack power is going to increase and you'll get 10% affinity, which is a pretty solid little setup of skills. And it's not like as crazy as Teostro's, but it is still pretty decent, and the Gore Magala armor itself is just really cool. So it was kind of cool to see those sets return, because now it's more about just putting sets together instead of just a random hodgepodge that we went back to with Rise. And I enjoy that. I think having set bonuses make the actual builds a lot more interesting, especially when those skills are like really good, like in this case. And this one's like not even just really good, but Black Eclipse itself is just really interesting. Being infected with the frenzy, which makes monsters, you know, stronger and more aggressive, it makes sense that infecting yourself would make you stronger. And then of course overcoming that gives you the strength boost, which is kind of like with Apexes in Monster Hunter 4. It's a good bit of lore installed into the skill, and I fuck with that. But outside of that, you know, the game over game changes with armor has always been somewhat the same. We now have, you know, alpha and beta armor, which is just the X and Y's that we saw previously. And really the only interesting thing is that armor now has female and male sets that you can craft. They cost the same amount of materials, but they're there for each, you know, set of armor, and it doesn't matter like what your character is. Before, the armor would be based off what gender your character was or body type, but in this case you can just decide to craft either one, and you can even mix and match it, which is like a pretty solid change. You know, why not have that? You know, you get 2 little varieties. It kind of reminds me of how in the early days you had the different gunner sets, although those did give different skills, while these are just the exact same pieces of armor, just aesthetically different. Palico equipment is, you know, pretty much the same thing too. You have the weapon, you have the helmet, and you have the body armor. Nothing's really changed there. They don't get any skills or anything. So that's been stagnant for like a long time now. And we're back to just using the monster material. So it seems like with World and Wilds, they're kind of on the same page when it comes to equipment and all that. Although Wilds did refine World's layered armor by making it so whenever you craft high rank armor, you get the layered armor in one, which is a great change because having layered armor at the very end of the game was kind of ass, and it still kind of is tied to the end of the game. You know, if you want to craft Gore Magala armor, you have to wait till the end of high rank to craft it. So it's there a little bit, but I mean, in World, it was like tied to the end game of the Iceborne Master rank. So that was like in game, and that was just stupid. Weapon layered armors are supposed to be coming, I think, in the title update 2. It's not here yet, so I can't look at that and how you're supposed to get it, but I assume it'll be similar to armor, where if you craft the layered weapon, probably at the end of the weapon tree, then you'll unlock it as a layered weapon. The more interesting part of equipment comes after you look at just the base forms of the weapon and armor, and as we look more towards the talisman and decorations. In World, we had decorations being the RNG mechanic, and you were able to craft charms, which were talisman, but they called it charms in that game. And then in Rise, we saw the return to the default mechanic of being able to craft decos and having to farm out an RNG talisman. But like most things in Wilds, it goes all the way back to World as being more of a sequel to that game in terms of its mechanics. And so decos are now RNG and talisman are back to being able to craft. And they actually do call them talisman in this game. They got rid of charms, which I didn't really understand why they were ever charms. Like, yeah, I get you changed the system, but it's not like you named decorations something else, so whatever. And talisman is basically the same thing as charms. You just get like levels out of it and you can upgrade it as you get the material. Although it is pretty much just capped at a level 2, so you can't get anything crazy yet, but it's just base game stuff. The decorations though did get changed from both World and Rise, as decorations are now tied to the specific equipment piece, and not like, oh, the van braces or the helmet, but it's more the weapon and the armor. So decorations all have a symbol in the top right. There is a sword or there is a helmet, and the sword means it goes on your weapon and the helmet means it goes on the armor. Pretty simple. Although I do think this is kind of a shitty change, all right? I get what they're trying to do. They're trying to make more decorations useful by limiting the variety you're actually able to use, because on a weapon, you can only ever get 3 slots. Like, that is the max amount of weapon decoration slots. So they put stuff like the attack jewel on there, the critical boost jewel on there, any sort of element up jewels are on there, stuff like sleep and water or stream, which is water attack, and dragon. All that is tied to the weapon. Plus you have even more stuff like all these sharpness decorations like handicraft, razor sharp, and protective polish are all just kind of locked on there. And it's kind of dumb, or I guess shitty, like I said earlier, because on one hand they made it so more jewels on your, armor are like supportive. They're like medicine or recovery up. They're there to actually support you, while you also throw on stuff like the mighty decoration, which gives you maximum might, which is some of the most effective affinity skills at the moment, or the challenger decoration, which will give you agitator, which is once again one of the more meta jewels at the moment. And so you're really just forming a meta of like what works on armor and what works on weapons, and then that's it. It didn't really open a large variety because you're still just going to equip the offensive decorations on each slot. It doesn't really change anything. All right, I'm still not going to really use a fucking footing jewel for tremor resistance or like gobbler for speed eating. Like, those jewels are just shit. That's the problem with it. And if someone needs that, then they can use it, but I don't feel like they should be forcing us to split up the skill spread by being like, well, if you want to put like attack jewel or expert or tenderizer or razor sharp or handicraft, you have to put it directly on your weapon. Like, that just feels stupid, and it's kind of limiting in terms of what you're actually able to build as a whole, which is double stupid. All right, and that's not even a thing. They shouldn't be trying to limit our build variety. You should be able to put whatever fucking skills through decorations on whatever piece of armor you want. By doing this, they're just hindering what we can actually even build to. Maybe if you wanted to put a couple goofy skills like Gobbler on, you actually could. But now, because you're losing slots to maybe put some of the more meta stuff like Maximum Might or Agitator on your armor through decorations, because you can't put it on the 3 slots on your weapon, there's just less reason to actually put those goofy little decorations decorations on your armor to begin with. Of course, I still have like recovery, brace, physique, medicine on my armor because, well, the decos are random, so like I don't have all the good ones. But if I had, a perfect world scenario, I wouldn't have any of those on. I would just have more mighty jewels on. I would have a couple more challenger jewels on. Like, get those shits out of here. It doesn't actually change anything to add a more diverse cast of skills. It's just bad, all right? It's limiting, and they shouldn't be trying to limit what we as the player can set up for our preferred playstyle. Now, I do think what it does help with, and this is like just kind of devil's advocate, just a little caveat, is that when you're grinding, you have a better chance to find a specific jewel if you, go for the armor jewel or the weapon jewel, depending on what you need, because they're split up into two classifications. You could go for only weapon jewels or only armor jewels. Although usually if you're seeing decorations being dropped in a late game grind, it's usually giving you equal amounts of both anyway. But if you see like 4 weapon jewels dropping and you see like no armor in that, you could go for that because you have a higher chance to maybe get something to increase your sharpness or crit through like expert. So like that's kind of like a little bit of a caveat. They kind of fixed how it's just like completely random with no way to shrink the pool. But coming at this cost where it's just like they're kind of choosing for you how you can make your build just a little bit more, it's kind of ass. The final piece is equipment. A world piece of equipment that we didn't see in Rise were mantles, and they have also returned here, but Capcom really didn't do anything to make them more enticing for me personally, and in some regards they kind of nerfed it because the way the game works, having a global timer, because if you use like a mantle in a quest, it doesn't recharge when you take on the next quest if it hasn't been that long, when it should. Your mantle should reset its charge time if you take on a new quest. It just makes sense, but it doesn't. And this is something similar with like Palico skills, with like the revive skill you can unlock. It's on a global timer just like the mantles, and this is something that I think is just kind of stupid as a whole and a problem with the game. But in a way, it has indirectly nerfed mantles because most of them have 600-second recharge times, and the Gilly one has 300. So even at the minimum, they're taking like 5 minutes to recharge. Kind of absurd. I don't think mantles should last forever, but when at most they'll last 120 seconds, but then take 600 seconds to recharge, it's like, well, they're just so ineffective. Plus, one of the bigger use cases in World was that the plus versions of mantles were able to slot in decorations so that when they were active, those decorations would actually work, so you could get a little more damage into your meta build. This base version of Wilds does not have that yet, but I can see in an expansion them adding that back. But I just wish they did more so to actually make these more viable, even if they do have to make them, less effective. The mantles we actually have in Wilds are the Gilly Mantle, the Mending Mantle, the Rocksteady Mantle, the Evasion Mantle, and the Corrupted Mantle. For a while, the Corrupted Mantle was kind of the mantle to use, as when the game dropped, it was active for 120 seconds and it had a 600-second recharge time. And what it does was, it says it decreases health, but increases affinity and weapon performance while equipped. Consecutive attacks on monsters will further increase attack power and affinity. And so what this meant was when you were actually attacking a monster, you could max out at 10% raw damage boost, a 30% affinity boost during that 120 seconds. But it was nerfed probably after like a month or two of the game being out to now only give 5% raw, 10% affinity, and only last for 90 seconds. And this does sound like a big nerf because it is, but it's kind of because it was just super meta to actually use the Corrupted Mantle. Like, that is too good of a buff to not use. 30% affinity, 30% affinity is crazy, especially in Wilds where it got a little bit of a nerf in terms of like the numbers you would see, at least in this, base version. Now the Rocksteady Mantle is seeing more use as it's just kind of a solid mantle even from World, as it reduces incoming damage, so you're just going to take less for 90 seconds, and prevents damage reactions when hit, also provides resistance to wind pressure, roars, and tremors, so you get a little bit of like flinch guard to all the various attacks and special attacks that monsters can actually use. And then the Gilly Mantle, of course, is the one you're going to get first, and it's kind of a gimmicky Mantle as it conceals you from view and it lasts 120 seconds while recharging in 300, but you are revealed when you perform an attack or take damage. It's really just useful for getting sneak attacks, which are pretty good in this game, especially being like a new mechanic. You can get quite a bit of damage, especially with something like the charge blade. You can get free charge on your files, which is cool. It's not like you can spam this for sneak attacks, because once you perform a sneak attack, you have to recharge it for 300 seconds. So it's just kind of like, kind of how it was in World. Mending Mantle isn't bad as it continually restores health for a period of time, being 60 seconds. But usually when you're good, you don't really want to be restoring health. You'd rather be doing more damage with Corrupted Mantle, so it kind of gets ignored. And then there is the Evasion Mantle, which extends the invulnerability window while evading and provides a temporary attack boost when successfully dodging monsters' attack at the last moment. And this is something we had in World. It's basically the same thing here. Perform like a perfect dodge. You'll get an attack boost, and you can also like skip a step in some combos, but not for every weapon, which makes it, you know, kind of worse on certain weapons, which is weird because mantles you would think are more so playstyle and not weapon dependent, but whatever, they kind of fucked up. Once again, not really as meta because it lasts 90 seconds and recharges for 600 seconds. So it's like, why not just use the Corrupted Mantle? It's not going to give you the same amount of raw and affinity boost. So what's even the point? So you can like dodge better. Like, there's skills you can put on to do that. It's just kind of, I don't know. You could probably use it before you got to the Corrupted Mantle, because the Corrupted Mantle unlocks last after you defeat a high rank Gormagala, while the Evasion Mantle can be unlocked after completing the campaign in low rank and hunting a frenzied Nursilla in the Wounded Hollow. So I guess that's kind of why you would end up using it, just because you get it earlier, and that's probably why you'd ever really use any of the other ones as the Corrupted Mantles late game. But to me, they just really didn't fix what I was missing in Mantles, and so I guess I'm still just kind of missing it. I don't know exactly what it is, but they just don't feel like they do enough. Sure, they're free equipment buffs that are going to make some of your hunts faster because they offer those extra stats, but especially in Wilds where you have to like keep track of how long they're charging for since they don't reset on quests, it just becomes kind of a pain in the ass to really focus on them. But I do find when I actually use like the Rocksteady Mantle, it does help me kind of just whack the shit out of the monster, as I'm not getting flinched or anything and can just rail on it with the Savage Axe. So I guess it's more so in the hit or miss category, like with most of these things. Something I did mention earlier was that affinity got nerfed in Monster Hunter Wilds, and this is true and also not true. In this, high rank in-game stuff, you can get to 90% pretty easily and even 100%, but because of the Corrupted Mantle, it's not really worth going 100% because when you have it active, you can get 100%. So, you don't need to reach that 100% threshold for it to matter. But on most things, the affinity is actually lowered quite a bit. And I think the easiest way to actually see this is if you look at the Crit Eye skill from World to now Wilds. In World, there were 7 levels of Crit Eye, and each level gave you 5% until level 7, which went from level 6 at 30% to level 7 at 40%. So you were getting 40% if you went all the way up to level 7 for max, which is quite a bit. You're already like halfway there to getting max. And if your weapon just has a little bit more, then you are halfway there. It was pretty easy. You would just get 7 levels and you're set. Currently in Wilds though, there are only 5 levels of Critical Eye, and each level only gives you 4%. So at level 5, you will have 20% Critical Eye. And if they don't include, 2 more levels to level 7, that means you're going to be half affinity when trying to use Critical Eye compared to when you could use it in World. That is pretty significant. And it's weird seeing this change because Critical Eye in Rise worked the exact same way as World. You had 7 levels and it went to 40%. So it seemed like they specifically tackled this in Wilds. And I think I know why as a whole, because affinity is only like partially nerfed. What they did is they nerfed the straightforward ways to obtain affinity. They nerfed it on some weapons, so you don't really get like 30% anymore from weapons, although this is high rank and usually that was more like master master rank stuff, but the highest charge blade affinity I saw on a weapon was just 15%. So I do think it is much lower. And then also having that on crit eye, those were like the straightforward ways to get critical. But what they didn't do was nerf it on some other things like Wex, although they kind of did, but that's just because the way World and Wilds play is different. Wex is a pretty big critical skill in like pretty much all of Monster Hunter since it's been added. And when looking at it in World, it used to be 3 levels. And what it did is on level 3, attacks that hit weak spots have 30% increased affinity with an extra 20% on wounded parts. So what you would do is you would tenderize to get that extra 20% on the wounded parts, and you would be able to hit parts for 50% affinity through a, not straightforward way. You don't just get 50% affinity just for putting on level 3, because if you're hitting like an armored part or just not a weakness threshold part, then you're not going to get any affinity. And then if you're just hitting a weak spot that's not wounded, you're just going to get 30%. But if you do all of that, you can achieve 50%. So it not being straightforward is why it's kind of maintained in Wilds. Now in Wilds, it is 5 levels, so you have to commit a little more to it, but attacks that hit weak points gain 30% affinity with an extra 20% on wounds. So you're still able to reach 50% through 5 levels, but it isn't as strong in my opinion, because in World you were able to tenderize monster parts, and this was just something you could do. Sure, you could get shaken off and miss the window, especially if you had a slow ass weapon like the charge blade trying to tenderize, but it was something that you could always really go for, while wounds you just have to do by doing damage. So while you're trying to do damage and hit weak spots where you're wanting to hit 20% for wounds, you just can't until those wounds start to show up, and then you can do the extra 20%. But because of the way wounds work, you end up breaking them and then don't have any once again. And while tenderizing would just wear off and then you could just reapply it in the same spot, while wounds won't really do that. So at some point when you're hitting like a monster's head, you're just going to run out of wounds on its head and you're not going to be able to get 50%. So is it worth moving on to another part, or do you just take the 30% on the head? I don't really know. I don't know if it's better to be hitting 50% on the legs or hitting 30% on the head. I kind of think it's up to your weapon, because if you use something like the hammer and you're going for KO, you're kind of always trying to hit the head. So you can see how it's like kind of a nerf, but not a direct nerf to the actual skill. Another critical skill that has become actually meta in Wilds because of the nerfs to like critical eye and whatnot is maximum might, which increases affinity when your stamina is maxed out for 3 seconds. And then it will become inactive if your stamina drops below full level for more than 2 seconds. And at level 3, which is the max level, you can get 30% affinity while this is active. And that's pretty big, because as long as you're not rolling or guarding, you can just smack out some free 30%. And throw that on a wound with max out Wex, bam, 80% right there, which is pretty huge and is once again a way they nerfed the straightforward ways, but not the other ways, because in World, at level 3, maximum might gave you 30%. So it's the same thing. Now, World did have a maximum might secret skill that gave you 2 more levels of maximum might. And at level 4, it could give you 40%. And at level 5, it would make it so you still got 40%, but as soon as the stamina gauge is full, you actually got the increased affinity, which does make it like quite a bit better, because then if you rolled and as soon as your stamina is full, you're back to 40, you don't have to wait like 3 seconds to then attack. So that's pretty cool. And then as you did upgrade maximum might through the levels, it did like last longer after stamina was used. That's not something that's returned in Wilds. So there's like a little bit of nerf to like the use case, but the affinity is there. And I was actually using it with the charge blade. It's not bad. You would think it would be, because in sword mode, like you're guarding or rolling and stuff, and that does use stamina. But once you whip out, the Savage Axe and just start flinging on a bitch, you're not really rolling or guarding because you can't when you're in axe mode. So I still think it was pretty solid. And I think the nerfs to affinity were kind of warranted. I'm glad they didn't like kill critting in general, because critting's always fun. Seeing some big numbers every now and then, that's hype, and it incentivizes you to go for weaker parts outside of just like going for them anyway because they deal more damage. I think it's a good little balance, making you go for the weaker parts and just nerfing affinity as a whole when it comes to like, yeah, you can't just put 40% affinity on your fucking character. You have to earn that 40% through making wounds and hitting them and not using stamina. Or in agitator's case when the monster is in its enraged form, which actually got a buff, which is pretty interesting. At the earlier levels, it is either weaker to wilds or the same thing, but at level 5, which is the max in wilds, you get 20 plus attack and affinity at 15%. While in world, you would only get plus 20 attack and 10% affinity. So you actually get a 5% affinity buff in wilds, which definitely makes me see that Capcom for sure were just trying to nerf the straightforward affinity and actually giving you more incentive to play the more indirect affinities, which is cool. I support that 100%. And hopefully we get the extra buff that they had in world as that went to level 7 when you were using the agitator secret decoration. Although I hope they just add the levels and not add those stupid like secret decorations or skills, because they're kind of stupid. Like you have to wear a skill through like a set bonus to get the higher version. Like, just give us the higher version. Outside of the affinity giving skills, not much else has changed in terms of skills as a whole. There are a few new ones like Flare and Antivirus that, one plays on the new wounds mechanic. So of course there are new skills for that. And the other one plays on the new like Gormagala Antivirus, inflicting yourself with frenzy kind of new skill that kind of brought. So there's nothing really new that we could have had in the past that would have actually worked, as pretty much every time Capcom adds new skills into the game, it is just because there is a new mechanic or new ability that, you'll have another one play off. There was that whole lifesteal thing in the in-game of Rise that we don't see back here at this time, but that's just kind of how it's worked for a while. Something that did actually get nerfed that's been big for a while is Master's Touch, and that was in World, where if you landed a critical hit, you did not lose sharpness. Well, it only has one level in Wilds, and at that level, it only grants an 80% chance of no sharpness loss while active. So it used to be, no matter what, when you landed a crit, you wouldn't lose any sharpness, and that was huge because then you would like never really have to sharpen if you had a crit build that basically touched 100% at all times. I do think World was the first game to actually use Master's Touch, and then even in Rise, they nerfed it down to 80% at level 3, as it had level 3 levels in that game, and they just made it one level, and they just kind of settled on a middle ground in Wilds where they just made it one level and made it 80%. And actually looking at Master's Touch did remind me of something I haven't talked about that was with the weapons and skills themselves, was while we also got those weapon only decorations, we also got skills on actual weapons, with of course one of them being Master's Touch. Not that you can't get a Master's Touch decoration, but usually, high affinity stuff will have Master's Touch built in, like the Charge Blade I use, for instance, the Guardian Albathos, which has some of the highest affinity on the Charge Blade at 15%, so you get critical element and Master's Touch. And I actually think it's cool adding skills to weapons, because usually what the weapon's built around is what they actually give you the skills for. And so a lot of time with like the Charge Blade, you'll be able to get like guard up or artillery on them just by kind of default with stuff like focus, rapid morph, power prolonger, stuff that would work with the Charge Blade. But then you'll get, the kind of more focused stuff like Master's Touch when you have one with high critical. So it's actually pretty cool. And I do think this is a way to circumvent some of the lost skills, because you only have 3 weapon decoration slots by actually putting them on your weapon. But with there being no way to actually change the skills you're going to get, it still doesn't really fix that. It just kind of makes it a little less painful. But I do think it's cool that they have worked on adding skills to weapons as maybe a future, avenue we can go down with augments, maybe in the expansion. We'll just have to see. And that's pretty much for the base equipments. And speaking of augments, we do have an in-game grind in Monster Hunter Wilds at this time. It is at the end of high rank that you really unlock it, but during high rank, at any time, you can make artisan weapons, which remind me of what we had in MH4 with those like unpolished weapons where you'd polish them and you get them special, but it's more so like the Kolve Teroth weapons from Monster Hunter World, as these will have specific elements that you want and whatnot. It's kind of a mix of the Kolve Teroth and I guess Try's system of bowguns where you put in parts to get specific things. Although in this case, the parts are set and you just have different options to choose through the parts. It's best if I just pull it up here and we can go through it together. Because like, to be honest, I haven't even done like that much in terms of artisan weapons because it's quite a grind. But when we open it here and we select the charge blade, you can see that we have a blade, a disc, and a device piece. And when you select the blade, you'll select a broken blade. But you can see that we have different rarities. We have a rarity 6, 7, and 8, and there's nothing else below or above these numbers. And so you can actually start grinding artisan weapons pretty early in high rank, but you're only going to be able to get like rarity 6, and you'll be able to get rarity 7, and you'll get 8. And as you can see, I really didn't even grind rarity 7, and I barely grinded 6 compared to how much I've grinded like 8. And that's because it's not really worth grinding 6 and 7. You might as well just make normal weapons because these are like really fucking grindy compared to just like hunting a monster a couple times to get all their stuff. This is like RNG to the max. It's kind of fucked up, and we're going to be seeing that. So what's more important to look at than rarity, since we're just going to look at rarity 8, is the element type and arson bonus, with the element type being paralysis and a secondary one being blast, which I mean, I somehow don't have a single blast one, even though I've only ever made one, whatever game, and the arson bonus being attack and fusion. Because if we look here, when we do paralysis, attack, and fusion, and then we put in another one, and then we put in another one, we're going to get a complete build here with the production bonus. But if we say put in something different in element type and, you know, affinity, instead of getting attack and production bonus, you'll get an affinity, and you won't get the full element bonus since you're using something else. So you will just be making worse artisans if you're not doing the right crafting, which is just like great, man. It's just RNG'd to the fucking max. But with this is pretty much the set you'd want to go for at least charge blade. Is just paralysis with attack and fusion on all of them, and it costs 10,000 zenny, and you'll just go ahead and forge that. And as long as you have all those pieces, there's no RNG in the actual crafting. The production bonus will always be the same, but if you look here, you can reinforce or dismantle arson weapons, and that's when it's like just complete dog shit, because I've tried. All right, I have 2 that I've already put reinforcements in, and as you can see, one of them wasn't even a full blast one because I just don't get blast drops apparently, so I didn't get the full element bonus, but the other one was, and I got fucking element boosts. And I guess that's not bad, but I really wanted like sharpness or attack or even some affinity, mainly just attack, because that's going to get, you know, kind of the best little buffs, because you can max out your affinity with shit like maximum might and wex, so there's no real need to have extra affinity. But I mean, even then, this one's more so perfect because this one has an affinity of fusion, so I'm losing some anyway, so I really hope this one hits. And the way you actually upgrade it is, you can see you can do it 5 times to fill out these 5 slots, and it takes 3,000 points. And you can see this is how it's set up: 300 points, 200 points, 100, 200. I am poor, so I will be grinding to get this shit. But while I am poor, it is actually helpful for this video because I can show you kind of generally what you're going to do for most of this stuff. And real quick, I'm already in the basin, so what I need to do is go over to this little area over here, the smelting foundry, and talking to Rokul, you can see you can smelt armor spheres, so you can get some of those. But what we need to do is smelt ores, and these are the specific ores that you can smelt. And what you actually do to put points in is monster parts. Or I guess in some instances, the tickets or crystals, or even the bones, but mostly it's going to be monster parts. And the big payouts are the gems, as most of the parts don't really matter. And you can see something like the Zogia gem gives you 1,000 points, and that's basically the max. I think Arkveld also gives you 1,000 points, which is what I've been grinding, if I remember it correctly, while something like the Gormagala orb, which I mean, I have fucking 2 of them, only give you 800, which sucks. So normally you just grind out Arkveld for the orbs. I've already used all mine, but you can get 3 of these. Woohoo! That's great, right? Because then, you know, if we go back over here, you can see I only need 3,000 points and they only give 300. Oh, so I need 10 of them, and a gem from Arkveld, which is a pretty rare drop, is only going to give me 3. Yahoo! It's an absolute fucking mess. You have no idea. Unless as you're doing it, then you have an idea. And another part of the grinding is if we go to the actual melder, we can see that you can grind a little bit of extra artisan parts if you're not aware by going to the melder and selecting meld relics. You can also meld decorations, specific ones, or just the maximum ones, so you don't just have to farm it through quests. But for artisan ones, you can see you can do the rarity 5, which will give you rarity 6, the rarity 6, which will give you 7, and the max rarity 7 one, which will give you rarity 8, and it costs 80 points to just do one. And there is quite a variety you can use. You can see these are the real bangers, but you can really only trade for them, and they're quite expensive to trade for, so I only really have these 3. I think I had 2 others that I had earlier, but I already used, and there's some lesser forms to get a little bit, but nothing really hits the same. Another one is the Wyverian Bloodstone, especially the chunk, as it gives you 240, so you can get at least 3 of these pieces out of it. And as you can see, I don't really have a lot, but you can also put these pieces back in, but they're only worth 16 points, which is kind of crazy, as it takes 5 of these parts to just make another part. It should at least take 3. That's fair to me, because that's one, weapon making one part, but 5? Like, god damn, you're just fucking me. Especially like grinding 6 isn't even worth it, because you'll need 80, and 7, you'll still need like fucking 20. It just sucks. But that's essentially the only way to do it outside of just grinding the quests. And as we can see in the quests, it's probably the way to go. Because if you look here, this is where you're actually going to get this shit, You can get 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 drops while also getting quite a few decorations. You'll get 7, maxed levels 7 max weapon ones and 3 armor ones. So it's pretty worth to do. Plus you'll get 48,000 Zenny, and you just have to slay a tempered Uthduna and a tempered Kangala. So it's not like the worst thing ever, and I actually do like this one, so I'm gonna quickly save it here. Because I kind of get tired of farming the same quests over and over again. So it's nice to just kind of save anyone I see that's a little bit out of the ordinary. Anyway, after doing a little farming with a friend and revisiting this topic, we can finally hop into doing the reinforcing of my arson weapons. You can see a little bit of Gamba. All right, here you guys go. All right, I know your dopamine receptors, they're fucking in the bin because this is a long ass video that's boring as fuck. And honestly, you're probably sleeping, but wake the fuck up, all right? Real shit. Gambling. Reinforcing my arson weapons. It's a system that reminds me so much of what I saw in Rise when it was doing the augments on armor where you're just rolling a slot machine. This is like rolling a slot machine, except you're pretty much fucked no matter what. It is so hard to get a perfect piece of arson weapon because you have to roll a good one 5 times. Element boost isn't exactly bad because Charge Blade can play off element, but I would have to roll element boost 5 times and I would still want a few sharpness in there. If I just end up getting attack and affinity and element boost just randomly there, it's this just doesn't end up very good. But we have a clean one here that's perfectly done with paralysis, full raw attack, and I have quite a bit to work on. So let's add 10 here and get that first level. Please, Gamba gods, do something. It's attack boost. That's actually kind of nutty. Don't equip yet. And so that means I'm actually going to roll this again. I still don't have enough to do it fully. Farmed fucking Arkveld 3 times. Then we did some Gormagala tempered shit because we were bored of that. Fuck me. This is the next day. And I got affinity boost. Not the worst thing, as long as I just don't get element boost. If I get attack and affinity boost and then hopefully a sharpness, this could still turn out to be good. But because of how much you have to put into it, it's almost do I just give up? Do I just fucking quit? Because the way to actually give up is to go to dismantle, and you can see you can get some of your resources back. Dismantling these will give me 10 Oracle sight, which is kind of worth it, especially for this blast one where it's kind of dog shit. I'm just gonna do that because it's gonna give me my shit back, and then we could throw another fucking level on. And this one will give you the 20 back. So you do have the option to get your shit back, but it's still pretty fucking brutal to just have to RNG it because you don't get the parts back. I then have to go regrind regrind the parts. Sure, I don't have to regrind these, but is that good? I don't fucking know. And I guess for the video, I will also do that one so we can try to fully reinforce this one, see what kind of bullshit we get, you know, give the people some dopamine in this 10+ hour video. And let's see what the level 3 has for us. Give me something good. Attack boost, dude. This one's actually looking kind of nutty. Hopefully, you know, this stays good for a while and I don't decide to go element, because we just need to hit like a sharpness and then I'd be pretty happy. What do we got? Attack boost again. Okay, now I'm kind of getting frightened because I do want sharpness. Sharpness is kind of important to have. And we can see we reached the final level with 15 of these and it costs 2,000 zenny. Like the cost to upgrade with zenny wise is like literally nothing. As you can see, I have just under 1,000,000 zenny. It's not even worth like selling your artisan weapons instead of decrafting them, because it only gives you like 1,000 zenny, which is basically worthless because they cost 10k. But that's enough yap. Hit the final upgrade, attack boost. Okay, not the worst artisan upgrade. I know the meta for this is to get some sharpness. Like if I could have got sharpness instead of affinity, I would have been quite happy. But I mean, we're looking at 8-10 attack. I mean, less, is it better than that weapon? I guess, but like just because it's paralysis and not fire, so that I can get some stuns in there, which is pretty hype. But it's more raw and less affinity. Not perfect or anything, but hey, I finally got a decent one on probably my 4th or 5th try. Not the worst. Another little strat to kind of thin the herd of your parts is to actually just go in and build random ones. You can see I have a lot of extra like fucking fire parts. Like, okay, I'm not really going to build a fire one. Just throw down 10k zenny, don't equip it or anything, and go to dismantle it. And you can see you'll get one argisite. And the argisite is the one that is, I believe, 20 or 200. So you can get, you know, a 15th of your way there by forging bullshit ones and getting rid of them. Is it great? No, but it does make it so you have less bullshit parts, so there's more space to actually look around. And at the same time, you'll just get like a little extra material to use. All right, it's not a lot, but it is what it is. The last thing I want to mention about it is in terms of forging. This is just how the charge blade is actually made. You can see every weapon has a different. The greatsword is blade 2, while the charge blade was blade, disc, device. So having 3 different ones I think is a little easier than having 2 different ones or 2 of the same, because if you have 2 of the same broken blades, like you're gonna need 2 broken blade with paralysis, on attack, confusion. I actually have fucking 5 of them. So this is where all my fucking parts go. They just go to the bullshit, to the blade. Great, dude. How about like the tube? 5 of them as well. Damn. Dude, I get so much shit for the fucking greatsword. I might as well just switch back, which if you didn't know, I was using greatsword and hammer. I don't know if I mentioned that, but yeah, it does depend. One of my friends is using the switch axe and he was kind of bad that he has to use 2 blade pieces, because it's like you're just kind of losing out on the fact that there's a disc that you're just not fucking using, and it's kind of goofy. Or like a tube. I don't use the tube at all. I have so many tubes. We can look. The tube, like fucking hell, I have 9 attack for fire, 8 for dragon, 9 for paralysis. So I should probably build some just bows and then just dismantle them. It's like I said, not worth really selling them, but that's pretty much it for the artisan. I'm glad that you guys saw me actually hit on a weapon, because it has been painful seeing like the grind just go to waste and then just having to like farm forever again just to get paralysis attack shit. Oh boy, I can't imagine really going for the perfect one, which I think is 3 attack, 2 sharpness. That's just some bullshit. And then like, what if I wanted to do element? Do I have to build a whole other one with like 5 elements or 3 elements and 2 sharpness? I don't know. It's a pain, but it's not like we haven't seen this level of grind before. It's just kind of getting out of hand when it's like this much grinding needed. Like it's like 5 hours of work to get one fully maxed out one, which is fucked up. And you can't scrap it if it's bad. That's like the one saving grace, but it's still just pretty brutal. And this is like only the high rank in game. I can't wait for master rank in game, where maybe they add a whole new rarity of artisan weapons and then they include augments on them. Woohoo! I just can't wait to grind Monster Hunter for 300 hours so I can get the perfect weapon that I don't even use to speedrun, because I don't even care about Monster Hunter like that. So fuck me. Am I bugging? Sure, the artisan weapons aren't a bad thing in general. It does just give you something to grind for. But when we talked about in monsters about how there's really not a lot of variety, the grind just becomes that much more painful. And I think in terms of equipment, this is the thing we've spent the most amount of time on because it is just kind of a lengthy topic. It also just kind of sucks that like this isn't even like a new thing for equipment. And there really wasn't that much to talk about outside of the decoration changes and some of the skill changes. Although I will, give a little sneak peek. There is a bit to talk about in terms of hunting with the equipment, but we're just not there yet. What we're now going to move on is the final part of what makes up Monster Hunter Wilds, and that is in terms of the items. And during the last items, it kind of had like a little crisis of like, what is really the point of this? Because we're getting the same items every single fucking time. And yeah, Wilds is basically no different. Although there is a return to something we haven't seen since Gen 2, and that is ingredients, because Monster Hunter Wilds actually has like real cooking and not like Monster Hunter 4s or Worlds or even Rises, like bullshit throw random items that give you predetermined skills and blah blah blah. I mean, Rise was honestly the worst offender. It was just like, pick your skills, you might get them, and then you just get the health and stamina. You don't have to worry about anything else. But even like World, it was kind of shitty where it's just like you unlock these and then you just pick the fresh ones and that's it. Well, now you actually have different ingredients that heighten your cooking. You can cook with just rations, which is the first like ingredient, or you can start cooking with like actual meat and then putting in something like kunafa cheese, mud shrimp, wild herb, thundering fulgri. Like you can actually throw some shit in there to make it different, and it gives different skills and different bonuses depending on what it is. Stuff like meat gives like attack bonuses, and then there's defense, and then other stuff will give you element boosts. Just kind of what we had in Dose, where depending on the actual ingredients you put in, you would get a different meal. It isn't as random and as open-ended as I guess Dose was, where Dose you literally just put in two things and it would just put something out. You had no idea what was about to be made and what it would do. Here, it does give you all the information when you put the ingredients in. And something that's a little more interesting is since a lot of Wild works on global time because they're trying to make a seamless transition between time you spend in the village and time you spend in the open world, is that cooking actually has a timer. It used to just be you would go on a hunt and then the cooking would wear off for the next hunt, so you'd have to eat again. Well, now you can eat, and if you just use rations, it'll give it for 30 minutes, but if you use ingredients, you can increase that to a full 50-minute hunt. So it's not even just about actually getting the skills, it's about having those skills and increased health and stamina for longer. And there are item changes, although they're not really important. The biggest one is actually in one of the original staples of Monster Hunter, and that is the well done steak. Previously, the well done steak was the best way to like fully increase your stamina as it depleted, so you could just max that out. And then they kind of added like the rations in the supply box. It did like half of what a well done steak did, but since you would get them in the supply box, you kind of just never ran out because you would get them at the start of the quest and then you didn't have to make steaks. So they kind of got rid of steaks in that way, because like, why would I spend time farming raw meat to make raw steaks when I'm just going to get rations? It's free, all right? You got to think ahead in terms of old Monster Hunter and that shitty grindy economy. But here, well done steaks are more important, because if you don't want to sit down and pull out the grill, which can be used anywhere to actually cook, so like it's kind of iffy why they even did this, but you can instead just eat a well done steak and it will max out your health and stamina for a certain amount of time, which I believe is 50 minutes, about how long, quests are. Not that they take that long, but it is kind of a big thing, and you can carry 5 of them, so you pretty much have like 5 almost full heals, because not only does it like max out your stamina and health, but it also can be used to actually heal some back. So typically if I realize that my health is low, I will like take some damage first and then eat a steak so I don't have to waste a potion. And they're actually pretty easy to do. The same little grill that you use to cook your meals, you can cook well done steaks, and from one raw piece of meat you can actually obtain 12 well done steaks. So not only is the Zinni economy absolutely out of control with inflation, but now we just be eating steak every night, brother. Maybe that's why the the inflation's like so fucking high because everything is just in plenty. All right, Monster Hunter plenty. Fuck wilds. All right, this shit ain't wild. We're absolutely balling out here. All right, check the fucking drip. I got the Gormagala hide on. That's worth at least 3,000 zinni. All right, Gucci? Nah, Gormagala, bitch. Outside of that, though, there's nothing really else to talk about with items. It's an incomplete list, so it's hard to even compare how many there are. But if they add more ingredients, Wilds will probably end up with, you know, about as the same amount of items as World and Rise had. I guess as well, depending on how many monsters they end up adding, but I feel like they'll probably juice the roster out just through time. And when we get an expansion, you know, the items essentially double as you get double the monster materials and like all the kind of resource items as well. And hopefully ingredients. I hope they, you know, do more of this kind of ingredient crafting of meals to just make it more interesting, because I like going back to what DOS had. At the beginning, I didn't like it because I didn't understand it because it was weird. I was so used to just predetermined meals from, you know, Monster Hunter 4, Try, and Rise that I didn't even realize what I was collecting. I didn't realize that these tomatoes were just used for ingredients. I was like, what the fuck am I going to do with the tomato? Make a tomato potion? But no, you actually end up using it to make your cooking, and that makes actual sense. And in a game where they do so much, you know, environmental stuff, it makes sense to have ingredients. Does it make sense to have like no item changes, even though there's like the game is entirely about the environment around you and it being like kind of special and whatnot? No. And I still think it's really stupid that like we actually got like 0 new sort of pods. The luring pod might be new. I don't remember that in World, but you still have like Dragon Pod, Bomb Pod, Torch Pod, the Dung Pod, although this time there's the large Dung Pod, which is kind of clutch, and the Flash Pod and Screamer Pod. It's kind of stupid that they have these whole new environments that are super fleshed out, and it's all about the ecosystem and ecology. And it's just like, oh, but here's these same exact items that are all crafted in like the same exact way. And it's just the same shit. Like you still have the Nitro Shroom, the Parashroom, and it's like, yeah, keep those, but couldn't we get some new shit and like have new things to actually utilize? No, you don't get that. Fuck you. Whatever. Maybe one day we'll get an actual unique Monster Hunter that actually shakes up the base of the game, but that's probably cope. I don't think Capcom has really any motive to go out on an innovative limb and change up what Monster Hunter truly is at the base, or even go back to what people enjoyed at the beginning, because the series has kind of made its name to the point where it can't fail. And so items will continue to be stagnant forever, and I guess I'll continue to shit on them forever as they just never change. As a whole, even though I was just shitting on the items there, that is kind of the truth. For a long time, we have seen Monster Hunter do the same thing it has always done. It has always worked off that base, whether it be the items, whether it be the weapons, whether it be the armor, whether it be the actual goal of the game, everything has remained the same. And I've made excuses for it game after game. You know, in the early days, it was a new series and they were trying new things with both the story and the actual gameplay slash setting for these hunts. But at some point, I'd say probably around like Monster Hunter 4, there just wasn't a whole lot. And that's when the series kind of peaked with its story. And even then, if you compare that story to like other games that came out in the early 2010s, it's just not comparable. Like it's good for Monster Hunter, but it was a bad story overall with little actual development into it, as most characters, they don't give a fuck about. Really, only the Caravaneer got any sort of development. Not even our protagonist gets development outside of becoming stronger to face tougher monster. Like, wow, that's profound. It's essentially like a shitty shonen, you know, something like fucking Naruto or something, where it's just like, why did he become stronger? Because the series needed him to. There's no real other reason. It's like, okay, great. But then after 4, we did have World release, you know, a few years later, and that was the next generation, the Gen 5 beginning, and everything looked pretty bright. All right, Monster Hunter World was a massive achievement for Capcom because they did actually mix things up. They changed how the hunting worked with you tracking and doing investigations to learn about the monsters as you would come across them. That was dope. But then Rise came out, and I made excuses for Rise yet again because, well, they didn't know World World was going to be popular, and they made it for the Switch, so you couldn't put World on the Switch, so that, they made a lesser version to capitalize on the Switch popularity, bring even more people into the series, blah, 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 blah. And then they made, well, Wilds. And I don't want to fully touch on it yet, but Wilds from a design standpoint has just showed what Capcom has just always done, even though, they were doing this in 2004 with the original release of the series, and it's now 2025, and they are doing it yet again. And they're being rewarded for it. I don't know if 10 million sales through what is it now, 3 months is, going to be enough, and if it is really declining as much as we kind of looked at through the Steam stats of things, it could be really big on console. You never know, but at least on PC, I feel like it's kind of looking like it could fail, especially if they're unable to bring it back with a big expansion to really pull the game in together. And so the ball is in Capcom's court. They have to change something, or I do think the franchise will probably not be as big in its next release, especially if that next release looks like Rise. But we don't have the full picture yet, as we haven't looked at what makes up the Monster Hunter of Wilds, and I feel like this will paint the final picture of what makes up Wilds so that we can actually see if they are going to go in the same direction they have always, and potentially actually fail as their newfound success is dwindled into obscurity because Capcom refuses to make more good decisions than they are making bad. As always, when we look at the Monster Hunter of these games, we first start out with the story. And so we will begin by looking at the story of Monster Hunter Wilds. What is it trying to say? Is this different from previous Monster Hunter stories? Is it better? Is it going in a different direction that changes the gameplay or gameplay features at the very least? And is it a good story for games in general? Because let's be real, the average Monster Hunter story is more comparable to like a kid's cartoon show where they're actively being spoken to, like, how many bats are on the screen? 4! Good job. That's basically the Monster Hunter story. It's like, this monster's doing something bad. Go kill it. And then you go kill it. Like, that's the type of shit Capcom be serving us. And you know what? I guess I'm fucking 5 years old because I lapped that shit up like a goddamn toddler. All right, I'm just trying to slay the goddamn monsters. So it works out. Enough yap though. I think we should just hop into what actually makes up this Monster Hunter story, starting at the very beginning of the cutscenes, which I guess we've already kind of talked about as it is the intro tutorial part. But basically the game starts off with a silent scene. It's not completely silent. There's like breathing to give a little tension and whatnot. And then it cuts into having actual dialogue as we see from the perspective of a young boy that a monster is attacking these villagers or trying to destroy something like their village. It's not really clear because like it doesn't really chase them. But essentially what it comes down to is this old dude who, probably groomed this little kid, Nada, is trying to hide him, his precious little boy. And we have no like context for any of this, who these people are, where they are, and what that monster is. We only know that the young boy's name is Nada and that the older man is probably Tashin, unless Tashin means something else, but that is what Nada calls out after being abandoned, or I guess hidden in this case. But after that whole scene, it just cuts into a guild ship just scouting along the Forbidden Lands, which is this desert location that is, well, as the name implies, forbidden because it's essentially just desolate and is thought to be inhabitable. So they're making sure the environment there is all good and the surrounding stuff is chill as well when they spot a figure in the sand or along the Forbidden Lands. And coming closer, they see it's a child. And that's when they realize that this child, who we know as Nada, has come from the Forbidden Lands. And that's even when they say that the Forbidden Lands is thought to be inhabitable. And so it's a nice little scene to get you actually into the game, as it sets up a little bit of a mystery. We don't know who these people are. We kind of know who the people in the guild ship are because they're guild people, and guild people have acted the same throughout the games. But obviously their surprise to finding this child is that they are just completely shocked. So, there was a little bit of curiosity in me to be like, okay, there could be something going on here. We'll just have to see. It's at this point that the game cuts into the character creation as we talked about, but that wraps up and you're essentially the hunter finally, because that was all through, more objective perspectives. We saw it kind of Nada's perspective at the start, and then he's abandoned, so we see him there. And then we see it through the guild's perspective to actually finding Nada. But now we are finally as our character, the hunter. And the hunter shows up on the ship that is cruising the Forbidden Lands in the Windward Plains. And then there's a little quick flashback that basically gives context to why we're actually here. We talk to Fabius, the guild leader, who tells us that he wants us to lead the hunting into the Forbidden Lands. You know, you're basically going to be the hunter while the researchers do what they can to figure out where this boy has come from and what's going on in these lands, as well as trying to return Nada to what he calls the Keepers, which are his people. I really like how straightforward the story is, while also being like somewhat interesting. You know, Monster Hunter Tri had a very straightforward story that I make fun of all the time because it was literally like, there's rumblings that are going to destroy the village. What is it? And then they're like, it's obviously that bitch, the Lagiacrus. He's doing this. So we like just train up and get resources enough to finally challenge it and kill it. And it's like, oh no, we just killed him for fucking fun. It's actually the CDS, go kill it. Like that's straightforward, but that's not a good straightforward. This is straightforward because instead of being like, we need to kill that monster that attacked Nada, it's like, no, we need to bring Nada to his people. Like that's the real goal here. Now what comes after that doesn't really matter. It's just the initial goal. Now there's a little bit of mingling on the ship as we get kind of familiar with the people around us, but it is cut short a little bit when Eric spots some snake leviathan monsters causing a ruckus in the sand, which is then when we spot a monster being chased by those sand leviathan things with a little girl on it. And we kind of talked about this, so I'm gonna just give you the quick rundown of what happens. We eventually like get closer and see that there is a young girl on its back. I decide to hop in as I jump on a monster behind her, a Secret, and ride it to her as she's also riding one, and there was a spare. Now her Secret gets actually attacked by one of the snake monsters and dragged into like a wormhole / sinkhole of sorts, and we use a sonic bomb to basically stun it so that we can pull her out and get her to safety, which is then when we have to run away from the snake monsters again, shooting sonic bombs at them to get them off us until we can get to the ship. And there's that cool cinematic where I jump off with grabbing the greatsword in midair to smack one of those bitches, but that's about it. And of course, still part of the tutorial here, we figure out that this young girl has a brother named Yasai who led away a giant toad monster so that she could get to safety, which is why she was running away by herself with two of those monsters. Now setting up a little pop-up camp, we get situated with our weapon and whatnot, and then we'll go out to actually save Yasai. And he is, pretty much fucked because his Secret is wounded or maybe just tired from running, and so he's basically on foot against this giant fucking toad monster, and he's getting licked up. I mean, that thing is just suckling on him. I'm gonna be real. I wish we could capture this monster so we could just, maybe bring it back to the guild, because I think we could put that tongue to good use. I need to check the Rule 34 for Chotacabra, just for science purposes, but surely somebody's cooked up something real nice. My fantasies aside, we just go ahead and we slay the giant toad monster and save Yasai, and ultimately, we're the big hero, and we're gonna take him back to his village, which is not Nada's village, by the way, as we actually find out that there are multiple inhabitants of the Forbidden Lands, which is like, okay, I guess, but it's kind of weird that we've never seen anybody in the Forbidden Lands when, as we come to find out, there are multiple villages out here. I mean, we already know 2 right off the bat, but, there's more. After saving Yasai and Nana, we take them back to their village where I guess something's going on because they pretty much just say like, fuck off, we don't want your kind here. And as an American, I'm very familiar with that kind of talk, so I read it perfectly. And they don't even like let us use their Secret. They just tell us like straight up to fuck off. Like we just have to walk back to our village. And it's like, oh, with all this armor and in this heat, fuck, you're a big fucking asshole for that. I'm gonna remember it, and I'm going to kill all of you, all right? The guild has no rules against the Forbidden Lands, man. You're done. I wonder if it is kind of like that, where it's like international waters, like, can I murder one of them? I'm just asking the real shit. But we just go back to our village, nice and peaceful, I guess. Pretty lame. And we end up responding to an SOS flare out in the Windward Plains, which leads us to one of our supply feline, I guess, groups has one of their like caravans being attacked by Chemitrice, so we have to slay that. And there's this funny scene where they're getting chased with like a stake on their heads and everything. So it's like interesting to see that Capcom's kind of kept the unserious attitude, even though the game is kind of taking a more realistic stance, especially with environment, as we'll see. But we end up slaying that, and then Yasai actually ends up turning up, and he offers to give us 2 Secrets, which will, allow us to ride around and have our own, which is cool. It's basically a Palamute replacement, so we'll have something to ride that's a lot faster. faster, and there's also the added benefit of allowing you to have a secondary weapon stored on it. During this, he also invites us to dinner, which means we'll end up going to his village to get in there, which, you know, you could kind of see coming. There's no way they would just not open up their village eventually, especially after we save 2 of their people. But it's cool that we are getting into other villages, because that's something I liked about some of the previous Monster Hunters, was actually having multiple. And in World, with one of the most expansive releases to date, really didn't have that. They had the Iceborne village, but it was kind of just like whatever, snow version. And that was like 40 hours into the game. So like, doesn't really count. Monster Hunter 4 is really the only one to do it to this level, but that was so long ago. And, you know, the villages and the world itself were just very limited. Our first trip to Kunafa, the Windsong village, which is where Yasai is from, gives us like a little detail of what's going on, but more so just pushes the plot forward. There's like this interesting scene where Gemma asks somebody that's like tending to a fire what they're using, and they say it's Wilk. And when they throw it into the fire, it kind of spokes the flames and leads to a big burst. And so it's kind of interesting that that can be used as something of a fuel. We've never really seen that, and I don't think that exists in real life outside of like, you know, gasoline. So maybe that has something to do with later plot stuff. Maybe it doesn't. Who knows? But that's just something we're doing as we wait for Yasai's bitch ass mom to cook, because she's slow as fuck. This is why she probably gets fucking hit. But you know, you just kind of yap to people like that, and we end up going in for dinner eventually. Probably had to get hit 3 or 4 times, you know, whatever it takes for her to cook quicker so we can, you know, get our brewski and watch the game. But nothing really happens. As I said, it's more so just pushing the plot along, as eventually when we're eating the beans and bread and cheese, which, I mean, the bread and cheese is interesting. It's like really flimsy cheese. I mean, that shit stretches like you wouldn't believe. And they're making like shitty pizza, but I'm more interested in the beans, because the beans look good, and I do love me some baked fucking beans. All right, here is Sam's baked bean recipe. Y'all aren't ready for this. First, I buy a can of beans at the store, usually Kroger brand, because I'm cheap as fuck. Then, get this, I empty the beans into a bowl and put it in the fucking microwave. I know, this is huge brain. Cook that shit on the stove? Hell nah. And I put it in there for 2 minutes, take it out, stir it, put it in for 1 more minute, and bam, that's baked beans, baby, in like 4 or 5 minutes. You know, you do got to get a little stirring, and it's got to cool off. But these beans, you would not believe how delicious they are. And you know, not just anybody can do it. All right, I put my work in. All right, I'd be slaving away in the kitchen. But what the village actually leads into is they end up talking about a forest nearby. And so that kind of catches our interest, because we're still looking for Nada's village, because the way he came had that whole collapsed tunnel thing, which is why they were hiding him through, as that mysterious white wraith monster was destroying everything. So we're just going like around to figure out how to get there on the top of the earth, as that was more so underground. I'm pretty sure the reason that the village Kunafa is also called the Windsong village is because they talk about that they have these chimes that actually sound like monsters, and that ends up scaring away monsters for coming in. And I think these chimes, you know, make the wind song as they blow in the wind. But that's a little interesting thing to look at in this village, is that, you know, there's no hunters or anything here, and they were actually surprised that we could do that. And so this is their survival defense mechanism, is these chimes, and they have like them all over the place. So it probably sounds like there's just 30 monsters in there having a fucking orgy. But hey, whatever works. You would think that they'd have like traps and shit, like, oh, you step on this with enough weight, the boulder's gonna come squish your head. But I guess with the level of monsters and how strong they are in here, a boulder's not really enough. Unfortunately, the villagers of Kunafa have no idea about the keepers, which is rather weird, as you would think, you know, villages would know each other around here to survive. But maybe the keepers are, you know, somewhat mysterious. They do live underground, so there's something to that. But that's why our next search is going to be to the forest. And in the forest, we're basically hunting down Dashaguma tracks, because they had talked about that the Dashaguma were stirred by something and were encroaching on Kunafa. And so we're basically going there to track it down. And in the forest, as we're following these Dashaguma traces, we come across a Lalabarina, which of course we slay to kind of clear up the forest so that Eric will come out here, because he's kind of being a little bitch ditch while also setting up a base camp. So we also want to have it out of here so it won't destroy our base camp in the forest because, then we don't really have the supplies and means to stay here and actually scout and survey the land. However, after the actual Lalabrina fight, we go back to our base camp and are confronted by some Linians. And these Linians are just like big kind of hedgehog cats. I don't really know, but they do a little dance and point around. And so we get a little curious what they're trying to do. So we actually end up going with them to figure out what's going on in the forest because I guess it's not just the Lalabrina lurking out here. When we actually follow the Linians to their camp, we actually find that there's actually like a village of these little guys and they're called Wudwuds. And one of them, Plum Peach, actually speaks to us and they speak almost in like a riddle of sorts. For instance, they're describing a monster that's bothering them and they say its pink fur is big, stylish, and cool, but its gases are of stink nauseous variety, which of course is referring to the Kongalala, but since they're, just little animals, they don't have the same way of names that we do. And of course, we're going to go and take out the Kongala because they're bothering our little new best friends, the Wudwuds. And there's once again a little bit of comedy in here as when we go to it, the Wudwuds are like pulling on it and pulling out its fur because they like it and it's shiny and they're just like stupid. They remind me a lot of the Shakalakas because those two were like retarded and there was even that end scene where they end up losing the like super ultimate mask through an Ice Age looking scene and that was pretty funny. But in the end they get farted away and it's just us to slay it. And this is actually when I ran into a bug where the Kongala had infinite health and I fought it for probably 20 to 25 minutes before just giving up and having to refight it where it took like 8 minutes. So thanks Capcom. I think the bug started because me and a friend were trying to do this co-op and the Monster Hunter Wilds co-op is really bad and confusing and we got disconnected like during the quest and for some reason I'm the host and I got an infinite health Kongala. So if you get disconnected and the fight takes maybe a little too long, you know why. Slaying the Kongala though opens up the ability to use little pop-up camps and also just gives us a base camp in the forest as the Wudwuds won't fuck with it. We had a little transaction or lopsided as they call it. And they also give more information about the Dashaguma and how they travel. They say they travel in packs and that there is one that's larger than the other. That is somewhat of their leader, which makes sense. That's how animals work. So monsters shouldn't be much different, but it just gives us just a little more insight and development. And that's kind of cool. Like give us that about the environment because that's kind of what makes up a story. You're learning, and especially in Wilds where we're in a wild new area similar to how we were in a wild new world. I like this little detail they're adding. With our continued search of the Dashaguma, we come across some monster corpses, which essentially warns us that the Dashagama are headed to the actual village of Kunafa and that we need to immediately warn them to protect it. So we go over there and we find Yasai, who tells us that Zato can probably convince, everyone to get prepared and leave if we have to, as he's, I guess, some sort of leader in the village. And you can kind of see that by the kind of garments he wears compared to the Yasai. He definitely has some class, some swag. So we'll have to find him, but he's out doing something with like water. And so we have to go out of the village to do that. But as soon as we leave the village, we come across two people who say that Zatu was attacked by some sand leviathans and he led them astray so that these two could escape. And that just like makes me think like once again, how is this village surviving? All right. Yasai has to go lead a monster away and he doesn't get away and we have to save him. And now Zatu gets, attacked by some sand leviathans and he has to lead him away so the other two can escape. So does someone just like die every fucking day? Every day it's like 50-50 if you're going to get to run away or if you have to stay and draw the monster away. It's just like, wow, are we drawing straws to figure this out? It's fucking goofy. But I guess if you don't think about it too much, because, these are just rare isolated instances that just happened because, we got here and brought bad juju or something. But we go and we rescue Zato, basically how we rescued Yasai. We pull up, tell Zato to get his pussy ass out of here, and then we kill the sand leviathan known as the Balahara. Slaying the Balahara basically gets us Zatu's loyalty as, he feels indebted to me for saving him. And so he trusts us. So when we actually go back to the village, he's going to vouch for us to the elder that the Dashugama are definitely going to mess shit up. And so they need to seek shelter. And as this is happening, the Dashugama basically just pull up. I mean, they're just busting through walls, absolutely wrecking shit all to get to the cattle that Kunafa have. There's a little scene where Nata comes in contact with the Dashiguma and basically breaks down, showing that there is a little bit of trauma in terms of what happened to him and the White Wraith at his village, which is completely acceptable, and you kind of get it. I don't really care at this time about Nada as much because it's just like we're just using him as a plot device to actually continue searching for his village, which is drawing us to new areas. It's not a bad idea, but I just don't feel like his character is very interesting outside of what it brings in mystery, as we don't really know what's going on with this new world. Once we actually find Nada and bring him to safety, it is time for me to take on the Dashiguma. But first we have to lead them away from the village. So as they go after the livestock of Kunafa, we follow them out into more so the Windward Plains open areas. But that's when we actually confront the Alpha, which is the biggest of them and more red of them, so that it can draw the entire pack away. And we draw it into the sand as the sandstorm from the sand tide comes in, which I guess might have killed the other Dashiguma, the little ones, because only the Alpha Dashiguma pulls out as it breaks from the sand with a Balahara around it, which it then takes and kind of pulls its jaw apart. Obviously doesn't have a jaw because it's like a Leviathan snake thing that has almost like 3 different separate lips. I don't know how it works, but like I was really hoping it would snap it in half like in fucking Godzilla, where Godzilla snaps the fuck out of one of those duo monsters, but it doesn't do that. It just kind of separates them, or at least makes it look like it's going to, and then just throws it away, and then the fucking Balahara doesn't move anymore. So like I guess, if you just pull them like you're going to pull them apart, then they die. I don't really know how that works. I would have loved to just see that bitch rip it in two, but we don't get to see that. Capcom's pussies. I guess they don't want to have any violence to get an M rating, but like, come on. It's monsters. It's chill. You don't have to show blood. Just rip that bitch in two. Of course, since the Dashiguma fucked up the Balahara, it's basically 1v1 time as we take on the Alpha Dashiguma. Slaying it will break up the pack and everything, so this is the end to our problems for helping Kunafa. And after we do slay it, we go back there, get glazed a little at how dope we are for saving their village and whatnot, and get free access to come and go as we please, as long as getting more secrets, which, we already had 2 for my squad, but Olivia has her own squad with her and Werner, I think. So we're basically going to hook them up so that we can all be more mobile for our scouting. All in all, it's a pretty good way to get into the story. We learn about these new monsters like alphas that are leading packs, stuff that really feeds into the environment, like really being real. The story continues as we have the secrets, and we're going to deliver them to Olivia. And when we turn up to the base camp, she's not there, and she's out in the forest just scouting around with her unit. Although they do interestingly mention that it has been a while since Olivia's been out there, so we're just going to go ahead and take it to her because maybe the walk is just extra far, so we can get her back with these. However, our trip into the forest is quite eventful, as there's not only a downpour, which adds to the setting, as it's kind of just like a, rain sand tide, where instead of sand blowing around and lightning, it is just fucking pouring. And in this, we find Olivia with her weapon drawn and surveying the land very still. She's just looking around with her eyes as if there's something around, and it turns out there is. A massive rainbow monster pops out of the water and comes to attack. So we have to save Eric, and then we have to basically repel it so that it doesn't murk us. Although we're not trying to kill it, we're just trying to make it run away. And this monster is known as the Uthdana, and this area of the forest is essentially its territory, and we later find out that it is the apex of the forest, so really the whole forest is its territory, and it does not fuck with us. However, it doesn't just end there, because after we actually repel it, we end up seeing it being attacked by the White Wraith, which for one means the White Wraith is actually real, as Nada points out, because he just wishes he imagined it all. And 2, we see that it wraps its chain-like appendages around it and kill it rather easily. And later, as Eric does some sort of an autopsy on it, he says that there was no blunt trauma to the monster or anything outside of it, and that it simply had a lethal move that wouldn't leave any sort of wound. And they think it has something to do with the chains, but that's really all the info we have. So it's a pretty eventful quest and ends up wrapping up chapter 1. And I think this is an interesting way to wrap up chapter 1 because it leaves us with a lot of answers. And so I don't really understand this chapter system. I feel like it should have wrapped up after we defeated the Alpha Dashiguma, because that was kind of the climax of what felt like should have been chapter 1, but that was chapter 1-4, and this is chapter 1-5, and in the next chapter we go to chapter 2-1. So yeah, I don't know, it just leaves a lot of questions, but I guess since it isn't the end of the chapters, it's okay to have questions, but just figured I'd point that out just because it's a little weird how it's done. But But moving into chapter 2, we're just going to keep doing what we always do and are searching for the White Wraith. And so to find it, we go talk to the Wudwuds again since we're kind of homies with them. And that ends up connecting us with Zato and some people of the Kunafa village, as well as Olivia's unit, as they're escorting Zato to Uzzah's the Everforge, which is another village where they do a lot of crafting and, as the name implies, forging. And so we're just going to tag along as well to see what these new people have, not only to offer, but in terms of information about the Keepers. It turns out they don't know anything specifically about the Keepers, but they do know something about an ancient tribe that used to have all this advanced technology and that the Keepers could be there. So they have like a little bit of theory that the Keepers could have been what is left of that tribe as it was basically destroyed thousands of years ago or something, but maybe that's how they stay hidden because they have advanced technology to do so. Either way, I think coming to this new village was pretty interesting. It's nice to see that we get another village that's also just completely different, especially in its new environment of like an oil basin. And so you get new monsters and all that cool stuff, and it just kind of works out for the story. Not exactly a bad transition as well, since the flooded forest basically was at a dead end, so we're moving on rather smoothly. There's an interesting part where Werner from Olivia's unit actually talks about the land spine, which is this kind of environmental growth that goes through the oil basin and was also mentioned by the people of Kunafa in their area, so we can suspect that it goes through these two villages, and it's just something as a long thing. It's obviously kind of like the Everstream from World, where it's just connecting everything, but its purpose here is that it has the Wilk Crystal, which is what, Kunafa uses for fire and fuel, and what this new area, Uzzah's, uses as well. So we're kind of getting a little more world development as well as we figure out what this kind of Wilkstone is, because it's also connected to Nada, as he has a Wilkstone necklace. But still, no answers, and we're only in chapter 2, so that's pretty reasonable. But it's at this time that one of the villagers of Kunafa come and tell Zato that he needs to come back to Kunafa because there is another sand tide. That is pretty unusual because it is happening so soon after the last one. So something's definitely going down, and we suspect it has to do with the White Wraith, so we're going to. In Kunafa, we confirm that the sand tide has actually arrived and that it is very out of the ordinary, so we're going to go to the Eye of the Storm, or as the people of Kunafa call it, the Wind's Gasp. And in the Wind's Gasp, we get some Capcom cooking. All right, this is one of the most fire cutscenes I've ever seen in a Monster Hunter game. All right, peak shit, because in the center is a new monster, Ray Dao, and the White Wraith. And Ray Dao is supposed to be the apex of the Windward Plains, this area, similar to how Uthdana was the apex of the flooded forest. And so it is top dog versus top dog, and it is a pretty epic fight. As we kind of talk in the background, it's a little weird, but it ends up with the White Wraith using its chains once again to absorb power from the Ray Dao. Except this time it doesn't kill it. Don't really know what that's about, I guess because we haven't fought it yet, or because maybe it's full from taking its energy, which Eric once again mentions. However, because it didn't die, it goes somewhat berserk, probably because it is weakened and is just acting on instinct to just destroy everything around. And because it is potentially threatening the village by going berserk, we have to slay it. And after slaying it, we end up regrouping in a cave as we wait out the sand tide because the storm is still pretty brutal, so we don't want to go to Kunafa right now. And in it, we end up delving into the cave a little deeper where we find the land spine in the Windward Plains, as we had theorized since they were getting the Wilk Stone. Although this land spine is a little different because it was actually glowing as Wilk kind of just oozes out. And when the sand tide stops and we're ready to go, it stops glowing. So Gemma just throws it out there that there could be a connection with the land spine and the weather of these biomes. But there's nothing really concrete to go on. So first we just go back to Kunafa, make sure everything's good, and then we head back to Uzzah's to talk to Werner, as he's the one who originally theorized something about the land spine and took notice of it. After speaking with Werner, we get filled in that there is a tunnel where the land spine actually goes down, and so we want to follow that, as maybe it leads somewhere to Nada's destination, or at least gives us more info about what the land spine is doing to these surrounding environments. And so we take a guide from Uzzah's to basically lead us there through these caves, and we end up at at an area with a massive glowing centerpiece that's kind of where it seems like the land spine originated from, as the giant glowing white spot is surrounded by all the land spine parts, and it's where they all stretch out of. We don't really see any other branches that could have been the original place, as it looks like it is here. And Nada also mentions that he was familiar with this place. He saw it when he was escaping from the White Wraith, but he did get lost, so he's not exactly sure which way we'd have to go to get back to his village of the Keepers. And so we're just going to regroup and then try these later, as we want to make sure we're all prepared. And that's when we run into a Nursilla that is not only threatening us, but has also captured a Wudwud, so we have to take it out. And after taking it out, we talk to this Wudwuv who says their name is Rove. And this is pretty weird because this is like a very well-spoken Wudwud. Usually we had to communicate them with like our Palico or some shit because they're kind of stupid animals. But Rove is like a sophisticated, educated one, and it's kind of funny. Speaks very clearly and intelligently, you know, using big words and whatnot. Probably more intelligent than me, I'm gonna be real. That fucking Wudwud is smart as shit and could honestly make better videos than me. We need to get him in here, get him explaining Monster Hunter lore. That would be tight. Might even use it as my own little sex slave, but that's just for payment because, like, I mean, you know, it doesn't need money. It's an animal, even better. Anyway, enough freaky talk. Basically, Rove has decided that it's going to be our guide for us since I saved it because I'm the goat, and it guides us to this unusual structure that has like floating rocks and everything and is massive and is pretty astonishing, and is even mentioned by Gemma that like even back home in the old world, we didn't have shit like this. So, you know, maybe some advanced technology. The puzzle pieces are starting to draw together. But everything's cut a little sudden because a Harambe flies out from under a little cave and scares us into Rove's little hiding spot, where we basically just reassess everything. And that's when we realize that Werner's about to fuck shit up, because in Azaz, he's repairing the land spine that connects to the Everforge so that they can celebrate their little fire festival, which means that when he reconnects the land spine to the Everforge, it's probably going to start fucking up the biomes again. So we got to get back there. So I have to go out and slay the Harambe so we can travel, and then we make our way back to Azaz to basically warn him, hey Brody, do not fix that shit. However, upon arriving at Azaz and finding Werner, it's too late, as they're starting their fire festival to bring on a fire spring so that they can light up the Everforge and have it going, because that brings the season of plenty, which is obviously, you know, a good thing. And it looks like at first that everything's going well. You know, the Everforge does light and looks good, but it takes on a little too much power, I guess, from the land spine just being a little heightened at the moment and chaotic, which is why the weather has been so whack in other places. And this source of energy attracts the great apes, the Anjarkin, and two of them arrive, which means me and Olivia have to split up to take one down each. And that's a pretty cool way to actually add these units together. Unfortunately, this is like the only time it ever fucking happens. She goes and beats one, I beat the other, and she'll actually come and help you if she beats it first. It's a cool little story part. I just don't know why it wasn't included more to, I mean, even if it's not making the hunt faster by having duo hunts like in Rise, at least make it so that it's just more interesting to do some of these hunts. It was a nice way to actually show that we were working as a unit, something that a lot of other games failed to do outside of, I guess, Rise, but like that didn't really add a lot to the story because that shit was ass. But after slaying the great apes or Anjanarkin, whatever, we get this little tale from an old man who's talking about this black flame that's going to come and like destroy the Everforge and steal its power. And it's like, well, why the fuck did no one tell us this before? Like, why are we just now learning that this is going to happen to the Everforge now that it's lit? Great. So we have to go and slay the black flame. So you have to go like look around a little bit and find it at the oil basin's bottom part, I think. And that's when we find it as a cephalopod, the first one of the game, I believe. And it is the apex of the oil basin. Later, after slaying it, we actually find out its name is the Udra, which is like, shit, dude, what are all these goofy names? We got the Udra, the Ray Dao, and the Uthduna. Like, these motherfuckers saw my video, or at least saw that I was making that shit. I don't know how, but then they just made the most annoying names to actually fucking remember. Like, god damn. Probably not pronouncing it right. I'm probably gonna mix them up, and then motherfuckers will be like, is this guy retarded? In the comments, because it's like, oh, sorry guys, I don't fucking know everything. To be fair, they're probably not watching this far in anyway, So it'll be aight. This is also the end of chapter 2. It felt a lot shorter than chapter 1. Chapter 1 felt like we had a lot going on and we did like 2 environments while this one just was the oil basin, but it is still pretty lengthy. It was chapter 2-4. That was the final one. And now in chapter 3, we're returning back to the Windward Plains to get with Rosso to kind of discuss the next steps that the guild is going to take to, fix Nada's situation and also figure out what is going on with the land spine because it's obviously out of control. After meeting up, we decide to continue to search for Nada's people because at this point we have a feeling that they might be behind it as the keepers of that ancient technology that might be controlling the land spine. So we go back to that tunnel that we had him at and the ice that was blocking the way has melted, which will allow us to travel through. We reach more familiar ground with Nada as he notices surroundings and realizes that his glove is on the floor, which means we are 100% on the right path to finding his people, but it's not good news all around as we encounter a Dashiguma fighting with another one. However, there's something abnormal about the Dashiguma as it has white features to its front and is kind of strange as it seems to be absorbing power similar to that of the White Wraith. And so we have to slay it. And in slaying it, we get some confirmation that it is a pretty strange case of a Dashiguma as it had no reproductive organs and its stomach had seemingly atrophied, which means that it's probably not eating, it's probably not breeding. So what is it doing and how did it end up like this? There's really no answer at this time, so we're just going to have to keep going and hopefully everything will be answered when we find Nada's people, the keepers. It doesn't take long to actually do that as we arrive at what Nada's village is seemingly empty because as he calls out for Tashin, there is no answer. And at first I was like, damn, they all fucking died. Nada's just a bitch ass orphan now. Like, this is kind of sad. But of course, Tashin is actually there. He's just hidden behind a giant like stone wall, I guess, and he actually opens it and him and Nada embrace and it's a nice little moment as we finally return Nada to his people. But it is cut very short as a Rathalos comes flying out of the sky and Tashin says that they are trying to get in, which we don't really know what that means at this point, but he just tells us to go as he slams the gate, which was kind of like fucked up, like you're not gonna let us in? What the hell? But I have to slay it. And this Rathalos is just like how the Doshigama was, where it has this white and like purple lightning effect on it. And so this Dashiguma was not just an isolated event. Multiple monsters have this effect to them. So after slaying it, we once again meet up with Tashin, who this time is going to bring us to his village after we explained who we were and what's going on. And interestingly, Tashin was also surprised that we were able to actually hunt and slay the monsters. So I guess even the keepers, this advanced civilization that have like this sort of advanced tech, don't even do that themselves. The next part is a bit of a lore dump. So I don't know if you really want to pay attention and understand the story, you better lock in because I'm also not great at explaining things. But basically, Tashin just starts yapping about the keepers and Wyveria because a millennia ago, there was a city called Wyveria, and it was a very prosperous city that was going through its era of prosperity, as Tashin says. And this prosperity was gained through the Wilk, which is a limitless energy source that comes from the Dragon Torch, which the Wyverians had created. And this is where we get Wilk, or as Tashin says, they call it Wyvern Milk, which makes me think like, well, why do you call it Wyvern Milk, buddy? What do you be doing to those fucking Rathian? You fucking milk them, don't you? You dirty monster. They be out here with those fucking milk tubes just draining monsters, just hooked on. Nah, they don't actually. All the wyvern milk comes from the Dragon Torch, and at some point the Wyverians completely collapsed. And so this remnant of their society is what the keepers continue as the Wyverians split up, with some of them leaving and some of them staying. So the keepers are the descendants of those Wyverians that stayed, and they basically continue to keep watch and make sure the Dragon Torch keeps going so that they can provide for all the villages around them. Not that they really know about any of the others because they just stay here, but you know, it is what it is. And I guess that's how we have Wyverians in other locations like the old world, because they ended up splitting up into different tribes. Just a little bit of lore. And also I guess the lore about the keepers, as we find out the keepers essentially don't have the technology the Wyverians had, as that society society did completely collapse, and the keepers really don't feel like they're doing much anymore because they're really unable to control the dragon torch. They can make sure that everything's provided and that they have energy and whatnot, but ultimately that technology was lost with the collapse of Wyveria, so it almost feels like they're now just left adrift to just make sure that, you know, the monster that was trying to get in doesn't get in and destroy it, but outside of that, there's not much they can do. At least that's what we think at first, because after a little break where we set up camp in this Wyveria location, we then follow Tashin deeper into the Keeper's base. And that's when we find an even more shocking revelation, and that is information about the Wide Wraith and these new monsters we've been spotted, like the, you know, mutated Rathalos and Oshoguma. Because when we actually go deeper, we find these cocoons that are kind of like white filmed over, so you can't really see what's inside. But Tashin says these are guardians, and that the Wide Wraith is known as Arkveld, an extinct species, and that it was made into a guardian, which is basically an artificial monster that the Wyverians created to protect them. And these monsters have special qualities where they do not eat, they never die from natural causes, so they're basically immortal and don't need to reproduce because of that, and they were used, as said, to protect Wyveria. But after the collapse of Wyveria, they don't really show up as much anymore from the cocoons, but they did recently, presumably because the, you know, land spine is going kind of crazy. It is probably affecting this area of Wyveria, causing them to sprout out. They are also native to Wyveria because they're somewhat trapped here and have to feed on wyvern milk to survive, so they do kind of eat, but that just like replenishes their energy. And there's wyvern milk pretty much everywhere in Wyveria, where it basically has replaced water, like there's just pools of it, and so that's how they kind of just survive forever. Now in the case of Arkveld, it is actually able to escape because they think it was singled out because it is an extinct monster, and so they didn't limit it as much as they did the others, and so it was able to escape Wyveria and go elsewhere. And speak of the goddamn devil, when we continue down the path, fucking Guardian Arkveld shows his bitch ass up and tries to fuck us up. We don't slay it at this time, we just repel it so that we defend, you know, Tashin and Alma and the gang, and then it ends up flying away, where we get some more info because it was completely gorging a fucking monster, like eating that shit. And Arkveld is not supposed to do that because it's a guardian, so we're left with the question of, is it a guardian now? What's going on? Why is it killing monsters and eating them? What the fuck is going on, Tashin? All right, we need some goddamn answers. But instead of getting answers, Nada starts fucking throwing a fit. All right, I get it, Nada. You're like 12 years old. You lost your family, but you're back now. Why the fuck are you bitching? He's going crazy like, Tashin, you did this, you made the guardians, and that's cruel to them. And Tashin's like, bitch, I'm like fucking 70 years old. I'm not that fucking old. I told you that shit collapsed a millennia ago. I didn't do this shit. He doesn't say that. He doesn't even really defend himself. And instead we just kind of move on, where he's like, all right, guys, I'm gonna show you more shit. Like, what the fuck, Tashin? You're just gonna take that kind of back talk from bitch ass Nada? I'll slap him for you. It's not so much that I hate Nada in most of this game. It's more so that they just wrote a kids into like a somewhat adult themed game. Like, we're slaying monsters, which is kind of violent, and yet we have to deal with like a 12-year-old and his emotions when he learns out about his people and he loses them, and that's all sad and shit. But I don't give a fuck, dude. I'm just trying to slay monsters. Instead, I have to hear Nada bitch and moan and cry and why it's not fair type shit. Like, shut up. I get it. He's a kid. It's not his fault and it's kind of expected, but maybe just don't include him then. That honestly would have been hype. But to actually understand everything and figure it out, Tashin doesn't really have all the answers. That's basically all he has. Who we actually need to go to is the All-Harken, who, get this, harkens information from everywhere. Woo! Including past history, I guess. So she kind of like, I saw it in a dream type shit. And so we have to go back where we found Rove in the Ice Shard Cliffs to cross there to actually reach the All-Harken. And that is being defended by Jin Dahid, the apex of that region, and we have to repel it to actually continue to the All-Harken. Now, reaching the All-Harken is pretty nice, as it's a very massive difference between the Ice Shard Cliffs and where the All-Harken resides. They reside on like a mountain where it's very lush and green and beautiful, and the All-Harken is more like the Ice Shard Cliffs, as it's like an old lady who has big eye ears and I believe is Wyverian based on her legs being more so hooves. But she has like some interesting things to say. I think unfortunately there's not a lot of lore we really get from her. She basically is just like, no, I do not have the answers monsters you are looking for, but you can find them yourself. And it's like, oh, great, thanks. Because she doesn't even really tell us how Wyveria fell. She gets a little vague where she's like, they created a guardian that was basically going to be their final masterpiece that would end all wars as it could destroy an entire civilization. But she doesn't name the guardian. She doesn't really say what happened to the guardian and what it actually did. She just says it leads to the civilization's demise and that the guardian still rests in a slumber. So it still exists. I don't know why it's asleep. I don't know why it didn't, go into the free world like Arkveld. I don't know why a lot of things happened, but we don't really need to apparently, because what is actually important is for us to figure out what is to become of Arkveld. We need to understand Guardians and then Arkveld itself, as it is still a Guardian. So it's like, great, we came all this way just for you to tell us to believe in ourselves. Yeah, pretty shitty story moment. I was really hoping for a little bit of flashback lore, but I guess that's too much work. Instead, guys, we just have to believe. The next step is to return to Wyveria, where we're going to study the Guardians. As kind of mentioned before, Tashin isn't really sure this is the right play, but because Tashin doesn't really fucking know anything, we kind of just ignore his ass because, well, what's he gonna do? He has, no power. Not even over the Guardians anymore. Useless ass hobo. And so our first step is to set up a base camp in Wyveria, and then we go out to search for a Guardian Sentry that Tashin mentioned, which leads us to run into the Guardian Ebony Odegaran, which of course we make quick work of because I'm the GOAT, and then we get immediately snatched by another cephalopod that drags us down into its lair, as well as the body of the Odegaran. And it's not interested in eating us, it's actually more interested in eating the Odegaran itself, which is pretty weird that a monster would actually prey on one of the Guardians, meaning that it kind of ended up in the ecosystem of things, which they mention later. And that's kind of interesting to think about, that an artificial monster has been here for so long that the other monsters have actually started to hunt and eat those things. Although because the Guardians are artificial and don't need to eat or reproduce and are kind of dead but completely alive forever, I don't really know how much nutrients they give since they just consume wyvern milk, but maybe they convert wyvern milk into something that can be eaten by other monsters. Not really sure, but that's about it. We just have to slay this new monster, the Zhuwu, and then we can continue doing our own research back at the camp as we have taken both monsters down. This also leads to a little talk where it's well, since Guardians are preyed on and prey, they're just like any other monster. So now we have a fake versus real conversation going, and it's kind of a pretty mid plot point I'm just not really interested in. I want to get into Guardian Arkveld, and that's exactly what we end up doing next. During our further exploration of Wyveria, we end up in a new area where we find a lot of monster corpses that have just been ravaged. And as we follow the clues, we lead ourselves to the culprit of these murders, and it is none other than Guardian Arkveld itself, feasting upon a monster viciously, out of control, as it has gone completely berserk. And there's really only one path here to take, and that is to slay the Guardian Arkveld. And Nada's bitch ass, once again, starts crying and shit no, it didn't choose for this to happen, it just wanted to be free, blah, 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 make decisions on its own. I don't know what to tell you, dog. Is it its fault? No, but that doesn't mean we don't gotta put it down. And so once again, Nada's kind of being annoying, but it's it's not really his fault. He's kind of right, but it's just life, brother. At the end though, when we're surveying the body, I think Nada does come to terms with the idea of taking it out as the solution to this problem. Because yeah, it didn't choose to do all those things, but it's what happened. And to conserve the ecosystem, it's better to lose one Arkveld than, not only every monster in Wyveria, but every monster in the Windward Plains, the oil basin, and the flooded forest. It makes sense. And after he's thinking clearly, Nada even suggests that we go to the Dragon Torch, because that is what Arkveld was actually after, and even mentions it being the final piece of the puzzle. As we reach the Dragon Torch, something isn't right, because in it, there is a Guardian, and it is a pretty large Guardian that has cracks forming around its cocoon, which leads us to believe it's probably going to break out any day now. So we convene a meeting with Tashin, Nada, and Olivia's group and basically talk about the solution. And the solution that Tashin kind of mentions is that if you take out the Dragon Torch, it will take out the Guardian monster inside, which he also says is the Zogia, which is is what led to the demise of Wyveria. And also the Allharkin is here, which is like, well, why didn't she come to us originally? Shit's just whack, bro. The Allharkin is like an actual stupid fucking character that was just thrown in here for some extra lore. I feel like she's handled so poorly, but whatever, dog. And once again, she has a kind of just like, believe in yourselves, guys, you'll make the right decision. And Nada actually addresses everybody and says that the correct way for this to go down is to take out the Dragon Torch. And there was this whole like argument because if you destroy the Dragon Torch, well, the Azaz village is going to lose the Everforge and everyone's going to lose the Wyvern Stones. So their sources of energy are going to be gone. So who knows if they'll be able to thrive or even survive in those conditions. So it's like a big deal for these outsiders or even the keepers themselves to decide the fate of everyone else, as the land spines and everything will essentially die without the power of the Dragon Torch. And so even though Nada decides to do it with the power of his necklace, which acts as a counter weapon, there is a look at the end of it where Alma looks at me and the Allharkin looks at me. And although you can't see my face, I kind of just look straight as if we've convened between us about what's actually going to happen, because maybe we don't have to destroy the Dragon Torch to take out Zogia, even though it is like enormously powerful and able to defeat civilizations. But this is a Monster Hunter game. We take out the all-powerful. So with our next step, we show back up to the Dragon Torch where the Zogia Guardian is, and Nada begins to try to use the stone necklace to basically shut down the Dragon Torch. But it's not Nada's time to be the hero, goddammit. It is our time. So we pull up, we tap him on the shoulder like, there's another way, little bro. And everyone's surprised. They're like, no, Hunter, is that really the way? And he's like, hell fucking yeah. And I walk up to that bitch ass cocoon, give it a little crack on it, and you get one of the coolest cutscenes ever where the whole thing shatters, a piece comes and hits me in the face, and the Hunter says, by my own order, I will slay Zogia. And like Zogia looks pretty fucking badass. It kind of reminds me of like the Gore Magala because it has, you know, legs and arms, and then it has wings over top of it which also have hands on it, but it's different because it's covered in like this white kind of crust outside layer, but that kind of breaks away as you continue to fight it and shows a black layer, which is more so its true form, and this is just kind of like an armor that it gets from the wyvern milk. But it's a pretty cool fight, and by killing the Zogia we effectively allow everyone to continue thriving without the danger, because the Zogia was basically corrupting the Dragon Torch with its power, and with it gone we can still have the Dragon Torch and everybody can still thrive with the Dragon Torch's power, and this time in a safe manner. We of course meet up with Tashina and the others, and they are all very grateful for the outcome of both saving, you know, all of Wyveria from Zogia basically destroying everything with the Dragon Torch, and also not destroying everything by destroying the Dragon Torch. So we actually did reach a win-win scenario in a lose-lose situation. We're just like that. And that brings on the credits. But because this is just low rank, these credits don't really matter, as there is a high rank story to go along with the gameplay. And this is basically developed through the after credits post scene, as we see Fabius, the guild leader, basically getting a report of what's going on, and that he wants them to continue to investigate the Dragon Torch to kind of figure it out, as well as not push for a diplomatic relationship with these villages in the Forbidden Lands, but kind of be there so that they can extend the olive branch to us, because that's kind of how it has to work. So we're not just walking in there and being like, all right, this is the rules, you're part of us now. Big imperialism shit, which is, you know, gay, all right? Get the big stick out, Fabius. This is our land now. But that's not all that sets up high rank, because, yeah, this is probably my least favorite part of the story, but we find an egg, and it's Arkveld's egg, and it's like, what? How did Guardian Arkveld make a fucking egg, all right? It just doesn't make sense, but it's like, well, nature found a way. Like, is this fucking Jurassic World? That's what this shit feels like. How the fuck did Monster Hunter Wilds copy Jurassic World? Because they already did copy like dinosaurs in the first Monster Hunter, and now we've gone full 360 around to now just straight up copying the dinosaur movie plot. Shit's stupid. It's not that dumb, but I think mainly the story was pretty good in low rank. I think the way that they push these villages and the way they kind of rely on each other, not just in trade, but through the land spine and ultimately mainly the Dragon Torch, which was providing all the power. It's pretty cool, and it also just invites some new ideas into the franchise. However, with low rank being good, I don't think the same can be said for high rank, and I really don't have the same kind of feel for it, as it's just kind of like, eh. So what we're supposed to do, as I kind of said, is Fabius is basically like, all right, let's spend this time now with everything calming down to research the Dragon Torch and these environments and how they're reacting, because with the Dragon Torch basically fixed, every area is feeling a season of plenty, so everything's great. And so all we got to do is just go around and do some research. And so our first goal is to figure out what's going on with the Wudwuds. So we go up to them and we figure out that there are some Yin Cuckoos that are kind of fucking up their area on top of the tree. So we have to go take them out. But that's actually not the play for taking them out, as that isn't exactly what we find when we get up there, as there are a bunch of them. So we're actually going to just capture one for the first time to do research on just one specific one, so we can see what's going on to cause them to congregate as such. The results of this capture really are quite minor and don't really add up to anything, but it's the next part that kind of pushes the high rank story into what it is. And that's when we arrive at the Hall Harkin area, talk to her and Fabius, and we get some info about the Wounded Hollow, which is just outside of this area. And recently a lot of monsters have begun to congregate there, and that's quite unusual. And so we go and take a look, and we see a Nursilla that's being infected by something that we are familiar with, which is the Frenzy virus. So of course we take it out because that is a big deal, as we found out in MH4. And then we report back to Fabius, and he says sneakily like, oh, I've studied the Frenzy virus, blah, blah, blah. Like, yeah, dude, we know you're the guy from MH4, blah, 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 blah. And that he's going to go do more research back at the academy to come up with something to counteract the Frenzy so that we can preserve the ecosystem here, as we know it could fuck it up. And this is kind of where the story is going. And, you already know what's coming, like the Frenzy virus. Who do you think is going to show up? But before we get to that, what is actually happening in the environment, our monsters are just kind of showing up wherever. The Lalabrina is in Wyveria for some reason. And then the Apexes start going crazy. So we have to go and we have to take them out to restore peace. So the environment is getting really fucked up, even though the Frenzy is seemingly not doing this to these monsters. The Lalabrina was just tempered, and then we fight a Guardian Fulgur Anjanath, so that had nothing to do with the Frenzy. And the Apexes, I don't think are frenzied either, so shit's just kind of going whack, and we don't see the direct result of a Gormagala yet. Because after slaying all the Apexes and restoring peace the best we can, the conclusion we come down to is that the Gormagala is present, but it's not infecting the monsters directly, but it is infecting the Dragon Torch itself. So the same way that Zogia was kind of fucking up the Dragon Torch to overpower its regions with too much, Fire Spring and then too much Sand Tide, like things were going crazy and the Guardians were even starting to trip. The Frenzy is doing similar things, where instead of, making more Sand Tides, it's just causing Apexes to go crazy in their region, and it's calling monsters to go out of their regions as the ecosystems start to just bounce out of boundaries just randomly. And so we have to slay the Gormagala, but not just because it's causing the Frenzy, as it has already infected the Dragon Torch, which we now believe is a organic life form that's truly alive, because otherwise it couldn't really be infected by the Frenzy. That would make no sense. And so we're not just killing the Gormagala to stop it from infecting the Dragon Torch, as that's already happened. We're killing it to get a sample so that we can try to reverse the damage done. We can heal the Dragon Torch, we can heal any monsters we have, and we can heal our bestie Wudwud Rove, as he got infected by the Frenzy, the old fucking dummy. Or actually the smart one, so he's not a dummy, probably smarter than me, blah blah blah. But that's what happens. And so me and Fabius end up taking on the Gormagala, as well as a frenzied Belangonga, which is just kind of like thrown in there. It's really weak too. You just kind of slap the shit out of it for like 5 minutes, and then you go fuck up the Magala. And this is pretty interesting, because even after we kill the Gormagala and we set everything back to before the Frenzy was fucking shit up, it does leave the Dragon Torch as a still very dangerous organism as we know it now, because it can not only be affected by Zogia, but it can also be infected affected by viruses like the frenzy, causing it to go crazy, which causes disruptions in the ecosystem and these environments. So it threatens the villagers, it threatens all the monsters, and it threatens everything that is inhabiting all that the Dragon Touch reaches with the land spine. And so even though we've saved everything and blah, 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 it could really just end up in chaos once again. But we don't have long to think about that because we start to see monsters around the world showing up torn up again. And this leads us to just one thing, and that is once again Arkveld. Although this time the real Arkveld, because we confirmed that it did actually reverse to its original species from that egg. So we're fighting Arkveld and not Guardian Arkveld. Cool, pretty much the same fight. It has a little different stuff because it actually uses like dragon element now instead of the Guardian energy. And fighting it is also cool because it's fighting the Ray Dow again, so we get a cool cutscene once again. But takes the L once again. Like Arkveld's always just fucking up this Apex. Like Ray Dow's of Apex, and it's just getting smacked every time by Arkveld. It's kind of funny. But since it's kind of gone mad once again from what we believe is like the frenzied from what the Dragon Torch is doing to cause monsters to go insane, we have to put it down yet again, even though it just found a way to live. And I think the best part of this, even though it is like just the same thing happening again since Arkveld just like showed back up, is that Nada actually comes to terms and tells me to put it down. When in the past, when we put down Guardian Arkveld, you know, Nada begged me to stop and I did what had to be done. But in this case, he's actually matured to the point of understanding that like, yeah, as sad as it is that we're going to extinct this monster once again, it just has to be done to save so much more than just this one monster who's lost its mind. And that's a cool little bit of character development. Hopefully he'll stop being annoying and stop crying, because then he'll actually be kind of cool. And so after putting it into Arkveld, he even has a bit of acceptance and just is like, hey, maybe we'll find another egg again, maybe we won't, but you gotta just promise me that you'll help me look for it. And that's a cool way to think of it. Well, I found a way the first time, what's to say can't find a way a second time so that Arkveld can continue to thrive. And that's essentially the ending of Wilds and what I kind of think of as the ending, because there is a little bit of the story that was added with the first title update, and that is the Zogia, which basically gets reborn from the Dragon Torch. And when we slay it, we basically surmise that the Zogia is connected to the Dragon Torch. It will always be reborn from it, so we're forever going to just kind of have to slay it when it shows up to preserve the Dragon Torch and all of its power without the downside of having the Zogia attached to it. At least, I guess, until we continue this story with the expansion in Master Rank, and I assume we figure out some way to fully disconnect the Zogia from it so that the Dragon Torch can be used unmonitored and everything, which is like an okay way to end it, but I definitely like the way of ending it with Nada's acceptance, because he's kind of like the main character, because as the hunter, we're the protagonist. It's the way we see the story from, but it's not the one that actually matters, and so it's just kind of pointless. And so this is kind of just a little way to segue into the Master Rank that we'll eventually get, but not an ending that I think is the actual ending, which is more so an ending for all of our characters, especially Nada. Because like without that, Nada would have just been like a whiny bitch baby the whole time, and I would not like him at all. But actually finishing high rank, I do think he's an okay character, and it was cool to see development, and it's probably like one of the first real times that they ever really developed somebody, because like even after all the stuff with the handler, she was still kind of annoying and didn't really change anything. She went out on her quest to study food and eat different foods, and that's what she kind of ends up wanting to do at the end anyway. She just met new people. But in this case, Nada kind of gains an understanding and appreciation of hunters, as we're not just mindless killing machines, at least according to the lore. In game, we 100% are. All right, I need that armor. Give me it. I need the rare gem drop. I'll kill all of you. But in Nada's eyes, according to the lore, we do what has to be done, and he appreciates that and even becomes an apprentice hunter. Under us, I guess. And that kind of wraps up the end of what we have of Wilds. I'm pretty interested in the expansion. I already own the game, so I will probably end up buying it on release and playing it. Although that's more just because I like Monster Hunter, not because the story was exactly the greatest thing ever. They did a good job of wrapping up high rank, but the beginning of high rank and even the mid parts were just kind of ass. And throwing in the Gormagala as well is not my my favorite things. Sometimes I like when the monsters just don't really come back. I feel like as well, if they bring like the Shigura Magala back with the master rank, they're gonna do apexes again and not like rise apexes like MH4 U apexes where they're like evolved from the frenzy, and then that'll probably be like an apex Zogia type thing where when we slay that will finally free the dragon torch or some shit. I don't know. I just hope that doesn't happen and they do something new because I like new things and not reuse stuff that Capcom always does. Overall, I would say the story though pretty solid, especially for a Monster Hunter. There's quite a lot of hate about it for like characters like Nada, but I don't know if people really paid that much attention to it to where they actually saw that like Nada does change by the end of things, even if characters like Alma and I guess Fabius don't really, and there's a lot of like fan service, and I'm not just talking about Gemma. Even fan service in terms of all the MH4 references with Gemma being like the little smithy girl and Fabius being part of the base hunters as the guy with the lance who ends up getting injured. And that's why he's familiar with the frenzy. Like obviously those are all there and there's fan service there, but it's just kind of whatever. I like when things get laid to rest. So let's hope in the future we get games that are kind of completely void of past characters and everything. There can be mentions and lore that continues with it, but I don't really like it being involved in such a way where it's like, look, guys, reference, look, it's reference. We have that smithy and MH4U, and now we have this smithy, and she's back. Whoa! Guys, clap and buy our game for $70. Whoa! If I wasn't making this video, I probably wouldn't have bought the game, but I think it's been an okay purchase so far. Now, with the story out of the way, I do want to talk about the hunter and the hunting of Monster Hunter Wilds, because it is pretty interesting with the new system. I kind of already mentioned the primary and secondary weapons and the equipment, and so just to kind of brush over it again, I feel like it's mostly useless because it's hard to change your build in the middle of the fight off just your secret, because if you're going to change weapons for like an element build, you'd have to change all your armor. And since you can teleport back to your base and then just go back into the quest where you can change all your shit, it doesn't really matter anyway. It's a cool change and you can switch weapons and all that, but it's not really going to do anything since they kind of already made it so you could do that by just going to your camp and changing your equipment mid-fight. It's not that hard. This was just like a faster way to do it, but not a very effective way. Maybe if they did it so you could change whole loadouts, but then that wouldn't really make sense for gameplay, so I can see why they wouldn't. It's kind of just whatever at the moment. The wound system is really where all the new mechanics lie because there's not like new items or anything, and outside of that like Sekiro change, there's really not any equipment changes. But the wounds I think is a good system, as well as just having the focus mode as a whole. If they didn't bring back wounds but brought back focus, I'd be pretty okay with that, because being able to actually aim outside of just where you're looking is pretty cool and just kind of adds to being a more skilled hunter, because aiming is part of a skill of the game, especially when you're aiming at specific parts that deal more damage. And wounds, like I said, are cool. It's cool how they're built into Wex to kind of nerf Wex, but still make it prevalent, since hitting wounds are going to give you big damage, especially if you're using Wex, which will give you even bigger damage because you're going to crit. Plus, wounds affected stuff like some of the slinger stuff, like if you do slicing ones, they can really fuck up wounds and cause them to burst or even create some. And then there's the way riding works as well, where when you jump on a monster's back, you can repeatedly stab it to create wounds. You can usually create 2 wounds, but depending on how armored it is, sometimes you can't. You'll end up getting thrown off before then. But then you can also do a finisher on a move, but then you can also do a finisher on a wound to pop it and cause the monster to topple, taking a lot of damage. And for weapons like Charge Blade, which get stuff from doing like the focus attack, it does the same thing. So when you actually break the wound when mounted, you get the Savage Axe, which is pretty useful. I do feel like wounds as a whole kind of hurt some weapons, because you might have noticed in some of my early footage, I switched between the Charge Blade into the hammer into the Greatsword, and I think some of the problem with wounds is you want to hit multiple parts, but some weapons aren't really meant to hit multiple parts, because once you create a wound on one part, you're not really going to get another wound on that part. You can get it on like the leg, where it's like the calf and then the thigh and then the foot, but if you're just hitting the thigh, you're only going to get one wound on the thigh. And the best way to think about that is the monster's head. In the past, you always wanted to hit the monster's head. It was always the weakest point. You know, there's a few exceptions, but that's always where it worked out on. And especially with like a hammer, you'd always want the head, because that's how you get KO. But when you're getting wounds and you're hitting it in the head, you're going to run out of wounds eventually. There's usually like 3 wounds on the head. It can be like the top, the 2 sides, and maybe underneath, or on like the horns, depending on what it is. And then there's some on like the neck, so there's like adjacent wounds, but you're never really trying to hit the tail or the legs with the hammer, because you're trying to just build up KO the whole time. And because the hammer hits so slow, you don't really want to waste time hitting weaker parts. You just want to hit where it's going to do the most damage. And that's the same with like the Greatsword, because they're both just kind of single target, big damage weapons. Now, when I started using the Charge Blade again, because I felt like those were kind of boring, you know, I was scraping out a lot more wounds, especially because I had to get the Savage Axe, or I could Perfect Guard but sometimes that leaves you open, so it's not the best idea in the later game. And my friend also used the Savage Axe, which once again worked off creating a bunch of different wounds, so it was pretty fun. And it also has like a big focus attack that does a lot of its damage. So I think one case wounds did heighten a lot of playstyles, but I do think it did limit quite a bit too because of what I mentioned. And I think, this is their first go around, so if this is something they do want to bring back, I think they can probably fix it by maybe just changing how some weapons do different forms of wounds and maybe having different types of wounds as a whole, where it's like a surface wound and then like a structural wound or a inner wound, something like that, to give the weapons where you want to attack the same spot kind of an advantage. And then my other point was also not even in the weapons, but in the monsters themselves, because if you fight like the Bizarrios in the game, it's kind of a lame fight because you're not really getting wounds because it's so armored. You'll hit its legs and you'll get a few wounds there, and then when you break its stomach, you can get like a wound there, but that's really it. And I think this kind of makes it interesting where it's like, well, not all monsters you get wounds on, and so it switches up the playstyle, but it's also just boring because Wilds is built around wounds, so it takes a while. It's less interesting because like as a charge blade user, I'm not really getting my focus attacks, so I'm getting less Savage Axe, and instead I just have to go for parries. Kind of but you can't really change it because that's like kind of the gimmick of the Bizarrios and the Gravios and maybe some other stuff like the Ogadon. I don't think I said that right, but you know what I'm talking about, just the big armored ones. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. But I still think it is a positive system that makes the gameplay somewhat more engaging and kind of more realistic, as it used to be just like breaking parts. Well, now you can break parts and create wounds, which makes sense when fighting a monster, and I enjoy that. I just wish it didn't come with all the other stuff, because wounds definitely need like a bit of balancing. It's pretty easy to just forever stun monsters in like co-op and whatnot. I mostly only played 2-player co-op, so it wasn't that bad, especially when you get to like the tempered stuff like Gormagal and whatnot, because they have their own wound system, and when you get normal wounds on those, they don't actually stagger from it. But if you get the blue tempered wounds, then they will, and sometimes they'll completely fall over. So that's a cool way to balance that, but it's still pretty easy to exploit in those lower ranks. So we'll have to see in master rank, like before we get tempered, is it going to be easy? Because that would be kind of stupid, but I don't want to judge that from here. We'll just have to wait and see. But overall, wounds are a good thing, and I think it does generally add a lot. Now, as who our hunter is, we do start off as an accomplished hunter, so we do know like we were a hunter, I guess, in the old world or somewhere in the new world. That was pretty renowned. And then we go through all these journeys, take on, I guess, one of the strongest monsters ever, the Zogia, as it could destroy entire civilizations. So it's basically like Elder Dragon classification, but being a guardian, it's not technically, so it's kind of like, I forget what the actual classification that people always bring up. It's like a high danger alert monster, and that's the first one to never be an Elder Dragon. But like, it's an Elder Dragon and everything, but like being able to be classified as one. But I kind of just think of it as one because it basically is. It's just not because it's artificial, but it can 100% alter entire ecosystems and their environments, which is the general classification of an Elder Dragon. And it's even noted by Fabius that like, we are an outstanding hunter. He was surprised by our ability to go in and save the Dragon Torch and all of the villagers by going in and just taking out this legendary monster created to be the last line of defense for an advanced group of people who actually created it. So, there's a little bit of glaze on there. He sucks it just a little bit, he's not taking a deep throw like a lance, but maybe just like a little bit of the arrow. That was probably the stupidest like way to put that ever, but we roll with that here. All right, I'm not Rove, I'm not smart like that. I can't give like cool real metaphors about sucking dick. All right, I'm just not experienced like that. I'm sorry. But what I'm not sorry about is I do think this pretty much wraps up Wilds and what makes up its actual hunter in terms of how it's involved in the whole story. I do think there's not much to really talk about because I was a lot more in depth with the story and what was going on in the villages and whatnot, which is something I've been working on. So in future videos, hopefully stuff will be more fluid like this. It just takes time for me to kind of learn different methods and what works best for me and what gives me that final product that I really want. So we can finally look at what makes up a Monster Hunter Wilds. As a whole, Monster Hunter Wilds is stuck in a, we innovated, but we also like did the same shit we've always done. And so you'll leave the game, I feel like, being like, wow, that was kind of cool that we got this new stuff, but it wasn't really cool like what they did with the rest of it. I guess firstly we can name the innovations, and that was in terms of the story. I would say they innovated on top of world by going in like a whole new direction. But then the drawbacks, of course, are that they included the Gormagala, so they just reuse shit. They reuse Arkveld and Zogia for the ending, even though they already did that in low rank, and that felt kind of, kind of slimy. It's a little lazy to just be like, all right, here's the low rank ending, and then here's the high rank ending with the same thing. Haha, gotcha. But with the way they do master rank now, you can't really compare it to like MH4, where they did different things. I mean, when you look at world, like the low rank ending was Zoro Magdaros, and then the high rank ending was Xeno'jiva. So they were doing two different things. They weren't great, but they were different. And even in in Rise, you take on Magnamalo as the end of low rank, and then you get Narwa and Abishi as the high rank ending, with technically Valstrax as the high rank ending, but not in terms of the story. And so this is kind of like a spit in the face because they did set a precedent in the last 2 games that they weren't going to do this, but I mean, at least they still did somewhat of a good job with it. I don't know. And then when you look at the wound system, that was obviously an innovative point of the game, but it's once again brought back by downsides because it hinders playstyles, it hinders monsters. It does have drawbacks, even though it is a pretty fun system that makes you have bigger numbers, makes big sounds and big staggers, which we love as Monster Hunter players. Dopamine, I love it. Gamble, gamble, gamble. Gold, 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 gold. But then if you try to do something that like doesn't really work with it, like Hammer and Greatsword for me, it's like, I'm just playing Monster Hunter in the old system on a new game, so it's kind of like eh. And then of course items, they don't really innovate, so that's kind of whatever outside of the cooking, which the cooking I really don't have any complaint about. I actually thought it was really cool. Bringing it back to MH-DOS, give it a little bit of a simulation feel, even though the game is very much arcadey. It's cool by my book though. I wish they did more stuff like that. Maybe bring the crafting back a touch and make it less just auto done for you, but too much to ask for. Combo books? What the fuck are those? Only 1990s kids will remember the combo books. Or I guess me, because I played all the games, but I was also playing them. It doesn't matter, all right? It's a joke, guys. Calm down. I'm not explaining myself. And then there is the talisman and decorations, which are innovated upon by giving them a weapon and then an armor specification. But outside of that, they don't change. And honestly, I don't like that change. So it's kind of fucking annoying. I really feel like they haven't figured out a better system than what we already had with crafting decorations, finding talisman. They tried in World to make it so you craft talisman as charms and then find decorations, and it's like it works. I don't like it because it's way too RNG with decorations and grindy to get them all, but it's whatever. And then Rise, they brought it back and used the same skill system, which was cool, and I felt like that was a good place. But then in Wilds, they bring it back and then they split it up even more, so you have to be more selective and just have less variety in terms of what you can even do with your build, because you can only put certain ones on your weapon and only put certain ones on your armor. Great. Less gameplay features. Woohoo! Oh, and you also have to grind for each decoration, so have fun with that. They did bring back combo decorations, I guess, which is interesting. I don't really like combo decorations in a world where we have to RNG grind decorations. I would have liked to see them how they worked in Rise, where you could just craft them, but no, they took them out for that game, probably because they'd be OP if you could craft them, but they're also just too annoying when you can't. So I don't know, maybe I'm just fucking complaining, but somebody probably gets it out there and they just pump their fist in the air like, he fucking gets it. And so once again, we're in that middle ground where it's like, okay, you innovated, but I don't think it really was that positive. It's just kind of how Wilds looks. And I think the outlook could completely change in the expansion if they really take on the story and continue making it interesting, but they do need to fix how some things are working, because my least favorite part of being a hunter was actually going through the story. Even though I said the story was interesting, the presentation is bad. All right, this game is called Monster Hunter Wilds. It is supposed to be an experience about exploring and investigating the wilds, but all of low rank is this on rails, hand holding, you're in the fucking shopping cart and you're going shopping. You don't get to look at the fish aisle in Walmart. You don't get to stare at the TV aisle. You're just stuck in the shopping cart, strapped in, and you're gonna fucking shop. And it's like, what? This would be like in World if you just like couldn't explore the world and didn't have to do tracking and instead just went directly to the monster. You just teleported to that bitch. That's what it feels like, because we're not exploring the wilds as we see them. We're just going from quest to quest. You talk to her, you talk to her. And it's not like it's like, oh, go find this thing. Half the time you're just riding with them and you can't even control your secret. It's pretty bad. And I think it does get fixed in high rank when they actually start progressing quests by you increasing your HR, because then you're doing these optional quests. You're running between villages. You're running out to hunt certain monsters that they want or find certain wildlife that they want. And that is a great blend of combining the wilds aesthetic with a very engaging story that they actually want you to think about and get involved in, without just being like, you're gonna fucking like this story, you bitch. You like it. That's what it feels like. It is way too aggressive for my liking, and it was really hard to get into it. Like, I was sitting here like, man, I have to sit here through this cutscene, and then I have to wait for them to walk. I remember the worst offender that I remembered before I just started like tabbing out in my brain and just not paying attention was on a quest where we slayed the Rompomplo, because this is a recording of chapter 2-1 in its whole objective, and it took me 36 minutes and 50 seconds according to my video file. And it starts with me me talking to Alma to finish my preparations and go meet the Woodwoods, to finishing the hunt on Rompopolo, and then, talking to Werner and getting all that situated. And then that's it. That's it of chapter 2-1. And so of this 36 minutes and 56 seconds in chapter 2-1, I slay one monster. And because it tells you the time of the monster, I know exactly how long it is. So in 36 minutes and 50 seconds, 9 minutes and 10 seconds was spent actually hunting a monster and like getting any sort of fun out of the game. Everything else was either dialogue cutscenes or me on my secret just hanging with the gang. I guess it's not exactly true. We don't hang with the gang the whole time. When we actually go and search for Maki, who's like gathering resource for the fire spring, we do get to free roam kind of, but there's an objective on the map that we're just supposed to go to. So you can set your secret to auto move and it's just going to go there. There's no running around. You can't fight any other monsters. So in a sense, it is still on rails, even though we have the illusion of free will. We don't. This world sucks. Get me out! And even then, like running over there takes like 1 minute. It's not even that far. And so on this quest, we spend like less than 1/3 of the quest actually doing what the game is called, monster hunting. And we spend the other little over 2/3 just learning about the story. And I don't think this is a bad thing, but I think at the start of the game, it's kind of brutal because this isn't what you expect from Monster Hunter. You don't expect an on-rails game. And even in the early games when they were limited by hardware, they still kind of set you free as best as they could. They would give you that tutorial and then just be like, all right, man, figure the game out from here. And it would involve farming resources and you would like loosely follow the story by just doing quest after quest. But like at least you were kind of free to do whatever you wanted. You don't even really get a lot of optional quests until high rank because that's when you're kind of supposed to grind your hunter rank. And even if you do, it's like, am I really going to go out and do those when I have the main story to do? No, not really. I'm supposed to do the main story. And so I do, but that is a goddamn trap. All right. I recommend doing optional quests if you have any before taking it on. And I don't even remember when optional quests are unlocked, but it isn't even from the beginning. So you can't just do it whenever. It's probably when the main base gets set up and then maybe one other thing, but I'm not for sure. And even then there's like a limited amount of them. Like only so many villagers are going to have problems. And like I said, you don't get a lot of them till high rank anyway. So you're kind of just fucked. And so while I do appreciate low rank storytelling and actual development into high rank after they get past all the BS, it still leaves Wilds with like a jarring gameplay cycle in that early game of like, oh, you got to hunt this monster for 10 minutes. Haha. All right, 30 minutes of story. Lock in. Like, fuck. Shit was ass because I couldn't skip it because I had to record it so that I could watch it back and understand the story later. All right. I hope my pain has been felt. And I mean, this doesn't even come after like the performance issues that a lot of people suffered from and the shitty online, but that doesn't really come into play as much. And I don't really feel like getting into it because I didn't really have any performance issues. My game crashed a couple times and I just like re-downloaded it and it fixed it. I don't really know what was up with those crashes. They probably should fix that. But outside of that, my game ran fine. I have a decent CPU and GPU combo and a decent enough RAM to get this shit running. So no real problem there. I do think they need to optimize it because like I'm not on maxed out settings and I like performance over quality. So to get 180 frames per second, so it looks good on my 180 hertz monitor, I run at like medium to high. I think bits and pieces are high, but most is on medium. And that gives me, a solid 160 when it's like really intense with like the sand side. And that's good enough for me. No real complaints there. Now the online though, I'm going to shit on because what the fuck is the problem with having a party link and having an environment link? There should not be 3 different ways to co-op. An environment link should just be built into having your own fucking lobby. I don't understand. And then half the time I'd be trying to start a lobby and it doesn't even let me. It's just like, oh, you failed to join that lobby. Like, what the fuck do you mean? My homie just made the lobby. He just invited me and you're saying I can't fucking join? Why? Shit is like broken beyond repair, but it better not be because they better fucking repair it. I remember playing World and like the biggest thing with the World multiplayer was that it was kind of annoying because you couldn't like watch cutscenes with your homie. So you had to watch the cutscene and then you could invite them. You can't do like anything with the homie in this game. And it's not like seamless fucking story cutscenes don't exist in other games. They do. Look around on the internet. It's just kind of retarded how it's just not seamless at all. And I get, Monster Hunter doesn't have to be a multiplayer game, but historically a lot of it has been multiplayer focused. That's where a lot of the fun comes from. And so if you build, 5 generations of Monster Hunter over 20 20 years and then you're like, all right, we released shitty multiplayer in our most recent game. You bet your fucking ass I'm going to be pissed off. If you really can't play multiplayer until you've pretty much finished the entire story, and then it's all right grinding with your friend, but like at that point, what are you even fighting? You're just fighting like tempered Gormagala, tempered Arkveld, and maybe some other tempered monsters. But you're not like experiencing the game together anymore. You're both just like grinding out the ends of your meta build. So what's the point? I don't know. It hindered the game, and although I'm just complaining about it, I still had a positive experience with Wilds. I definitely think it's better than something like Rise already, even without an expansion and a low roster comparatively, because they did try to make something that was unique, and I appreciate that a lot. I just think the execution needs a bit of work because they are pushing people away, as we saw at the beginning with player counts falling and interest dwindling. So here's to Capcom to fixing everything in the expansion. They gotta tap in, all right? They gotta look deep under the hood to figure out what the fuck is wrong with the game, why does it run so shit, to make sure it's optimized a little bit for people running worse hardware, and they gotta fix the online. Like, you don't have to make it seamless. They've never really done that, but at least make it where it works in Worlds, where it's like, all right, we're in the lobby, let me go watch this cutscene, and then you can join the quest. Not, we're not even in a lobby because the lobby doesn't work, so we're gonna party link, but then like, we're gonna get disconnected because I'm gonna go on a quest and I'm gonna get an infinite fucking health Kongala. Great, man. Thanks, Capcom. Oh my god, take $70 more. I'll buy the fucking overpriced Street Fighter skins. I could jerk off to Tifa and Chun-Li. Like, fucking hell. If I wanted to do that, I'd just go on Nexus Mods. Gemma, body enhancer, my favorite. But Wilds has become a fine addition to Monster Hunter. It just needs some work, and maybe like Rise, where Sunbreak kind of saved it, in my opinion, I think the expansion can do the same here. It's not that far dead. And I think that Capcom probably sees, maybe based off sales numbers, that interest is probably down. So just maybe they will tap in to whatever they did with World to get this hype back, because it needs it. And so that is what makes up a Monster Hunter Wilds. And that is the final piece of this puzzle, which means I have to begrudgingly come up with an answer in terms of what makes up a Monster Hunter. A common piece in each Monster Hunter game structure is, unsurprisingly, that you hunt monsters. I mean, the goddamn series is called Monster Hunter, so why wouldn't you think that? But I do feel like that's probably, I don't know, only half of the puzzle for what makes up these games, because while that is the central idea of the games is hunting monsters, the way monsters have been hunted, the place you can hunt monsters, and what you can hunt monsters with has vastly changed throughout Monster Hunter's 20 years of history. And not just this, but the actual reason for hunting monsters and the purpose it serves in each of these worlds that Capcom has crafted through 6 generations of many games. In 2016, I played my first Monster Hunter on my new 3DS XL. I had to pull some classic, bargaining with my parents, like, well, I'll give you the money for the game, and, there's not like that much blood, but it's not people, you're just hunting monsters kind of spiel, as I was 12 years old. And I remember when I first played it, I didn't really understand what the game was really about and why I was really hunting monsters. I enjoyed the game as a whole, but I hadn't really realized what I was playing, as I had no sort of context for the franchise as a whole. I was a kid disconnected from the internet who spent a lot of time playing outside, and so this was honestly the first time I had ever even learned about the franchise, and the only reason I ever bought the game was because it was like 50% off on the eShop, and it looked really cool, so I was like, well, I think monsters are cool, and it'd be cool to hunt them, so fuck it. Here's $20. Capcom. Then many of my experiences actually starting the game was a lot of confusion, because I didn't really understand how the village and hub worked, because I played the whole village, and then I had the high rank version with the rusted Kushala Daora and the Apex Sergios, and I played that too, but then I didn't understand why the hub was just restarting the village. And this is just like one of the many confusions. Throughout my entire playing, I constantly was having to go to like Gamer Facts to find out where to find certain items for some of the stuff I wanted to build. And even then, because I was looking this stuff up on my 3DS of the internet browser, which, was also used for some pretty nefarious things that have made me a crippling gooner, which is actually why these videos take so long, because, I actually don't even record any of this. I'm just an AI model, but because I'm gooning so much, it takes too long for me to type into the model for them to create this entire video, sound and video for you. So I'm just really sorry, guys. One day I'll be able to defeat my inner gooner. God damn it, I need to stop getting distracted. This is the serious part of the video. What I was saying is that there was a great mystery behind the game that 12-year-old me just couldn't really solve. And part of that was an enjoyable experience that I learned as a kid because it gave me something more that I hadn't had growing up. Most of the games I had played, we had a PS3, and so we had like Black Ops 1, Black Ops 2, and God be damned, all right, we had Black Ops 3 on the PS3. That shit was cooked. But I remember just playing those games and just kind of locking in and just forgetting everything and just grinding out the camos and shit, just blasting bots and then trying to play multiplayer for someone to scream the N-word at me. But there wasn't anything deeper in those games other than pure like enjoyment and like it feeding my ADHD as a fucking 12-year-old, getting onto the most just hyperactive media you can really get into. And so playing Monster Hunter 4 was just a completely different experience from really anything I had ever played. We didn't have any sort of story games or anything like that on the PS3 unless you count like the zombie story, but I didn't do that shit. I was 12. And so this was not just a new experience in terms of understanding the Monster Hunter franchise and actually getting into it. It was a new experience for gaming to me that opened up a window to bring me into genres with more than just fast, engaging gameplay. And that's something I've come to appreciate over the years. Even though I never finished the hub as a kid, taking down Dalamadur or Gogmazios, it was still enough to change my perspective of gaming without really even understanding what the change was. And well, now I'm here. I have played every Monster Hunter. I have played countless other games that are more so built on providing a rewarding experience through a developing plot and mechanics that are really built to make you think about what you're doing and why you're going to do it. And that's just not something I really had before I got into the Monster Hunter series with MH4 Ultimate. So going back through all these generations to really see what got to that point through those 10 years of games to get to MH4 Ultimate has been a bit of a treat. I'm happy that the video did well and people are able to enjoy it, to use it as an escape or just entertainment in general, but it's almost been more rewarding for me to get another perspective of how these games had changed what I was going to be interested in the future. And you might be thinking, like, what does this have to do with what makes up a Monster Hunter? Or you might see where I'm going with this, because this is what Monster Hunter meant to me. It wasn't like other games. It wasn't built on instant gratification where you're always getting a reward and you're always progressing and blah, 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 blah. There's parts in the game where you need to just sit back and grind monsters over and over to get certain things like wyvern gems and whatnot, where you need to go out into the land and farm some potions, then get some honey to get mega potions. And in the older ones, there was a part where you would need to go and just farm monsters just to get fucking zenny so you could even begin to pay for your equipment after you then got more resources to actually make it. And for the people that haven't played these older games, they're gonna think like in Monster Hunter World terms where it's like you go and you smack a monster in like 5 minutes and that's like the grinding. Like, no, Monster Hunter 4 was very particular in its combat. It was improved upon from 1 and DOS, but it was still pretty like clunky and methodical in what you had to be thinking about when you're hunting the monster. You could not just be swinging and then get like hit and be okay. You had to anticipate monster patterns because when you attacked, you were most likely going to just get locked up in a big ass animation. That and playing on the 3DS was pretty tough. I had the new 3DS XL, so I had that like fucking C-stick nipple thing. And I mean, using that has given me great abilities to cause women to lactate almost instantly with my fingers. But boy, was it hell to go through that training arc on that shit. The controls, just whack. You had to control the camera with that shit. And I think of it as like those keyboards that had the little nipple in the middle too. Why the fuck would you want that ever? The trackpad is somehow better with that when looking around. At least you can just like swipe your finger. You gotta like adjust your finger, and if you push too hard, it's gonna go too fast. There was so much shit. But if you didn't use that, you're gonna have to use the pin to use on the bottom screen to like look around. So it was better over what you had before, but it was bad. I think the like Pro attachment was probably the way to go. It basically put like a whole second joystick that they had on the left side on the right side, and that was probably a lot more comfortable, but like fuck, C-stick was not it. But because I was into the game so much, I enjoyed it, and it did kind of add to what the grittiness of Monster Hunter was back then. And I think that's something that is lost. I really thought Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate was going to be backed by a lot of nostalgia, and playing it again would fucking suck, but it really didn't. I enjoyed getting back to a game that was built on a specific setting and style that has gone extinct. And it's not just gone extinct outside of Capcom, but it's become extinct in Capcom. When we look at Monster Hunter World and Monster Hunter Wilds and even Rise, which was supposed to be a return to the old days, but it's all just super streamlined. You can just grab herbs just off the fucking plant and then you get like 5 of them. Okay, you don't actually, you get like 2. I know somebody will say, well, you don't actually get 5, you get 2, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't matter. You don't even have to like crouch and get down and get it. You can just be running by and grab it in like half a second and maybe it'll slow down your Secret or your Palamute or your Buddy Rider, but you used to have to spend like maybe over 10 seconds grabbing it. And then there was strats where you like have to crouch and then you would grab multiple, so you'd have to do it multiple times. Like you could be spending 30 seconds doing that. And people will be like, well, that's a waste of time. And I even kind of thought that when I mentioned like, oh, you know, as an adult, I'm glad that's a thing. But given some thought, I think I'm just wrong in that regard, because if that's the case, I should just play another game. I shouldn't expect Capcom to make changes to a franchise just for me, but that is what they ended up doing. And I think the soul of Monster Hunter is just lost. I think it's become a different game. And while that game is popular and people do love it, and that's fine with me, I think I'm going to miss ever getting a gaming experience like this that causes so much tenacity to come up from you, or at least in this way, because I think it's something that Dark Souls has captured, where you just keep fighting and just keep working to your end goals. But that is something that I didn't have, and so Monster Hunter was the first thing that ever really brought that, and I feel like it brought it in a different way that it just doesn't have anymore. And even Dark Souls is starting to lose its touch on that, but that's a different video, I guess. It's just that I feel like I really was wrong in my talks about World and Wilds and how, you know, the lack of grind is a good thing and blah, blah, blah. Like, no, if that's the case, I should have always just played a different game. All right, those are good games, but they're not the games that I would want from Capcom in the Monster Hunter franchise. They're games I'd want if Capcom wants to make them, but I still want what we had years ago that somehow took a little rambunctious kid and made him appreciate all of the time he was putting into a 3DS game. Whether it was our drive to church every Sunday or those late nights where I would just let the monsters have it for hours, I was willingly just grinding out whatever I needed to do to just get that next level. And every single time it was rewarding. And you know, you see all these videos talking about like why gaming, blah, 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 it fell off, blah. I think the real problem is just that it's not as rewarding because it's just instant gratification. Oh, in Wilds, when you beat this monster, because of how many wounds you're getting, you get so much shit that you barely even have to grind it. Sure, if you're going to get the full armor set, you might have to fight the monster multiple times. There's just no reward in that. What Monster Hunter Wilds and World made the reward was just like shitty in-game deco and special weapon grinding. And special weapons started in MH4U. That hypocrisy doesn't escape me, but that really wasn't the gratification. Sure, some people definitely spent hundreds of hours of grinding and blah, blah, blah. But you had so much you could gain from just beating the end of the game and monster after monster. This next one that's so powerful, you might have to grind the last one 3 times to get to this one. To where if you reached the end game and you just wanted more, it was something to do, but it wasn't the entire end game. Now I feel like that's it. When I completed Wilds, I didn't really feel very satisfied, and part of that was the poor monster ending, just being repeats of low rank. But it was also because it's like, what else is there to do? I can just farm decorations and I can just farm artisan weapons, and I like kind of did because I wanted to keep playing the game because the ending just didn't satisfy me. I feel like the old games, they did really satisfy me. Like finishing MH1 was like, oh my god, I did it. That's actually crazy that I played through all that. Dose, 100%. Beating the Kushala Daora felt like I just dropped a nuke in, I don't know, 5 minutes on like BO2 hijack. Like it had that same feeling where it was just like, holy fuck, I actually like really completed this shit. And I had like a high just thinking about it for hours, like how much I put into that game to finally come out on top. And after beating Kushala Daora, like Lunastra was nothing to me. Like I really just felt like, nah, I'm good at the game. I got this shit. Because that was such a hard grind to get there. With Try, admittedly, the CDS really didn't excite me. It was kind of like a dog shit fight, but something that did was like the Dahin Moran, or was it the Jin Moran in that one? either way, one of the Morans, that was pretty exciting because it took me multiple attempts because I didn't really understand the strategy of like the dragon bombs and shit and using the Dragonator. But that was something that I felt a great reward in. And I think modern gaming struggles with that. And it does really show in World and Wild. And World, I think, captured that a little bit in Iceborne because those were some pretty tough fights. But some of them were kind of just tough to the point where it's like, it didn't really matter what kind of gear you were running. It was more just like, it'll just take a while. Just keep spamming the same things over and over and you'll get there. So what do I think a Monster Hunter is? Well, Monster Hunter games were experiences, even the ones without stories that were highly involved in the actual gameplay, like One and Try. They still offered you an experience through the Monster Hunter formula, through the beginning with nothing and the end with triumph over all. And it wasn't just an easy breeze to this triumph. It was a slog. It was getting beat up by the Yan Kutku, struggling to defeat the Rathalos, but ultimately coming out on top and feeling like you really did win and did something for the people of the various villages. DOS and Monster Hunter 4 definitely did a lot more of the heavy lifting in terms of like what made up a Monster Hunter by really just pushing the needle to the max to make things brutal but exciting at the same time with how their story was and how you were interacting with the various NPCs of these villages you were spending time at. It wasn't just a place where you would go so you could hunt monsters. It was a place where you could help, where you could build, and to do that, you would hunt monsters as needed and you would be protecting them and providing whatever could benefit the village or villages. And that's what was a Monster Hunter. Now, what is a Monster Hunter currently is hard to describe. It's almost like an imposter that has taken the name of Monster Hunter, but not continued on its pure legacy, but rather puts in just enough work to keep it around, but not enough to fully maintain what it was. Capcom essentially gave in to modern gaming to really bolster their franchise, and there's not a lot you can blame on them for doing that. It's their purpose as a developer to make money for their shareholders or just their CEO, whatever kind of company they are, even if it is a disservice to some of their longest fans and most loyal followers. The likes of World, Rise, and Wilds may seem like they have the core of what makes up Monster Hunter with various locations and villages and weapons and items, all to do the same thing that every other Monster Hunter did in the past, to hunt monsters. But what it's missing is the rest. It doesn't have the build up to hunting monsters. It doesn't have the feeling of almost earning to hunt monsters by doing some of the more tedious quests, gather quests, egg quests. Did I make fun of them and hate on them in the past? Sure. A look into the structure of Monster Hunter, because they were there to build the more hidden part of the story. You were getting eggs for usually like the chef or maybe just the village as a whole as a food supply, but it was a way to earn your right into the village to just keep being their hunter. It's not just the hunter's job to slay, it was the hunter's job to provide. But what World and Rise and Wilds have done is you are just a hunter. There's no more building gameplay. They do have egg quests and like the meat lump quests in there, but they're all optional. These egg quests in the past were all tied to the main story. You had to do them to progress. Now that they're optional, it's kind of just like they include them just so it's like, you know, we're a real Monster Hunter game. It's that feeling of being an imposter. You do something, but because you're an imposter, you don't do it like somebody who's real would really do it. And it sucks to see, as Monster Hunter is notorious for having a bad story, but these were indirect storytelling details that were building an entire world. And I guess it's ironic to say that about the old games when there's a game literally called World and then there's Wild, which is supposed to all be about this growing sense of storytelling and environment detailing, but none of it really matters when you just throw it behind optional menus and just do it for the fuck of it. Like, you're too scared to do what you guys wanted to do. You're too scared to make the game that you always wanted to make, Capcom, because you're chasing success. I hope all the Monster Hunter World and Rise sales and the early success of Wilds has been worth gutting your creative freedom to make a game really about hunting in all of its aspects, whether it be hunting the monster or doing whatever the village needed in terms of providing various ores, monster resources, eggs, or even fucking unique mushrooms. Because now what you get, guys, is Monster Hunter Wilds, which is a force-fed, tube down your throat story where they just go, this is called Monster Hunter Wilds. Now follow me as I take you through the world and do not let you actually run around and enjoy your experience. I don't let you figure out the environment for yourself and learn various things indirectly. I'm going to show you everything. This is Wilds now. It's not made for people who want to get out of the modern gaming landscape to play a game where they can really put work in to feel rewarded. It's now just made for people who play Call of Duty and the same sports games every fucking year. I hope Capcom is glad that they got the drooling, I don't want to fucking talk to my children, so I'm going to play Call of Duty fan base, and have pushed out their fan base of people who wanted to run around the Windward Plains and ancient forests feeling free and constricted at the same time, knowing that they have nothing, but in this new world that they have joined, they have everything to gain. Because instead of that, when you load into fucking Monster Hunter Wilds, you're gonna get your welcome pack of 10 potions, 5 honey, 5 well done steak, 5 armor spheres. Because why should you have to earn anything? Why should you be rewarded when you already paid $70 for the game? Here, just have the game completed. They should just let you fight any monster you want off rip with maxed out armor and maxed out weapons, because there's no real reason to do the grinding anymore when the experience itself that you're grinding is fed to you like a fucking baby. I apologize, Monster Hunter 1, Monster Hunter Dose, because I truly didn't understand your level of game. I didn't understand the mind and creativity it did actually take to put something like that together in the early days of gaming. Perhaps if I was not born 2 or 3 months after the first Monster Hunter release, I could have appreciated such a gem in 2004, but I can't go back and change my date of birth. So instead, I will apologize, because even if those games don't have as much content as what we have now, even if those games don't have as refined combat and extra features to make the game more fun and cooperative and whatever you want to say here that maybe you think, they have it all. And what they have that modern gaming just doesn't have is they had a real sentiment, a sentiment that you could feel that the developers at Capcom used to create this game. We know the idea for these games came from the fact that Capcom wanted to find more success in its company, but that's not how you create an entire new genre of gaming. It wasn't just for the success, it was for the vision that these people saw. These people who made the games what they were those many, many years ago. And just because somebody came along and turned these games on a route for massive success in gaming doesn't mean that the games got better. They just got more accessible for people who never gave them a chance to begin with. Because, oh, they were too different from Call of Duty. They were too different from 2K. But now that they're appealing to me and trying to make them different, now I'll play. It's unfortunate, but that's the harsh truth of what has become of Monster Hunter. So when I ask myself, what is a Monster Hunter? I don't know. Because the people who are still making the games don't know either. They're not making Monster Hunter games in the shape of what they feel through whatever creative vein they have. They're making Monster Hunter games in the shape of whatever they think success will bring.